presence, a ripping sound tore through the sky. A young man appeared out of nowhere, falling with a thud, screaming all the way down. He groggily sat up. He stretched his shoulders and looked over his body, muttering, "Didn't I die after trying to craft 1,000-slot crystal jar? How am I alive again?" His name was Zukyu, a university student with a boundless future. Zukyu was still confused. "Where am I? My body is so stiff, I can't even move." Suddenly the figure of a young woman approached. She stood there in bewilderment, staring blankly at Zukyu. He couldn't help but wonder himself, holy crap, a goddess? Why is such a gorgeous girl in a remote place like this? Ew. But it seemed like she couldn't see Zukyu. She slowly pulled down her pants and squatted. It looked like she was about to take a leak, folks. What the hell? Of all the places she could have chosen, she picked the exact spot where the great god Zukyu was lying, eating the meat and drinking the soup that he always dreamed of doing with beautiful college girls. Just like that, she entered a state of deep meditation to ensure a smooth and perfect release. Zukyu still hadn't processed what was happening. Wait, no way. A girl this beautiful poops too. Besides, I'm a man of great integrity. I can't possibly peek. With that, the great god summoned all his courage and yelled, "Hey beautiful, what are you doing? You can't just take a dump here." Hearing the voice, the girl instinctively pulled up her pants and jumped to her feet. She turned around and saw Zukyu give a little wave. She immediately summoned a flying sword and soared away, probably thinking my group must have already moved up the mountain, leaving Zukyu in a state of utter shock. Holy mother, sword flight, she's a real immortal fairy. Suddenly, strange memory fragments flooded Zukyu's mind. He clutched his head in pain. These memories are pouring into my head. These memories, I'm in someone else's body. The owner of this body was the current prince consort, but his fate was incredibly tragic. He was originally a poor orphan but was lucky enough to possess a special spiritual root, a rarity seen once in 1,000 years. As a child, he accidentally caught the emperor's eye and was appointed prince consort. The emperor bestowed upon him countless heavenly treasures for cultivation. In just 6 short years, he condensed a foundation pill and officially entered the golden core stage. The very night he entered the golden core stage was also his wedding night with the princess. Who would have thought that after 7 days and 7 nights in bed, that beautiful and enchanting princess would drain his entire cultivation base? Even his spiritual root was stolen. The genius prince consort, freshly married, became a useless cripple. Having no more value, he was thrown out of the palace in the middle of the night. On his way to the borderlands, he was beaten to death by men arranged by the emperor, and his corpse was dumped in this desolate place. Zukyu looked at his new body and muttered, "Damn. Too bad. Why couldn't I have transmigrated during the bed Midas exercise part?" Just then, a sharp shout startled Zukyu from his daydream. "You audacious pervert! How dare you peek at me?" It was the young lady from before, and she had returned for revenge. Zukyu scrambled to his feet, running and yelling, "Damn it, fairy, this is a total misunderstanding. You're the one who sat on me. Besides, if you want to kill me to vent your anger, at least pull up your pants first." Hearing this, the young lady blushed furiously, quickly pulled up her underwear, and then resumed the chase. "You're tired of living." Zukyu ran while racking his brain for an escape plan. Suddenly, he remembered his identity. "Wait, I'm the prince consort." Thinking carefully, the prince consorts still had an imperial token on him. He yelled, "Audacious demoness! I am the current prince consort of the Fire Nation. You dare disrespect me? Be careful, or I'll have your entire family executed." Seeing the token, the young lady was indeed shocked. "That token? He's the prince consort?" Zukyu thought smugly. "Scared, aren't you? Acting is my specialty." At the same time, a mechanical voice rang in his head. "Congratulations, player, for successfully activating the system. The system will protect the player and help the player advance. Congratulations, player, for a successful tough act. You have earned 1 of act point. Want to exchange it in the store?" Player Zukyu. Mortal, weaker than a trussed chicken. Experience 100. Tough act points first. Cultivation arts none. Position none. Status prince consort of the Fire Nation, East Continent. The system has detected that the player's abilities are too weak to survive in this world and will present the player with a gift. Zukyu is still stunned. Whose voice was that just now? Tough act points. A store. So I can earn points just by acting tough? Whatever. To escape this crazy woman, I have to give it a try. Thinking this, Zukyu spoke up, "Hey young lady. I am the prince consort of the Fire Nation. I'd even dared to look at the noble princess." The young lady had now landed, pointing her sword at Zukyu. "Pervert. You're still talking nonsense when you're about to die." Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Zukyu smiled. He then stepped forward and crooked his finger. "Don't believe me? Come on then. Take one step forward if you dare. Let's have a duel." Hearing this, the young lady fell silent for a moment. The system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations, player, for a successful tough act. You've earned one of act point." Zukyu stepped forward, clutching his head and laughing uncontrollably. The young lady was startled and said, "Pervert you." Zukyu, as if he'd just smoked some primo stuff, laughed even harder. He thought with glee it really increased. What kind of tough act system is this? It's practically tailor-made for me. Now this is going to be fun. That's right, it mentioned a gift package earlier. Is this how I summon the system? Zukyu tapped two fingers in the air and a system screen appeared. "Let's see, is it this one? Open gift package." The system chimed. "Obtained 1 primary experience spill. Consuming it grants 10,000 experience points. Obtained primary ancient 5 elements art. Obtained primary divine escape tailmisms. After use, can teleport to any location within a 5 kilometers radius. Detected damaged spiritual root, unfit for cultivation. The system will provide you with a full set of spiritual roots." Zukyu was utterly astounded as warm currents of energy flowed into his body. He looked at his body and exclaimed, this familiar feeling. This is the power I had before the princess stole it." And the system even supplemented it. A full set of metal, wood, water, fire and earth spiritual roots, 5 attributes, and each one is of the highest heaven grade. After everything was settled, he started laughing again. He looked up at the sky and roared, with the system in hand, "The world is mine. Fire Nation? Princess? What are they? Just wait until I level up in return. I'll make you all kneel at my feet. You bunch of scum." The young lady immediately shouted, "Audacious pervert. You claim to be the prince consort of the Fire Nation, yet you dare speak such treasonous words, plotting against the throne." In her heart she thought, "Is this prince consort insane? How dare he say such rebellious thing?" Zukyu thought to himself, "Damn, I got so carried away with my future prospects of acting tough that I almost forgot about the trouble right in front of me." Right, the cultivation art and experience bill are in the gift package. The novice package. Zukyu tapped the use button. The use button. Obtained 1 primary experience pill and 10,000 experience points. Level up, current level up. Key refining stage, first layer. Level up, current level key refining stage, second layer. Level up, current level key refining stage, 10th layer. Zukyu said with satisfaction, "This time, there's nothing more to say. If I'm not invincible, who is?" The young lady thought to herself, 5 spiritual roots, both generating unrestraining each other. The power he can unleash is probably not a simple 5-fold increase. I don't know what this guy's on to be acting so crazy. The young lady's face flushed with anger, veins popping on her forehead. She charged forward with her sword. "Pervert, die." Zukyu was startled and jumped back. "Whoa there, fairy. I just told you to come and serve this prince consort well. Who told you to draw your sword? This is a sneak attack, a foul play." Zukyu leapt back a good distance, but the young lady was still relentlessly charging. Zukyu raised 2 fingers, creating a water ball from the water minus element's spiritual key, and said lightly, "If that's how it's going to be, don't blame me for being impolite." With a single flick, Zukyu sent her sword flying. The young lady watched her sword in astonishment. How is this possible? He's only at the key refining stage, 6th layer. How could he break my sword strike so easily? Zukyu continued to channel Earth minus element spiritual key and shouted, "I'm tired of this. I told you it was a misunderstanding, but you refused to listen and even try to kill me. Don't think just because you look like a fairy, I won't dare to hit you." With a ring of light surrounding his hand, Zukyu rushed forward. The young lady quickly raised her arms to block. But Zukyu had already circled behind her, then used his spiritual energy to bind her. Being tied up, the young lady shouted, "Pervert, what do you want to do?" Zukyu flashed a wicked grin and sat down. "Since you've already called me a pervert, I might as well live up to the name." The young lady turned her head and screamed, "Pervert, stop right there. Zukyu had already climbed on top of the young lady, laughing lewdly, still screaming. You can scream your lungs out, and no one will come to save you. Zukyu thought, I have to get a little revenge for what happened earlier. But just then, several bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, accompanied by a sharp yell. You coward, you dare? Stop. Zukyu suddenly felt his entire body go dizzy. He thought, Hazily, what kind of spell is this? I'm so dizzy. 3 figures immediately flew towards Zukyu. The old woman in the lead shouted condescending, how audacious and insolent, committing such a vile act in the territory of our heavenly martial sect. Zukyu, still dizzy, thought, where did this old hag come from? The old woman snorted coldly, gathering spiritual energy in her hand and swinging it. Today, I will enact justice on behalf of the heavens. A golden serpent of energy immediately shot forward. Seeing it, Zukyu yelped, Oh mother. He immediately used his earth-element spiritual ki to flee. Old hag, you're so vicious. But just then, Zukyu looked back in shock. The stream of spiritual energy from the old woman had split in two. Zukyu cursed inwardly, damn it, does she want to guarantee the kill? The 2 spiritual energy serpents shot directly towards Zukyu. Zukyu wondered to himself, who the hell did I piss off? The 2 serpents reached Zukyu and exploded. Zukyu was sent tumbling to the side. The bald guy exclaimed, how is that possible? He's only at the key refining stage, 10th layer. How can he be so fast? The old woman snorted coldly, I just sensed a surge of earth-element spiritual ki on him. The young lady walked over and said, Master, wait. That person just claimed to be the prince consort of the Fire Nation and even had a token. She thought to herself, what if he really is the prince consort? If Master kills him, the royal family will come to the heavenly martial sect to hold us accountable. The old woman burst out laughing. Prince consort, as far as I know. The prince consort of the Fire Nation is a heaven-gifted prodigy, a rarity for 1,000 years. He entered the golden core stage at 18th. He should be cultivating in the palace right now. Jiangsu, you've never been out of the mountains. From now on, you must be careful. You can't trust people so easily. Hearing this, the young lady said angrily, so he was a liar. The old woman glanced at Zukyu, who had stood up. The old woman produced a golden rope and said lightly, Jiangsu, I'm giving you a section of the immortal binding rope. Take it. Seeing this, Zukyu thought that must be a legendary magic treasure. The young lady took the rope and thought, for Master to personally act would surely be seen as a senior bullying a junior. But by giving me a magic treasure, I can righteously capture this pervert. So she said, pervert, surrender yourself. Hearing this, Zukyu cursed inwardly. Surrender my ass, you keep calling me a pervert. If I surrender, wouldn't that be suicide? So, Zukyu put on an arrogant face and said, I am the prince consort of the Fire Nation. You think a tiny immortal binding rope can restrain me? Aren't you underestimating me a little? Come at me if you've got the guts. Before Zukyu could finish, the young lady sent the immortal binding rope flying towards him. No reward. Zukyu cursed inwardly, damn it, the act failed. The old woman from the side said, Jiangsu, use your flying sword to block his retreat. Zukyu dodged and cursed, hateful old hag. Are you afraid your disciple can't beat me? The young lady charged forward and shouted, don't insult my master. Zukyu and the young lady were locked in a dance of attacks and dodges. Zukyu yelled, if you catch me today, I'll change my surname from Zu. Hearing this, the old woman's eyes darkened. Zukyu pulled out a talisman and continued, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never look down on a poor young man. The young lady had managed to bind Zukyu and shouted, got him? Zukyu held the divine escape talisman high and yelled, just you wait and see. A massive barrier of light appeared. In a flash, Zukyu vanished before the young lady's astonished eyes. The 2 bald guys exclaimed, what kind of magic treasure was that? Could it be the long-lost earth-shrinking talisman? The old woman then shouted, find him. He has a rare treasure on hand. The golden rope flew back into the young lady's hand. She held the rope and stood up, wondering who on earth is that person. In a flash of light, Zukyu made a familiar face minus first landing. He stood up and dusted himself off. This divine talisman really works. Those old geezers must be seeing stars by now. Act tough and run, what a thrill. The system chimed successful tough act. Gained 1 of act point. Achieved, act tough and run. Gained 10 tough act points. Zuki walked away satisfied. This tough act was really worth it. Huh? Wait a minute? Is this the heavenly martial sect? Why did this divine talisman bring me into someone else's home? If I get discovered by the people of the heavenly martial sect, I'm dead for sure. Wait, in this dark secret chamber, that glowing treasure. Could this be the treasure pavilion of the heavenly martial sect? This is a tough one. I'm not the type to steal things. Zukyu opened a chest and saw a sword so bright it blinded him. And so Zukyu joyfully started plundering. I've hit the jackpot this time. Wait, I can't carry much with just my hands. It's not convenient to carry it out. Is there any way this system can help me take all these treasures? The system replied, host can use the storage space of the inventory bag for non-living items. Zukyu raised his hand in confusion. Storage space. Inventory bag. How do I operate it? The system chimed beep. Storage successful. And so Zukyu laughed heartily and plundered freely. Let's go. Everything, get in here. All of it. Suddenly, the system interface turned red and started beeping. The system announced inventory bag is full, so Zukyu muttered, what's wrong with this thing? No way, there are so many treasures here and I can't take them. This will be punished by the heavens. Zukyu thought for a moment and then tapped on the pills button. Outside the treasure pavilion, some voices could be heard. Senior Brother Liang, could you please go to the treasure pavilion and get this month's supply of key-gathering pills? The person agreed and entered the treasure pavilion. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that the shelves were empty, with jars scattered all over the floor. The person began to cautiously walk deeper inside, muttering to himself, what happened to all this stuff? Suddenly a crunching sound startled him. He drew his sword and pointed it toward the source of the noise. Who's there? Come out now. In front of him was a figure with its head down, chewing on something. He continued, this guy, what on earth is he doing? Zukyu turned his head in surprise. In that instant, their eyes met, sparks of love flying. The guy finally reacted, raising his sword and shouting, who are you? How dare you break into our sex treasure pavilion? Zukyu thought, I still have one divine escape talisman. He saw the talisman appear. Zukyu got into character. Brother, you don't even know who I am. And you dare point a sword at my head? In this life, the thing I hate most is someone pointing a gun. Oh wait, pointing a sword at my head. The guy said flatly, I'm not pointing it at your head. Anyway, let's talk. The guy's sword was enveloped in fire -element spiritual key. He charged forward with his sword and shouted, daring to break into the sex treasury. You're courting death. Seeing the guy was about to skewer him, Zukyu jumped away and cursed, son of a bitch. He thought to himself, this guy is no saint. Why are these cultivators here like demons? They attack at the slightest disagreement, and so viciously. Damn, I'm not a pushover. You think I'm Hello Kitty? Zukyu used his earth-element spiritual key and charged at the guy. But halfway there, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Before the guy could even strike, Zukyu had already collapsed to the ground. The guy looked at Zukyu in confusion, what the? While Zukyu opened his mouth and couldn't stop spitting out blood. The guy pointed his sword and shouted, audacious thief, what kind of trick is this? Zukyu continued to cough up blood, and several jars rolled over. The guy exclaimed in shock, you just ate all these pills. He thought to himself, one key-gathering pill is enough to cultivate for over a month. Is this guy trying to self-destruct? The system chimed, detected spiritual key overload. Choose auto-recovery function? No, Zukyu struggled and gasped, open it now. The system continued, successfully opened. One effect point will be deducted every 2 hours. Detected that the learned ancient 5 elements art is only the basic version and cannot consume the spiritual key in the body. You need to purchase the intermediate version. Zukyu said, show me quick. The system displayed ancient 5 elements art intermediate version. Price 100 tough act points. Hearing this, Zukyu shouted in anger, damn it, why don't you just rob me? I work my ass off acting tough all day and I can't even afford a single art. The guy stood there watching, unable to hold back, and was about to say something. But just then Zukyu suddenly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The guy sighed and said, instead of dying such a painful death, it's better to let me give you a quick end. Zukyu whispered, Don't worry about me. Everyone has to die. Some deaths are as heavy as Mount Tai, while others are as light as a feather. At this point, Zukyu roared, If I don't go to hell, who will? Immediately after, a blinding light and a loud explosion rang out. As the dust settled, the guy muttered to himself. He self-destructed, but those weren't really heroic words. In a forest, a flash of light appeared. Zukyu sat struggling by a tree, sighing. Phew, good thing I ran fast, or that brute would have killed me with one sword strike. The system announced successful tough act. Gained 1 off act point. Zukyu felt even more depressed. Just 1 point compared to the 100 needed for the intermediate version was like a drop in the ocean. The auto-recover function is still active, so every 2 hours is 1 of act point gone. The spiritual key generated by these pills is as potent as poison. The system displayed host Zukyu. Key refining stage, 10th layer body tempering initial success. Experience 0/1000th th. Cultivation or tension 5 elements are beginner. Positions Erath status Prince consort of the Fire Nation. Life value extremely critical. Zukyu looked at it sadly. Isn't this just a critical illness notice? At that moment, Zukyu was struck by pain again. He screamed continuously, System, you bastard, you said you'd let me act tough and let me soar. Quickly help me find a solution. The system replied, Scan complete. Based on the host's current tough act points and life status, the system has found a solution for the host. Show me quick. But when he saw the cultivation manual, spiritual key flows through the 8 extraordinary meridians. At each section of the spiritual meridian, the spiritual key will automatically repair the meridian, not only making it stronger but also having the effect of tempering the body. But to let the spiritual key repair it, you must turn off the auto-recovery function, which also means facing the immense pain and torment of having your meridians severed. Whatever, sever them then. It's better than dying. At this point, Zukyu didn't hesitate and severed his own meridian. Zukyu immediately collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The pain from severing his own meridians made him scream. In agony, this went on for a full 2 days and 2 nights, until he lost track of time. Zukyu slowly began to wake up. He was now lying on a bed, no longer in the forest. Seeing that he was still alive, Zukyu managed to smile, but he immediately sat up, coughing violently. He touched his body. So painful. Damn it, which quack doctor did this? They turned me into a mummy. How am I supposed to act tough like this? Just then a young lady walked in and said, Oh, you're awake. You've been unconscious for several days. Seeing it was a young lady, Zukyu fell silent. The purple-haired girl continued, When I was gathering herbs on the mountain, I found you lying on the ground covered in blood. So I got 2 others to carry you back here. You must be from somewhere else, right? You can't just wander around on this mountain, or you'll easily run into wild beasts. Are you feeling better? Looking at her caring expression and gentle smile, Zukyu's heart blossomed. He thought, my God, how can such a beautiful girl exist in this world? Just a simple country girl, yet her beauty is so pure and lovely, it makes you want to stay forever. The purple-haired girl smiled again and said, Don't be afraid, this is Panshin village. If wild beasts come, everyone will help drive them away. Zukyu sat up and rubbed his head. Did you say afraid? Zukyu have never known what fear is. To be honest, I'm a hunter. That day on the mountain, I ran into 10 starving wolves. I fought them for 3 days and 3 nights and finally killed them all. Before Zukyu could finish, the girl interrupted, But I've never heard of wolves on this mountain. There aren't? Then, they must have come from another mountain. Don't worry about such minor details. Zukyu continued with a gentle expression. The important thing is that in the end I didn't die at their hands. Instead, I ran down from the mountain peak. I didn't expect the heavens to take pity on me and send a little fairy to save me. Thank you. The young lady shyly turned away. I'm not a little fairy. My name is Little Rou. Seeing this, Zukyu blurted out, So adorable. From now on you are my little fairy. Little Rou blushed and ran off. Why are you like this? Seeing her reaction, Zukyu once again said, So adorable. Little Rou had run outside. Panting, the system chime gained 2 tough act points. Zukyu smiled. 2 points just like that. I need to praise Little Rou more often. Zukyu opened the system panel. Host Zukyu. Key refining stage 10th layer body tempering initial success. Zaro 1000 th. Tough act point 7. Cultivation or ancient 5 elements are beginner. Position none. Status Prince Consort of the Fire Nation. Zukyu was surprised. My realm was initial insight before, why did it change to initial success? It might be due to the body tempering effect of severing my meridians. If that's the case, then the suffering wasn't in vain. System turn on the recovery function. The system chimed auto minus recovery function has been turned on. Deducting one of act point. A current of energy began to circulate through Zukyu's body. He immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. Zukyu let out a breath, then clenched his fists. The bandages wrapped around his body tore off one by one. Zukyu couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Suddenly, little Ryu's voice came from outside. Sir. As little Ryu opened the door, she saw Zukyu's little brother swinging in the wind. Little Ryu's cheeks turned betrayed. She let out a scream and slammed the door shut. Zukyu was surprised, not understanding what had just happened. Until he looked down. Little Ryu, let me explain. It's not what it looks like. While Zukyu inside didn't know what to say, outside, little Ryu was still covering her face in embarrassment. Your wounds are very serious. The doctor said you shouldn't remove the medicine for a month. Why did you do it yourself? Zukyu quickly wrapped a blanket around himself and said, Little Ryu, I'm fine. They're just external injuries. It's nothing serious. Can you help me find a set of clothes? Little Ryu was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Okay, wait there. Little Ryu then hurried away. Zukyu sat down on the bed inside. He sniffed the blanket and muttered, Odd. Why does this blanket smell so strongly of medicine? 10 minutes later, why hasn't little Ryu come back yet? Don't tell me she thinks I'm a hooligan and went to call people to arrest me. Zukyu cracked the door open and peeked out. The entire village outside was empty. Zukyu remarked, it really is a poor village. All the houses are so simple. But it's a quiet place, very suitable for retirement. Strange, where is everyone? Suddenly the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. A man in the lead, carrying a hoe, shouted, Quick, let's go save little Ryu. We can't let that beast harm the villagers. Hearing this, a vein popped on Zukyu's forehead. He kicked the door open in a rage. Damn it, who are you calling a beast? You piece of trash. Zukyu gave the friendly middle finger to the lead farmer. Unexpectedly, the farmer saw it was Zukyu and pushed him back in, saying, Hey, isn't this the injured boy? Your wounds haven't healed yet. Quick, go back and rest. Don't get involved in this. We can handle that beast. Hearing this, Zukyu asked in surprise, Wait, you guys weren't aiming for me? The lead farmer didn't understand what Zukyu meant. Another person said, A fierce beast came down from the mountain behind. The farmer placed Zukyu on a chair and said, Boy, after we deal with that beast, we'll have a feast tonight. We'll eat meat together. The other two men were also enthusiastic. Let's go. Hearing about the beasts, Zukyu was intrigued. He glanced at the cabinet. He went to the cabinet and rummaged through it. So many strong men are going, I should go check it out too. After rummaging for a while, he pulled out a small piece of cloth. Wearing this should be fine. Then, a loud thud came from the room. Zukyu, trying to cosplay Superman, ran out as fast as lightning. The crowd was astonished. Oh my god, how can that kid run so fast? Could he be a master from some sect? The system chimed unlocked achievement, Invisible Tough Act. Gained 5 Tough Act points. Hearing this, Zukyu was momentarily stunned. He smirked and laughed. 5 Tough Act points. Invisible Tough Act is the ultimate move. At that moment, a 2-horned tiger opened its mouth wide and roared. The farmers stood in front of the tiger with their clubs and sticks. Who, are you okay? Damn it, yelled this beast. Little Ryu also came forward to block them. Fall back. Zukyu had also arrived. Wow, that's a big beast. Zukyu raised his hand and announced loudly, Dear everyone, let that beast go. Let me beat the crap out of it. Little Ryu turned back worriedly and said, Sir, why are you here? You're still injured. Please go back. Zukyu couldn't hold back anymore and charged forward. No time to explain, let me deal with that beast. The villagers hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, little brother, don't be so stubborn. The village chief came out and said, Boy, we know you have good intentions, but with your physique, plus your injuries, how can you be a match for that wild beast? Zukyu, wearing only a pair of red briefs, struck a pose and said, Old man, I have single-handedly dealt with hundreds of wild beasts. If you don't believe me, ask little Rou. Little Rou said worriedly, wasn't it just a dozen? The tiger had now broken the chains on its feet. A spear pierced through a young man. Nearby, the crowd screamed in panic, Third brother. The tiger roared ferociously. Then it pounced towards little Rou. The villagers couldn't bear to watch and turned away. Zukyu in his red briefs did the same. He rushed over. Little Rou, be careful. Era. The tiger was now close. Little Rou held the child next to her, terrified. Scared, she wondered to herself, am I going to die here? The tiger swiped with its front paw. Little Rou's in the tiger's eyes widened. A hand had stopped the tiger's claw. Looking again, Zukyu had stopped the tiger's claw with one hand. Little Rou thought to herself, he was so seriously injured just yesterday. Zukyu turned back and gave a gentle smile. The tiger growled, raised its paw high, and then slammed it down. Zukyu lifted his leg and kicked the tiger right in the snout. Shut the hell up. The tiger was sent flying a long distance. The villagers exclaimed in shock. He sent the beast flying with just one kick. How can his leg strength be so powerful? At the same time, the system chimed successful invisible tough act, gained 3 tough act points. Successful invisible tough act, gained 5 tough act points. Zukyu thought to himself, damn, that was rough, my foot is killing me. He turned back and shouted, Little Rou, go back quickly. Be safe. Zukyu charged towards the tiger. A quick fight to avoid disturbing the villagers. Zukyu clenched his fist and punched the tiger once. While the tiger was flying, Zukyu leapt above it and punched down again. The village chief saw this and thought, such a huge beast is being beaten so badly it can't even fight back. Truly, if it's him, perhaps he could even take on those immortals. To everyone's astonishment, Zukyu had finished off the tiger. The system chimed killed the tiger minus ox beast. Successful tough act, gained 6 tough act points. Killed the tiger minus ox beast, gained 1200 experience points. At that moment, streams of green spiritual energy from the tiger's body flew towards Zukyu. The system continued to announce congratulations, host, for leveling up and entering the foundation building stage. You have been awarded a grand gift. Your ancient 5 elements art beginner version has reached its peak. Please supplement it with the intermediate version. Zukyu looked at himself overjoyed. Over 1000 experience points, even more than an experience pill. At this time, the villagers had lifted Zukyu up and were cheering, young man, you are truly born with divine strength. Full of promise. Well done, young hero. The village chief is right. The young man is a hero, a lucky star sent to us by the heavens. Zukyu said shyly, you're too kind. Everyone, you're too kind. I can't say for other things, but when it comes to these beasts, I can take on as many as they send. Zukyu was suddenly startled. He quickly covered his chest and said, Oops, where's my cloak? The other young ladies all looked at him shyly. Little Rou looked at Zukyu's briefs and thought, why does that piece of red cloth look so much like my embroidered bit? The village chief then said, Little Rou, go to my place and get a set of clothes for the young man. Then she brought a set of clothes for Zukyu. Zukyu took the clothes and said happily, thank you sis, Little Rou. Seeing Little Rou walk away without a word, he thought to himself, what's wrong? Could it be that my overwhelming charisma has captured this little girl's heart? He let out a chuckle. So adorable. Just then an old woman hobbled over and said, Hey, you there. The old woman pointed straight at the red briefs and said, Isn't that the embroidered bib we gave to Little Rou? A bib is a very meaningful thing. It's the undergarment that young girls of the Dai people wear, also known as a bra. Zukyu scratched his head and said, Oh, dear mother, how could that be? The old woman said, but that embroidered flower. Zukyu ran off saying, Oh, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. I'm leaving now. The old women saw this and covered their mouths, giggling. As evening fell, Zukyu sat soaking in a lake sighing. Phew, I'm dead tired. System, show me my personal info. The system displayed host Zukyu, foundation building stage, first layer body tempering initial success, experience. 202,000th stage, tough act points 25. Cultivation art ancient 5 elements art beginner, Zuki looked at the screen and muttered, only 25 tough act points. When will I ever be able to exchange for the intermediate version? This system seems to have a store. I haven't looked inside carefully yet. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Hey, what are these things? So that's how it is. Cultivation art grade. In the store, they are arranged from heaven, earth, profound, to yellow, from high to low. So it's not that the ancient 5 elements art is too expensive, but because it's a heaven minus grade technique. It's only right that it's pricey. So these yellow minus grade techniques only cost 1 to 5 points. Above heaven minus grade, there are higher minus level arts that are low. The system announced host's privilege level is insufficient. This function has not been unlocked. Hearing this, Zukyu smiled. A cultivation are higher than heaven minus grade. This system is getting more and more interesting. But with my current tough act points, I'll just look at the yellow minus grade for now. Doug used 9 swords. Oh, such a divine skill is only ranked as yellow minus grade? No, calm down. This is a Yon Xia world. The cultivation arts from that Wuxia world can't compare in terms of combat power. Zukyu tapped on the profound category. Oh my god, the 18 dragon minus subduing palms only costs 5 points. I have to look at the others. Profound ice sword art. No, fireball technique, 3 blades, talisman art. The names don't sound very impressive. How can I act tough with these? Zukyu jumped up onto a tree branch. He munched on an apple while opening the system to browse. This profound minus grade stuff is nothing special. Let's check out the earth minus grade. At this point, Zukyu couldn't help but spit out the apple he was eating. He exclaimed in shock, holy crap, flame-splitting tsunami 6 harmonies roaming ruler. I've struck gold. This is a huge find. In modern novels, all the cultivation techniques the main characters use can be sold. I'll pick at Treasure. Any one of these techniques is enough to shake a region. Yeah. And if I want to choose the 6 harmonies roaming ruler, I also need a matching weapon. Most of the things he require 50 tough act points. I can't afford them. Right now my cultivation technique is still weak. I just need this one. Exchange, Soaring Dragon's 9 transformations, 20 tough act points. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed from between Zukyu's eyebrows, carrying information about the supreme cultivation technique, the Soaring Dragon across 4 seas, 9 types of transformations. Information about the technique appeared one by one, from the first transformation, using all one's strength to control the enemy, to the second transformation, bursting with 3 times the power, all the way to the 9th transformation, bursting with 10 times the power. Summoning rain and wind, 9 dragons appearing, reigning over the world. The strange energy surrounding him gradually dissipated. Zukyu took a deep breath. He checked his body and muttered, I don't feel anything strange. It's as if this technique was innate to me. Feeling the surging power flowing within him, he couldn't help but get excited. At the same time, the system panel appeared again, announcing skill Soaring Dragon's 9 transformations, progress 0%, mastered the first transformation. Zuki's lips curled up slightly. He calculated, I'll save the remaining 5 tough act points, just in case I get injured someday. Use it to save my own life. That's right, there's still another reward. This system really brings one surprise after another. Huh, is it random? Whatever, open. What reward is it? A female bodyguard? A divine weapon? Or an invincible old master? Come on, my precious. Following his command, the gift box slowly opened, accompanied by a series of notifications from the system. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a new privilege recycling function activated. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 disguise puppet, 1 primary divine escape talisman. The smile on Zukyu's face froze before it could fade, his expression shifting from joy to bewilderment, then to anger. He yelled furiously, is that all? Where's the divine weapon? Where's the beautiful female bodyguard? What the hell is this disguise puppet? Oh wow, it's that powerful? This is a classic tool for acting tough. According to the Prince Consort's memories, this world is divided into 10 major realms: key refining, foundation building, core formation, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, void refining, body integration, tribulation crossing, and finally, the great ascension stage. Each realm is further divided into 10 levels. Divided by layers, the soul transformation stage is considered very powerful. The Emperor of the Fire Nation is currently at the soul transformation stage. The sect master of the Heavenly Martial sect is also said to be at the soul transformation stage. Too bad the duration is so short, otherwise it would be a great item for earning tough act points. The Divine Escape Talisman will be more useful in the later stages. Oh, I almost forgot. Didn't I just activate some kind of recycling privilege? System, what does that do? The system immediately responded recycling function, regardless of whether it's a magic treasure, spirit medicine, or cultivation technique. The system will recycle it and convert it into essence points returned to the host in the corresponding category. Below, the system will elaborate. Weapon minus type magic treasures when recycled return as weapon refining essence points, which can be used to improve the quality and grade of various weapons and magic treasures. Pill minus type magic treasures when recycled return as pill refining essence points, which can be used to improve the quality and purity of pills and spirit medicines. Cultivation art minus type magic treasures when recycled return as cultivation essence points, which can be used to improve the cultivation progress of martial skills and technique. Zukyu understood after hearing this. He muttered, recycle refine, I see. So that's how it is. The pile of treasures from the Heavenly Martial sect finally has a use. However, there are still many things I don't know how to use. I'll just recycle them for now. I should choose carefully and keep a few things to sell for money. In any case, it's a bountiful harvest. With that thought, Zukyu lightly leapt down from the tree. He landed on the ground and went to a clear lake to wash his face. Looking at his handsome reflection in the water, he thought to himself, he really was a prince in the imperial palace. Even simple clothes can't hide his aura on this planet. This appearance and temperament would be ranked first or second. When Zukyu returned to his room, little Ryu was diligently making the bed for him. Seeing this, he walked in with a smile. Little Ryu, let me, just leave all this to me. Little Ryu just sat quietly watching Zukyu without saying a word. A moment later, as she was about to speak, chaotic noises suddenly erupted from outside. Zukyu was startled and worried. Oh no, did the wild beasts come again? Little Ryu, you wait here. I'll go out and see. With that, Zukyu rushed out. Little Ryu didn't hesitate and quickly ran after him. Sir, wait for me. Outside was in chaos. The villagers of the two villages were arguing loudly, their voices echoing through the area. You people from Beishui village, don't go too far. This tiger minus ox beast was clearly killed by our villagers. On what grounds do you claim it's yours? A man with a 3-pronged beard, carrying a large saber on his shoulder, spoke lightly. You ask me on what grounds? This tiger minus ox beast ran over from our village. Now that you've killed it, we're already being generous by not asking you for compensation. A villager standing in front of the tiger angrily shouted, damn it, the mountains are full of tiger minus ox beasts. On what grounds do you say it ran from your mountain? This is clearly robbery. The saber minus wielding man laughed shamelessly. So what if it's robbery? You got a problem with that. This Pangbao is the son of the village chief of the neighboring Beishui village. He's very skilled. We're no match for him. In a few days, it'll be the tribute day. If we still can't meet the requirements this time, the immortal masters will punish us. We're dead either way. We might as well fight Pangbao and his men. We'll hold them off first. Go call the people from the village. Pangbao sneered contemptuously, his hand on his saber. A bunch of fools. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his saber. The villagers didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by a single slash. They both fell to the ground amidst everyone's horror. Pangbao stood aside contemptuously. It's useless no matter how many people you call. The men following him also took the opportunity to laugh mockingly. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Our brother Bao has divine strength from birth. He kills gods who block his path and slaughters Buddhas who stand in his way. Do you think you can touch him? Just then Zukyu slowly walked over. His cold voice rang out, you bunch of trash. You worthless scum dare to cause trouble in our Panshin village? Are you looking to die? Pangbao turned around in surprise. Oh kid, are you the one cursing at us? Zukyu didn't answer but helped up the old man who had just been beaten. Uncle, are you okay? The uncle coughed and replied. I'm not dead yet. Zukyu smiled reassuringly. Leave this to me. The two men helped each other away. Zuki stepped forward, spreading his arms and saying, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that all of you here are trash, okay?" Tang Bao roared in anger, swinging his saber. "You're courting death." But with a swift movement, Zuki easily dodged it. Pang Bao continuously slashed several more times, but with his supreme experience in dodging ex-girlfriends, Zuki calmly dodged all the saber strikes. Pang Bao raised his saber high, roaring, "Kid, you've offended me, Pang Bao. You're finished." He unleashed a powerful slash, his aura erupting fiercely. Zuki quickly raised his hands to block the blow and retreated a few steps. Pang Bao immediately leapt into the air. Die! A move from the Mad Wind's saber technique was unleashed. Instantly, a massive explosion rang out where Zuki was standing. The villagers and little Rou were all terrified, worried for Zuki. Tang Bao also looked over in astonishment. Suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw little Rou. He exclaimed, "Oh my, there's such a beautiful woman in this village. Come home with your brother Bao." Pang Bao reached for little Rou, but halfway there his hand was gripped tightly by another. Zuki gave this shameless guy a punch right in the face. Pang Bao ate the punch instead of dinner and flew 100 meters away. Where he landed, a small explosion occurred. He walked over to little Rou and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid. These guys talk nothing but crap. Watch me teach them a lesson." Being patted on the head, little Rou shyly lowered her head. "Sir, are you okay?" Pang Bao was now struggling to his feet. Zuki stepped forward. "I'm fine. Everyone, go home and hide." Pang Bao charged again with his saber, roaring, "Watch me cripple you." At this moment, Zuki's aura erupted. He said softly, "I was just wondering where to test the power of this soaring dragon's 9 transformations. I didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to my doorstep." He then executed the first form of the soaring dragon's 9 transformation. To Pang Bao's wide-minded astonishment, Zuki's fist as big as a pot was already upon him. Then a heaven-shaking punch sent Pang Bao flying. The spiritual energy from the punch transformed into a dragon, biting down on him tightly. A massive explosion rang out. Afterwards, Zuki was still standing in his stance. The system immediately chimed with a notification: "Killed Pang Bao. Successful tough act. Gained 10 tough act points. Killed Pang Bao. Gained 500 experience points." Hearing this, Zuki was stunned. "Oh my god, did I just kill someone? I really killed someone." Pang Bao's lackeys, seeing their leader had gone to collect his lumbox, were dumbfounded. Then they knelt on the ground, kowtowing like mad. "Immortal Master, spare our lives. It was us who were blind. Immortal Master, please spare us." Only then did Zuki turn to look at the villagers. Seeing they were all kneeling as well, he quickly said, "Everyone, what are you doing? Get up quickly. I only deal with bad people. I won't harm you." "Little Rou, what's going on? Help me tell them to get up." Little Rou's face was full of worry. You're an immortal?" Hearing this, Zuki was confused. "Immortal? What immortal? I'm a person just like all of you. Little Rou, you don't have to be afraid. I won't hurt you. Can you tell me what's going on?" Little Rou nodded. Zuki turned to the villagers. "Uncles, you two, please get up." Only then did little Rou begin to explain. "To the east of Panshin village, there's a cultivation sect called the Heavenly Martial Sect. At the end of every month, we have to offer them food. The demon cores from killing beasts can also be used as tribute, but if we have nothing, the Heavenly Martial Sect will take away all the strong men in the village. Those who are taken away are never heard from again, their fate unknown." After hearing this, Zuki gritted his teeth. This is outrageous bullying. The Heavenly Martial Sect, thinking they're cultivators with some power, turns around to oppress and exploit mortals. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Young man, little Rou." A man holding a torch ran over worriedly. "Is everyone all right?" Little Rou quickly replied, "We're fine, thanks to the sir's help." The man continued, "Young man, you must leave here quickly. The immortals are coming for you. The villagers have received a portrait of you. Right now there are several immortals in the village searching." Zuki was shocked and thought to himself, "From the Heavenly Martial Sect, they've already chased me here, and several of them at once. Based on my previous encounter, I'm not sure I can deal with them easily." The man turned to little Rou and said, "There's no place to hide around this village. Little Rou, quickly take the young man to the cellar. Little Rou nodded. Zukyu stopped them. No, I can't go. What if the people from the Heavenly Martial Sect implicate all of you? Little Rou said, Sir, listen to me. You don't understand those immortals. If they catch you, you will surely die. You've saved Panshin village so many times, now it's our turn to repay you. Inside the village, all the villagers were kneeling on the ground. A person on a flying sword said, Master, all the people of Panshin village are here. The person called Master grunted in acknowledgement and then spoke, You've all seen the portrait that was sent down. Has anyone seen a man who looks like that? The village chief quickly replied, Immortal Master, everyone in Panshin village has seen the portrait. We truly haven't seen that person. All the villagers are here. If the Immortal Master doesn't believe us, you can ask them yourself. The man who was called an immortal summoned a flying sword and said lightly, You don't know what's good for you. You bunch of ants have some nerve, daring to hide someone the Heavenly Martial Sect wants to capture. The village chief hurriedly explained, Immortal Master, this old man has truly never seen this person before. The immortal formed a hand seal and said, Is that so? He immediately controlled the flying sword to slash the village chief. The crowd swarmed around the village chief screaming, Village chief, village chief. The immortal then summoned countless flying swords and said, Then all of you can die. The flying swords descended, and the villagers' eyes widened in terror. Inside the tunnel, Zukyu asked Little Rou, where are we going? Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a series of tragic screams echoed from all around. Immortal Master, spare us, we really haven't seen him, Immortal Master. Hearing this, Zukyu was bewildered. What's happening? Zukyu seemed to have realized the problem. Little Rou grabbed Zukyu's hand to stop him. Sir, you must run, everyone. Zukyu said, Little Rou, if I really ran away out of fear for my life, would I still be human? Zukyu pulled his hand away. Outside, the immortals were relentlessly slaughtering the villagers. The villagers were all crying and begging, Immortal Master, please spare us. But the lead man found nothing. The immortal they spoke of still had a cold, indifferent face. He summoned his flying sword, then waved his hand down and said, Die all of you. At that moment, Zukyu had run in front of everyone, using his body to block the attack. Everyone, get down. An explosion rang out. The crowd looked at Zukyu with worry. Zukyu coughed up blood, his back and shirt torn to shreds. An immortal disciple said, Master, it's him. Successful tough act. Gained 50 tough act points. Zukyu then said, Everyone, run and hide. Don't stand up for me anymore. The old dog leading them sneered. Ha ha, it seems the cowardly turtle has finally decided to come out of its shell. If you had come out earlier, these mortals wouldn't have had to die. Zukyu smirked and laughed. I used to love acting tough. The feeling of acting tough is great, but I know it's not always a good thing. Today I could have clearly run away, but I chose not to. Because I know, some acts are not worth putting on. Despite the blood still flowing down his back, Zukyu gave the group of immortals a friendly middle finger. A young dog Minos-like disciple cupped his hands and said, Master, this disciple requests to go into battle. The old dog instructed, Remember to keep him alive. Ask him where he hid the ancient immortal art. At this moment, while manipulating the system, Zukyu said, I'm not a good person, but I've never harmed an innocent. You people, a bunch of so called cultivators, relying on your trashy bit of cultivation and magic. You arbitrarily bully and slaughter these kind and gentle villagers. The system chimed sales successful. Gained 530 essence points. Essence successfully consumed. Soaring Dragon's 9 transformations successfully upgraded. Congratulations, host, for mastering the Soaring Dragon's 9 transformations and obtaining all 9 transformations. Zukyu channeled spiritual energy into his hand and said, Today, not a single one of you will leave here alive. The young dog Minos-like disciple shouted, Sword, come. But Zukyu had already kneed him in the stomach, sending this young dog to meet his ancestors. The other 2 young dogs saw this and exclaimed in shock, Junior brother, this isn't scientific. Zukyu had now landed on the ground. The system chimed killed Foundation Building Stage Peak Cultivator Wang Shan. Zara experience points. The 2 young dogs raised their swords and roared, Amir Foundation Building Stage Cultivator, don't get too cocky. You dare to fight us core formation stage experts? Zukyu said flatly, don't waste my time coming one by one. Zukyu placed his hand on the ground. A blinding light appeared. Soaring Dragon's 9 transformations, Earth's 9 transformation. Era. Zukyu moved like a bolt of lightning flashing past the two young dog-like disciples. The system announced killed core formation stage cultivator. Li Huan. Gained 10,000 experience points. Killed core formation stage cultivator. Yu Ji. Gained 10,500 experience points. The old dog's face turned pale as a ghost. He thought, impossible. A mere foundation building stage cultivator killing a core formation stage expert in the blink of an eye. This guy's definitely not at the foundation building stage. So the old dog turned tail and announced to the young dogs, I'm going to report to the sect and have the elders come kill this guy. You guys cover me. The young dogs obeyed and tried to block Zukyu. Zukyu's whole body glowed as he said, I've already said it. Today, not a single one of you will escape. The system announced exchanged for cultivation art, 3,000 lightning movement. Deducted 10 tough act points. Consumed 100 cultivation essence points, 3,000 lightning movement successfully upgraded. Current progress is 100%, 3,000 lightning movement cultivation perfected. Exchange for the advanced technique, 3,000 illusory lightning body. Zukyu smiled and said, 3,000 illusory lightning body? No need to deal with this scum. 3,000 lightning movement is more than enough. The young dog-like disciple shouted, Bastard! You stole the treasures of the heavenly martial sect, and you still won't surrender? Hand over the treasure, and I'll give you a quick death. Zukyu moved like lightning, punching and kicking the young dog-like disciple relentlessly. Then, a final knockout punch sent the young dog-like disciple crashing to the ground. The system chime killed core formation stage cultivator, Li Huan, gained 10,000 points. Experience. Watching the old dog run away, bolts of lightning shot from Zukyu's he gave chase. In a flash, Zukyu appeared right in front of the old dog. The old dog's bravado vanished as he said, Brother, we are disciples of the Wo-Yang faction under the Heavenly Martial Sect. If you let me go, I won't report to the Heavenly Martial Sect that you are here. If you kill me. Zukyu walked over and stabbed the old dog, shouting, I'll still be hunted by the Heavenly Martial Sect anyway. The old dog coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zukyu's arm had pierced through him from front to back. Zukyu leaned close to his ear and said, Go say these words to the villagers you killed. Zukyu pulled his hand out and the old dog fell. The system announced killed core formation stage peak cultivator Wang Shan. Gained 20,000 experience points. The sky had started to rain. Zukyu trudged towards the villagers. Little Rou also ran worriedly to Zukyu. Zukyu walked over to the murdered villagers and knelt down. It was I who brought harm to the village chief and the others. Old village chief, I promise you I will protect Panshin village. I will absolutely not let those scum bully the villagers anymore. May you all rest in peace. The uncle walked over and patted Zukyu's shoulder. Young man, don't blame yourself like this. If it weren't for you, Panshin village would have been gone long ago. Little Rou also spoke up, that's just how the immortals are. Regardless of whether we hid you or not, they would have killed everyone. Even without this incident, we would have starved to death sooner or later because of the food tribute. Zukyu turned back and smiled. Everyone, rest assured, as long as I, Zukyu, am here, those so-called immortals won't dare to take even half a step in here. Zukyu clenched his fist and thought, this is the first time I felt this kind of emotion. Is this a sense of mission? After I transmigrated to this world, I haven't found a place that feels like home. But the homes of the villagers here. Little Rou's home. Even if I have to risk my life, I must protect this place. After the heavy rain, as if mourning for the people of Panshin village, the sky brightened again. A large grave had been erected by the villagers. Zukyu was currently checking his personal information. Host Zukyu. Foundation building stage, first layer body tempering initial success. 125,000 2000 sth, tough act points. 185th, cultivation art ancient 5 elements art beginner. Soaring dragons 9 transformations perfected. Cultivation essence points 330th position. None, status prince consort of the Fire Nation East Continent. Zukyu muttered to himself, I can't believe killing a bunch of cultivators gave me over 100,000 experience points and 185 tough act points. I really struck it rich overnight. I can rush to exchange for the intermediate ancient 5 elements art yet. News from Panshin village will surely leak out. The Heavenly Martial Sect has already issued a warrant for my arrest. I can't guarantee the safety of the villagers. The best option is to make Panshin village stronger. Gathering the villagers to cultivate is impossible, so I have to think of another way. Zukyu tapped on the Array Formations tab in the system. The best method is to set up a great killing array in Panshin village. Whoever comes will be killed immediately. Basic, beginner minus level array formations, ancient vicious arrays. Let's see. Immortal slaying array, god minus slaying demon minus annihilating array, super killing array. These are enough to act tough with. 3,000 tough act points, never mind. Oh my god. The average price of an intermediate minus grade array is over 200 tough act points. Damn. I'll look at the beginner minus grade ones then. A moment later, Zuki was scratching his head in frustration. I'm sorry, I will never again say I struck it rich overnight. Tai Kion Kun array, derived from a remnant of an ancient divine array, possesses the transformations of yin and yang. It can make those who enter the array's mind and soul go haywire, making it difficult to advance or retreat. The defensive and defensive aspects of the array are integrated into one. 8 Desolations for Symbols array, originating from the 4 ancient divine beasts guarding the formation. The layout is vast, with the azure dragon of the east, white tiger of the west, vermilion bird of the south, and black tortoise of the north. The phantoms of the 4 great divine beasts guard the area. Zukyu evaluated them. Quite violent and ruthless. Exchange for the 8 Desolations for Symbols array. Success. Consumed 80 tough act points. Zukyu held the array diagram and smirked. To deal with those cultivators, of course, I have to be violent and ruthless. The system then announced the usage method after pressing the array core. Offer a blood sacrifice to activate the array. Zukyu was puzzled. Beast blood, where can I find that in Panshin village? Luckily, I still have some tough act points left. I should quickly exchange for the intermediate ancient 5 elements art. Earning these 100 tough act points was not easy. Zukyu tapped the upgrade button. Zukyu's entire body lit up. An inner core formed in his Diantian, and lightning appeared to cleanse his body. A moment later, the system chimed leveled up 10 times. Current realm core formation stage first layer. Zukyu looked at his body with satisfaction. It should be called hacking. Just then, little Rou rushed in frantically. Sir, something bad has happened. Zukyu turned around and asked, what is it? Little Rou continued, many immortals have appeared on the mountain and are now flying towards our village. Zukyu smiled and thought, excellent. Just when I needed experience points to level up. So Zukyu walked away saying, little Rou, quickly gather everyone. I have something I need their help with. Little Rou, you pulled on Zukyu's sleeve and said, sir. Today I heard the big brothers say that there are even more powerful immortals on the mountain who can lift a mountain with just one hand. Now that we have offended them, that powerful immortal will definitely come here. Perhaps everyone should leave the village and find another place to live. That way, the immortals won't find our village. Zukyu turned around. Facing him was little Rou with sad eyes. He thought to himself, I heard from the villagers that everyone grew up in Panshin village. This is little Rou's hometown. Now that she has to leave her hometown, she must be reluctant. She must be reluctant. Zukyu patted little Rou's head and said, don't worry, did you forget what I said yesterday? I said I would protect Panshin village, and I will definitely do it. No matter how powerful the immortal who comes here is, I will ensure everyone's safety. Can you trust me? Little Rou was about to say something, but after a moment of thought, she nodded in agreement. Outside, Zukyu gathered the villagers and said, those damn immortals have reached the mountain behind us. I need your help with something. Collect snake blood, tiger blood, hawk blood, and turtle blood. For types of beast blood, keep them separate. Absolutely do not mix them. I'll go hold off those immortals first. You don't need to rush. The most important thing is speed. The villagers then said, young man, the other things are fine, but tiger blood. Zukyu scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh my bad. I forgot those tigers are unusually fierce. I'll handle the tiger blood. You all are responsible for the other 3 types of beast blood. Little ROU, don't wander off. Wait here for my return. Nodded in agreement. Zukyu then leapt away. Zukyu planted for flags in the east, west, south, and north. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment. At this time, bolts of lightning appeared in the distant sky. Zukyu thought to himself, these immortals came really fast. I have to find a way to delay them for a while, to buy some time for everyone. In the sky, a guy with a punchable face was talking to a bald guy, Elder Wang. The village ahead is Panshin Village. The man surnamed Wang said, disciples, listen to my command, find the person on the wanted notice. If any villagers hide his whereabouts, kill them without mercy. Zukyu emerged from a tree. The crowd shouted, there's a suspicious person on the mountaintop. It's the thief. Surrender yourself. Zukyu provoked them, surrender your father's head, come down here if you have the guts. The crowd was astonished. One guy was aggressive, bastard, you're courting death. But a brown minus-haired guy stopped him. Wait, be careful, it might be a trap. The brown minus-haired guy used a spell and looked at Zukyu. How is it possible? This guy's cultivation is at the core formation stage. The crowd was in an uproar. What? The wanted notice clearly stated he was at the Q, refining stage. It's only been a few days. No wonder our disciples who went to investigate vanished without a trace. They must have been killed by this guy. His cultivation might not just be at the core formation stage. The man surnamed Wang said, move to the opposite mountain and rest. Absolutely do not approach Panshin Village. The group moved away. Zukyu smacked his lip. He then exclaimed, I can see the reluctance on this person's face. He clearly has a plan to lure us in. Elder Liu is truly perceptive. Without the elder's reminder, I'm afraid we would have all fallen into that bastard's trap today. Hearing the praise, Elder Liu became smug. The system chimed successful tough act. Gained 5 tough act points. Zukyu thought to himself, these people are so easy to fool. Zukyu then coughed a few times and said, consider yourselves lucky. My master said anyone who dares to take half a step into Panshin Village will be killed without mercy. The people from yesterday are the best example. Hearing this, the elders exclaimed, Master. Who is your master? Ha ha ha. You bunch of trash, what right do you have to know my master's great name? If you want to know, kneel down towards Panshin Village and kowtow a few times. Then get the hell out. If you piss off my master, he will definitely plunder all your treasuries and destroy all of you. If you piss off my master, he will definitely plunder all your treasuries and destroy all of you. Ha ha ha. The weaklings in the back heard this and became furious. He's courting death. Elderly stopped them. Wait. This guy is really sinister. He's clearly trying to provoke us. To lure us over there. The weaklings could only grit their teeth, their bodies trembling with anger, but they could do nothing. The system chimed successful tough act, gained 20 tough act points. Zukyu now looked like he had just smoked some good stuff, laughing and dancing. You can't catch me. At most, I'll fight you with one hand. How about I add a leg too? After dancing for a bit, he sighed. I guess I'm unrivaled in this life. Maybe I should change my name to Doug Uiuba, I lone seeker of defeat. At the same time, the people of Panshin Village were working hard to catch beasts. Some were catching snakes, some were catching turtles, and some were catching birds. In the end, they collected 3 bowls of different blood. The villagers began to discuss among themselves. The young man told us to bring this beast blood here. What on earth does he want to do with it? That's right, this is just the blood of a few small animals. Can it fight against those immortals? Then little Rou stood up and said, everyone, don't worry. The sir will definitely protect us. Zukyu looked towards the village and thought, everyone must be gathered in the village by now. The beast blood should be collected as well. Zukyu then stood up and said to the group of immortals, you bunch of trash. If you're not going to fight, I'm going home to sleep. Goodbye. Then Zukyu moved quickly over the hills and left. The weaklings behind him started to discuss, this guy's movement technique is unusual, and it even carries lightning. I've truly never heard of it. His master must be extraordinary. Who could he be? An elder exclaimed, that's right, I remember now. Elder Liu turned and asked, what is it? The other elder said, this story goes back 10 years. Back then, when I was traveling the world, I heard a legend. a legend in the cultivation world about a great figure named Wanjiud. This person is eccentric and loves to steal others' treasures. When he's in the mood, he'll wipe out their entire family. His cultivation is unfathomably high. Even soul transformation stage experts have to kneel before him. Thinking about the theft of the heavenly martial sex treasury, this guy's master is very likely that person. But with Dwanje Ayudi's cultivation, he certainly wouldn't come to this remote area. Should we send someone to the heavenly martial sect for reinforcements? No, if the heavenly martial sect comes, then the reward will be gone. Meanwhile, Zukyu had just punched a tiger into submission. He sat down, looked at the blood, and muttered, "Those fools have been scared off. I should hurry back and set up the array." A short while later, Zukyu had run back to the village. He called out, "Is all the beast blood collected?" The villagers pointed to the 3 bowls on the table and said, "It's all here." Zukyu took the 3 bowls and put them into his storage space. The villagers were astonished to see the 3 bowls disappear into thin air. Zukyu then leapt away. "Everyone, wait here for my return." Zukyu had now poured the beast blood onto the 4 flags in the 4 directions. As the last bowl was poured, the image of a phoenix appeared. A stream of green light from the array formation gradually rose up, then enveloped the surrounding village. The weaklings looked down in confusion. "What's going on? It seems someone is setting up an array formation." The green light rose higher and higher, eventually enveloping the entire village without a single gap. The villagers looked up in amazement. "What is this?" Zukyu then said, "Everyone, the weaklings from the heavenly martial sect won't be able to enter our village. I'll go out and deal with those immortals, and then it'll be over. You can all rest easy now." Little Rou said worriedly, "Sir, they can't get in anymore. Please stay here." Zukyu smiled and said, "This array was set up to protect everyone. Only when you are all safe can I deal with them without any worries. No matter how many of them come, I will not let them bully the people of this village." The weaklings had now realized what was happening and started shouting, "Not good, we've been played by that bastard. If Panshin village really had a master guarding it, why would he need to set up an array? That bastard was lying. I bet there are no masters in Panshin village." The disciple who shouted the loudest, "Let's break the array together." The guy who had been talking the loudest suddenly felt a pain in his mouth. He looked in. He had been kicked in the jaw by Zukyu. "Bastard, you dare to curse me behind my back, you!" After eating a kick for dinner, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other weaklings were startled and looked over. On this side, Zukyu had a smile on his face as he looked at them. A guy furiously charged forward with his sword to stab Zukyu, but Zukyu had already jumped into the array formation. The weaklings couldn't get in and started roaring, "You coward who only dares to sneak attack. Come out and fight if you have the guts." Zukyu put on an innocent look and said, "Who said it was a sneak attack? I'm fighting fair and square. It's just that you're too much of a trash to keep up with my speed." From somewhere a shout rang out, "Little bastard, you're dead for sure." Hearing this, Zukyu roared back, "Old bastard, watch your mouth. Open your mouth and it's all vulgarity. Did your mother teach you that? Does your mother have any manners?" The guy who said one sentence and got a whole lecture in return was left speechless. Zukyu continued, "However, what the old bastard just said was not wrong. Panshin village indeed has no master guardian." "Oh no, that's wrong. I am the master here." Elder Liu then came out and said, "What a foolish boy. Do you think you're safe with a small array formation? You're dreaming if you think you can stop us." Zukyu replied, "Oh, it seems you guys are quite foolish too. I never intended to use this array to stop you, because I planned to use it to kill you." The group fell silent for a moment. Then they clutched their stomachs and burst out laughing. "Did you hear that? That kid said he wants to use an array to kill us. He's ridiculously foolish. Ignorance is truly terrifying." Zukyu thought to himself, "Oh no, could it be that this great array doesn't work? I spent 80 tough act points on it." Elder Liu, as confident as a waterproof seal, said, "It will take me the time to drink a cup of tea to break this array formation." A ball of fire erupted from Elder Liu's hand. Then it blazed fiercely, transforming into countless fire-wrapped flying swords above Elder Liu's head. With a shout of "Break" from Elder Liu, countless flying swords stabbed straight into the array formation. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. A moment later, the dust settled completely, The array formation was still intact, without a single scratch. Elder Liu. The elder was utterly astonished, while Zukyu let out a sigh of relief. Zukyu leaned against a tree and smiled brightly, still breaking the array. Old bastard, are you trying to make me laugh? Ah, being a master is so boring. Elder Liu, furious, pointed at Zukyu. Come out here if you have the guts. Don't hide in there like a coward. Yes, come out. Stop talking nonsense in there. Zukyu smiled and pulled out a diagram. To everyone's astonishment, an image of a phoenix appeared. What? This is the ancient immortal beast. The phoenix? How can there be a phoenix? Zukyu then said, Fool. This is called a vermilion bird. How can you be so ignorant? I want your sect master to expel you all one by one. Eamon pointed at the vermilion bird and shouted, Not good, Elder Liu, look. The figure of the phoenix became more solid, like a real living creature. That he had seen through it all. Believing the vermilion bird was nothing more than an illusion, Elder Liu threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. I understand. That bastard is so cunning, trying to play tricks on us again. Creating an illusion to make us leave. You almost fooled us. Come on, I'm standing right here. Let's see you make that phoenix attack me. Seeing the opponent's idiotic confidence, Zukyu was just bewildered, not understanding what was going on in this guy's head. A thought came to him, what's going on? Is this group collectively mentally challenged? Seeing that they were so eager to die, he didn't hold back. He activated the command seal. All right. Since you've requested it, I'll fulfill your wish. Vermilion bird or Acor switched from defense to offense. As soon as he finished speaking, the vermilion bird divine beast threw its head back and let out a heaven-minus shaking roar. Then, without a moment's hesitation, it charged straight towards the group of self-minus proclaimed smart people in the distance. Elder Liu still stood arrogantly with his arms spread wide. Extremely confident. Come on, I want to stretch a bit. If I dodge, I'm your grandson. A small illusion, no matter how realistic, can't fool us. Before he could finish his sentence, the vermilion bird, engulfed in a sea of flames, streaked past the elder, leaving a terrifying trail of fire. The limbs of the followers were immediately engulfed by the terrifying flames. And right after that, a cataclysmic explosion rang out, filled with the utterly tragic screams of the weaklings. As the smoke and fire cleared, nothing was left but a few specks of ash floating in the air. The horrific scene made the survivors break out in a cold sweat. The nightmare wasn't over. The vermilion bird turned around, directing its destructive gaze towards the remaining people. Elder Wang hastily created a barrier to block the vermilion bird's attack, while shouting loudly, Retreat! Report back to the Heavenly Martial Sect. This matter cannot be taken lightly. However, Zukyu had no intention of letting them escape so easily. He smirked slightly, raised the array diagram and said, Want to run? My moves aren't even out yet. As he finished speaking, 3 beams of light shot out from the other 3 directions. The 3 divine beast guardians of the array, the golden turtle, azure dragon, and white tiger, roared relentlessly as they charged forward. With just a light flick of the azure dragon's tail, the entire group was sent flying. They fell like ripe fruit, in utter panic. It's the azure dragon. But there was no escape. A blinding white flash chased after them. Looking back, it was the white tiger in pursuit. The whole group was so scared they were about to piss their pants as they witnessed the terrifying explosion it caused. The last 2 guys were trembling with fear, but they didn't know that the god of death was right behind them. A massive foot, as big as a pot, suddenly appeared. It was the golden turtle. It had now raised one of its feet high. Despite the 2 men screaming in despair, the giant foot mercilessly pressed down without hesitation. At the same time, on Zukyu's side, the system's voice chimed repeatedly like a victory anthem. Killed a foundation building stage cultivating. Gained 8,000 experience points. Killed a foundation building stage, core formation stage cultivator. Gained 10,000 experience points. On the side of the fleeing elders, Elder Wang ordered, break through the encirclement with me. The other elder said unwillingly, Elder Wang, are we just going to let that guy go like this? Elder Wang replied, this array is too strange. We need reinforcements from the Heavenly Martial Sect. Just then, Zukyu leapt up and blocked their path, saying with a smile, the fish are in the net. Elders, you're not very honorable. You said you would stand still, why did you go back on your word? Elder Wang laughed, sinister lie, you bastard, you're good. You chose the path to hell instead of the road to heaven. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a deadly beam of light shot straight toward Zukyu. Sensing the danger, Zukyu quickly jumped to the side to dodge. Right where he had been standing, the beam of light created a long, deep trench. He broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, "Damn it, I almost got played." Zukyu's gaze immediately became serious, but his opponent gave him no time to think. Several more flying swords shot towards him. Elder Liu saw this and burst out laughing. This kid can't even block one of Elder Wang's attacks, he's just bluffing. Die with that. He also charged forward with his sword. Zukyu channeled energy into his fist and roared. An old tiger doesn't show its claws, you think I'm a sick cat. Soaring Dragon's 9 transformations, Earth's 9th transformation. With one punch, Zukyu smashed Elder Liu's head straight into the ground. But immediately, Elder Wang also attacked, forcing Zukyu to quickly jump away to dodge. He thought to himself, the strength of this bald elder cannot be underestimated. It won't be an easy task to take him down. Elder Wang laughed sinisterly and ordered, "Disciples, listen to my command." Immediately return to Panshin village. With the 4 symbols all out, there is no one protecting Panshin village now. Attack Panshin village, and the people there can only obediently die. Hearing this, Zukyu said, "Don't be foolish. I still have the 8 desolations." At this point, Zukyu suddenly had an idea. He smiled sinisterly and thought, "That's right. These fools will go to the array formation, so I won't have to do it myself." Thinking this, Zukyu pretended to shout in panic. "Stop, don't run. Stay and fight me for 300 more rounds. Don't force me to unleash heaven minus destroying, earth minus shattering techniques. Divine Dragons 10,000 boot upon and demon minus ceiling slash." The weaklings saw this and flew away on their swords laughing. "That kid is panicking, let's go." They swarmed towards the array formation, but were blocked by an invisible wall. Elder Wang was full of suspicion, while Zukyu behind them just waved goodbye. "Old bastards, have a safe journey. Reincarnate well in your next life, I won't see you off." In front of Elder Wang, the space suddenly lit up. Then the whole group was teleported to a desolate, endless desert. This was the 8 desolations for symbols array, an array known for killing anyone who enters without mercy. This statement was absolutely not an exaggeration. Although it had the 4 symbols as guardians, its essence was the 8 desolations. The cultivation of anyone who entered would be sealed. They had to use their mortal bodies to traverse 8 different types of wasteland. A hot and arid desert, a swamp full of poisonous roots, and a freezing, snowy land that made one both hungry and cold. It was all a mix of reality and delusion. Until the spirit of the person who entered the array completely collapses. The system's victorious sounds chime killed 3 golden core stage cultivators. Gained 150,000 experience points and 3 golden cores. Killed 1 peak golden core stage cultivator. Gained 100,000 experience points and 1 golden core. All 4 symbols then returned to the array core. Zukyu looked on and smiled. It's finally over. The village was now buzzing with discussion. There was a huge phoenix just now. Why is it so quiet now? I even saw an azure dragon. Look over there, the young man is back. Zukyu had now landed, and the villagers crowded around him, asking, "Young man, are you okay? Did those immortals all run away?" Zukyu's happy face suddenly turned sad, then broke into a bright smile, leaving the villagers to look at each other in confusion. Then they hugged each other and cheered, "That's great. Long live the young man." Zukyu then walked over to little Rou. Little Rou smiled brightly and said, "Thank you." Back in his room, Zukyu lay stretched out on the bed, looking at the system's information panel. Core formation stage, 5th layer completely mastered. Experience 200. 0th tough act points 350th cultivation art. Ancient 5 elements art intermediate. Skills soaring dragons 9 transformations perfected. 3000 lightning movement perfected. Cultivation essence points 350. Zukyu smiled with satisfaction. After just 1 battle, I went straight from the 1st layer of the core formation stage to the 5th layer, and even earned 350 tough act points. I've struck it rich this time. That's right, that elder also spat out some golden core. The system explained, a golden core is the core within a golden core stage cultivator's body, containing all their true essence and cultivation techniques. After consuming it, There is a 30% chance of obtaining their cultivation technique, and a 30% chance of going into keydiation. Selling it back to the system for recycling will grant 50,000 experience points. After hearing this, Zukyu closed the system. He thought deeply. After yesterday's battle, I discovered a very serious problem. Now that I have enough tough act points, the first problem to solve is that although my combat power is strong, relying on just my 2 fists to fight is too low minus class. If my class isn't high enough, how can I act tough? It would be best to get a set of shining golden armor to blind those cultivators. He then opened the Heaven minus Grade Cultivation Techniques section, and the system immediately displayed 8 paths of reincarnation, fist 100 tough act points. Divine Sword Riding Lightning True Art 50 tough act points. 9 secret characters Remnant Fist 200 tough act points. Angry Buddha Flame Lotus and 9 secret characters. Hearing this, Zukyu's eyes lit up. Wow, I want them all. No wait, for weapon minus base skills, there's only the Divine Sword Riding Lightning Art. But I don't want it. The Angry Buddha Flame Lotus and 9 secret characters seem pretty good. But this strange fire is too expensive. The Blue minus Core Earth Flame, ranked 19th, costs 300 tough act points. It seems this path of acting tough is both long and arduous. I'll just buy the 9 secret characters for now. When I get rich later, I'll buy all the top 10 strange fires. He decided to buy the Bing secret character, a technique that can control all kinds of weapons and can even seize control of others' weapons, making the enemy's weapon turn against them in battle. It's truly a nightmare for any opponent. Along with that is the Do secret character, the #1 holy art for offense. It can evolve all techniques, increasing attack power multiple times, and even steal others' techniques. The G secret character can increase one's own attributes by 10 times. The ZU secret character specializes in array patterns. The Kion secret character assists in cultivating the primordial spirit, enhancing the sixth sense. The Xing secret character is the fastest in speed. When cultivated to the extreme, one can enter the domain of time. Finally, the ZHE secret character, the supreme healing holy art. Both the physical body and soul can be restored. Cultivated to the peak, one can be reborn from a drop of blood. It's truly the skill of an immortal cockroach. While Zukyu was engrossed, the system notified him that he could randomly draw one secret character from it. He thought, oh, random? There are so many. Bing and Do are quite suitable for acting tough. Whatever, I won't think about it anymore. He decided to buy the 9 secret characters right away. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for the 9 secret characters Remnant Scroll. You have obtained 1 Bing secret character, cultivate. Zukyu sat cross-minded as Legadin said excitedly, wow, beautiful my darling. Cultivate. Definitely cultivate. A moment later, the system announced Bing's secret characters successfully cultivated. Zukyu smiled. Next, he ordered, system, exchange for 1 copy of Flame-Splitting Tsunami and 1 copy of 6 Harmonies Roaming Ruler. Zukyu held the 2 scrolls in his hand and said, now that I have 2 fist techniques, the weapon that goes with them is. The system chimed, congratulations, host, for obtaining the Heavy Zhuan Ruler. Detected that the host is cultivating Flame-Splitting Tsunami and 6 Harmonies Roaming Ruler. As a hidden bonus, you are gifted a Xiaoyan-style black robe. Seeing this, Zukyu was surprised. Huh? What's this? The system continued, the Xiaoyan black robe is not for sale. It was worn by Emperor Yan Xiaoyan in his youth and is extremely valuable. Wearing it can conceal one's appearance, making it impossible for anyone below the soul transformation stage to inspect. No matter where you go, it can create a sense of pressure on your enemies. Zukyu smiled and clenched his fist, thinking to himself, could this be the legendary automatic tough act? When I have time, I'll use this item to disguise myself and visit a few sects to earn some tough act points. For now, I'll put it away to avoid scaring the villagers. Zukyu was now strolling through a field, thinking with this array protecting it, Panshin village is basically safe. Plus, there's plenty of land and streams. There are also mountain deer and wild chickens on the mountain. The villagers can be self-sufficient without going out. Seeing 2 people approach, Zukyu greeted them. Dazhuang, or who, where are you 2 headed? The 2 men replied. Young man, we're preparing some seeds for planting. We need to go to the small town in the east to buy them. Let me go buy them. If you to leave Panshin village and run into people from the heavenly martial sect, it'll be trouble. Erhu pointed to the side and said after crossing to mountain ranges you get small town. But, it would be too much trouble for the young man to go. Zukyu laughed it off. It's no trouble. You to go ask if anyone else in the village needs anything. I can bring it back for them. Just then, little Rou ran over. Zukyu asked, "What's wrong?" Little Rou replied, "If you're going into town, remember to buy some fabric." Zukyu was surprised. "Fabric?" Little Rou replied, "You're Clyde. I want to make a new set for you." Zukyu smiled brightly and said, "Okay, I'll buy it." Little Rou shyly left. Zukyu watched her go and thought with a smile. This girl, little Rou, I've been in this world for so long and haven't seen many other places. This little town, I must go see it then. In Li Shui town, the streets were bustling with people. Zukyu watched from an upper floor. This place is so lively. Suddenly, 3 people walking out of a building caught Zukyu's attention. Looking again, it was the young lady from the other day who had thrown a whole pot and pan at his face. Zukyu immediately pulled up his hood. To cover his face, the 3 people below broke into a cold sweat, thinking, the pressure from that person is suffocating, his aura is too strong. One of the weaklings said, that person is dressed strangely and his cultivation is very high. Another weakling added, just a glance made me feel suffocated. So strong, the system announced successful invisible tough act. Gain 10 tough act points. Zukyu was surprised and thought, looks like I'll have to wear this outfit around town more often. Zukyu then jumped down and followed the group. The young lady turned to the 2 weaklings and asked, by the way, have you heard about the matter with the Wo-Yang faction? The weakling replied, of course. The Wo-Yang faction even came to our heavenly martial sect today. I heard their losses were tragic. It seems the wanted person is a personal disciple of some great figure. Zukyu thought to himself, what's going on? My background is that impressive. Why don't I know anything about it? The young lady then asked, who is that great figure? The weakling replied, Duan Jiud. I heard that person is famous throughout the East Continent. Even our sect master has to be wary of him. The young lady was shocked. He's a disciple of Duan Jiud. Zukyu thought to himself, who the hell is Duan Jiud? At the same time, in the main hall of the Heavenly Martial Sect, a bald elder was respectfully reporting to the sect master about the incident at Panshin village. Sect master. The matter concerning Duan Jiud cannot be taken lightly. Duan Jiud's personality is very eccentric, and his reputation, everyone probably knows. If we really harm his disciple, the consequences would be unimaginable. A middle-aged man shouted, nonsense. Your blazing flame faction suffered no casualties, of course you'd say that. After the wanted notice was issued, the ones who diligently went to capture him were my Wo-Yang faction. That kid was so ruthless, so many of my faction's disciples died, and several golden core stage elders also fell. I hope Sect Master Zhang will seek justice for us. This man with his hands clasped behind his back was the sect master of the Heavenly Martial Sect, Shang Danshan. Go find that youth and bring him to the Heavenly Martial Sect. He thought to himself. That youth possesses a rare treasure that allows him to escape from a soul transformation stage elder's grasp, and he was able to set up a killing array at Panshin village. It seems only a disciple of Senior Duan could have such capabilities. He continued, if he can apologize in front of everyone here, then let's drop this matter. The sect master of the Wo-Yang faction gritted his teeth and thought, an apology is all it takes. Then how can my Wo-Yang faction maintain its standing in era? Just then, a figure walked in and said, Sect master, this old man does not agree with this. Seeing the old woman approach, Zhang Danshan said, Elder son, what is your opinion? Elder son said, this old man met that little beast a few days ago. At that time, he was impersonating the prince consort of the Fire Nation, with indecent intentions towards Jiangsu. This time, he's using the name of Duan Jiud's disciple. It could also be an impersonation. This old man suggests we quickly kill him. This elder son looks like a woman but calls herself this old man. I can't tell if they are male or female, so I'll just call them the old hag, everyone. The sect master of the Blazing Flame faction said, Elder son, what Duan Jiud likes to do most are such outrageous things. It's normal for his disciple to have such habits as common as drinking milk. Elder Son said fiercely, that little beast's hands are already stained with blood. Even if Wan Jiayud comes looking for us, we are still the ones in the right. Zhang Danshen then spoke up enough. Regardless of whether he is a disciple of Senior Wen or not, it will be announced tomorrow. The sect master of the Woyang faction had no choice but to agree through gritted teeth. Elder Son also darkened and fell silent. On Zukyu's side, a man said, "Brother, take care. Come again next time." Zukyu replied, "All right." He thought happily, just one trip out and my tough act points have increased from 25 to 130th. Not bad at all. As Zukyu was flying back, he saw 3 people from the Heavenly Martial sect waiting below. The man in the lead cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, please stop. Since we cannot enter the array, we can only wait out here. We are disciples of the Heavenly Martial sect. Our sect master has something to say to you. I'm sure you know there has been some misunderstanding between the Heavenly Martial sect and you." Zukyu opened his mouth and said, "A misunderstanding?" The other person quickly replied, "Yes, yes. Yes, yes. A misunderstanding." Zukyu thought to himself, this sect master thinks I'm Wan Jiayud's disciple. He's definitely scared. The other person continued, "Therefore the sect master would like to invite you to the Heavenly Martial sect for a visit too." Zukyu flew into the Uri and said, "Go with us? You know the way to the Heavenly Martial sect." Zukyu smirked and said, "Of course I know the Heavenly Martial sect, especially your treasure pavilion." Zukyu had now handed the pile of goods to Little Rou. "Little Rou, everything is here. Go distribute it to everyone." Little Rou held the roll of fabric and said, "This fabric is so beautiful. If I make clothes for you with it, you will definitely look very handsome." "Ah, no, I mean." Zukyu patted Little Rou's head and said, "Silly girl. Little Rou, the sect master of the Heavenly Martial sect has summoned me for a visit, so I have to be away for a while. I need to resolve the conflict between me and the Heavenly Martial sect and put an end to the days of being harassed by them." Little Rou said worriedly, "How can that be? There are so many immortals in the Heavenly Martial sect. If you go alone, what if you can't come back?" Zukyu smiled and said, "Silly girl, is your big brother Zukyu's strength not even a match for a small Heavenly Martial sect? Don't worry, I will definitely return safely. When I get back, I'll wear the clothes you made." Little Rou smiled brightly and nodded. At the Heavenly Martial sect, Zukyu had arrived at the main hall. Zukyu spoke up, "I heard you were looking for me." Everyone looked at Zukyu with unfriendly faces. Zhang Danshen said, "That's right. I am the sect master of the Heavenly Martial sect, Zhang Danshen. I have invited you here today to resolve the misunderstanding between you and us." Zukyu replied, "All right. How do you want to resolve it?" Elder Son shouted, "First, about you stealing from our treasury." Zukyu cleaned his ear and said, Wait. Why don't I know about this? Don't blame me for your missing things, Elder Son." Hearing this, he was speechless. The sect master of the Woyang faction gritted his teeth and said, "And about the incident at Panshin village. You killed so many disciples and elders of my Woyang faction." Zukyu waved his hand. Hey, who said I killed the people who died at Panshin village? Let's be reasonable here, did anyone see it? A guy with a swollen cheek said, "I saw it. This kid used all sorts of tricks to cause serious casualties among the disciples of my Woyang faction." Zukyu thought to himself, "So one of them got away." Then he said, "Even if I did kill them, so what? It's called self-defense." Zhang Danshan said, "If you maintain this attitude, then we can't talk any further." Zukyu waved his hand and started to leave. "If we can't talk, then fine. I'll have my master come and talk to you personally. Bye. Hearing him mention his master, Zhang Danshan and the sect master of the Woyang faction became serious. Elder Son snorted coldly. Arrogant words. A hen reached out. "Fellow Taoist, please stop." Successful tough act received 30 tough act points. The sect master of the Blazing Flame faction said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't go. Sect master Zhang didn't mean that." Zukyu replied, "If he didn't mean that, then what did he mean? I don't understand. You guys sought me out to solve a problem, then you bring up all those things. How is that fun?" Zhang Danshan then said, "If you want to be direct, then we'll be direct. If you apologize to everyone present here, then we'll consider it settled. He thought to himself, it seems he really is a disciple of Wan Jiud. Zhang Dan Shan continued, my heavenly martial sect has countless magic treasures, including an array minus breaking AWL that can break any array in the world. If you refuse to apologize, the Panshin village that you cherish so much will. Hearing this, Zukyu smirked. Are you threatening me? Zhang Danshan replied, it's not a threat, just letting you know the two outcomes. Zukyu said flatly, apologize? I can't apologize. I can't apologize in this lifetime. So let's all compromise a little. I'll treat everyone to a meal, how about that? And so, that evening, the heavenly martial sect held a grand banquet. While the crowd was shouting and toasting each other, Elder Sun called her disciple Jonzu outside. Take Might Oken and bring the array minus breaking AWL from the treasure pavilion here. The female disciple respectfully nodded. Elder Sun thought to herself, Zhang Dan Shan has been made a fool by that beast. It's a bit much for me to take matters into my own hand. The guys at the banquet kept raising their cups to Zukyu. Zukyu said, everyone, drink up. I need to use the restroom. He smiled and thought, these immortals are so cunning. Knowing I'm a disciple of Wan Jiud, they keep giving me all sorts of treasures. Might FX points have also increased a lot. This time, Panshin village probably won't be troubled by the heavenly martial sect anymore. Zhang Danshan then walked over and said, a few hundred years ago, your master and I had a fateful encounter. I wonder how he is now. Zukyu replied, very well. He's been eating, drinking, and making merry in the East Continent for the past few years. Zhang Danshan asked again, oh, so is he in the Fire Nation now? Zukyu replied flatly, I don't know. His movements are erratic. But he gave me a secret talisman. If I'm in danger, he will appear immediately. Does Sect Master Zhang want to test it? Zhang Danshan shook his head, no need. We'll meet again if fate allows. After a moment of thought, he said, from now on, if you wish, you can stay at the Heavenly Martial Sect. If you need anything, just say so. As for Panshin Village, I guarantee I will not disturb the people there anymore. Zukyu thought, sinister lie, this guy seems very wary of Wan Jiud. Last time, I just happened to pass by the treasure pavilion. This time, I have to get a lot more. So Zukyu cupped his hands. Then thank you, Sect Master Zhang, but I have to go back and take care of a few things first. With that, Zukyu flew away. Zukyu smiled and thought, little Rou, this time no one will bully Panshin village anymore. Suddenly Zukyu clutched his chest and winced, feeling a bit of discomfort. Don't tell me those guys poisoned my food. Meanwhile, with the group from the Heavenly Martial Sect, a disciple said, Jonzu, Masters ordered us to return to the sect quickly. I wonder what the urgent matter is. Jonzu replied, me too. Senior brother, look. That place is on fire. The village is on fire, Jonzu landed. Furious, who would dare to harm innocent people? Looking over, she saw a tatted guy harming the villagers. In the village, two tatted guys turned and smirked. Our Yingo sect is at work, unrelated people. Get lost. Judging by your appearance, you're from the Heavenly Martial Sect. Jonzu pointed her sword forward and shouted, insolent? You know I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sect and you still dare to be so insolent? The two guys charged forward. Don't blame us, swords have no eyes. Zukyu had now returned. He looked at Panshin village engulfed in smoke and flames, and was stunned. No, it can't be. Little Rou. Zukyu charged forward, but a tatted guy jumped out. Haha, another fish swimming into the net. The tatted guy didn't even get to act for more than 3 seconds before being cut down by Zukyu. Before Zukyu's eyes, the slaughtered villagers lay scattered all over the place. While Zukyu was in shock, a voice called out, Brother Zukyu. He turned his head and saw little Rou running towards him from the forest. Little Rou joyfully reached her hand out to Zukyu. Zukyu also reached his hand out to little Rou. But just then, a beam of light pierced straight through little Rou. Blood splattered everywhere and little Rou collapsed. A pig-like man holding a flail connected to a sickle laughed. He happened. Before he could finish his sentence, Zukyu had cut him into 3 pieces. Zukyu walked over to little Rou and gently lifted her up. He held little Rou in his arms and screamed her name. Recovery function. System, recover little Rou now. The system replied. System level is insufficient. Cannot perform recovery function on outsiders. Zukyu then shouted, then exchange for medicine. Bring out all the healing medicines. The system replied, system level is insufficient. Cannot use all exchanged medicines. Zukyu, helpless, opened his mouth and roared in agony. Just then, little Ryu's arm reached up. She gently caressed Zukyu's face and said, Don't be tense, brother Zukyu. To be able to see brother Zukyu before I die, little Ryu has no more regrets. Brother Zukyu, little Ryu really likes you. The new clothes are still not finished. I really wanted to see how brother Zukyu would look in them. The happiest thing in little Ryu's life was the days spent with brother Zukyu. At this point, little Ryu's arm fell limply. The elite. Little Ryu's expressions and gestures flashed through Zukyu's mind. He held little Ryu in his arms and called out softly. Little Ryu inside. The tattooed ball dies had been dealt with. A disciple turned to Zhongzu and said, Zhongzu, there seems to be some movement over there. The group ran over and saw the back of Zukyu holding little Ryu. Zhongzu thought, did that mysterious expert leave Panshin village? Zukyu then said, System, is there any way to resurrect little Ryu? The system replied, Neshrak little. Due to the current system's insufficient level, a resurrection method cannot be found. It is recommended to exchange for the soul minus gathering pagoda to protect the soul of the deceased. Does that mean if I upgrade the system I can find a way to resurrect little Ryu? The system replied, correct. As long as the host reaches the peak of the golden core stage, the system can be upgraded. Since the system has never been exchanged before, the first upgrade will be free. Zukyu muttered, peak of the golden core stage. Alright. He picked up little Ryu and said affectionately, all the scum who killed the people of Panshin village, turn into experience points for me. The system then chimed, consumed 100 Tofak points. Exchanged for the soul minus gathering pagoda. Soul successfully collected. Note, this soul minus gathering pagoda can only contain one soul. It is recommended that the host bury the deceased and then find a way to resurrect them, creating a new body for the deceased. Zhongzu then walked over and said, you, pervert. She thought to herself, so the person who let Shui's in was him. How did his strength become so formidable? Zukyu then said coldly, the people of the heavenly martial sect. The people who broke into Panshin village. Did you know about it? Zhongzu thought in fear. The pressure is too strong. He's the person the heavenly martial sect is hunting. I shouldn't answer his question. But Zhongzu stammered to the West Yin. Ew. The sect master of the Yin Go sect came out and shouted, insolent. You dare to break into my Yin Go sect and kill my disciples. Are you tired of living? Little brat, that's enough. Zukyu said flatly, when I turn your Yin Go sect to ashes, then I'll stop. What a delusional fool. Die here. You dare to cause trouble in the Yin Ghost sect. So what if you're a disciple of Wan Jiud? Zukyu had already swung his sword and cut down all the bald minus-headed bastards who had just charged up. Seeing this, the sect master shouted, fall back. You are no match for him. He then gathered a massive ball of fire above his head. Zukyu charged forward with a smirk. Fire, you say? The ball of fire transformed into a dragon that roared and charged at Zukyu. The system chimed, consumed 100 cultivation essence points. Flame-splitting tsunami progress 100%. Consumed 200 cultivation essence points. 6 harmonies roaming ruler progress 100%. Zukyu leapt up and shouted, flame-splitting. Then he swung his ruler and shattered the dragon with one strike. The dragon, upon being struck, turned into fire and fell upon the bald minus-headed men. Luckily they were bald, otherwise they would be bald anyway. The sect master shouted, you've really pushed your luck. You forced me to use my family's secret technique. Not even Wan Jiud can save you now. The sect master then summoned a red flying sword. Zukyu moved extremely fast and jumped back. After a moment the system. Ew. Zukyu stopped and held out his hand. The number of flying swords summoned by the sect master was stopped in its tracks. The sect master exclaimed in fear, how is this possible? Zukyu was now sweating profusely and trembling. Zukyu squeezed his hand, and the flying swords turned around and pointed at the sect master. The sect master, seeing things were not going well, shouted, wait. The Yin Ghost sect was only following orders in the matter of Panshin village. The person behind it all is elder son of the heavenly martial sect. It was elder son Julie who told us to do it. The flying sword had now stopped right at the sect master's eyelid. Zukyu said in a cold voice, "What did you say?" The sect master continued, "I have no grudge against you. Why would I send people to slaughter Panshin village? This was ordered by Sun Julie of the heavenly martial sect. She brought the array minus breaking AWL racial sect. She brought the array minus breaking AWL treasure of the heavenly martial sect and personally came to break the great array at Panshin village. She told me that if I killed all the villagers, she would give me a bottle of soul minus nourishing pills." Hearing this, Zukyu gritted his teeth. That rotten old hag, Zhang Danshan, had just promised me to protect Panshin village. It turns out you were the one behind it all. The sect master continued, "That's right. It was all the heavenly martial sect's doing. If you want revenge, you should go find her, right?" He also smiled sinister lie, thinking control of the flying swords is slowly returning. Zukyu clenched his fist and said, "Sorry." The flying swords then turned the sect master into a beehive. The system chimed killed a nascent soul stage cultivator, gained 200,000 experience points, a storage ring and a mysterious grand gift package, leveled up. Current realm is core formation stage. 7th layer, Zukyu said coldly, "I am a man of my word. When I say I'll wipe out your entire sect, I'll wipe out your entire sect." Zukyu then controlled the flying swords. Ew. Then he skewered every single bald-headed man, leaving no one behind. Zukyu then thought the heavenly martial sect has many nascent soul stage experts, and Zhang Danshan is a soul transformation stage expert guarding it. With my current strength, I can't get revenge. It seems I have to exchange for some more vicious moves. Open the mysterious grand gift package. The system chimed, obtained a primary divine escape tailmusnums. Obtained 1 disguise puppet. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the bone minus chilling cold flame. Seeing this, Zukyu smiled. The bone minus chilling cold flame is a famous strange fire from battle through the heavens. In the store, this strange fire costs 1,300 points. So expensive. The heavens truly want to help me. Heavenly martial sect, you're all dead. Let me exchange for the angry Buddha flame lotus and the green lotus core flame, ranked 19th. The system chimed consumed 50 tough act points. Exchanged for the angry Buddha flame lotus successfully. Consumed for the angry Buddha flame lotus successfully. Exchanged for the green lotus core flame successful. Zukyu then took the rolls of cloth and wrapped up the bald-headed men. Little ROU, the new clothes will have to wait. Today, this silk will be used as a shroud for these people. Returning to Panshin village. A neat grave had been dug. Zukyu was sitting in front of little ROU's grave. He reached up, touched the end of his hair, and then untied the hair tie. He let his hair fly freely and said, "Little ROU, trust me. Soon, I will avenge you." Zukyu then grabbed the cloth and flew up. Next up, it's your turn, heavenly martial sect. At the heavenly martial sect, while people were sweeping, the disciple pointed to a bright spot in the sky and said, "Senior brother, look, what is that?" Zukyu stood in the air and shouted, "Zhang Danshan, Sun Julie, get your asses out here for me." Hearing this, everyone was startled. Zukyu unfurled the cloth, and the countless corpses of the bald-headed bastards fell down. The people of the heavenly martial sect exclaimed, "Who is that person in the sky? What are those things?" Those things are the bodies of the people from the Yin Ghost sect. The system chimed successful tuft, gained 50 tough act points, successful tough act, gained 30 tough act points, successful tough act. Zukyu said coldly, "I'll say it again. Zhang Danshan, Sun Julie, get out here now. Otherwise I will level your heavenly martial sect." The heavenly martial sect disciples shouted, insolent. "How dare you call out the names of our sect master and elders so casually?" Zukyu smirked and laughed. "If you don't come out, then I'll let your disciples take your place." Inside the main hall, Zhang Danshan's voice rang out, "Elder son, why did you act like that? I promised yesterday to protect Panshin village completely. And yet you." Elder son replied, "A bunch of little ants. What's the big deal if they're killed? Could that little beast possibly come for revenge?" Zhang Danshan sighed and said, "You don't know, that Panshin village is very important. If he finds out the whole story and storms into the heavenly martial sect, what do you think I should say to him? Just then, Zukyu's voice reached them. Sunju Li, Shang Dan Shan. Get out here for me, I'll say it again. Sunju Li, Shang Dan Shan. Get out here for me, otherwise I'll level your heavenly martial sect, Zhang Dinshan thought. That kid has already come here? Looking at his attitude, does he really intend to level my heavenly martial sect? Does this kid even have any respect for me? A disciple rushed in frantically. Elder Sect Master. Not good. That Zukyu has killed all the senior brothers in the elite hall. Elder Son angrily shouted, this little beast is tired of living. Let me go out and chop off his head. Zhang Ninshan raised his hand. Elder Son, wait. This person cannot be killed. The elder turned back. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. One person turned and questioned. What? That little beast has already come to the heavenly martial sect to kill people, and we're still letting him go. Shang Dinshan lost all patience. Roaring, shut your mouth. If you had taken responsibility for your own actions, things wouldn't have gotten this complicated. Don't you forget, his master is Wenjie Iud. We can't touch that person. Zukyu has a secret talisman on him. If he gets hurt, Wenjie Iud will come here immediately, and the entire Fire Nation will be in trouble with him. The two words in trouble were uttered, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Elder Son trembled as she spoke this. This old woman is willing to take responsibility. Let me go out and negotiate with him. Outside, the scene was like a hell on earth, with corpses lying scattered at Zukyu's feet. Witnessing the scene before him, Zhang Dan Shan couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Oh. What? Zukyu smirked, a cold smile on his face. You finally decided to come out. After I kill this old hag, you'll know whether I killed them or not. The disciples of the heavenly martial sect, seeing their sect master appear, all cupped their hands and accused him. This person is too ruthless. Several senior brothers were killed by him just for saying a few words to him. This bastard who kills without batting an eye. Our heavenly martial sect has no grudge against you. This evil thief must be cut into 100 pieces. We invite the sect master to take his head and make him wish he were dead. Zukyu sneered coldly. No grudge? Killing without batting an eye? At this point, he suddenly raised his voice and roared, do you fucking know who ordered the Yingo sect to slaughter Panshin village? That's right, it was your master, that goddamn old hag. Who? Spoke. Zhang Danshan also quickly spoke up, young friend Zhu. The old woman's Surnam son quickly took out a bottle of pills, her tone conciliatory. This was a bit excessive of me. Consider these soul-minus nourishing pills as compensation for those ants. Ah. Those villagers. In addition, you can enter the treasure pavilion and choose a few magic artifacts. The matter of Panshin village is. Zukyu said nothing, reaching out and snatching the pill bottle. Then he raised it high and slammed it to the ground, mercilessly crushing the precious pills under his foot. Then he gritted his teeth and hissed, let me tell you something. Today, even if you gave me the entire heavenly martial sect, it wouldn't be enough compensation. The old dog's son shrieked, insolent. My soul minus nourishing pills. Zhang Dinshan also asked coldly, what exactly do you want? Zukyu enunciated each word, his face lowered, then he looked up and laughed maniacally. Yeah. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Hearing this, everyone was terrified. The disciples whispered among themselves. A blood debt paid in blood. Isn't that wanting to fight our heavenly martial sect to the death? In front of Sect Master Zhang, in front of so many elders, he's just a small core formation stage cultivator. Where does he get this courage? Despite everything, Zukyu charged straight at the old dog's son with his ruler, calculating in his mind, if I fully unleash the power of the soaring dragon's 9 transformations, with 10 times the strength, I might be able to match this old transformation stage expert. I'll heavily injure that old hag, then unleash the bone minus chilling flame and burn that old hag to death. Just then, an authoritative shout rang out, followed by a transparent barrier appearing. A violent explosion erupted. Zukyu was sent flying by the terrifying force, rolling several times on the ground. He spat out blood and thought to himself, the soul transformation stage is indeed powerful. The core formation stage and the soul transformation stage, Two major realms separated by the golden core and nascent soul stages. The gap in power is too vast. It's not something that can be compensated for with just technique. But Danshan spoke up, young friend Zhu, isn't this enough? In response, Zukyu activated the auto-minus recovery function and threw his head back, laughing loudly. As long as I kill that old hag, I'll feel much better. The old dog's son opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Are you sure you want to go against the heavenly martial sect for a few mortal lives?" Zukyu clenched his fists and roared, "Just a few mortal lives? To me, those dead villagers are not inferior in any way. And this old hag is worse than a beast. So what if we both suffer losses? There are some things I'm willing to die for." The disciples were once again astonished. So what if they're mortals? So what if we both suffer losses? To be able to say such passionate words in this situation. Should we say he's sentimental or just foolish? Just then, the system chimed successful tough act, awarded 120 tough act points. Zhang Danshan stepped forward and said, "Foolish brat. Out of respect for your master, I will not attack you. But you are also not allowed to kill anyone in the heavenly martial sect." Zukyu condensed a flame in his hand, his tone full of challenge. "Is that so? Then let me tell you, no one can save the person I, Zukyu, want to kill." The sect master of the Blazing Flame sect, standing nearby, shouted in terror, "What kind of technique is this? How can it condense a flame with such astonishing power? I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it." At this moment, Zukyu had condensed the azure spiritual lice flame. Then he continued to condense the green lotus earth core flame. Zhang Danshan was sweating profusely, his mind in turmoil. I've never heard of a flame that carries a chilling aura. And this chilling aura is even colder than millennium profound ice. This kid, where on earth did he get these strange things? If I could just snatch them. Regardless of the danger, Zukyu fused the two spirit flames together. The aura around him erupted fiercely. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred, causing the crowd to panic. This kid, what on earth is he trying to do? This is not good. Zukyu then pressed the two flames together and shouted, "Fuse for me." A fierce flame erupted immediately after. The disciples screamed, "Stop, you're crazy," to completely opposite attributes of flame. How can they be fused? This is a conflict between ice and fire. Zhang Danshan also shouted, "Zukyu, I order you to stop. It doesn't have to come to this between us." The dust had now settled. Zukyu stood there. In his hand was a beautiful flame lotus enveloped by lightning. Era. With that, Zukyu threw the angry boot of flame lotus towards the old dog's son. Her face was now as pale as a ghost's ass. She only had time to hear Zukyu's roar, angry boot of flame lotus, break. The flame lotus suddenly glowed brightly, then created a cataclysmic explosion. The bright light shone on everyone around. The old dog's son only had time to let out one scream before being reduced to dust. Zhang Danshan on his side tried his best to defend, but after a moment, he was also sent flying. He flew straight into a cliff, creating an explosion. The heavenly martial sect was now in ruins, smoke and fire everywhere. The fire burned more and more fiercely, incinerating them. Please subscribe to the channel to support me. The disciples of the heavenly martial sect lay scattered. Zukyu stood above, looking down infuriately at the flames engulfing the heavenly martial sect. The system chimed successful tough act, gained 150 tough act points, killed a nascent soul stage cultivator, gained 200,000 experience points into storage bag, destroyed a level 7 force, the heavenly martial sect, with over half of its infrastructure heavily damaged, gained 1 million experience points, leveled up 4 times, current realm is golden core stage first layer. Zukyu threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Village chief, did you see that? Dazhuang, did you see that? Everyone in the village, did you see that? The ones who caused your deaths, that sick and malicious old hag, I've killed her. Little Rou, did you see? I have avenged everyone. At this point, a tear rolled down from the corner of Zukyu's eye. He cried for the kind and simple villagers, he cried for the kind and lovely little Rou. It's all over, it's all in the past. Grudges and love, a clear conscience. So what if I'm a mere mortal? What's so great about you high and mighty cultivators? The mortals of Panshin village are 100,000 times more important than you shameless immortals. I've acted tough, and I've slapped that face full of hatred. So what if the sect master is at the soul transformation stage? I still managed to kill the hateful old hag right in front of him. Just then an explosion rang out from the ground below. Zhang Nanshan emerged, panting heavily. He let out a roar and charged straight at Zukyu. You little beast, I must kill you. Looking at the charging Zhang Nanshan, Zukyu laughed and pulled out a talisman. From the moment the people of Panshan village were killed, and you used all sorts of schemes to protect Sun Juli, you should have expected this outcome. You were courteous to me, but you were only afraid of the master behind me. Don't rely on anyone. I kill when I want, and I leave when I want. Zhang Danshan, the next time we meet, I'll take your dog life. Zukyu gave Zhang Danshan a friendly middle finger. Zhang Danshan had already punched, but by then, Zukyu had vanished without a trace. This humiliation, even if it takes 1,000 or 10,000 years, if I cannot wash it away, I swear I am not human. In the battle with the heavenly martial sect, the old dog's son and many other elders died. A large number of disciples were also injured, and most of the buildings were destroyed, becoming a desolate ruin. Zhang Danshan, amidst the raging fire, seemed to have gone mad. Not even a trace of Zukyu could be found, as Zukyu was now thousands of miles away. Half a month later, two female disciples were chasing a large golden snake, shouting, "Beast, don't run. My junior sister was gathering herbs here and never offended you, yet you swallowed her whole." The snake flicked its tongue and said, "This venerable one came out to find food. When I see food, why can't I eat it?" That little girl's skin was tender and her meat was fragrant. The taste was quite good. The taste was quite good. The two female disciples furiously slashed at the snake. "You beast, die." The two female disciples continuously unleashed their sword ki. In a flash, the giant snake was cut into several pieces. The snake's head had now fallen off. The female disciple thought, "Junior sister, we have avenged you. Thank you for helping my blood sea sect kill this snake." The two female disciples were startled and shouted, "Who is it?" A guy walked out and said arrogantly, "Leave your magic tools and spirits tones and get lost." Seeing it was someone from the Blood Sea sect, the female disciple gritted her teeth and turned to the other, "Junior sister, leave the magic tools and spirit stones." Then the two of them threw down their swords in storage bags. Seeing the two were about to leave, the guy raised his voice. "Wait, I told you to get lost, not to walk away." The senior sister shouted, "Young Master Song, you're going too far. Our Tai faction may be weak, but we are not to be humiliated by you." The man Surnam Song rubbed his head and laughed. "I was in a good mood today and was going to spare you. Since you don't want to get lost, then you can I hear." The man Surnam Song was about to make a move when a voice rang out, "Freeze. This is a robbery, men to the left, women to the right, hand over everything you have." "Hurry up," Zukyu said as he walked out, cleaning his ear. Hearing it was a robbery, everyone turned to look. The senior female disciple thought, "Bay Golden Core Stage, 3rd minus layer cultivator robbing a group of Golden Core Stage, 7th and 8th minus layer cultivators. He really doesn't know how to protect himself. I've never seen anyone court death like this." The man Surnam Song said, "Big brother, can you be a little more professional with your robbery? In the dry blood forest, it's always the Blood Sea sect robbing others. We've never met anyone who dares to rob us." Zuki then threw out several swords and said, "Just so happens I ran into some blind fools." "Guess what happened to them?" the man Surnam Song exclaimed. "This is the phoenix sword of my Blood Sea sect. This guy has a storage bag. What's a few dead men to our Blood Sea sect? A young brat like you dares to come to our doorstep and surrender your life." "Ah," Zuki pointed at the man Surnam Song and said flatly, "Then why don't you think about why I dare to come here alone?" The man Surnam Song shouted loudly, "Why waste words? Rip out his tendons and skin him, then throw him to the dogs." Several weaklings also charged forward. Zuki thought to himself, "This time I've met a professional in the art of acting tough, so fake it's divine." However, Zuki unsheathed his ruler and made a few basic slashes. The weaklings went to collect their lunkbacks. The ruler was now right in front of the man Surnam Song. The man Surnam Song was terrified. "Impossible, who on earth are you?" Zuki smiled and replied, "I travel without changing my name, and I sit without changing my surname. I am Zhao Yan of the Heaven Exploding faction, with the title Dug Yu, I lone seeker of defeat." The man Surnam Song was confused. "Zhao Yan? Why are you making things difficult for our Blood Sea sect? Zuki replied flatly, when did I make things difficult for the Blood Sea sect? I already said I'm robbing you. Hearing this, the man's surname Song was choked with anger. The senior female disciple covered her mouth and giggled. She thought to herself, this mysterious person's cultivation suddenly went from the third layer of the golden core stage to the fifth. He must have used a technique to hide his cultivation. He doesn't want others to know his identity. Could he be some nascent soul stage senior? He's only targeting the Blood Sea sect. Could it be that he's here to help us? She then walked over and said, Senior, perhaps we should leave first. Zukyu said, leave for what? What's so scary about the small Blood Sea sect? You guys just stay here and watch me act tough. Or rather watch how I teach the Blood Sea sect a lesson. The two female disciples thought we're doomed. The man's surname Song's forehead was veiny with anger. Fine, since the founding of my Blood Sea sect, no one has ever dared to humiliate us like this. If our Blood Sea sect master finds out, you're dead for sure. Zukyu cleaned his ear and said slowly, is it that scary? I'll give you another chance. Go call more people here to liven things up. He thought to himself just now, killing those guys made my cultivation increase by 2 layers. It's even better than killing beasts in this dense forest. If this Blood Sea sect could send 100 more people, I might even be able to reach the peak of the golden core stage today. The man surname Song opened his mouth and laughed loudly. You want to liven things up? I'll show you what livening things up means. The Blood Sea sect master, Song Yehai, is my father. I am the young master of the Blood Sea sect. Just wait here to die. After speaking, the man surname Song turned to leave. At that moment, a disciple of the Blood Sea sect was lying on the ground, coughing. Zukyu called after him, hey young master, your disciple is still alive. The man's surname Song stopped. Zukyu's eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. He flew in front of the man's surname Song and blocked him. The man's surname Song shouted, what do you want? Zukyu replied, I was just thinking. If I kill you, the young master, wouldn't it be more lively? Hearing this, the man's surname Song broke out in a cold sweat. The two female disciples thought, kill the young master? Is he crazy? So the senior female disciple said, Senior, don't be rash. If you kill him, the Blood Sea sect will hunt you down with all their might. Hearing this, Zukyu's face lit up with excitement. Really? Is that true? The man surname Song threatened. Not only that, all the demonic sects in Fangwu City will hunt you down. Zukyu's face became even more excited as he said loudly, that's great. And so Zukyu swung his ruler at the man surname Song. The man surname Song quickly shouted, wait, but Zukyu had already brought his ruler down on his head. An explosion rang out. The Blood Sea sect disciple screamed. The system chimes successful tough act. Gained 80 tough act points. Killed the golden core stage cultivator. Gained 50,000 experience points and 1 golden core. Zukyu then patted the disciple's shoulder and comforted him. The dead cannot be resurrected. Don't be too sad. Now, calm down and go call your sect master over. Come on, get up, and be careful on your way. The disciple then left. The senior female disciple shouted, Senior, you can't let him go. Zukyu said, all right, let me ask you. Does the Blood Sea sect have any soul transformation stage experts? The female disciple replied, no. Zukyu smiled brightly and said, then it's fine. As long as there are no soul transformation stage experts, no matter how many come, they'll all die. His stomach then rumbled. Zukyu thought to himself, why am I suddenly so hungry? He then said to the two female disciples, well, they're not here yet, let's go find some firewood. The two female disciples looked at each other and smiled. As the two of them walked, they talked, so the senior had it all planned. I told you, a master like him wouldn't joke with his life. The two of them, holding to bundles of firewood, smiled and said, Senior, the drywood is all ready. Do you need so much drywood to set up an array? Hearing about setting up an array, Zukyu was surprised. He laid out a pile of food and said with a smile, of course, for grilling chicken wings. New Orleans style, no less. I'm so hungry my insides are fighting each other. The senior female disciple heard this and said worriedly, Senior, the enemy is at our doorstep, the Blood Sea sect will be here soon. And you still have the mood to grill chicken wings? Zukyu patted the tree next to him, gesturing for them to sit. That's right. Let's eat our fill first. We'll have the strength to kill the enemy later. Do you like it spicy or less spicy? I have both. The two female disciples were speechless and looked at each other. Zukyu then used the flame in his hand to cook the food, carefully selecting the seasonings. The flame was condensed from his true essence. The food now emitted a fragrant aroma. Zukyu took a sniff and commented, "Oh, not bad. This is the flavor." The system chimed successful tough act. Gained 50 tough act points. Successful tough act. Gained 70 tough act points. Zukyu then picked up a skewer of grilled chicken wings and offered it to the senior female disciple. The young lady took the skewer and thought, "It smells so good. I wasn't even hungry, but after smelling this strange aroma, I suddenly really want to eat it." The female disciple took a small bite, and then her eyes widened. She chewed and marveled. Chicken wings can be made with such a perfect flavor. Senior is truly amazing. Zukyu smiled. You're too kind too. Kind. Zukyu thought to himself, it seems the people of this world's cooking skills are really not up to par. Just a little New Orleans Midas style chicken wings and you're already so impressed. In the future, I can use my cooking skills to act tough. At the same time, deep in the mountains, a hairy Midas mouth guy was snoring loudly. Right next to this guy were the tigers on guard. They were an ancient soul stage crimson flame tigers. The sleeping guy suddenly. His nose twitched as he sniffed the air. Then he opened his eyes wide. Awake, here, what's that smell? Why is it so special? This old man hasn't eaten anything for hundreds of years. I didn't expect to smell such a fragrance today. Hearing this, the two tigers looked at the man in fear. The man said useless things. What are you afraid of? Fleshy things like you will never catch my eye. Have you finished investigating the matter I told you to investigate? I want to see which bastard dares to impersonate a disciple of mine, Duan Jiud. Half a month ago, a youth named Zukyu appeared in the territory of the Heavenly Martial Sect, claiming to be a disciple of yours, Duan Jiud. He had a conflict with the Heavenly Martial Sect. That kid killed Elder Sun in front of the Heavenly Martial Sect's sick master. Furthermore, he destroyed most of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Now, the Heavenly Martial Sect is a laughingstock. Hundreds of years of foundation have been destroyed. But what's unbelievable is that the kid managed to escape unscathed. The Heavenly Martial Sect has been searching for a month without a trace. Duan Jiud cleaned his ear. Can't even catch a brat. What a disgrace. You guys go out and listen for news. At this moment, Duan Jiud's nose twitched again. Ah, the smell is getting stronger. I can't take it anymore. You guys go find that person. This old man is going out for a walk. The aroma of grilled chicken wings had now spread everywhere. The beasts hiding in the bushes were all drooling. Zukyu was eating like a madman. Suddenly, he looked into the distance. There was a sneaky figure there. Duan Jiud jumped out and said with a smile, "Oh, is this grilled chicken wings? Why didn't you call me? Really?" Then, as if it was his own like his grandfather had left it for him, Duan Jiud grabbed a skewer of chicken wings and ate, constantly praising it. "Oh, delicious, so delicious." Zukyu was surprised and said, "This person. Do you two know who he is?" The two female disciples looked at each other and said, "We don't know." Zukyu thought, damn it, where did this stinky guy come from? Daring to come and eat my food. Zukyu was about to curse, but Duan Jiud praised him profusely. "Little brother, you are truly a genius to be able to make food with such a perfect flavor." Zukyu laughed. "Oh, so he's a foodie." He turned to Duan Jiud and said, "I didn't expect you, old beggar, to have such a good taste." Duan Jiud retorted, "Who's a beggar? This old man is divinely martial and heroic with a majestic presence. Where do I look like a beggar?" Zukyu and the two female disciples laughed awkwardly and thought to themselves, "He looks like one everywhere." Duan Jiud, while picking his teeth, continued, "But your eyes are not bad, kid. When it comes to eating, if this old man is second, no one is first." Zukyu said, "Old beggar, stop bragging. You're so old and yet you have no shame." Duan Jiud retorted, "Braggart. A young brat like you dares to call himself the god of cookery. I've never met such a shameless person before. To tell you the truth, I have eaten dragon liver and phoenix marrow. What is your chicken wing compared to that?" Zukyu cleaned his ear and said, "You're just showing off about dragon liver and phoenix marrow. I, the god of cookery, have eaten KFC, McDonald's, pizza, and even Bunbo Hue and Fo Hanoi. Duan Jiud was furious. What kind of chicken? I don't understand any of it. Don't think you can fool me by just making up a name. Zuki laughed. That's just because you're shallow and provincial. And so, the two shameless guys argued more than a few fishmongers at the market. Duan Jiud roared, bastard. This old man knows astronomy above and geography below. Zuki was not to be outdone. I, the god of cookery, have traveled heaven and earth and know everything. You're shameless. You're the shameless, stinking one. The two female disciples were now bewildered. What's going on here? These two shameless guys were fiercely clashing, their eyes shooting sparks of electricity, as if they were about to fall in love. Wan Jiud said, I won't bother with an ignorant junior like you. Back in the day when this old man roamed the world, I befriended the Kunpeng clan. I ate countless delicacies then. You, kid, weren't even born yet. Zuki said, you keep showing off with such childish things. I don't want to mention that I've already eaten a Kunpeng. Hearing this, Duan Jiud burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, aren't you exaggerating a bit? With your little bit of cultivation, you've probably never even set foot in the Fire Nation. And you dare to say you've eaten a Kunpeng from the Northern Sea? You've probably never even seen one. You guys, have you ever heard of the name Kunpeng? Have you ever seen a Kunpeng? The two sisters looked at each other in confusion and then replied no. Zukyu sat down and said, old beggar, that's why I said you know nothing. Isn't it just a Kunpeng? Not only have I eaten one, but after eating it, I was inspired to write a poem. Duan Jiud was surprised and said, a poem? You wrote a poem for the Kunpeng clan? Recite it. Zukyu smiled and recited, in the Northern Sea there is a fish, its name is Kun. Hearing this, Duan Jiud was surprised and thought, this kid knows that Kun is a fish? Could it be that he has really seen it? Zukyu continued his tall tale. Kun is very large, one pot is not enough to stew it. It transforms into a bird. Its name is Peng. Peng is very large, it needs 2 pots. One sweet, one slightly spicy, plus a bottle of Zuhua beer, we can conquer the world together. Hearing this, the two young ladies burst out laughing. They looked at each other and thought, what kind of poem is this? Except for the first few lines that sound normal, why is the rest all related to eating? Duan Jiud's expression was serious at first, then he relaxed and broke into a smile. He put his arm around Zukyu's shoulder and said, excellent, an excellent line, one sweet, one slightly spicy, just hearing it makes one's mouth water. Truly a great poem, a great poem. Zukyu smiled and said, you're too kind, too kind. Wan Jiud continued. Hey kid, let me ask you, did you really eat a Kunpeng? Zukyu puffed out his chest confidently, of course. Do I look like the type to brag? Duan Jiud was still skeptical. Then what is this Zuhua thing? How can you conquer the world with it? Zukyu patted Duan Jiud's shoulder and said, oh, that's a type of beer. Now that you mention it, I'm craving some. You don't seem like a bad guy. Another day, I'll brew some wine and invite you for a grand drink. Duan Jiud laughed and praised him. All right. I think you're not bad either, kid. You're quite capable. Here, take this as a meeting gift. Play with it. Duan Jiud fumbled around and took out a black jade pendant. Zukyu took the jade and thought, this jade looks pretty good. He smiled and said, then thank you. Then he hung the jade on his waist. Seeing this, Duan Jiud smiled. The young lady looked at the two happy guys and thought to herself, have they made up? Are all masters' personalities this eccentric? Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Zukyu and the group thought, such a strong killing intent. The senior sister drew her sword and said, the people from the Blood Sea sect have arrived. Zukyu also drew his ruler and said with a smile, I've waited so long. They're finally here. Wan Jiud walked over and said, hey. Kids, someone's here for revenge. If you open your mouth and beg me, I can help you take care of it. Zukyu smirked, beg you, please, go ahead. But just then his expression turned serious. Duan Jiud in front of him had an unfathomable depth. He thought to himself, I can't see this old man's cultivation. This kid is only at the golden core stage, but he has a big mouth. This old man won't tell you that the opponent has 8 nascent soul stage experts. At this moment, figures leapt out from the forest. Seeing them land, Zukyu thought to himself, Hey, why isn't it the people from the Blood Sea sect? 3 people landed, 2 men at the 2nd layer of the nascent soul stage, and 1 woman at the 5th layer of the nascent soul stage. The 2 female disciples walked over and cupped their hands. Greetings, sect master. Elder Mo, Elder Lee. Zuki saw this and thought to himself, oh my god, the Tai faction has such a young and beautiful female sect master. Shouldn't it be an old hag with magic power? The female sect master said, I heard that the young master of the Blood Sea sect was killed, and it has something to do with you. The 2 female disciples looked at each other. Then the senior female disciple recounted the whole story. A moment later, the female sect master was shocked. What? That man in black deliberately killed young Master Song to lure the Blood Sea sect here? And he even told you to gather firewood to grill chicken wings. The group looked at Zukyu with scrutinizing eyes. The system chimed successful tough act. Gain 170 tough act points. Zukyu was confused and thought, oh, what's happening? Suddenly a sound from the forest caught everyone's attention. An old man walked out growling, my son. Who is the beast who killed my son? The female sect master revealed a wary expression and said, the sect master of the Blood Sea sect, Song Yunhai. Song Yunhai then roared, the beast who killed my son, get out here. A middle-minded sage man said, sect master, what should we do? The female sect master replied, that man in black saved our disciples, we must naturally help him. The people from the Blood Sea sect had now all come out. Wan Jie, Ayudi turned and gave Zukyu a meaningful look. Zuki turned and said angrily, old beggar, can you not look at me with those eyes? It's really annoying. Hearing this, Duan Jie Ayudi criticized him, you rotten kid, I'm doing you a favor. They have so many nascent soul stage experts, can you even fight them? I was going to give you one last chance to beg me to intervene. It's over now. Now even if you kneel and beg me, I can't help you anymore. Zukyu said flatly, you're overthinking it. With just a dozen of them, I can kill them all with a casual move. Do I need you to meddle in my business? Duan Jie Ayudi said angrily, fine, you said it, if you can't kill them later. This old man will kill you first. Zuki said contemptuously, kill me? How naive. If you can kill me, I'll take your surname. Duan Jie Ayudi's forehead was veiny with anger as he shouted, damn it. You dare to provoke me? Don't think I won't kill you. Zuki was not to be outdone. Provoke you for what? Come on, kill me. Let's see who kills whom. Then followed a verbal combat between the 2 most shameless guys in the story. Ha! You think you can kill me, kid? Come on, you go first. You go first if you had the guts. You first. No, you first. If I go first, I'm your grandfather. If I go first, I'm your ancestor. While the 2 loudmouths were arguing, the system announced successful tough act. Gained 100 tough act points. The female sect master was confused. What's going on? Song Yunhai said grimly, shut up for me. All of you shut up for me. He leapt up and shouted, all of you, shut up for me. Pay for my son's life. The female sect master shouted, not good. Song Yunhai, with a saber in each hand, charged at the 2 arguing men. The female sect master said worriedly, oh no, quick, help. Zukyu and Duan Jie Ayudi turned their heads. They both swung out and shouted, get lost. Zukyu's hand shot out a spirit flame. Duan Jie Ayudi's hand shot out a small sword. Song Yunhai also realized the danger. But his reaction was too slow. The 2 attacks sent him flying. Song Yunhai fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open. A small flame was flying towards him. The flame touched his clothes. Then it burst into flames, engulfing his entire body. Song Yunhai only had time to let out a single scream. Then he was frozen into a block of ice. The people from the Blood Sea sect stood frozen on the spot. The senior female disciple thought to herself, so this old man is so powerful. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The system chimed, kill the nascent soul stage cultivator. Reward 200. 0 experience points and a storage ring. Duan Jie Ayudi thought, these people all think it was me who killed that guy, but the killing blow was actually that kid's strange flame. Duan Jie Ayudi turned and said, kid, what was that move just now? Zuki said mockingly, want to learn? Beg me, and I'll teach you. Duan Jie Ayudi snorted. Then he waved his hand and said, kid, since you have such means, this old man won't bother with you. Zukyu also waved his hand. No need for goodbyes. I won't see you off. Duanjie, Iud then vanished on the spot. Zukyu thought to himself, his movement technique is so strong, even faster than the divine escaped talisman. The people from the Tai faction were astonished and thought, the old senior is gone? Such a powerful backer? And he was just chased away. This person, is he crazy? Zukyu didn't understand and turned to look. The guys from the Blood Sea sect were now laughing excitedly. Kid, no one's protecting you anymore. Hand over your life, Zu. Hugh cleaned his ear and said flatly, all the irrelevant people are gone, let's not waste any more time. The guys from the Blood Sea sect discussed among themselves, everyone, now that the sect master is dead, why don't we make a bet? Whoever kills that kid first will become the new sect master, how about it? To make things more interesting, after we deal with that kid, we'll join forces and deal with the Tai faction. How about it? A beauty like sect master Su Yunlan is truly worth our effort. An elder of the Tai faction shouted, you shameless disciples. How dare you have designs on our sect master? A Blood Sea sect member with a lewd face licked his lips. Sect master Su, we will definitely satisfy you and let you experience the pleasure. Zukyu then said, you bunch of fools. You deserve to be single forever. You see a beautiful sect master and you start acting like perverts. You don't know how to cherish a beautiful woman at all. The guys from the Blood Sea sect raised their swords and charged. Cherish a beautiful woman. There's no time for that. Zukyu spread his arms and gathered spirit fire. You dare to cause trouble without any real skill? Die all of you. Bone mine is chilling cold flame. Zukyu slammed his hand on the ground, and countless ice spikes erupted from the earth. Before the people from the Blood Sea sect could even make a sound, they were turned into blocks of ice on the ground. Seeing Zukyu finish them all in one move, the people of the Tai faction stood frozen on the spot. Su Yunlan was astonished. Who on earth are you? Hugh smiled. Then he introduced himself. I am Zukyu. The people of the Tai faction gaped in thought. So, the person who single-handedly destroyed the Heavenly Martial sect and killed Son Yunhai with one strike. And Zukyu was wearing an extremely friendly smile. The people of the Blood Sea sect were frozen into ice. Su Yunlan thought to herself, the person in front of me is just like the legends say, annihilating sects at the drop of a hat. Zukyu then walked over to Su Yunlan and asked with concern, hey, Sect Master Su, why do you look so pale? Were you injured just now? Here, let me take a look for you. Su Yunlan replied, no, I'm fine. Zukyu continued, still say you're fine? Look at your complexion. To be honest, I'm a great doctor. People usually call me a divine physician. Su Yunlan was confused. Hey, didn't you say you were the god of cookery? Zukyu replied, the god of cookery is just a side job. My normal job is still healing the sick and saving the world. Su Yunlan asked, hot boy, what does that mean? Zukyu looked Su Yunlan up and down and said, it means examining female patients. Come now, Sect Master Su. Let me lift. Ah no, observe you from top to bottom. Cough. Cough. Let me see where the wound is. Su Yunlan also refused. Wait, I'm really not injured. Zukyu persisted. Sect Master Su, you're not quite right. If I'm not mistaken, Sect Master Su has a 5 cm long wound on her lower abdomen. I suspect that when Nuwa created you, she left this wound. If Sect Master Su wants to heal this wound, she must use the water of extreme yang to fill it. As a physician who is as compassionate as a mother, I am willing to lend you a hand and fill that wound. Hearing these bold words, Su Yunlan's cheeks immediately turned as red as a ripe apple. She was so embarrassed that she could only turn and run away, screaming, you. The two elders called after her in bewilderment, Sect Master Su. Zukyu just looked on with a meaningful expression. They couldn't help but think to themselves, what kind of person is this guy? One moment he's majestic and dominus inspiring, the next he's a silver-done playboy. But he defeated the Blood Sea sect with his own strength and saved the disciples of our sect. If we treat him well, after some consideration. An elder cupped his hands and spoke, fellow Taoist, why don't you come to Fengwu City with us, and be a guest of our Tai faction? Fellow Taoist saved our sect's disciples' lives. We must repay you. Zukyu replied frankly. All right, he thought to himself, I've been living in the dense forest for half a month. It's time to go out and see the world. In the desolate courtyard of the Taiyi faction, an elder led Zukyu and explained, "Our Taiyi faction was actually a great sect about 100 years ago, not even inferior to the Heavenly Martial sect. But since Sect Master Su's grandfather, who was the first to hold the position of Sect Master of the Taiyi faction, went missing, the sect has been in decline. Sect Master Su, with her astonishing talent and countless resources in the sect, cultivated to the nascent soul stage in just 20 years and also took over the position of Sect Master. Sect Master Su's parents died in a battle several decades ago. The entire Taiyi faction relies on her, along with the support and help of us to elders. But overall, life is not very good." The scene before them spoke for itself. Zukyu only needed to glance around to understand. Many of the rooms were old and had not been repaired for years. The courtyard was full of fallen leaves, and weeds grew everywhere. It seemed to have been neglected for many years. The total number of disciples in the sect was only 20th. The highest realm was the 2 golden core stage disciples I met in the forest. The rest were mostly at the foundation building and core formation stages. He then turned and said, "By the way, you 2 elders of the Taiyi faction, I hope to use my name Xiaoyan. Please tell the others not to reveal my real name." The 2 elders looked at each other and then nodded in agreement. Then they led Zukyu to a room. "Fellow Taoist, you can rest here. We will take our leave." Zukyu wasn't polite either. He walked to the bed, lay down, and slept soundly. Night fell, and Zukyu's stomach began to protest. He rubbed his starving stomach and thought to himself, "This is so boring, I might as well go out and catch a few birds to grill." Suddenly, a pure fragrance unexpectedly wafted into Zukyu's nose. He sat up and saw the familiar figure of Su Yunlan, who had been standing outside the window for some time. Zukyu went to the window and smiled brightly. "Hey, Sect Master Su, still not asleep?" He thought to himself, "Why did this female sect master come to my place in the middle of the night?" Su Yunlan replied, "Fellow Taoist Su is joking. At our level of cultivation, what is sleep?" Zukyu nodded to himself. "That's right, I forgot. Just sitting is considered sleeping." He pointed into the room. "Sect Master Su, is there something you need me for? Why don't you come in, sit down, and have a cup of tea?" Su Yunlan quickly refused. "No need. I just wanted to say a few words to fellow Taoist Su." Zukyu analyzed again. "Entering my room in the middle of the night is indeed inconvenient, but that's not right. Coming to talk to me in the middle of the night, that in itself is strange." Su Yunlan then looked into the distance and spoke, "Fellow Taoist Su, what are your plans for the future?" Zukyu smiled and replied, "The future? In the future, I will probably still roam the world, saving the world and being a hot boy everywhere." He thought again, "Of course, the immediate priority is to resurrect little or Ou." Turned back and smiled, "Fellow Taoist Su, have you not considered settling down in one place? For example, finding a sect and staying there, guiding disciples in their cultivation every day, no longer needing to live in hatred." Zukyu looked deep into her eyes and then asked frankly, "Sect Master Su, are you trying to invite me to join the Taiyi faction?" Su Yunlan replied openly, "That's right. I came to disturb you this time to invite you, fellow Taoist Su, to join our Taiyi faction, and also take on the position of Great Elder. I wonder if fellow Taoist Su would agree." "No." With that, Su Yunlan fell silent, waiting, while Zukyu also smiled and replied, "I do not agree." The system immediately chimed successful tough act. Gained 60 tough act points. Su Yunlan's face showed a hint of sadness. "Fellow Taoist, can you tell me the reason?" Zukyu replied, "The reason? A general has no permanent truths. Sect Master Su asking me to stay as an elder is no different from clipping my wings." Su Yunlan's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself, "A general has no permanent truths. I originally thought he was just a silver minus tongue drogue, but I didn't expect his character to be not bad at all. If he could stay at the Taiyi faction, he would definitely help the Taiyi faction rise." The system chimed again, successful tough act. Gained 50 tough act points. Zukyu cupped his hands. "Sect Master Su, you're too kind. A cold, stubborn person like me is really not suitable to stay at the Taiyi faction. Therefore I will remember Sect Master Su's kind intentions in my heart." Su Yunlan suddenly burst out laughing. "However, to me, besides being stubborn, fellow Taoist Su is also very approachable, not cold at all." Hearing this, Zukyu thought to himself, "Not cold? Maybe I should try it next time. Su Yunlan, after a moment of contemplation, said, Actually, I really admire fellow Taoist Su's free and unrestrained life. Without any ties, one can roam the four corners of the world alone. Zukyu also smiled. You can do that too. Being a sect master doesn't mean you have to stay in the sect every day. It's so boring. We can make a plan to go on a trip. I'll take you, and you pay me. Hearing this, Su Yunlan was surprised. Just pack up and go? If only it were that simple. Usually there are people from the demonic sects who come here to cause trouble. Hearing this, Zukyu was so excited his mouth watered. Oh, do many of them come? What are their cultivation realms? Su Yunlan replied, quite a few. Usually if we give them some spirit's tones they'll leave. There will be 2 nascent soul stage experts and other golden core stage disciples. Seeing the excitement in Zukyu's eyes, Su Yunlan said, Fellow Taoist Su, don't cause any trouble. Those people are from the demonic sects near Fengwu City. Zukyu didn't care and said, what's there to be afraid of? Just kill them as they come. Su Yunlan was worried. If fellow Taoists were willing to stay, we wouldn't be afraid. But if you leave, how can our Tai faction fight against those demonic cultivators? Zukyu nodded. That's true. He silently communicated with the system. System, is there anything to enhance a sect's combat power? And is there anything that others can use? The system chimed, searching. Divine Might Power Cannon. Each attack consumes a small amount of spirit's tones. Each shot has a power equivalent to a full Midas Force attack from a nascent soul stage expert. Seeing this, Zukyu opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Seeing Zukyu laugh like a fool who had just smoked some good stuff, Su Yunlan was confused. Fellow Taoist Su, what's wrong with you? Zukyu said, Sect Master Su, I have a way. I can help the Tai faction avoid the harassment of the demonic sects, and even become the strongest sect in Fengwu City. At the treasure pavilion, Zukyu threw a token to the guard. Sect Master Su told me to come and find some materials. Inside, Zukyu spread out a diagram and thought, profound iron is an essential material for forging flying swords. So the treasure vault of the Tai faction stores a large amount of it. It's also convenient that this cannon doesn't require any precious materials, just a large amount of profound iron. The other complex talisman stone plates, I got a lot of them for free when I bought the blueprint, enough to make 4 to 5 cannons. A moment later, Zukyu had come out. He used the green lotus earth core flame to burn the profound iron materials. Using the strange fire, he quickly melted the profound iron into a liquid, removing the impurities inside. Then he let it cool and take shape, adding the accessories. Finally, the casting was successful. Zukyu let out a sigh of relief. He turned to the disciple standing there and said, Go and inform Sect Master Su to come over. Tell her the secret weapon has been successfully created. The disciple replied, To see the sect master and elders, you must bring a name card stating your purpose. Zukyu was surprised. What? What's a name card? The disciple replied, Fellow Taoist, don't misunderstand. Our previous sect masters and elders are all in the scripture pavilion, and there are many restrictions there. You must have a restriction token to enter. Zukyu nodded. So that's how it is. The disciple then took out a pen and paper and said, Excuse me, fellow Taoist, I will write down what you say. Zukyu said, You write down? To Sect Master Su, there is a handsome, heroic, cool but not arrogant young man who would like to invite you to see the Divine Might Power Cannon tonight. The disciple hesitated. Oh, you see, this name card is so small, the number of words that can be written is limited. Can you shorten it a bit? He then said, Then write to Sect Master Su, a handsome and heroic young man would like to invite you to see a cannon tonight. The disciple hesitated again. Can you shorten it a little more? Zukyu finally said, All right then. You write Sect Master Su, let's fire the cannon tonight. The disciple was delighted. Fellow Taoist is truly talented. I also need your signature, fellow Taoist. I wonder what you would like to be called. Zukyu said smugly, I am. In the evening, Su Yunlan arrived with 2 elders. One of them said, Sect Master Su, Zukyu has taken all the profound iron. Su Yunlan replied, Yes, I agreed with him. If he needs any materials, he can just take them. One of them hesitated. This is the last of the profound iron we have. Another also sighed. Although it's not rare or precious, its price is still very high. Wasting it like this, too. Su Yun Lan said flatly, forget it. Wasting this profound iron is no big deal. After all, it's Zukyu's kind intention to help the Taiyi faction. For the past 3 years we have struggled to support the Taiyi faction. Now that Zukyu wants to share some of the burden, even if it's useless to me, it's a comfort. Zukyu was now standing by the cannon looking at a mountain. It was a cannon with an appearance so ordinary it was practically garbage. The elder couldn't help but feel skeptical. In the end, it was just a regular army cannon. Ignoring their speculation, Zukyu confidently pointed to a distant mountain and asked, "Will it cause any problems if my cannon fires at the peak of that mountain over there?" Su Yunlan smiled. "It's fine. The opposite mountain is uninhabited, with only a few wild beasts wandering around. Fellow Taoists do, please give it a try." An elder thought to himself, at this distance, it'll probably just make a small dent at most. Zukyu patted the cannon and smiled. "All right. I'll give it a try then. Let this be the inaugural shot of the God-powered energy cannon." Zukyu took out a piece of a spirit stone and placed it inside the cannon. Streams of energy crackled and flowed around the cannon. The two elders broke into a sweat, thinking, shouldn't he have loaded gunpowder into cannonball first? Why did he put a spirit stone in there? Zukyu then raised his hand to control it. Energy gathered at the mouth of the cannon. The cannon let out a deafening roar. A destructive beam of light shot out from the cannon, heading straight for the mountain on the other side. A world-shaking explosion boomed. The blinding light was like a miniature sun erupting. It forced everyone to cover their eyes. When everything settled, the opposite mountain had been flattened, with only half of it remaining. Staring at the opposite mountain, still shrouded in smoke and fire, Su Yunlan was too shocked for words. A single cannon shot was equivalent to the strongest strike of a peak nascent soul stage cultivator. The system's voice rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained 80 acting tough points. Zukyu scratched his head and thought, scared the hell out of me. Is this cannon really that powerful? Zukyu then fumbled with the cannon and said, "All right, the cannon's been used. I'll need to take the spirit stone back." The elder thought to himself, is he really that stingy? Zukyu walked over and smiled. "Fellow Taoists, are you satisfied with this God-powered energy cannon?" Su Yunlan hesitated. "Fellow Taoists, this God-powered cannon, did you really create it?" Zukyu replied firmly, "That's right." Su Yunlan asked again, "In just one night?" Zukyu smiled and replied, "That's right." He took out a storage ring and said, "Each time you use it, just put a spirit stone in and it's ready to go. However, the quantity is limited. At most, I can only make 2 more for you. That should be enough to ward off the harassment from the demonic sect." The two elders were astonished and calculated silently, a total of 3 cannons. The two of them then cupped their hands. "Fellow Taoists, the Taiyi sect will never forget this kindness. If you ever need help in the future, just let us know. Even if we have to mobilize the entire sect, we will do everything in our power to help you." Su Yunlan also smiled brightly. "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Zukyu returned the smile and said, "You're too kind, too kind. No need to be so polite." The next morning, Zukyu walked out of his room and yawned. He thought to himself, no one has come to cause trouble these past few days. I should make a trip to the Withered Bone Forest. I just need to kill 6 more nascent soul stage beasts to reach the 10th level of the Golden Core stage and level up the system, which will give me a way to revive little Rou. Outside, a few guys were shouting loudly, "Su Yunlan, get out here and greet us. Have you prepared this month's spirit stones? Making us wait this long? Are you forcing our hand? If we don't see the spirit stones, don't blame us for being merciless." Zuki came out, picking his ear. "What's with all the shouting? Whose dogs are these, not properly leashed, barking so early in the morning?" A weak-minded looking punk crushed out. "Where did this little brat come from?" Scram to the side. "Tell that bitch Su Yunlan to come out." Zukyu charged forward and clamped his hand over the punk's mouth. "Your dog mouth stinks to high heaven. It would be better if you never opened it again." The group stared at Zukyu, stunned into silence. The guy with his mouth clamped shut kept mumbling. Seeing this, the rest of the group drew their weapons and charged at Zukyu. Zukyu spun around and delivered a light kick. The entire group of weaklings was set flying and landed in a pile. The system's voice rang out, "Successfully acted tough. Gained 40 acting tough points. Killing a Golden Core stage cultivator has earned you 50,000 experience points and 1 Golden Core. Seeing his comrades lying on the ground, one of them shouted, "You're not from the Tai sect. My win-chasing gang has no quarrel with you. Why did you kill our members?" Zuki replied nonchalantly, "Win-chasing gang? That name sounds incredibly stupid. People who chase the wind are mostly morons." The guy heard this and asked, "What did you say?" Zuki pointed at his face. "Compared to my heaven-exploding faction, you guys are nothing." Hearing about the heaven-exploding faction, the guy was confused. The two elders from the Tai sect, however, burst into laughter until tears streamed down their faces. That makes so much sense. It's utterly convincing. Now that you mention it, the name Win-Chasing Gang does sound really stupid. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. Su Yun Lan also stared blankly at Zukyu, and a blush crept up her cheeks as she smiled. This man is really interesting. The other guy's face turned ashen with rage. Tai sect, you dare to offend our Win-Chasing Gang. Today, all of you will die. Another one of them shouted. Not good, he's going to report back, stop him. Seeing the guy fly away, Zukyu said nonchalantly, no need to stop him. Sect Master Su, bring up the God-powered cannons. Su Yun Lan smiled and nodded. The three cannons were brought up and lined up neatly. Zukyu then mumbled something next to a cannon. At that moment, several figures could be seen flying in the sky. One of them spoke from above. I am the leader of the Win-Chasing Gang. Peng Gang, which little brat who hasn't even grown his hair out dared to kill my men? Zukyu smiled and said, Sorry, Peng Gang. My hair has fully grown. Su Yun Lan heard this and thought with embarrassment, why did he answer so seriously? One of the members also said, Gang leader, look, they brought up 3 more cannons. Hearing this, Peng Gang looked down in surprise at the 3 cannons lined up. This guy sneered, I guess they want to put on a fireworks show for us. Su Yun Lan snorted, and one of the members of the Win-Chasing Gang stepped forward and said arrogantly, Tai sect, I'll give you one chance. If your cannons can even touch a single hair on our heads, we'll spare you. Zukyu heard this and thought, why does this line reek of contempt? Do all these cultivators want to stand there and let me hit them? So, Zukyu stepped forward and said, This act isn't bad, but unfortunately, it's useless. The cannon's mouth began to glow. Peng Gang seemed to realize something was wrong. But as Zukyu shouted fire, a beam of light shot out. The beam passed clean through Peng Gang. A member worriedly looked over. Gang leader, are you all right? One of Peng Gang's arms had been completely severed. He looked over in fear. My arm. Peng Gang screamed in the sky like a pig being slaughtered. Below, Zukyu's crashed his head with embarrassment. Oops, the power was a bit stronger than usual. I accidentally shot the gang leader. He then turned to Su Yun Lan and said, Since it's like this, bring up another cannon. You give it a try. Su Yun Lan was surprised. Me? QQ continued. We have a total of 3 cannons. After I leave the Tai sect, you'll need to take care of them. You should practice using them now. So the 3 of them fumbled with the cannons. A member stood in front of the gang leader and shouted loudly. Gang leader, the 3 cannons are aimed at us. We need to disperse. Below, the 3 cannons finished gathering spirit energy. 3 booms echoed, but they only grazed the members of the Wind-Chasing Gang. Zukyu watched and said, Oops, missed again. One member who couldn't escape in time was disintegrated by the cannon's light beam. The other members frantically controlled their flying swords to escape. The gang leader also fled to the side. He turned back and shouted, Tai sect, just you wait. When our Wind-Chasing Gang returns, we will fight you to the death. Just you wait for me. Zukyu placed his hand on Su Yun Lan's, turned to the gang leader, and smirked. You won't have a chance to come back. Stand firm, I'm firing again. Hearing this, Peng Gang's face was covered in sweat. The cannon was now aimed directly at Peng Gang. Ready? Fire. A beam of light shot out, heading straight for Peng Gang. In the blink of an eye, Peng Gang was completely vaporized. Only a few pieces of cloth fluttered down. Zukyu smiled brightly and said, I'm sure no one will bother you again. Su Yun Lan smiled. Thank you. At the same time, the system's voice rang out, killing 3 golden core stage cultivators has earned you 150,000 experience points and 3 golden cores. Hearing this, Zukyu thought, so all the people killed by the cannon count for me? The system continued to ring. Congratulations on leveling up. Current realm Golden Core stage, 10th level. Congratulations on achieving Golden Core perfection. System upgrade function successfully activated. The system's current level is level 1st. You have a free system upgrade. Do you wish to use it? Zukyu thought to himself, finally, little Rou. I can finally save you. Zukyu said, use it. Then he turned to the people of the Tai sect. Sect Master Su, I have an urgent matter and must leave for a while. Su Yunlan replied, all right. Zukyu then left. The people watched in awe. His movement technique is so fast. In a distant place, Zukyu shouted, quick, use the free system upgrade. The system's voice rang out, system upgrade commencing. 51%, 90%. Upgrade successful. System's current level is level 2nd. This upgrade has added new items to the store and expanded the usage limits of items. Zukyu was anxious. Quick, find a way to revive little Rou. The system rang again, searching for a resurrection method for the host. Please wait a moment. Search successful. Based on the host's current strength and the resources of this world, the resurrection method with the lowest difficulty has been found. Search successful. Instantly, a prescription appeared before his eyes. Like a light at the end of a tunnel, 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill. The 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill can nourish the soul of the deceased, helping the soul return to the body. It may grant the 5 elements chaotic body. Main ingredients: primal gold spirit grass, primal wood spirit grass, primal water spirit grass, primal fire spirit grass, primal earth spirit grass. Supplementary ingredient: holy water of life. Prescription price: 2,000 acting tough points. Zukyu heard this and exclaimed, this? What the hell is this? 2,000 acting tough points for just the prescription? The system replied, that is the price of the prescription. After exchanging for the prescription, it will guide the host on how to find the medicinal ingredients. Zukyu agreed, then exchange it quickly. As long as I can revive little Rou, whether it's 2,000 or 200,000, I'll exchange it, the system announced. Successfully exchanged for the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill prescription. Searching for the location of the ingredients. Primal fire spirit grass grows in areas with dense fire spiritual energy. The location in this world is deep within the Dragon Vein east of the Fire Nation. Primal gold spirit grass grows in areas with dense metal spiritual energy. The location in this world is deep within the Dragon Vein south of the Metal Nation. Primal wood spirit grass grows in areas with dense wood spiritual energy. The location in this world is deep within the Dragon Vein west of the Wood Nation. Zukyu was shocked. Oh my god, the Dragon Vein east of the Fire Nation. The east of the Fire Nation. That must be the Imperial Mausoleum, the burial place of the emperors of all dynasties. System. You're not kidding me, are you? Do you know how heavily guarded that place is with countless restrictions? Even the current emperor doesn't dare to enter the Imperial Mausoleum casually. And not just the Fire Nation, I have to go to the Imperial Mausoleums for other nations too. System. Is there any other way? The system continued to announce. The primal spirit grasses are the essence of the dragon veins. Once you uproot them, the fate of the entire nation will end. This journey will be extremely dangerous. The host is advised to cultivate well. Zukyu shouted, damn it. Is it as simple as just cultivating hard? Zukyu's fists clenched unconsciously as he thought, no matter what, at least there's a way to revive little Rou. So I'll keep trying. Getting angry at the system is useless. The system probably isn't intentionally messing with me, right? I have no feelings for these 5 nations. Even if I destroy the dragon veins, it's the royal families that will suffer, not the common people. Who the hell cares about the imperial mausoleums of the 5 nations? No one can stop me from saving little Rou. I don't believe in any of this crap. How can a few small imperial mausoleums stop me? The owner of this body died because the Fire Nation Emperor tricked him into the Imperial Palace to cultivate, only to have the princess suck his cultivation rye. Even his heavenly fire spirit was stolen. MPH, it's a good time to make a trip to the Fire Nation. Old Emperor, little princess, your prince consort has returned. That evening, Su Yunlan knocked on Zukyu's door, but there was no answer. She opened the door to find a piece of paper on the table. The note read, Sect Master Su, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. In the letter is the 10,000 swords formation. It is a powerful formation that can defend the Tai sect against other forces. The instructions are in the other letter. We will meet again if fate allows. Zukyu. Su Yunlan thought to herself. Besides leaving the instructions, QQ didn't leave any other words for me. Su Yunlan went and lay down on his bed. She inhaled the scent around her and murmured, "It's still here." Meanwhile, Zukyu was walking on a mountain. This was the border of the Fire Nation. I spent over 200 acting tough points to exchange for the formation for Sectmaster Su. I don't have many points left. It's a pity I haven't even touched Sectmaster Su's hand yet. What a shame. Thinking about it, this journey is more dangerous than safe. The Fire Nation is full of powerful cultivators. The Fire Nation Emperor alone is at the 6th level of the infant transformation stage. I once used the Angry Buddha's Fire Lotus, a fusion of 2 different flames, to fight against Jiang and Shen, who was at the 5th level of the infant transformation stage. That was my last resort, and I couldn't even touch a hair on his head. I could only cause chaos and then escape his pursuit. There's only 1 level difference between Jiang and Shen and the Fire Nation Emperor, but that small difference is like the distance between heaven and earth. If they were to fight, Jiang and Shen would surely be defeated in less than 10 rounds. This is really depressing. Zukyu had just arrived at an inn and called out, "Waiter, a bottle of Sprite." The waiter was stunned. "Some minus Sprite. Sir, our inn only has tea." Zukyu sat down. "Oh, then bring me a pot of tea." As Zukyu yawned, he heard the constant sound of people urging on their horses. A few patrons in the inn started chatting. "Wow, such grandeur. That must be some important noble. The carriage is flying the flag of our Fire Nation. Is it someone from the Imperial Palace?" Soon after, the horse-drawn carriage sped past Zukyu. Inside the carriage, a woman could be faintly seen. This was the Fire Nation's Princess G.W. Anking. G.W. Anking spoke up, "Zizhuan, do you remember Zukyu?" Zizhuan replied, "Zukyu? Ever since we crossed the border, it seems like news of Zukyu is everywhere. But these rumors seem a bit exaggerated. A mere golden core cultivator managing to kill so many people under the watch of an infant transformation expert, and even escaping in the end." G.W. Anking said, "No. I'm talking about the Zukyu from 6 years ago." Zizhuan was surprised. The prince consort who was brought into the palace 6 years ago, so his name was Zukyu. What happened to him? G.W. Anking replied flatly, "He's dead." Zizhuan was shocked. "Dead? How?" G.W. Anking replied, "I only just found out about it myself." Hearing this, Zizhuan was stunned, then said, "Thinking back, I still remember the first time I saw him. He had a cute, blushing face. I only found out later that he was to be used as an indirect cultivation vessel for the Fire Emperor. He was then locked away in the underground palace to cultivate in seclusion. No one ever mentioned it again, and I forgot about him. I never expected that he—" G.W. Anking cut her off. "I always remembered." "About it." Zizhuan turned and asked then, "Why didn't you stop it back then?" G.W. Anking replied, "I couldn't. Father Emperor wanted to break through to the next level, and Zukyu had the most suitable heavenly fire spirit root. Since he wasn't a relative, Father Emperor had consort one disguise herself as me and stay with Zukyu for 6 years, waiting for him to reach the golden core stage before stealing his heavenly fire spirit root." Zizhuan said, "So it was consort Juan who was with Zukyu all those years. With her peerless martial arts and unpredictable transformation techniques, tricking a golden core cultivator would indeed not be difficult." G.W. Anking continued, "Everyone has their own destiny. Father Emperor is now attempting to break through to the 7th level. If he succeeds, it will be a good thing for the entire Fire Nation. It's just that I can't forget him." Zizhuan let out a long sigh, but then she suddenly remembered something, and said, "Princess, do you think the Zukyu in the rumors and the prince consort are the same person? Or should I send someone to investigate? I'm really curious what kind of person he is." G.W. Anking shook her head. "There are countless people with the same name. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Besides, the Zukyu in the palace had his cultivation completely drained. Even if he survived, he wouldn't have a spirit root. And without a spirit root, it's absolutely impossible to start cultivating again." Zizhuan said, disappointed, "That's true. After all, in this world, No one has ever been heard of growing a new spirit root. Meanwhile, Zuki was relentlessly killing beasts. He finally took down a bear. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. The system's voice rang out, killed a nascent soul stage beast, gained 20,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for achieving golden core perfection. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation will now be initiated. According to the system's calculations, the heavenly tribulation will arrive in 7 days. The difficulty level is hard mode. Zukyu heard this and got angry. Damn it, on what basis? You said you'd help me fly, what's with this, hard mode? The system's voice rang out because the host has cultivated the ancient 5 elements arts. This type of cultivation technique is not easy to advance. Hard mode is already the simplest mode. In the future there will be Hell mode, Asura mode, and 9 deaths in 1 life mode. Suddenly several people surrounded Zukyu intently. Then, they turned and left, saying, "She's not here. Keep searching. We absolutely cannot let her return alive." Zukyu was puzzled. Who are these guys? Whatever, I need to get to the Imperial City. After walking for a while, Zukyu saw a burning carriage. He exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" But this carriage looks familiar. After a moment of thought, Zukyu realized, "Isn't this the group I met at the tea house half a month ago? Looks like they're being hunted by those masked men." I think I sense an opportunity to act tough. The masked men were currently searching around. GW Anking and Zizhuan were hiding in a bush not far away. Zizhuan was worried. The Metal Nation is truly audacious, daring to attack us. So many nascent soul experts. They clearly want to push us to our deaths. GW Anking had a grave expression. These are not ordinary nascent soul cultivators. If I'm not mistaken, they are assassins from Heaven's Killers. Hearing Heaven's Killers, Zizhuan was startled. GW Anking continued, "It is said that Heaven's Killers assassins all wear white clothes and red masks, and are highly skilled with blades. The people who just ambushed us must be them. Princess, it seems the Metal Nation is determined to kill us this time. I fear it will be hard to escape this calamity." GW Anking turned to Zizhuan and gave an order. "Zizhuan, they are definitely targeting me. I'm the one who implicated you. In a moment, I'll lure them away. You take the chance to escape." Zizhuan smiled and replied, "Princess, Zizhuan has always followed your orders. But this one thing, I cannot obey." Hearing this, GW Anking was stunned, then smiled. "You always said I was stubborn and spirited, and that I'd never find a prince consort in the future. But your stubbornness is no less than mine." GW Anking surveyed her surroundings, then pulled Zizhuan's hand and started moving. Zizhuan said, "Princess, we are both at the Golden Core stage. It's very difficult to escape the pursuit of nascent soul expert. Unless someone has a heavenly fire spirit root at the Golden Core stage, they might have a chance against them. If the Zukyu from back then hadn't died, he would have been perfect for this. What a pity." GW Anking turned back and cut her off. "Don't mention him again. In this world, he's not the only one. With a heavenly fire spirit root, I always believed that the true prince consort in my life would be even more outstanding." Loud noise echoed beside them. A yellow snake emerged and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, don't be so excessive. We just misunderstood each other a little. Do you really have to kill me?" Zukyu charged forward with his blade. "You suddenly pop out and bite my ass. Of course I have to kill you, die." A flame erupted, and when they looked again, the snake had been sliced into by Zukyu. Zukyu looked at GW Anking and Zizhuan and thought, they must be the people from that carriage. That's right, the carriage had the Fire Nation's flag. I need to change my face quickly to avoid being recognized. The system's voice rang out, consumed 200 acting tough points to exchange for a high -grade human skin mask. Success makes one's appearance vivid and difficult for others to tell apart from reality. Ineffective against those at the infant transformation stage or above. Zukyu put on the mask. GW Anking thought to herself, a golden core cultivator who can slay a blood serpent at the infant transformation stage. I've never heard of such a thing. So she stepped forward and said, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. This little lady has a request. I wonder what you two ladies need." Seeing the handsome face before her, acting tough, GW Anking stared dazed-eyed at Zukyu, thinking, For so many years, the men around me were either dandies or fawning sycophants. I've never met a man as calm as him, with such superior strength to suppress a blood serpent. Especially his deep eyes, they are breathtaking. It feels like they could pull you in, and if you look for too long, you could get lost in them. Zijuan's voice brought G.W. Anking back to her senses. This young hero, my sister and I were out playing with the nobles from the Imperial Palace when we unfortunately encountered assassins. I wonder if you could escort us back to the city. As long as we get back, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Zukyu thought. Travel together, then maybe they aren't from the royal family? In that case, I'll save them. Zukyu then said, the ones chasing you. Are they infant transformation experts wearing white robes with red masks? Zijuan nodded. Yes, young hero? Have you met them? Zukyu smiled. I have always valued righteousness. I will definitely escort you two ladies back to the city. The system's voice rang out. Successfully acted tough. Gained 70 acting tough points. Zukyu thought to himself, how could I pass up such a good opportunity to act tough? Zijuan looked happily at G.W. Anking. G.W. Anking also said a word of thanks. Zukyu then led the way for the two women. Zijuan spoke up, young hero, may I ask for your name? Zukyu turned back and smiled. I am Hua Wukyu of the Heaven Exploding Faction. Heaven Exploding Faction, Hua Wukyu. These two names made Zijuan puzzled, and she said, could it be that this lady has heard of my name before? Zijuan replied, no, it's just that your name has the character Q in it, which reminds me of a friend. Hearing this, Zukyu just turned his face away, so it was a misunderstanding. So that's how it is. Meanwhile, G.W. Anking had a thoughtful look on her face, pondering something. Night fell, and the group sat around a campfire. Zijuan couldn't help but voice her concern. Young hero Hua Wukyu lighting a fire here in the middle of the night. Will it attract enemies? Zukyu didn't answer. His gaze fixed on a nearby stream. We've been traveling all day. How can we not eat? Look at you two, you're all dirty. Go wash up in the stream over there. Zijuan smiled and declined. No need, it's better this way. Zukyu flipped a fragrant chicken wing skewer, thinking to himself, these women are so strange. Don't they like being clean? He offered a hot chicken wing skewer and said, here, eat. Zijuan happily took it. Wow, it smells so good, sister, you try it. G.W. Anking merely glanced at the chicken wing skewer, then turned her face away arrogantly. Take it away. This princess cannot eat such things. Hearing the familiar words, this princess, Zukyu's eyes suddenly sharpened. Zijuan also thought, oh no. G.W. Anking realized she had misspoken. The water basin in her hand fell to the ground. Zukyu shot to his feet, his voice icy. This princess, who are you? As he raised his hand, G.W. Anking shouted in alarm, what do you want to do? Without another word, a stream of cold water shot straight into G.W. Anking's face. Kazu heard a cough violently. Zijuan rushed over worriedly. Prin, sister, are you all right? Zukyu then spoke. With certainty, G.W. Anking, it really is you. G.W. Anking stood up and shouted, Hua Wukyu, you are so bold. Knowing that I am the Flame Sun Princess, you still dare to be disrespectful to me. For this crime alone, I can have your entire 9 generations executed. Zukyu roared back, you want to execute my 9 generations? Too bad, I'm the only one left. Besides, I'm not some Hua Wukyu. In the chaotic memories of this body, Zukyu had merged with its consciousness. The mask fell, revealing a terrifyingly familiar face. His tone was full of sarcasm. My dear princess, it's only been a few months. Have you already forgotten your prince consort? G.W. Anking was utterly shocked. Impossible. Father Emperor clearly killed you. You can't possibly still be alive, Zukyu. He sneered coldly and drew his blade. Why not? The heavens gave me a second chance precisely so I could seek revenge on the G family. Zijuan quickly stood in front of G.W. Anking. She yelled, stop. You can't kill us. Don't forget you just promised to protect us back to the city. Zukyu replied flatly, sorry. I have many virtues, but my only flaw is that I don't keep my word. And I have no intention of changing. Zijuan hurriedly tried to explain, wait. Zukyu, listen to me. For the past 6 years, the princess is not. But G.W. Anking had taken out a flute and shouted, Zijuan, shut up. The G family's affairs do not need to be explained to a homeless orphan from the streets. If you want to kill me, then let's die here together. A piercing flute sound echoed, and immediately from the darkness, countless shadows rushed out like hawks. Flame Sun's jade flute. She's over there. Where do you think you're going? Hand over your life. The Golden Core bodyguards from the Middle Nation have arrived. Flame Sun, you've really run out of road. Zukyu said flatly. GW Anking, your little trick is quite good, but it's a pity you think you can rely on these weaklings. With that, he swung his blade. With one slash, he raised his hand high and summoned the bone freezing cold flame. An assassin rushed forward, and the icy flame in Zukyu's hand erupted, turning into a blizzard of ice that engulfed everything. In the end, only a few ice blocks containing the assassins remained. Zukyu said coldly, "You want to kill me with just this?" He strode coldly towards GW Anking. She opened her mouth wide before she could finish. Zukyu grabbed her by the neck and lifted her high. GW Anking struggled to force out each word. "Why is it you?" Zukyu replied coldly. "Why shouldn't it be me?" GW Anking struggled to speak. "Zukyu, if we hadn't brought you back to the Imperial Palace back then, you would just be a corpse wandering the streets." Zukyu smiled coldly. "Brought me back to the Imperial Palace. You saved me only because you wanted the heavenly fire spirit root in my body. Do you think I still care about the wealth and glory in your city now?" With that, he squeezed her neck harder and let her go. GW Anking clutched her neck, coughing incessantly. Zukyu continued, "But I don't intend to kill you for now. You should know in this world there are punishments far more terrifying than death." A moment later, he picked up a few pieces of chicken wings from the ground, blew off the dust, and said regretfully, "What a waste of such delicious food." GW Anking and Zizhuan were sitting on a tree. Zizhuan spoke up, "Princess, what should we do?" GW Anking clenched her skirt, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. "Zizhuan, bring the wine we got from the Water Nation." Hearing this, Zizhuan was startled. "You can't, Princess. The Yin-Yang Heaven's Heart wine is a forbidden wine in the Water Nation. If a man drinks it, his cultivation will instantly plummet. If a woman drinks it, then GW Anking continued, "For a woman it is an extremely potent aphrodisiac." Zizhuan whispered worriedly, "Princess, I know what you're planning, but what if he senses it? If you anger him, he will definitely not let you off." GW Anking replied, "Zizhuan, have you heard the saying, 1 night as husband and wife means 100 days of affection?" Zukyu, after all, had 1 night as husband and wife with the princess, and he doesn't even know that princess was Consort One in disguise. He hasn't killed me yet, which means he still has some lingering feelings. If I proactively go over and offer him a drink, he will definitely drink it. Zizhuan hesitated, wanting to say something, but GW Anking stopped her. "No buts, this is my last hope. He's already this powerful before reaching Golden Core perfection. If he's allowed to advance to a higher realm, the Fire Nation will be destroyed." GW Anking took off the storage ring. "Trust me, father. Emperor could kill him once. Then I can kill him this time." Zukyu, who was sitting, turned around in surprise. He saw GW Anking approaching with a cup of wine in her hand. She offered the cup and said, "Zukyu, I know you hate our G family, but in this world where the strong prey on the weak, when you have no power you will be controlled by others. You can't even control your own life and death. But after 6 years of being with you, I can't just forget you. So I offer you this cup of wine. From now on, we sever our marital bond. If you kill me, you won't be called a wife minus killer." The cup of wine was now in front of Zukyu. Seeing his cold and indifferent expression, without saying a word, GW Anking thought worriedly, "Could I have guessed wrong? Does he no longer have any feelings for the princess of 6 years ago?" Just then Zukyu spoke. "I have a rule. I only drink with 2 types of people. The first type is the dead, and the second is bitches. You fall perfectly into both categories. How can I drink with you? You'd better behave yourself." Hearing this, GW Anking was furious. Zukyu continued, "Before I figure out how to deal with you, you should cherish your final moments and reflect on the heartless things you've done." GW Anking gritted her teeth and said, "The only mistake I ever made was marrying someone like you. Now I just want to sever all ties with you before I die." Can't you even agree to this small request?" After she finished speaking, a tear rolled down her cheek. Zuki relented. "I agree to sever our marital ties, bring the wine over." Seeing that she had succeeded, the corner of G.W. Anking's mouth curled up. She walked over and handed the cup to Zuki. He took the cup and raised it, and silently called for the system to inspect it. The system immediately reported inspection complete. "This is the yin-yang heaven's heart wine. If a man drinks it, he will lose all his cultivation and will never be able to cultivate again. If a woman drinks it, it acts like an aphrodisiac which can only be neutralized by intercourse with a man. Note, if the man's cultivation is higher than the woman's, he can absorb a portion of her cultivation during intercourse, but it will not affect her future cultivation." Zuki silently asked, "What about her cup?" The system replied, "It's not poisoned." Zuki said silently, "Swap the 2 cups for me." The system's voice rang, consuming 30 acting tough points to exchange for an illusion talisman. Swap successful. At that moment, Zuki and G.W. Anking raised their cups to drink. After finishing the cup, G.W. Anking smirked. "Zuki, it seems you're just as naive as before." Zuki put on an innocent face. "What do you mean?" Zijuan then walked over to check on G.W. Anking. But she just laughed smugly. "Although I don't know what fortune you encountered in the past few months that allowed you to not only start cultivating again, but also reach such a terrifying level of strength. But now, all of that will turn to dust." She said, "Do you know what kind of wine I just gave you?" Zuki smiled and replied, "Of course I know. It's the yin-yang heaven's heart wine." Hearing Zuki say he knew, G.W. Anking was shocked. "How did you?" Zuki said, "Oh, G.W. Anking, G.W. Anking. Your heart is truly wicked. Harming me once wasn't enough, you had to try a second time. According to my previous temper, you'd be dead by now. But I've changed my mind. I want to see what happens to you after drinking the yin-yang heaven's heart wine." G.W. Anking said in disbelief. Zijuan also worriedly questioned Zuki. He threw the cup down and replied flatly, "Nothing much. Just swap the wine. Logically speaking, you should be feeling hot all over right now, wanting to strip off your clothes, right?" With that, he lifted G.W. Anking's chin. She slapped his hand away and shouted, "Insolent, you." But at that moment, she was stimulated by the drug. Her body went weak and started trembling. Zuki said flatly, "I warned you not to play tricks. This is what you call bringing it upon yourself." G.W. Anking sat down, panting heavily. She then fell backward and screamed. Zijuan walked over worriedly. "Princess Yu," but her arm was grabbed by G.W. Anking. She pulled Zijuan down on top of her. Seeing this, Zuki was embarrassed. Wow, this drug is really potent. She can't even tell men from women anymore. I should probably stay far away. Zijuan was being held down and licked by G.W. Anking. She condensed her water, minus element spiritual energy, and pulled G.W. Anking away. Immediately after, G.W. Anking was trapped in a water prison art. Zuki was surprised. Water minus element spiritual energy. Zijuan then knelt down and said, "A woman who drinks the yin-yang heaven's heart wine will die if she doesn't have intercourse with a man. Zuki, I beg you, please save the princess." Zuki replied without a care, "Is there something wrong with my brain? Watching her die right now is exactly what I want." Zijuan continued to plead, "Zuki, as long as you agree to save the princess, Yijuan is willing to give you her cultivation and spirit root, and be your slave to atone for everything they did to you. I beg you." Zuki shook his head. "Your cultivation and spirit root are useless to me, and I don't need a slave." Zijuan continued, "Then what do you want? As long as you're willing to save the princess, I will do anything." "Anything?" Zuki rubbed his chin. "Well, there is actually one thing I need." He then sat down in front of Zijuan. He smirked. "You're from the Water Nation and so close to the princess. Your status must be quite high, right? Get me the maps of the imperial mausoleums of the Fire Nation and the Water Nation. As long as you get me those 2 maps, I will save her." Zijuan's eyes were filled with worry. "You want to break into the imperial mausoleums? It's useless. Even with the maps, the mausoleums are filled with countless restrictions. Even infant transformation experts can't easily break in. Once inside, no one can come out alive. You Just then, GW Anking moaned incessantly. Ah! Ah! Zijuan. I feel so uncomfortable. Zijuan said, I agree. I'll find a way to get the 2 maps. Zukyu took out a pill. This is a 3- corpse soul - devouring pill. Once swallowed, there is no antidote. If you betray me, I will take your lives in an instant. Zijuan put the pill in her mouth and swallowed it. Zukyu then waved his hand, and the water prison shattered. GW Anking fell to the ground. He made her drink the 3- corpse soul - devouring pill. GW Anking then sat up and climbed onto Zukyu. Zukyu was surprised. Oh, so enthusiastic? Why does holding her hand feel different from my memories? It's as if she's a different person. And so a series of sounds echoed, making Zijuan blush crimson. Suddenly, Zukyu stopped. He said with suspicion, Virgin? GW Anking said, Don't stop. Zukyu then vigorously displayed his long - lost legendary technique. The old immortal pushes the cart. GW Anking, meanwhile, was constantly practicing her vows as if she were back in school. Zijuan covered her face in embarrassment as the sound of pounding rice echoed relentlessly. Zukyu and GW Anking were still engaged in some healthy, vigorous exercise. After 49 minutes, Zukyu gripped the ground tightly, arched his back, and shot off New Year's fireworks. Zijuan was sitting and contemplating the meaning of life. Zukyu walked out and said, Hey, I saved her for you. After I get to the Imperial City, I hope to see the maps of the Imperial Mausoleums. Otherwise, Zijuan stood up and said, You don't need to threaten me. I will definitely do what I promised. Then, Zijuan helped the princess up. Looking at the goods he had just handled, Zukyu smiled. Suddenly, 2 loud sounds echoed. Zukyu's expression became serious as he thought, This aura, it's an old monster at the infant transformation stage. And there are 2 of them. Zijuan said, You should go. Those are the royal princes who follow the empress in the city. When we were in danger, the princess sent out a distress signal. They are probably coming here now. Zukyu smiled confidently. Infant transformation stage? After fighting Zhang Danshan, I've now reached Golden Core perfection. I haven't had a chance to spar with any infant transformation experts yet. Zijuan was startled, but Zukyu had already flown up and laughed. Never mind. Remember from now on, don't mention my name, not even a single word. Even if we are thousands of miles apart, if I have the intention, the 2 of you will die instantly. With that, Zukyu disappeared. Zijuan watched worriedly as GW Anking gradually regained consciousness. In another place, Zukyu was opening the system. The next challenge is the Heavenly Tribulation. My current equipment doesn't give me much confidence. System, with my current situation, what are my chances of success? The system's voice rang out, calculation error. Cannot provide an accurate answer. It is recommended to exchange for some equipment and items. Zukyu reluctantly clicked on the equipment tab. In that case, I'll exchange for some good protective gear. Flowing light purple gold armor, price 300 acting tough points. Aegis of the Legion, price 400 acting tough points. Spirit Visage, price 500 acting tough points. Are all the in game items here now? Even using my knees to think, I know that for a heavenly tribulation I definitely need magic resistance. The Spirit Visage not only has 55 magic resistance, but also a passive ability that triples life regeneration. If combined with the system's automatic recovery function, this equipment will help me a lot during the tribulation. It's a bit expensive, but if it allows me to safely pass the tribulation, it's worth it. The system's voice rang out. Consumed 500 acting tough points. Exchange successful. Zukyu looked at the Spirit Visage and smiled. Brother, my tribulation depends on you. 3 days later, Zukyu punched a tree drunk in frustration. He suddenly stopped. People. 3 guys were walking and chatting animatedly. Fellow Taoists, we need to hurry. We won't make it in time to register. That's right, Celestial Fragrance Valley is one of the 3 major sects of the 5 great nations. They only recruit disciples once every 100 years. I heard the sect is full of geniuses and celestial maidens. The Empress of the Fire Nation was once a disciple of Celestial Fragrance Valley. It's a pity our Fire Nation was only allocated 50 trial spots, and each trial spot is hidden in different places. We were lucky to find out about one of the trial locations, so we must get there quickly. Zuko hid behind a tree and smiled, thinking, Celestial Fragrance Valley, one of the 3 major sects of the 5 great nations, recruiting disciples once every 150 years. It seems I've found a place to act tough. The other guys were urging each other on. Hurry up, we're almost at the trial spot. Suddenly they stopped. In front of them, a dashing, silver-haired man appeared out of nowhere. They thought to themselves, what a powerful aura. That person is full of mystery. He must be a powerful expert. We should befriend him. So, the guy with a face as round as a ball stepped forward and cupped his hands. This fellow Taoist. My name is Zhang Fanrong from Lingwang City. These are my friends, and we are on our way to participate in the trial. I didn't expect to meet you here. May I be so bold as to ask if you are also here for the trial? Zuko replied, I am Hu Wukyu. I am indeed here for the trial spot, but unfortunately, I don't have enough information and got lost. If Brother Zhang doesn't mind, could I travel with you? Zhang Fanrong smiled brightly. It's true what they say at home, you rely on your parents. The system's voice rang out, successfully acted tough, gained 140 acting tough points. Hearing this, Zuko smiled. Celestial Fragrance Valley, one of the 3 major sects of the 5 great nations, recruits disciples once every 100 years. During the event, they set up trial spots in various nations. Finding a trial spot is the first hurdle one must overcome. Those with methods and patience will find clues, while others will be eliminated at this first stage. Arriving before a barrier, Zhang Fanrong said, Fellow Taoists, this is a blinding formation. Once we pass through, it will be the trial spot, the blazing fire grand formation. We must cross a sea of fire. Only those who pass will be qualified for the next round. Into the barrier, and a blinding light flashed. In front of them was a vast sea of fire. Zhang Fanrong said, This sea of fire is extremely dangerous. Ordinary true core energy cannot withstand these flames. Brother Hua, surely you have a fire minus avoiding treasure. Right? Zuko replied flatly, Fire minus avoiding? Zhang Fanrong took out a blue jade. Brother Hua, these flames are not to be underestimated. Here is a water origin pearl for you. It contains water origin spiritual energy. Just activate it, and it will form a protective screen. Zuko stood with his arms crossed, nonchalant. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhang. But I can cross the sea of fire on my own. A guy with a blindfold sneered. Brother Hua, this water origin pearl is very valuable. You don't need to be so proud. Zuko smiled and said, Don't worry, I have my own way. The other guy let out a sigh. Then he used a fire minus repelling talisman to create a circle of protection around his body. He stepped into the flames and said, Gentlemen, I'll go first. See you at the exit of the formation. The remaining guy also took out a lantern that could absorb fire and ran in. Brother Zhang, I'm going ahead too. The 2 of them followed, wending their way through the flames. Zhang Fanrong smiled. Everyone has their own special skills. We shouldn't waste any more time. Zuko said calmly, Brother Zhang, please go first. I'll go after everyone else to avoid harming anyone. Hearing the word harm, Zhang Fanrong thought, Brother Hua's calm demeanor must mean he has some profound technique. He also took out the jade and formed a barrier. Brother Hua, I'll go first then. Be careful. The system's voice rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained 70 acting tough points. Inside Celestial Fragrance Valley, 2 female supervisors were watching. One with long hair, one with short hair. Both equally beautiful. The short-haired woman said, Senior sister, so far, no one has been able to withstand this fire formation. We're getting bored. The long-haired woman replied, Someone has leaked the information that this trial spot is the blazing fire formation. People. The short-haired woman held out a crystal ball. Senior sister, look. Among the people who just entered the fire formation, there's still a young man who hasn't gone in. He probably hasn't prepared a fire minus avoiding treasure. He's so handsome. If he could pass, I could try to get to know him. The guy with the blindfold then burst out of the fire formation, laughing maniacally. I passed. He looked back at the 2 people behind him and said, Fellow Taoist Lin, Brother Zhang, you're all safe. That's great. Come, let's go register. Zhang Fanrong said, Wait for Brother Hua a bit. He should be coming soon. The blindfolded guy said, no need to wait for him. The guy surnamed Lin also said he's too stubborn. The blindfolded guy added, he's probably panicking right now. Let's go register. Don't worry about him. The long minus-haired woman said, those who have passed the fire formation come here to register. The short minus-haired woman sighed with regret. What a pity for such a handsome man, but he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The long minus-haired woman smiled. Outside the fire formation also spoke up, asking the system, are they all through? The system replied, scan complete. There is no one left in the formation. Zukyu smiled and drew his blade. He then took a stance. Flame minus splitting tsunami wave. Split the mountains and part the seas, open for me. Zukyu slashed a straight path towards the fire formation. Zukyu shot straight to where the people who had passed the formation were standing. Everyone looked back in shock. Zukyu smiled and thought, what fire minus avoiding treasure? Just extinguishing it all is enough. The two female supervisors exclaimed, this is impossible. He destroyed our blazing fire formation with just one move. Zukyu scratched his head, damn it. You can't be serious. I only used 20% of my strength and the ground is already like this. How am I supposed to walk now? The guys who had passed were now stomping their feet and shouting, you've got to be kidding. We struggled so hard to get through the blazing fire formation, and Zukyu had now jumped and landed among the group. Sorry to keep you all waiting. The system's voice rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained 140 acting tough points. He walked over and said, Brother Hua, you are truly astonishing. Zukyu smiled. Not at all. Everyone who passed did so based on their own abilities. The short minus-haired woman said, Senior sister, the formation is destroyed. What do we do? The long minus-haired woman replied, I've never encountered a situation like this. Suddenly a man flew in on a sword and shouted, there's a disturbance at the northeast trial point. I don't know what happened. The long minus-haired woman cupped her hands. Reporting to senior brother, it was that candidate who just destroyed the blazing fire formation. He glanced over. Destroyed. The blazing fire grand formation of Celestial Fragrance Valley is a very difficult formation to pass. I've never heard of anyone being able to destroy it directly. Suddenly, he shouted, you all, stop right there. Zukyu smiled brightly. Brother, excuse me, is this the way to register? The senior brother asked, are you the one who destroyed the formation? Zukyu smiled as bright as a flower. You flatter me. The senior brother shouted, stop with the frivolous smiles. Do you know how precious this formation is? I don't care what demonic arts you use to break it. You all are not qualified to participate in the trial. Zukyu's eyes turned cold. The other guys broke into a sweat hearing they were disqualified. Disqualified, the senior brother continued. All of you stand here obediently for me. Wait for my senior brother to arrive, and he will deal with you. Zhang Fan Rong thought worriedly, it's over. We've offended Celestial Fragrance Valley. The trial is surely finished. Zukyu then opened his mouth and called out to the senior brother, I ask you, has there ever been a rule that you can't break the formation and must enter the blazing fire formation? The senior brother stammered this. The long minus-haired woman thought, I never expected someone could break the blazing fire formation. Of course there's no such rule. Zukyu continued, if there's no such rule. He shouted coldly, then kneel down and apologized to me. The senior brother was so angry he was speechless. Zhang Fan Rong thought worriedly, this person is the supervisor's senior brother. His status must not be low. Brother Hua is being so bold. The blindfolded guy also thought, this madman, don't drag us down with you, the senior brother. Then flew down. Zhang Fan Rong rushed to Zukyu's side. Brother Hua, are you crazy? The other party is a supervisor from Celestial Fragrance Valley. How can we pass if you do this? The senior brother then charged at Zukyu and shouted, you're courting death. Zukyu snorted coldly and drew his blade. You want to fight? The two of them glared at each other fiercely. An explosion from the collision of the two of them. He sat panting heavily, thinking his strength is too great. If I hadn't dodged in time just now, it would have been hard to escape with my life intact. Zukyu then said, when reasoning doesn't work you resort to killing. So this is all the great Celestial Fragrance Valley is. The senior brother gritted his teeth about to say something. But a figure appeared in the air and shouted, Jihang, shut up. The person in the air continued to shout, apologize to him. Now, the supervising disciples were shocked. Eldest senior brother, Sukyu smirked. Finally, someone who knows what's what, the senior brother said. Senior brother. It was him, but the eldest senior brother shouted, shut up, apologize. The senior brother's face darkened, trembling with anger. Then he opened his mouth and said, I'm sorry. Sukyu smiled. With your strength, making things difficult for you wouldn't be interesting. Sukyu then pointed at the eldest senior brother and said, since you've apologized, I won't make you kneel anymore. The eldest senior brother also jumped down. Fellow Taoist, why must you be like this? With your strength, entering Celestial Fragrance Valley is not difficult at all. For you and him to become fellow disciples is a matter of time. What the hell is Celestial Fragrance Valley? I don't give a damn. I came here today to act tough. The eldest senior brother continued, how about this? The second round requires a lot of luck, not a test of strength. As compensation, I will let you skip to the third round. The other three guys heard this and thought with envy, letting him skip the second round, which has the highest elimination rate. This compensation is too good, isn't it? Sukyu looked at the eldest senior brother, then said, your attitude is good. I won't make things difficult for you. But whether I pass or not is not important to me. Then he turned and put his arm around Zhang Fanrong's shoulder. Let's go register. Zhang Fanrong smiled awkwardly, thinking, big brother, we're not actually that close. If I get into Celestial Fragrance Valley, will I be targeted? The senior brother then walked out. Eldest senior brother, although I was the one who attacked first, this person destroyed our grand formation. The eldest senior brother shouted, shut up. The first elder is in seclusion in the spirit domain tower at this stage. I hope there won't be any trouble. Understood. The three supervisors replied in unison, yes. The eldest senior brother thought to himself, this person is not simple at all. He's clearly a golden core cultivator, but even with my 5th- level nascent soul cultivation, I couldn't defeat him. Congratulations everyone for successfully reaching the registration point. Everyone, gather here and then wait for the second round of tests. After that, you can form your own teams with a maximum of 6 people per team. After forming teams, you will enter the Sealed Fog Valley. The mission is to find the item Starlight Grass. The time limit is 6 hours. Those who submit Starlight Grass at the exit within the time limit will pass. Note, each team only needs 1 Starlight Grass to pass. Someone else said Starlight Grass is very hard to find. I heard this herb is extremely valuable, but it's so rare that only 1 plant appears in 1,000 miles. Brother Hua, let's find 2 more people to form a team. Then the 6 of us can go register together. This round doesn't test combat. More people means a better chance of finding it. Sukyu thought to himself. No, how could this round not test combat? The registration area never said you couldn't rob other teams. There will definitely be people who plot to rob others to pass. System, is this herb sold in the store? The system's voice rang out, searching. Search complete. Starlight Grass, 10 plants for 1 acting tough point. Sukyu was shocked. Wow, isn't this round a giveaway? Sukyu then pulled Zhang Fanrong aside. Zhang Fanrong was confused. What is it, Brother Hua? Sukyu replied, Brother Zhang lets you undive from a team. Zhang Fanrong was puzzled. Brother Hua, what do you mean? If this were a combat trial, I wouldn't hesitate to team up with you. Sukyu smiled. Brother Zhang, don't make things difficult for yourself. This is all based on luck. I'm also used to acting alone. We'll meet again if fate allows. With that, Sukyu left. The blindfolded guy walked over and asked, Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Fanrong replied, Brother Hua wants to act alone. The blindfolded guy said, well, with his personality, who can stop him? Let's go find a team. At the gathering point, the manager's voice rang out. Hold on to your team token. One guy said, look, our number is 135. The manager handed another token to Sukyu and said, this is your token. This fellow Taoist, are you a 1-man team? Sukyu replied, yes, what's wrong? The people behind him started whispering, 1 person, why is there a 1-man team? The system's voice also rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained 210, acting tough points. Sukyu thought to himself, because I'm not here to compete, I'm here to act tough. Sukyu walked over to 1 person and said, Candidate number 9527 requests to enter. The supervisor said pass. The time limit for each group is 6 hours. Candidates, please work hard. Return and submit the starlight grass to pass. Zuki thought to himself, work hard? I don't seem to need to work hard at all. I already have starlight grass. In a thicket, a young man and woman were hiding. Look quickly. There's a starlight grass over there. Shh, keep your voice down. Don't let others notice. The young man said, Zuru, you're agile. Go and pick the starlight grass. The young woman dashed out. This girl was Tangzuru from the Heavenly Martial Sect. She was the same girl who had splashed a whole tray of tea on Zukyu at the beginning. Everyone. After the battle at the Heavenly Martial Sect, Zhang Dan Shan went into seclusion to cultivate. The disciples left one by one to find new paths. The Heavenly Martial Sect no longer existed. Zuru thought to herself, if we find the starlight grass, we can enter the Celestial Fragrance Sect and start cultivating again. While she was happily by the starlight grass, two people rushed out to attack her. The young man in the bush shouted, Zuru, be careful behind you. The person from the bush jumped out and asked, Zuru, are you okay? Zuru, with a wound on her arm, gritted her teeth and said, I'm fine. The man with a hairy mouth picked up the starlight grass and grinned. Ha ha ha, big brother, your method really works. Look, another team has come to die. The man with the rooster comb hairstyle also said, this starlight grass is indeed good bait. We've caught half a dozen with it. The young man said, what do you mean? We clearly found it first. The rooster Midas-haired man laughed loudly. Kid, do you know how many cultivators from the 5 nations have come here? Too many to count. And Celestial Fragrance Valley only recruits disciples once every 100 years with a pathetically small list. Eliminating fools like you here will make it easier for us to get into Celestial Fragrance Valley. Zuru raised her hand to form a seal and shouted, you shameless bunch. You think you can enter Celestial Fragrance Valley? The two freaks charged forward. Enough talk. Die. Zuru's eyes became focused. On another side, Zukyu was lying on a rock, waiting for something. For hours have passed. The number of people who can advance to the next round is probably around 8,000. Less than 100 people have submitted starlight grass so far. Celestial Fragrance Valley has limited the search area. There aren't many starlight grasses to be found on this mountain. They are using the goo method, forcing the candidates to kill each other. The winner takes all, the loser gets nothing. Whether you find the starlight grass or not isn't the main point. The real test is whether you can bring it out of the trial grounds. The system's voice also announced system announcements. Q has successfully exchanged 100 acting tough points for 1,000 starlight grasses. Casually sitting on the pile of starlight grass he just exchanged for, he muttered his calculations. Time is running out. Everyone must be getting anxious. It's time to start harvesting. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the silence, reaching Zukyu's ears. Senior brother. Look over there. Zukyu's eyes lit up, and a smile of anticipation appeared on his lips. Oh, the show I've been waiting for has finally begun. Below, a chaotic battle had broken out between the young man from the Heavenly Martial Sect and the rooster Midas-haired man. They were exchanging blows furiously, but the advantage seemed to be with the rooster Midas-haired man. Being mercilessly stepped on by the rooster Midas-haired man, the young man quickly begged for his life. Don't kill me. We agree to withdraw from the competition. However, the rooster Midas-haired man, with a ferocious expression, paid him no mind and raised his spear to finish him off. But suddenly, a shoe came flying out of nowhere and hit him straight in the face. The heavenly kick sent the rooster Midas-haired man flying. Zukyu appeared with his shoe still smoking, and said with a smile, hey, it's just one starlight grass. If you have something to say it calmly. All this talk of killing and slashing. The rooster Midas-haired man was furious and about to charge forward for revenge, but his hairy Midas-mouthed companion quickly stopped him. Zukyu turned to the girl and said, you from the Heavenly Martial Sect, do you know why starlight grass is called that? Tangzuru was startled. Huh? No, I don't know. She thought to herself, how does he know my identity? While Zukyu smirked. With that, Zukyu casually took out 3 starlight grasses and set them on fire. The two freaks saw this and screamed, he is starlight grass. And 3 of them, hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Stop. The 3 starlight grasses burst into flames, forming a column of light that shot into the sky and exploded into a brilliant display of fireworks. Zuko smiled brightly and explained, "It's called starlight grass because when you burn it, stars really do appear." The system immediately rang out. Successfully acted tough. Gained 140 acting tough points. This is truly an easy way to get rich. I spent 100 points to buy 1,000 plants, and after burning just 3, I've already made a profit of 40 points. The hairy minus-mouthed man roared in frustration. "You're crazy. Burning starlight grass for no reason." Zuko couldn't be bothered to talk much. He snorted coldly and swung his sword. "I have enough acting tough points now. Die for me." The 2 freaks didn't even have time to understand what was happening before they were sent to collect their lungbacks early. Tangzuru was also utterly shocked. What on earth is this person doing? Zuko didn't bother to explain. He looked over and threw her a starlight grass. "Take it. I have plenty of these." The girl was still dazed when the young man beside her quickly reminded her, "What are you staring at? Hide it quickly or someone else will steal it." Tangzuru then snapped out of it and smiled gratefully. Zuko thought to himself, "Although I hate the Heavenly Martial sect, this girl once helped Panshin village. I hope you can pass this test." Meanwhile, in another corner, people were chattering in a discouraged atmosphere. "Why have we been searching for so long and haven't seen anything? Are we not fated to join Celestial Fragrance Valley? Our luck is too bad. Let's rest for a bit. We'll split up and search again later." "That's right. I'm sure you all know about the young man who entered the second round alone. Even our team of 6 is having a hard time finding it. Is he crazy? How interesting. I'd like to see how arrogant he can be now." "That's hilarious. If I meet him, I'll definitely mess with him and waste his time." Just as he finished speaking, a dark shadow loomed behind him. He was so scared he fell backward, stammering, "Who is it?" Zuko's eerie face, which could startle anyone, was revealed. "I heard you were looking for me? You want to stop me from finding starlight grass?" The round minus-faced man was still sitting on the ground in fear. But after regaining his composure, he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Who are you trying to scare? Serves you right for not being able to find starlight grass." Zuko calmly walked forward. "Do you know that there are actually stars inside starlight grass?" The other guys looked at each other in confusion. "Huh? Is this kid crazy? He couldn't find the starlight grass." Doubt hit hard and went insane. The round minus-faced guy shouted, "Kid, get lost. This place isn't for you." Zuko didn't bother arguing. He pulled out a whole handful of starlight grass. "Couldn't find starlight grass? Sorry. I found some. Let's see. 1 plant, 2 plants, 3 plants, 4 plants. Oh, I found a total of 10 plants now." The whole group was shocked to see this. Impossible. 10 starlight grasses. And we couldn't even find one. Zuko tossed a few starlight grasses into the air, snapped his fingers, and a flame ignited them. He smiled brightly. "Is the moment to witness a miracle." The 10 burning starlight grasses shone brilliantly, causing the group to scream incessantly, "Oh my God, you're crazy, stop." Zuko held the burning starlight grasses, laughing like he had just smoked some happy leaves. "Look at this light, it's just like fireworks on Earth." Despite the group's shouts of protest, the starlight grasses had now soared high into the sky, creating an extremely beautiful scene. The system's voice also rang out, "Successfully acted tough. Gained 280 acting tough points." At the same time, outside, a person rushed to a solemn place to report. "Elder, a disciple has something to report." A voice came from inside. "Come in." The disciple who entered quickly reported, "Information from the second round trial grounds. A candidate is rebellious, burning starlight grass." The bald elder heard this and frowned. "Is that so? Why is he burning it?" The disciple hesitated and replied, "Because it looks beautiful. It's said he has burned over 100 plants already." The bald elder heard this and roared with anger. "What kind of reason is that? Celestial Fragrance Valley doesn't even harvest 100 plants in a year. Capture this person and interrogate him." Inside the trial grounds, a group of bald men were discussing animatedly. "Have you heard? Someone is burning starlight grass in the trial grounds. The plant we've been struggling to find, and he's burning it. I heard that guy is on the mountain peak. Let's go find him." The way to pass this round is to snatch the starlight grass from him. On the supervisor's side, a shout was heard. All supervisors, gather, we need to capture the one burning the starlight grass. Meanwhile, Zukyu was still smiling, unable to close his mouth. Looking at the system, his acting tough points had reached 1,500. Zukyu laughed happily. Hee, I'm rich? Just then, a large group of bald men arrived aggressively. Look, Huawukyu is over there. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Wasting so much starlight grass has angered everyone. That's right, everyone, snatch his starlight grass. A group of men in turbans also shouted, Huawukyu, listen up, hand over the starlight grass in your hands, and we might let you live. Below, people gathered like a winter crowd, some in full armor, some in robes. Zukyu just smiled faintly. Oh, so many people, what a bunch of pitiful fools who couldn't find starlight grass and are using the excuse of acting on behalf of heaven to rob me. I'm the one who knows how to do that here. One of them shouted, stop beating around the bush. Hand over the starlight grass now or we'll take it from your corpse. Zukyu held out his hand and said flatly, don't rush. Let me see how many of you there are. 1, 2, 3, not more than 300 people? Zukyu pointed to the sky, and a spark of light flashed. I have exactly 300 starlight grasses left here. A hovering ball of light filled with starlight grass appeared, leaving everyone staring up in a daze. The leaders were sweating bullets. Starlight grass. Exactly 300 plants. We turned this whole mountain upside down and couldn't even find one. Where did he find so many? The bald man shouted, Huawukyu, you're good. Hand over the starlight grass, and I guarantee no one will dare to touch you. Everyone will pass the round. Zukyu just smiled faintly and said, have you ever seen 300 starlight grasses burning at the same time? The crowd heard this and panicked, shouting, Huawukyu, don't do something stupid. That's 300 starlight grasses. There are 300 cultivators gathered here. If you burn them, you won't be able to escape. Hand over the starlight grass to us. It's better for everyone to be happy. If I don't pass this trial, I'll have to go home and farm. Don't burn them. Zukyu didn't care. I've never seen it either, but I believe it will be magnificent. With that, Zukyu snapped his fingers and a flame erupted. The crowd below stared with wide open mouths, their eyes bulging as if they'd seen a cow riding a bicycle. The light then flared up intensely. Zukyu smiled and waved his hand to control it. In an instant, the light from the starlight grass gathered to form words. Under Zukyu's control, a line of glowing words appeared. Heaven exploding faction is awesome, leaving the crowd astonished. The heaven exploding faction. It's all burned to ashes. The system also kept ringing. Successfully acted tough. Gained 100 acting tough points. Achieved the Grand B- level act. Reward 100 acting tough points. Combined achievements, double act. Good B- level act. Grand B- level act. Earn the title Acting Tough Fanatic. All items in the store are now 10% off. Zukyu thought to himself, who's an acting tough fanatic? Can't you call me the acting tough saint? The bald man trembled with rage and charged forward with his blade. It wasn't easy to get a chance to enter Celestial Fragrance Valley. You ruined such a good opportunity. You damn degenerate, die for me. Everyone, charge. He must still have starlight grass on him. Zukyu then glanced over as people surrounded him from all sides. A golden light flashed past. A shocking explosion echoed. The leaders of the teams unleashed their strongest attacks at where Zukyu was standing. The mountaintop was blown to smithereens. The crowd below wondered if he was dead. But from the dust and smoke, Zukyu leisurely walked out and taunted, I stood still and let you hit me, and you couldn't even hurt me. And you all still plan to enter Celestial Fragrance Valley? I'm not just talking about a few people. I mean all of you here are trash. The system's voice rang out. Successfully acted tough. Gained 200 acting tough points. No teach person rigors the acting tough ones, but since they are all the same, I'm grouping them together to save time. The bald man roared in frustration. It's an illusion art, everyone, don't be fooled by him. Keep attacking. Many attacks flew towards Zukyu but were blocked by an invisible white screen. A man with a sword coming out of his mouth charged forward. Let me. The sword in his mouth shot straight at Zukyu's barrier, but the barrier remained unscathed. Not even a scratch. The man with the turban said he has a protective energy field around him. Zukyu then opened the system. System with so many people here recommend a reliable weapon for me to boost my attack power. The system's voice rang out recommending the host the mysterious blade, price 260 acting tough points. Killing enemies of the same level or lower can increase its attack power multiple times, up to a maximum of 30 stacks. Taking damage will reduce 1 stack each time. 30 times, if I use the night transformations of the soaring dragon, it will all increase by 270 times. Wouldn't that mean I can kill a peak infant transformation expert with one palm strike? The system replied, the system cannot predict. The host must test it personally. Zukyu said, exchange. A dagger appeared in his hand. Zukyu smiled. My dear friends? With that, Zukyu leapt down and began a massacre. Let me kill 30 of you to test it out. After slashing through a few dozen people, Zukyu felt the dagger getting sharper and sharper. A warm sensation traveled from the hilt to his arm, a feeling similar to entering the 4th transformation of the soaring dragon. So Zukyu threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it really got stronger. The 2 remaining survivors were terrified and shouted, this guy is terrifying, run. Zukyu then charged forward and sent these 2 to collect their luntbacks. The system's voice rang out, killed a total of 27 golden core cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators, earning a total of 60 million experience points and 10 golden cores. The mysterious blade has successfully reached its 30th power stat. Just as Zukyu turned around, 3 supervisors flew in on their swords. This candidate, calm down. Don't be rash, the people below shouted their pleas. Senior brothers and sisters of Celestial Fragrance Valley, please save us. This Huawukyu is a murderous demon. Please be merciful. Please kill this monster. The supervisor continued, candidate Huawukyu. You have already passed the trial. The elder has personally issued an elite disciple token for you. From now on, you are a member of Celestial Fragrance Valley. Please return with us now. Zukyu was surprised to hear this, while the supervisor thought to himself, I originally planned to throw this guy in the great prison for his malicious intent to destroy the starlight grass, but his cultivation technique is good. It's better to let him join our sect. The crowd heard this and shouted, he killed so many of our people, and you're letting him join the sect first? Your Celestial Fragrance Valley is truly unreasonable. Zukyu also spoke up, aren't there still the 3rd and 5th rounds? The supervisor coughed, young hero, Hua? You jest, with your abilities, why would you need to go through the next rounds? Zukyu then shouted, startling the supervisor, damn it. Does your Celestial Fragrance Valley have any integrity left? Before, one person told me I could pass, and now another one. Can you just say whatever you want? What about the fellow Taoists who are struggling to find starlight grass? They will think I use connections. This is an insult to my reputation. If you're going to hold an event, you have to be fair. This is just ridiculous. Just then, an announcement echoed. Attention, candidates. The test time is running out. Candidates who have found starlight grass, please come out and submit it to pass. The other guys panicked. Oh no, time's up. We can't find any more starlight grass. Zukyu jumped up high and said with a smile, everyone, don't worry. I'll make you a promise. Without this iron dagger, whoever can injure me, I will give them a starlight grass. The crowd below heard this and asked, is that true? You won't use that strange treasure of yours again? Zukyu replied, I want to break through my own limits. Come on, give me all you've got. The system's voice rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained 150 acting tough points. The crowd below heard this and drew their swords. Huawukyu, you're courting death. If you don't die here, don't blame us for being merciless. A female supervisor said worriedly, young hero Hua, you don't need to torture yourself like this. If you don't want to accept the elite disciple token, you can leave now and participate in the 3rd round. Zukyu had a look of acceptance. Don't try to persuade me. Only through a bloody battle and arduous training can I become stronger. The young woman also prayed, young hero Hua. Zukyu then raised his hand high, and a brilliant light shone in his palm. The green lotus score flame shot out and a fierce gold aura engulfed the crowd. In the end, everyone was frozen into ice blocks, leaving the supervisor speechless. Zukyu stretched his back. Ah, after being tempered by this bloody battle, I've finally become stronger. Everyone, the battle is over. I'm off to the third round. The system's voice rang out. Successfully acted tough. The supervisor thought, bloody battle my ass. Looking at his current acting tough points for 1,150th experience points 5. 800,000 days. So Q smiled. So I've accumulated so much experience. After a few days of robbing, I'll probably level up continuously. Time to go to the next round. At the Spirit Domain Tower. The Spirit Domain Tower is the sect-minus guarding artifact of Celestial Fragrance Valley. It has no offensive power and is only used to temper a cultivator's artifacts and spiritual soul force. The tower can change in size at will and is filled with various defensive restrictions. Celestial Fragrance Valley has a deep foundation and long heritage, placing great importance on a disciple's fortune and spiritual soul force, which is why the third round uses the Spirit Domain Tower. The requirement for the third round is simple: reach the 4th floor on your own to pass. If you can reach the 5th floor, you will directly receive an Elite Disciple token and join Celestial Fragrance Valley. Before entering the tower, you will be given a wooden plaque. Since the outside world cannot know the situation inside the tower, the wooden plaque outside will slowly rise according to its hour's progress until the candidate can no longer hold on. The wooden plaque will then be absorbed into the wall, becoming the candidate's final result. The candidate will also be teleported out of the tower, ending the test. Each batch has 50 candidates. This is now the third batch. Only a few people have reached the 4th floor, and in this batch, most people were eliminated on the 2nd floor. Only 2 people have managed to reach the 3rd floor. Someone is approaching the 4th floor. With such spiritual soul force, they could become an alchemist or a refiner in the future. It's truly admirable. If they could become a 6-star refiner, their status would be even more noble than an infant transformation expert. Look quickly, a wooden plaque is moving. Zuki looked at the world with one eye. Spiritual soul force, I haven't increased my strength in that area yet. Inside the 3rd floor, a man was gritting his teeth and trying to climb the stairs one by one. Damn it. The pressure is too strong. I can only move a little. My spirit is already exhausted. Just 3 more steps to the 4th floor. He trembled as he took a step up. Outside, the plaque stopped and he was teleported out. The people outside crowded around with smiles. Fellow Taoist, quickly swallowed the soul-soothing water pill of mine. No, fellow Taoist, I have a heart-calming talisman here that's more suitable for you. This person finally reached the 4th floor. Those who pass the trial are indeed treated differently. This is the cultivation world. The strong are respected, and strength is paramount. A supervisor walked out. The 4th trial of the Spirit Domain Tower begins. Each batch is limited to 50 people. Those who haven't registered wait for the next batch. But the crowd below fell silent, looking at each other. The supervisor asked, "What's wrong?" "You're not participating," one man stammered. No. We're waiting for the next round." The supervisor was puzzled. "Why? The list isn't full yet." The man coughed awkwardly. Another person stepped up to explain. "During the 2nd round of trials, I heard there was a person named Huawukyu who killed over 100 people. He's probably here to participate in the 3rd round now. I don't know what will happen if we take the test with him. Anyway, I don't dare to go. I'll wait until he's gone in." The first man also agreed. The supervisor turned away in disgust. What a bunch of cowards. The other guys also gathered to chat. "This fellow Taoist, what does that Huawukyu look like?" The other man replied, "Well, he's a young man but with white hair." Zukyu held up his card and said flatly, "Candidate number 9,527, Huawukyu, entering the trial grounds." The crowd heard this and turned to look in shock. "It's him. He's Huawukyu." The supervisor announced, "This batch is now full. Enter the tower." The wooden plaques flew out towards the tower and the crowd swarmed in. Zukyu also held up his plaque. He stood before the tower worried. It should be fine. He then stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Zukyu felt, it doesn't seem like anything special. Suddenly, a heavy pressure as if 1,000 pounds crashed down on him. Zukyu was forced to his knees. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I can't move. This is clearly just the 1st floor." The crowd saw this and pointed. "Luck. That Huawukyu guy can't even move right after entering. And he's rumored to have killed over 100 people. What a joke." "Haha, Let's go. Zukyu struggled, thinking, why can those people walk so easily? Ugh. I feel like puking. The system's voice then rang out due to the host's soul not being fully integrated with the old body after transmogrification. The system is now assisting in integration. 15%, 35%, 55%, Zukyu thought. So it's a side effect of transmogrification. Scared me to death. I thought I wouldn't be able to act tough anymore. A man walked in and said, "Oh, junior brother, you're not doing so well right after entering? Wait, isn't this who awoke you? So many people outside were talking about how majestic you were." Let's go. Zukyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. All you people. Just you wait. I'll remember all your faces. The system's voice then rang 98%, 100%. Soul integration successful. The current spiritual soul force is having difficulty resisting the pressure here. It is recommended that the host exchange for a heaven's void pill to increase spiritual soul force. Zukyu stood up. Exchange it. Quick, exchange it. Zukyu popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. A surge of energy erupted from him. Ah, that's better. In just that short time, everyone has already left. Zukyu gritted his teeth, rolled up his sleeves, and started climbing the stairs. You little brat dared to laugh at me. I'm coming to deal with you. On the second floor, the crowd panted as they climbed the stairs one by one. A man with a fringe said, "We've just started the second floor. And the pressure is already this strong. No wonder so many people are eliminated on this floor." A man with messy hair also said, "You still have time to talk. Don't affect my concentration while I'm resisting the pressure." Zukyu then ran up, shouting, "All of you stop right there. Your mouths were so foul just now. Now you're acting like turtles in your shells, aren't you? Obediently take your beating." One man turned around. Such a loud voice. You scared me to death. How can he suddenly move again? The long Midas-haired man also said, "Who awoke you? Getting angry in here is useless. If you dare to attack inside the tower, you will be immediately teleported out." Zukyu was surprised. No fighting. Then what's the fun in this competition? The other man looked at him with contempt. What a savage. All you know is fighting and killing. The spirit domain are tests spiritual soul force and willpower. To continue cultivating, the most important thing is your inner heart. Zukyu thought to himself, this tower has so many rules. If I can't fight, how can I trick them? But then, Zukyu's face broke into a sinister smile. Ah, have an idea. Zukyu then squeezed his way up. Excuse me, friend. Are there many people ahead? One man replied, not many. So Zukyu sat down. That's great. Watch me perform. Here's the grilled soy sauce, chili peppers, and even strange meat. The crowd stared blankly at Zukyu. Zukyu smiled brightly and continued. And the most important thing, Ta-minus-da chicken wings. The crowd was still dazed. What is he doing? What is all that nonsense? A moment later, one person was teleported out. The crowd started whispering. Someone's out already? The eliminated man screamed. I want to complain. I want to report someone for disturbing others in the tower. A bald man jeered. Those who fail always blame others. The man with the fringe shouted angrily. What do you know? It's that who awoke you. The round minus-faced man said. As expected, who awoke you is starting to cause trouble. The man with the fringe continued his woeful tale. He couldn't move when he first entered the first floor. We just laughed at him a few times and he started grilling chicken wings in the tower. Zukyu, inside the tower, was relentlessly displaying his grilled chicken wing technique. The crowd, meanwhile, kept shouting. Damn it, it smells so good. I'm starting to lose control of my senses. And so, people were continuously teleported out of the tower. The man with the fringe continued to wail. I want to file a complaint. That who awoke you interfered with my test. I could have made it to the 4th floor, but he disturbed me. The bald supervisor said, if your cultivation was high enough and your spiritual soul for strong enough, how could you be affected by him? The smell of the grilled chicken wings was too good. After saying this, the whole group started drooling. The supervisor shouted, nonsense. Can you even eat chicken wings? Complaint dismissed. The man with the fringe shouted, it's true. The round minus-faced man let out a sigh of relief. It's a blessing that I'm not in the same test as this who awoke you. The people next to him also started chatting. I remember he called himself a member of the Heaven Exploding faction, but I've never heard of that sect before. Could it be that people from the Heaven Exploding faction particularly like eating chicken wings? The eldest senior brother then arrived, patted his supervisor on the shoulder, and said, "Open the window to the second floor and see what's going on inside. Let's check if the air in the tower is really circulating with the outside." The other person replied with a yes and cupped his hands to form a seal. The earth window of the spirit domain tower allowed supervisors to observe the situation inside from the outside. A large, transparent window immediately appeared on the tower. Zukyu inside had already noticed. He walked over, tapped on the window and muttered, "The earth window, so big." From the tower a fragrant aroma wafted out. The eldest senior brother lifted his nose and sniffed, then his eyes widened in shock. "Damn." The round-faced man also took a deep breath. "Just grilling chicken wings, how can it be so soul-stirring?" The eldest senior brother thought to himself, "No wonder they couldn't concentrate their spiritual souls. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't last long either." The round-faced man then pointed at the window and shouted, "Look, it's Huawukyu." The chicken wing also appeared and the crowd below started drooling. "The fragrance is coming from that chicken wing." Zukyu opened his mouth, brought the chicken wing to it, and took a big bite. The people below unconsciously opened their mouths. Then Zukyu bit off a piece of meat and chewed noisily. "Fellow Taoists, can I help you with anything?" After speaking, Zukyu swallowed the bite. The people below also swallowed. Their saliva, that is. There were no chicken wings for them to swallow. The eldest senior brother walked out. "Brother Hua, we meet again. What are you doing?" Zukyu replied while eating his chicken wing. "I'm hungry, so I'm having a snack. Is there a rule against eating in the tower?" The eldest senior brother said, "There's no rule indeed. But could you please not eat something so fragrant?" Zukyu replied flatly, "If I don't eat fragrant food, should I eat stinky food?" The eldest senior brother explained, "That's not what I mean. Look, it's causing chaos. Please cooperate and don't eat something so fragrant that it affects others." Zukyu asked, "So I can't make it to fragrant, right?" The eldest senior brother nodded. "Right? As long as it's not so fragrant, you can eat whatever you want." Zukyu then threw the chicken wing skewer away. "All right, for your sake, I won't eat any more chicken wings." The eldest senior brother cupped his hands. "Thank you, Brother Hua." Zukyu waved his hand and went up. The people outside were puzzled. "That's not right. Why did he suddenly cooperate like that? I have a bad feeling about this." On the second floor, a man in a purple robe, after circulating his energy, snorted coldly. "I almost lost my composure." Luckily, he stopped eating chicken wings. Another person said, 50 people entered, and we haven't even passed the second floor, yet more than 10 people are gone. Huawukyu is truly shameless. The purple-robed man questioned, "You still dare to say that? If you hadn't laughed at him, would he have caused trouble?" And so the men started blaming each other. "It's all your fault." "I didn't say anything, it was you." The purple-robed man walked away without looking back. He seems to have reached the third floor. Let's continue. The purple-robed man, after a struggle, finally reached the third floor. Finally reached the fourth floor. No, wait, the third. Let's keep going. There are still a few people ahead. Everyone's aptitude is not bad. Not good, I need to stabilize my mind quickly. The pressure on the third floor is too strong. Any mistake and I'll be thrown out. The crowd then circulated their energy to stabilize their minds. Up here, Zukyu was already waiting with a sizzling pot. "I've been waiting for you for half a day. Why are you only just arriving?" The two guys struggled to defend themselves. "You promised not to use fragrant smells to affect us. What are you trying to do now, Huawukyu?" "You shameless person," Zukyu chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely keep my word. If the smell affects you, I will eat shit and kill myself on the spot." The other guy roared, "If you dare to make fragrant food again, I'll kill you. A mere golden core cultivator. Don't be so arrogant." At that moment, a cloud of black smoke rose from Zukyu's pot. The man inhaled it. His nose wrinkled and he screamed, "Ugh, it stinks. Huawukyu, damn it. He's cooking shit." Zukyu then dipped a ladle into the pot and scooped some out into a bowl. He held the pitch-black bowl high and laughed heartily. "Stinky, isn't it? The two guys didn't answer but held their noses, their faces pale as they trembled. Zukyu continued, "Of course it's stinky. This is the classic delicacy that I have painstakingly prepared, stinky tofu. Several people vomited green and yellow bile. I'm not going to make it." And so, people were eliminated one after another, leaving only the purple-robed man in the round, fat man trying to endure. Zukyu carried two bowls over. "I specially prepared a whole big pot. Why did everyone leave? You two who are left, you must try it." The round fat man was now dizzy. You dare to insult me with shit? I must crush you into 1,000 pieces." After speaking, the round fat man foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. The purple-robed man also screamed. Zukyu stood to the side, smiling brightly. "Oops, even he's been eliminated. In that case, I'll have this place all to myself." "Open your mouth. It's really delicious." Outside the tower, people were being eliminated non-stop. They were wailing and screaming. "I want to complain," the eldest senior brother asked. "What now?" The other person pointed at the tower and said, "Hua Wukyu. He's Hua Wukyu, Saint." The eldest senior brother ordered, "Quick, open the window to the 3rd floor." The window to the 3rd floor lit up. On the screen, Zukyu was feeding the purple-robed man. The eldest senior brother watched intently. On Zukyu's chopsticks was a black lump, emitting a horribly foul smell. The eldest senior brother was startled and exclaimed, "Hua Wukyu is feeding someone shit." Seeing the black, stinky lump approaching his mouth, the purple-robed man squeezed his mouth shut, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in unvomited green and yellow bile. Zukyu sighed. "Aya, why won't you eat it either?" The eldest senior brother shouted, "Hua Wukyu, you promised not to cook fragrant food." Zukyu shrugged. "That's right. This isn't fragrant at all." At that moment, the smell from the tower wafted out. The crowd all held their noses and screamed, "Ugh! It stinks. What is that smell? Damn it, you shameless bastard. Using shit to mess with us. If you were cooking plants, I wouldn't pursue it, but you're cooking shit." Zukyu said flatly, "All of you shut up, you fools who don't know what fine dining is. The smell of tofu, the stinkier the better. Look closely." Zukyu then brought the piece of tofu to his mouth. Zukyu took a big bite. The crowd, seeing Zukyu eat shit, was petrified on the spot. Zukyu noisily, then swallowed with a gulp. Zukyu had a look of bliss. "Oh my god, this taste is absolutely amazing." The crowd below vomited green, yellow, red, and all sorts of colors like a fountain. Everyone's face was as pale as a ghost. "So scary, he's eating shit. I beg you, don't say that word anymore." The system's voice also rang out. "Successfully acted tough. Gained 140 acting tough points." After testing, the stinky tofu meticulously prepared by the host is considered a 1-star delicacy. The reward is a Vice title gift pack. Zukyu was happy. So many rewards. I'll have to open them and see when I have time. The crowd below was shocked. "Look at Hua Wukyu. He ate shit and is still smiling so happily." Zukyu smiled. "Fellow Taoists, I ask you, do you know why my spiritual soul force is so strong?" The man with the fringe pointed. "You're trying to trick us again." But the purple-robed man raised his hand. I want to know." Another person tried to stop him. "Hey, he's definitely tricking you." Zukyu threw the pitch-black pot out. "I've earned quite a few acting tough points, so I'll share some with you. This stinky tofu is an incredibly special delicacy from my heaven-exploding faction, a dish to enhance spiritual power. There's still a lot left. I'm giving it to you." The pot then landed in front of the crowd below. The crowd looked at the pitch-black stinky pot with apprehension. "This, would you dare to eat it?" Zukyu thought to himself. "I've gathered a lot of acting tough points. It's time to retreat. But after my spiritual soul force became stronger, I have a feeling that there's still someone else in this tower." High above, a woman with not a single thread of clothing was cultivating. But Zukyu had no idea. He just looked up and thought, someone can reach such a high floor? I must go up and see. The round-faced man then spoke up. "Everyone, if I'm not mistaken, that black thing seems to be tofu." One man pointed and said, "Impossible. I'm sure it's shit." The round-faced man walked over. "You can't say that. Who in the world would eat shit? Let alone Hua Wukyu? No, I have to try." The round-faced man picked up a piece of tofu, sniffed it, and then boldly took a bite. The round minus-faced man looked like he had transformed into a Super Saiyan and shouted, "Oh my god, it's delicious. It smells stinky, but when you eat it, it's incredibly fragrant tofu." And so the round minus-faced man vigorously shoveled the pieces of tofu in the pot into his mouth. The other guys were stunned. And so the whole group rushed forward. "Quick, let me try. Don't you dare come over here. After eating this stinky tofu, my spiritual soul force has increased." A person flew in on a sword. The supervisors cupped their hands. "Seventh Elder." The seventh elder spoke up. "Why is it so noisy outside the tower? What happened?" The contestants were wary. "That person is at the infant transformation stage. Such powerful might." The eldest senior brother replied, "It's because a candidate named Huawukyu caused a disturbance in the tower, causing many contestants to be eliminated. He has now reached the 4th floor." The seventh elder just gave a flat. The eldest senior brother turned and asked, "Seventh elder, should we remove this person?" The seventh elder replied, "No need. He was able to reach the 4th floor. His cultivation is very high. Quick, open the window. I want to talk to him." In the quiet space, a shout echoed, tearing through the peace. "Young hero Hua." The piercing call made Zukyu quickly cover his ears, not forgetting to curse. "Damn it, who's shouting so loud?" Outside, the seventh elder could only laugh awkwardly. "Don't be angry. It was my fault for being abrupt." Hearing this, the eldest senior brother was speechless. Thinking the seventh elder is apologizing, the seventh elder continued to shout, "When you reach the 5th floor, please come to the stone chamber to talk with me, alright?" Zukyu pouted contemptuously. "The 5th floor? Who are you looking down on? I'm going all the way to the 10th floor. When I get to the top of the tower to take a leak, you all better hide well. Move aside, don't bother me." The blunt reply left the seventh elder speechless. The eldest senior brother had to step in to smooth things over. "Seventh elder, the window can't be opened past the 5th floor." The elder replied, "It's fine. We'll wait for him to come out. His soul force is not bad to be able to talk on the 4th floor. This is the first time in the trials that someone has reached the 5th floor. Truly a rare genius." Reaching the 5th floor, the pressure had increased significantly. In Zukyu's hand was a bowl of steaming, smelly tofu. He slurped it down while calculating the 6th floor is ahead. Just relying on the effect of stinky tofu is not enough. "It's a pity, I'm too anxious to know who is above." The young man decided to go all out, silently summoning the system. "Open it up." The system replied, instantly consumed 500 acting tough points to exchange for the Banshee's veil. At that moment, the crowd outside also exclaimed in shock. "Look, what? The wooden plaque has moved to the 6th floor." Inside the tower, the system rang again, successfully acted tough. Gained 200 acting tough points. Zukyu panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. "Damn it. Just reaching the 7th floor and I almost lost my soul." The system announced again, detected that the host is in a soul-tempering treasure land. Cultivating here for half an hour can increase spiritual soul force by 50%. Zukyu's eyes lit up. He quickly sat down to cultivate. "This is like a free pill. I'll cultivate for a while and then charge to the 7th floor. No matter how hard it gets, I must hold on." Outside the tower, time flew by. The crowd began to chat. Half an hour has passed. The final result is the 6th floor, right? To be able to reach the 7th floor. This is the only person in several hundred years. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait, the plaque is starting to move again." A loud boom like thunder echoed as the wooden plaque jumped up another level. He's reached the 7th floor. At this moment, Zukyu was already on the 7th floor, holding a bowl of hot tofu and muttering, "This stinky tofu is truly magical." Looking at the drooling disciples below, Zukyu's inner merchant blood boiled. He shouted, "1 piece of stinky tofu for 10. 0 spirit stones." Immediately, someone made an offer. "I'll pay 20,000. I'll pay 30,000. The seventh elder stood beside him, dumbfounded. "In my entire life dedicated to the path of alchemy, I have used countless pills. And now I can barely reach the 7th floor. This young man is clearly only in his teens. How could he have come this far?" The eldest senior brother quickly said, "Seventh elder, we can't let him continue upwards." The elder replied, "Unless he gives up voluntarily. There's nothing we can do." The eldest senior brother was worried, but the water empress, she is cultivating on the 8th floor. If he barges in, she could suffer from cultivation deviation. Meanwhile, inside the tower, the system successfully acted tough. Announcements were ringing non-stop, while Zuki was lying flat on the ground groaning. He roared in frustration, "Come on, if you have the guts, crush me. If not, when I get to the top of the tower, I'll definitely take a piss on your tower." On the 8th floor, a woman who was sitting in meditation suddenly opened her eyes. She thought to herself, was that voice just now a hard demon? Back on the 7th floor, where Zuki was lying on the ground. Half an hour later, the system announced congratulations to the host for successfully tempering the soul. Spiritual soul force increased by 50%. Zuki opened his mouth and let out a long shout. A light shot out from his eyes and mouth. His spiritual soul force then gathered inside his body. He felt his body, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over him. The feeling of pressure is gone. It feels much better. I discovered that after strengthening my spiritual soul force, the pressure actually comes from the fog in the air. If the soul is strong enough, it won't come near. This time, let's see me clear a path in this spirit domain tower and earn some spiritual soul force. Zuki stood up and rolled up his sleeves. His steps gradually quickened, then turned into a run. Haha, I'm running like I'm flying. Let's go! But an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, knocking him back. What the hell? Zuki scrambled to his feet, his face full of surprise. What the heck is this? He punched the barrier hard. But it didn't budge. He cursed in frustration, damn it. Such a despicable trick, setting up a restriction here. I could clearly feel someone was trapped there. Either that person is imprisoned there or there's a treasure hidden above. Being so secretive, it must be something good. After a shameless smile, Zuki began to feel the barrier. This wall. The more force I use, the more it pushes back. He then condensed his spiritual soul force into his hand. Then he pushed hard against the barrier. As expected, the barrier dented deeply. By gathering my spiritual soul force, I can push this wall forward. Trying to play me? You're still too green. Zuki pushed harder and harder, and the white screen was pushed deeper and deeper. As he pushed, he worried, I'd been pushing for so long. This screen won't tear. Will it? What a stinky piece of cloth. Just as he finished speaking, the screen opened. A terrifying pressure immediately pressed down on Zuki. A terrifying suction pulled Zuki inside. The young man flew like a bullet, crashing into an ice wall and then falling face first to the ground. A more pathetic landing was impossible. Zuki lay sprawled like a dead dog, thinking, how many times have I fallen on my face today? He tried to sit up but couldn't move. He thought to himself, is this 8th floor really that terrifying? But just then Zuki's eyes widened in shock. Before him was a peerless beauty with skin as white as snow, her jade-like body completely bare, meditating. Looking at the beautiful face of the young woman, Zuki's heart fluttered. He couldn't close his mouth and thought, since I transmigrated here, I've seen many beautiful women, but this woman's beauty and aura are truly superior. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and their gazes met. Zuki broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, my first thought, this is a woman that only a goddess could be described as. Having surfed the internet in his past life, and after transmigrating to this world, Zuki had seen countless beauties. This was the first time he was completely stunned by a woman. The woman also looked at Zuki without saying a word, thinking to herself, that's not right. This handsome young man is only at the golden core perfection stage. How did he reach the 8th floor? I have been in seclusion for several months. Now is the time to release the ice-element spiritual energy in my body. I cannot be disturbed by anything. I have never dressed so revealing lie in front of an outsider. Perhaps this is my weakness which led to my heart demon discovering it. It turns out I'm afraid of being naked in front of men. Luckily, this heart demon's incarnation is at the golden core stage, which made me see through it. It's impossible for him to be on the 8th floor. If he had transformed into an infant transformation expert, I might have believed it. If I'm interrupted now, my years of cultivation might end here. Now that I've seen through this young man as an incarnation of my heart demon, I don't need to pay much attention to his every move. At this moment, Zuki had no idea that the woman before him, who had left him so stunned, was the most outstanding female genius of Celestial Fragrance Valley back then, and now the Empress of the Water Nations, Zhang Hongyan. Zuki then said, hey young lady. Wait. Beauty, not only are you sitting here naked, but you also have no reaction after seeing me, and even closed your eyes. Hey Beauty, can you hear me? Help me a little. I can't move here? Young lady? Are you deaf, or can you not move either? Come over here and help me, then I'll treat you to stinky tofu and grilled chicken wings. Don't pretend you can't hear me, you just woke up and looked at me. Don't you understand Vietnamese? Hello, thanks to the effect of the stinky tofu, the foul smell from Zukyu's mouth wafted out. The distinctive smell shot straight into Zhang Hongyan's nose, causing her, who was in a state of meditation, to frown in discomfort. She thought to herself, is this hard demon really that powerful, to be able to emit such a suffocating lethal smell? No, I can't be disturbed any further. Zukyu gritted his teeth. Damn it. You're good. Let's see how I save myself. System. Is there any way to help me escape this predicament? The system replied, calculating. The host must temper his spiritual soul force here for half an hour to increase it by 100%. Then, exchange for 8 drops of Banshee's veil to remove the pressure in this place. Zukyu heard this and was shocked. 8 drops. That's for 1,000 acting tough points. Why don't you just go rob someone? The system coldly displayed remaining acting tough points 3. 120. Zukyu slammed his hand on the ground. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this damn 8th floor. I thought I'd make a big score, but I only found one beauty. I'll have to earn some acting tough points from her, or I don't know how long I'll be stuck like this. If the heavenly tribulation descends in a few days and I'm still not out of this mess, won't I just die here? System, can you give me a way to move within a small range? The system rang again, calculation complete. You can exchange for 1 drop of Banshee's veil first. For now, 1 drop will allow you to move within a 1 square meter area. After half an hour of soul tempering, you will be able to move within a 3 square meter area. Zukyu laughed and said, didn't you say I get a 10% discount now? Isn't there a cheaper option? The system replied, all items in the store are already discounted by 10%. Zukyu thought with frustration, scammer, black market merchant. I'm so angry, but in the end, he still had to exchange, consumed 500 acting tough points. Exchange successful. After Zukyu swallowed the drop of Banshee's veil, a light burst forth. He stood up and laughed with joy. The fog has cleared for 1 square meter, but as a master of acting tough, I've never been restricted. Young lady, get ready to see me act tough. Outside the tower, the crowd was in an uproar again. Oh my god, the 8th floor. Am I dreaming? The Fire Nation has produced an exceptional genius this time. With such spiritual soul force, he will surely be famous in the future. The eldest senior brother also said, Celestial Fragrance Valley will also benefit. Having such a genius as a disciple is a blessing for the sect. The 7th elder said, how is this possible? How could he have broken the seal of the 8th floor? The eldest senior brother replied, reporting to the elder, we definitely set up the seal before the trial. The 7th elder thought worriedly, the Empress is on the 8th floor. Her current status is very important to Celestial Fragrance Valley. If anything goes wrong with her cultivation, the consequences will be unimaginable. But this Huawukyu is an unprecedented genius. Celestial Fragrance Valley cannot let him go. Or, is there a flaw in the Spirit Domain Tower? He couldn't even believe his own words. So, the 7th elder said, you all stay here. I'm going out for a moment. The eldest senior brother had a face full of cold sweat as he looked worriedly at the tower. Inside the tower, Zukyu was putting on a show. Young lady, look. There really are stars in the starlight grass. Young lady, look at this. How's my chicken wing grilling skill? Unbearably fragrant, right? But until now, Zhang Hongyan remained silent, cultivating. Zukyu was at a loss for words. If it were me, I'd be massaging and all sorts of things. Why won't she wake up? Zukyu sat down in frustration. Damn it, this time I've really hit a wall. The exit is just a short distance away. Relying on this 1 square meter area, I can't go back. Zukyu took out his pan and started cooking. I'll just cook some more stinky tofu. After half an hour of soul tempering, let's see if I can slowly move back. At this moment, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Zhang Hongyan thought to herself, it's that stinky smell again. She opened her eyes, then thought in shock, my heart demon is cooking shit. A heart demon is born from one's thoughts, reflecting a deep aspect of one's inner self. Could it be that deep within my heart, there lies such a filthy side? While Zhang Hongyan was having an existential crisis, Zuki was cooking and sighing. Aya, faced with someone so stubborn who doesn't want to eat, it seems I won't be able to earn my money back. Forget it. My spiritual soul force has increased quite a bit. No need to stress about it. I'll just fill my stomach first and think of a plan later. Zuki then poured all the stinky tofu into a bowl. He brought it to his nose and sniffed deeply. His nostrils flared like a bull's and with a blissful expression. He said, oh, this taste is truly the pinnacle. Zhang Hongyan, however, still had a look of disbelief. Absurd. This heart demon is truly absurd. That person is holding a pile of shit and still has that expression. Why is my heart demon like this? As for Zuki, he was so focused that he didn't hear Zhang Hongyan's words. He grinned widely, picked up a piece of tofu, and then put it in his mouth, eating it with relish. Zhang Hongyan was now completely terrified. Zuki laughed loudly and shouted, delicious. So good. With the inner turmoil of a young woman seeing someone eat shit for the first time and looking so happy, Zhang Hongyan suddenly vomited blood on the spot. Seeing Zhang Hongyan fall, Zuki was startled. Damn it! What's going on? Zuki tried to step forward, but the 1-square-meter range stopped him. He could only shout helplessly, young lady, are you alright? Inside a stone cave, a ray of light was descending. The ray of light landed right where an old woman was. The old woman picked up the jade piece and was shocked. Old Seventh, why did you send a secret report? This. How can this be? Another old woman also said worriedly, Sect Master Senior Sister, what happened? The Sect Master old woman said, Old Seventh sent a secret report. During the trial, a young man with exceptional talent, with a cultivation at the Golden Core Perfection stage, has broken through to the 8th floor of the Spirit Domain Tower. The other old women were shocked. What? Sect Master Senior Sister, this is great news. If this young man can be recruited into Celestial Fragrance Valley, it will be a blessing for the sect. The Sect Master old woman said, it would have been a good thing, but that girl Zhang Yan has been in seclusion with Old Seventh during this time, precisely on the 8th floor of the Spirit Domain Tower. The other old women were worried. Then it's bad. That girl is cultivating her soul to the ice origin spirit root. If she is disturbed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Moreover, to cultivate this, her body must be completely naked. If that man barges in, everyone's expression became grave. The Sect Master old woman took out a mirror and said, 3 junior sisters, help me activate the Wu-Yan mirror. I want to check the situation inside the tower. The Wu-Yan mirror required a sufficient amount of spiritual soul force to activate, and could observe any place in the world. The system's voice also rang out, successfully acted tough, gained 80 acting tough points. Forcing an infant transformation expert to vomit blood has earned the miraculous act reward. The reward is 100 acting tough points. Soul tempering successful. Congratulations to the host soul for increasing by 100%, gaining a 3-square-meter range of activity. The fog then dissipated. Zuki walked over and said, Young lady, what's wrong with you? I just ate a few pieces of stinky tofu. Do you really have to vomit blood like that? Zhang Hongyan glanced at Zuki. Then her eyes became focused as she thought, could I have guessed wrong? This person is not an incarnation of my heart demon. Then isn't this bad? My soul is injured. I can no longer resist the pressure of the 8th floor. If the other party has evil intentions. Zuki also asked the system, what's wrong with this young lady? It's not like she was injured by my acting tough, right? The system replied, it has been confirmed that the host's actions have interfered with her cultivation, leading to serious injuries. Zuki was embarrassed and scratched his cheek. Damn it, it was really me? Forget it. For the sake of this girl's beautiful face, I'll reluctantly save her. System, is there a way to heal her? Preferably a method that involves physical contact, like mouth minus to minus mouth or something. Scan complete. The host has not cultivated any healing techniques and cannot heal through physical contact. Her injuries are from the soul. It is recommended to use medicinal items that nourish spiritual soul force to heal her. Zukyu asked, nourish spiritual soul force? Will stinky tofu work? The system, after a moment of hesitation, replied yes. Zukyu rolled up his sleeves and walked away. That's great then. He went to the pan and scooped out a bowl of stinky tofu, then brought it over to Zhang Hongyan. Zhang Hongyan saw this and was puzzled. What does he want to do? Zukyu picked up a piece of tofu and smiled brightly. Young lady, come on. Don't cry. Eat this supreme delicacy made by me personally. Your wounds will heal quickly. Zhang Hongyan had a look of fear and kept her mouth tightly shut. No, I don't want to. Zukyu saw her keeping her mouth shut and was surprised. Be good. Open your mouth. Eat it. Oh, so you can't move? Why didn't you say so earlier? Here, let me help. Zukyu then reached out and pinched Zhang Hongyan's cheek. He thought to himself, wow, this feeling. So soft and smooth. Zukyu had now brought the piece of tofu closer, and Zhang Hongyan's eyes filled with utter panic. The Wuyan mirror was now showing the scene of Zukyu feeding Zhang Hongyan stinky tofu. The other old women were shocked. That girl Zhang Hongyan is injured. He dares to feed the water empress shit? The sect master old woman shouted, insolent. Open the teleportation formation. Even if his talent is high, I will absolutely not spare him. The stinky piece of tofu had now reached Zhang Hongyan's lips. Her face turned ashen as she thought, I, the dignified empress of the water nation, with a cultivation that surpasses tens of thousands, am I to fall in this place? The piece of tofu was now in her mouth, and a tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. But at that moment, her eyes widened in surprise. Then, she chewed and finished the piece of tofu. She let out a breath and thought, that thing is full of the fragrance of tofu, so soft. How can it be so sweet and fragrant? Zukyu also smiled and asked her Ingli. Feeling better, Zhang Hongyan looked at Zukyu and her face blushed. But at that moment, a blinding light erupted from her entire body. She thought to herself, my spiritual soul force has suddenly returned. The final bottleneck has finally been broken. She looked at Zukyu with confusion. Zukyu smiled and replied, you can talk now? This stinky tofu of mine can nourish the soul. You can't find something like this anywhere else. Although the stinky tofu only increased Zukyu's spiritual soul force by 1%, which was very small for him, for the immensely powerful infant transformation spiritual soul force of Empress Zhang Hongyan, a 1% increase was huge. Combined with her months of seclusion, she had broken through the bottleneck this time. Zhang Hongyan was still puzzled and said, it was clearly so black and stinky, but when I put it in my mouth it was so sweet and fragrant. And it also contained an incredibly strong spiritual soul force. How can there be such a magical thing in the world? Zukyu replied calmly, young lady, what you said is not right. You should know, every flower is a world, every branch is a bodhi. In such a large world, of course there is no shortage of strange things. Zhang Hongyan heard this unpondered. Every flower is a world, every branch is a bodhi. Looking at the young golden core cultivator who seemed so inexperienced, yet spoke words with such deep meaning. This young man's appearance was not ordinary. He could move freely on the 8th floor of this spirit domain tower, and he could even cook such a magical food. Is there really such a talented and outstanding man in this world? The system's voice rang out, successfully acted tough. Gain 150 acting tough points. Zukyu smiled and thought, well, I successfully acted tough anyway. It wasn't a waste of my selfless and enthusiastic effort to save the injured. Zhang Hongyan also said, little brother, I ask you, are you a cultivator who came to participate in the test to join Celestial Fragrance Valley? Zukyu replied slyly, young lady, you haven't even seen my little brother. How do you know he's small? Zhang Hongyan said naively, huh? You mean you have other brothers in your family? You can bring them to Celestial Fragrance Valley. Zukyu smiled and said, huh? So you want to meet my little brother? Zhang Hongyan replied, yes, if it's convenient, please bring him here. Zukyu thought to himself, this young lady doesn't follow the script at all. Zukyu then said, let's not talk about this anymore. Little lady, if I'm not mistaken, you're probably from Celestial Fragrance Valley, right? Hearing this, Zhang Hongyan was surprised. You call me little lady? Do you know how much older I am than you? Zukyu pointed and said, what's the use of being older? The main thing is that this part of you is small. Although it looks like a D- cup, I've seen E-Undef cups before. Zhang Hongyan looked down at her naked body in embarrassment. Clothes? I've been talking in this state for so long. Ah! An explosion of ice and snow echoed. Zhang Hongyan emerged with 2 pieces of ice covering the necessary parts. Zuki was dumbfounded and said, that move of yours is quite good, but isn't it cool? Zhang Hongyan was embarrassed and silent, then said, can you tell me how you got to the 8th floor? The entrance to the 8th floor should have a restriction. Zuki moved closer to Zhang Hongyan and said, that kind of restriction can stop me? I can say that there's no place in this world that can stop me. If I want to go somewhere, I'll go, including your heart. Zhang Hongyan giggled. You're quite an interesting person. At this age, to say things that are so hard to predict. This is the first time I've met someone like you. Zukyu's face twisted. He clenched his fists and thought, damn it, this woman doesn't see me as a man at all. This only stimulates my desire to possess her even more. Zhang Hongyan continued, little brother, you've made it to the 8th floor. The elite disciple token is yours for the taking. You don't need to go any higher. Let's go out together. Zukyu was taken aback. Wait, who said I wanted to join Celestial Fragrance Valley? Hearing this, Zhang Hongyan was surprised. Huh? You're not joining Celestial Fragrance Valley. Then why are you in the 3rd round of the test? Zukyu replied nonchalantly, I was just passing by. Came in to act tough for a bit and then leave. Zhang Hongyan was puzzled. Act tough? What does that mean? Zukyu explained acting tough is. Suddenly Zukyu stopped. He thought to himself, a surging killing intent is coming from below the tower. It's almost suffocating. A total love for infant transformation experts, stronger than Zhang Danshan. Zukyu then shouted, I thought it was something else, so it was all your conspiracy. Zhang Hongyan, not understanding what was happening, said, you're talking about a conspiracy. Zukyu, like a whirlwind of accusations, pointed at Zhang Hongyan. Stop pretending. Do you see my pure and intelligent eyes? You used your beautiful appearance to strike up a conversation with me. And then you'll surely say you are from the royal family and have a lot of money. You covet my intelligence and talent, wanting me to stay by your side. Then I won't have to worry about food and clothing, and eventually, I'll become a useless person. Just like that, my body and soul will be completely taken over. I can only rely on you. Zhang Hongyan explained, don't worry, Celestial Fragrance Valley has never forced anyone to join the sect. Becoming a disciple of our sect will absolutely not make you a useless person. Zukyu turned to leave. Heh, there's a sudden surge of killing intent from below. Do you think I can't feel it? Little lady, I'm out of here. Zhang Hongyan continued, you don't need to worry. The ones coming are the 4 elders of Celestial Fragrance Valley. Besides, this tower is protected by a restriction. You can't just leave directly. Zukyu held up a talisman, and a circular passage appeared. Seeing Zukyu step inside, Zhang Hongyan was shocked. Tearing space, you can do that in the tower? Zukyu smiled brightly. If you don't master the technique of act tough and run, how can you dare to go out? We'll meet again at Fatal House, little lady. Zhang Hongyan took out a jade pendant. You and I are fated. Thank you for helping me heal. This deficient jade pendant is a gift for you. The jade pendant flew to Zukyu's waist. With a flash of light, Zukyu had completely disappeared. Zhang Hongyan smiled. He's gone. I don't know why, but I feel so carefree. It seems like it's been a long time since I've talked to someone so comfortably. The 4 old women from the sect had now rushed over. Hongyan, are you all right? Zhang Hongyan turned around and smiled. Sect dance. The sect master old woman said, your realm has broken through. The other old women were furious. Where is that stinky little brat? I'm going to tear him to pieces. Hongyan, did you turn that little brat into ashes? Zhang Hongyan turned away and said, Sect dance, I've already handled this matter. You don't need to pursue it anymore. The old women nodded. It's best not to make a big deal out of it. Let's drop it. One old woman looked at the pot and said, why did this guy make such a mess of the ground? Zhang Hongyan then remembered Zukyu's words. Young lady, look. If you burn the starlight grass, stars really do appear. Young lady, this grilled chicken wing is fragrant, isn't it? Young lady, this is freshly made stinky tofu. Zhang Hongyan waved her hand and said, I'll handle this. To sect ants, do you have any starlight grass here? One of them replied, today's harvest wasn't bad. We still have 150 starlight grasses. Hongyan, what do you want to do? Zhang Hongyan smiled. Outside the tower, the crowd pointed. Look, the tower suddenly caught fire. That's the light of starlight grass. I saw in the second round. The sky was now filled with brilliant fireworks. The crowd cheered, it's Hua Wukyu. It's the starlight grass he's burning. So amazing. My eyes have truly been opened today. I remember he said he would pee when he reached the top of the tower. Scatter, the old women were also horrified. Oh my god, Hong Yan, what are you doing? Stop. That's all the starlight grass we have. Zhang Hong Yan said nothing. She smiled as she looked at the colorful sky created by the starlight grass. She then said one sentence, so beautiful. In a distant place, the system's voice also rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained 240 acting tough points. In a forest by a lake, two small children were playing in the water. While the two children were having fun, a strange foot stepped forward. The child turned around in surprise to look. In front of them were two demon beasts, one goat and one snake, grinning. Little brothers having fun in the water, I'll take you to a much more fun place. Your skin is smooth and your meat is tender, so you won't get stuck in our teeth. The two children were terrified and screamed, Moan, monsters, run! While the two were desperately swimming away, a bull demon beast shot up from the water. Kid, where do you think you're going? After tying up the two boys, the goat demon said, we've got the meat for the lightning tribulation sacrifice. The great king won't blame us anymore. One of the children started crying loudly. Wah, mommy. The bull demon grabbed the child by the neck and shouted, this kid is too noisy, crush his throat. As long as he's still alive when we bring him back, it's fine. The other child's face turned pale with fright. Don't. The bull demon said, sinister lie, kid, my blade is very fast. You won't feel any pain. But just then, a slash went across the bull demon's neck. In the shocked eyes of everyone present, the bull demon fell down, its head separating from its neck. The goat demon shouted, stinky kid. What did you do? The rope tying the child's hands was also cut. A voice echoed, kid, don't be afraid. I'm here. The goat demon was also shocked. Zukyu grandly introduced himself, trying to catch children in broad daylight. Did you get the permission of this Condor hero Yango? The bull and snake demons also started to flee. Oh no, we've been discovered by a human cultivator. Run! Our tribe has been hidden for so many years. Should report back to the great king? Zukyu was also surprised. Hey, why aren't we fighting anymore? Where did you demon people come from? The two children, now untied, ran over happily. Are you okay? Luckily, the Condor hero saved us. Condor hero? Can we see your great condor? Zukyu smiled and replied, it's sleeping in my pants right now. Children aren't allowed to look carelessly. This great hero has to go catch those two. You two, go home now. Don't run around without an adult, okay? The two children smiled brightly and nodded. Zukyu left. The child named Erdan said, the Condor hero is so handsome. When I grow up, I'll marry him. The other child said, Erdan, you're a boy. Erdan corrected himself, then I'll let my mom marry him. Switching to the two demon people, they were now running for their lives. Damn it. Old Bull was killed in one move. Are human cultivators that strong? Zukyu then jumped in front of them, blocking their way. Hey, you guys are a bit slow, aren't you? You still have time to chat? The goat demon gritted its teeth and thought, I can't fight, and I can't escape. Then I'll have to resort to the 37 stratagem. Kneel and beg for mercy. The goat demon quickly knelt down. Great hero, spare me. We were just following orders, just trying to make a living. Zukyu glanced at the snake demon and said, he's already knelt. What about you? The snake demon raised its hands to the sky and said, Big brother, I want to kneel too, but my condition doesn't allow it. Can I just surrender with my hands up? Zukyu was at a loss for words. He coughed a few times and said, get up, I have a few questions for you. You just mentioned something about a lightning tribulation sacrifice. What is that? The snake and goat demons glanced at each other. Then the snake demon said, Big brother, this is a tradition to choose the demon emperor in the demon tribe. It happens once every 10 years. Whoever can rigger the strongest heavenly tribulation during the sacrifice will become the new demon emperor. Zuki was puzzled. You guys are crazy having a group tribulation. What if no one undergoes a tribulation on the day of the sacrifice? The goat demon replied, that won't happen. Our tribe members can all suppress their strength and hide their auras until close to the time of the sacrifice. When the day comes, they release their power, which can trigger a much stronger heavenly tribulation than before. The two of them put on a fawning expression and said, because the sacrifice is in 2 days, we had to risk coming out to catch children to eat. Big brother, can you see it in your heart to spare us? Here in 2 days, Zukyu's face broke into a shameless smile as he thought. I used a teleportation talisman in the Celestial Fragrance Valley's tower which brought me to this desolate mountain forest. I can't find my way to the Imperial City in such a short time. Zuki then asked, how many people are participating in your lightning tribulation sacrifice? What are their cultivation levels? The goat demon replied. Many tribes will come to participate. I can't say exactly how many, but the ones with a chance of winning. One is the great king of our 10,000 demon tribe, the dragon minus pattern tiger king. The other is the great king of the heavenly demon tribe, the 9 minus tailed demon fox. Both of them reached nascent soul perfection many years ago. Precisely for the lightning tribulation sacrifice in 2 days, Zuki picked his ear and pouted. The strongest are only at the nascent soul stage. Then he waved his hand. All right, you two can go. Don't let me see you again. The 2 demons fled, saying, thank you for sparing us, big brother. Zuki then grinned deviously. At night, in the forest, the goat and snake were fumbling their way out. The goat demon walked up to a formation and recited a password. The formation then lit up. The 2 of them stepped into the formation, and it disappeared immediately after. Zuki was hiding in a nearby tree. No wonder this demon tribe has never been discovered by humans. If it weren't for my advanced cultivation technique, I would have been left behind by them. This formation seems very strong. I need to disguise myself. The system's interface then appeared disguise puppet. 100% disguise as another person's appearance, mimicking their cultivation level. Lasts for 1 hour. Zuki then asked the system, can this disguise puppet last longer? And can it transform into someone who doesn't exist in this world? The system's voice rang out. It is recommended to upgrade the disguise puppet through synthesis. It will then have a greater synthesis effect. Zuki heard synthesis and was puzzled. The system's interface also appeared. Synthesis requires 100 acting tough points. Zuki hesitated. Isn't this the system from my previous life's game? The system then said, synthesizing the item will cost 100 acting tough points. Zuki was furious. Damn it. This also costs money? System, you're being too unreasonable. Forget it. Just synthesize it for me. The system's voice rang. Synthesis successful. Advanced disguise puppet. 100% disguise as another person's appearance, and you can freely choose the aura of a cultivation level, but the actual strength will not increase or decrease. Duration 2 hours. After 2 hours, consuming 1 acting tough point can extend it by 1 hour. Zuki gritted his teeth. Huh? This kind of scammer even charges twice? You won't let go of even 1 acting tough point? Are you even human anymore? The system displayed a smiley face. This system does not belong to the human species. Hehe. Zuki was at a loss for words. Then he said, I can't argue with you. Use the puppet. The system then asked, what kind of appearance does the host wish to choose? Zuki smiled, revealing a set of teeth as white as if he had used Omo detergent. I'm not the type to brag. I'm also very humble by nature. So give me the one appointed by the Tathagata Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and the Guanyin Bodhisattva to journey to the west to obtain the scriptures. The emissary from the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. The handsome Monkey King, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. On a branch not far away, 2 figures were standing. The pink minus-eared fox said, Sister, ahead is the territory of the dragon minus pattern tiger king. This formation seems very weak. Watch me break it. The blue minus-eared fox stopped her. There's someone there. What does this person want to do? From below, an arrogant voice echoed, as if completely disregarding the formation before him. This great sage is the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong, open the formation gate for me. Hearing this, the pink-seared fox turned and whispered, Sister, is this monkey the legendary expert that the Tiger King found? The blue-seared fox shook her head, analyzing cautiously. The Tiger King's cultivation level can only summon the 5 heavens lightning tribulation, while Sister has already cultivated to the 6-tailed transformation stage. He must be secretly plotting against you. This monkey is only at the golden core perfection state. With the Tiger King's style, he wouldn't find someone so weak. Let's observe first. Don't alert the enemy. In front of the formation, a black dog appeared as a guard. It asked in a low voice, who goes there? Zuki replied grandly, I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. I have come specially to pay my respects to the dragon-pattern Tiger King. The black dog replied with 2 short words password. These 2 words left Zuki completely stunned, not understanding a thing. Seeing this, the black dog turned back inside, issuing a warning. No entry without the password. Scram, monkey, or don't blame me for activating the killing formation. Both the formation and the black dog disappeared. Zuki had to call for help from a lifeline, silently calling the system. Is there any free way to get in there? The system replied with a surprisingly simple answer, just charge in. Zuki was puzzled. Don't joke with me, I'm serious, the system explained. According to calculations, the formation's defensive state cannot be penetrated. But if you make it switch to an offensive state, there is a chance to break the formation. After hearing this, a cunning smile appeared on Zuki's lips. So that's how it is. The 2 fox spirits observed from a distance. The pink-seared fox said, Sister, this monkey doesn't know the password to the 10,000 demon mibes gate. It seems he's not one of the Tiger King's people. Should we recruit him into our heavenly demon tribe? The blue-seared fox remained cautious. This monkey's behavior is a bit strange. Let's keep watching. Suddenly, the pink-seared fox exclaimed, Look. He wants to charge into the formation. The blue-seared fox said calmly, he's going to suffer for it. This formation can reflect all magical attacks. If he recklessly attacks, he will definitely be injured. Below, Zuki shouted at the top of his lungs, Old dog, open the gate and let me in. From inside, the black dog's voice echoed, The great king has given an order, no entry without the password. Scram if you know what's good for you. Zuki slammed his staff on the ground, his eyes flashing with determination. All right, you forced me to do this. He then took a deep breath, puffing out his chest. The pink-seared fox was curious. What does he want to do? Immediately after, Zuki broke into a provocative song with a heaven-shaking voice. The great king sent me to patrol the mountains. I turned the human world upside down. Beat my drum, strike my gong, life is full of rhythm. The great king sent me to patrol the mountains. Catch a stinky tiger for dinner. The earth-shattering song caused the birds in the mountains to scatter. The pink-seared fox had to quickly cover her ears, grimacing. So awful, why did he suddenly start singing? Inside, the black dog couldn't take it anymore. It rushed out with its weapon, its face full of anger. You, shut up. You monkey, I see you're deliberately causing trouble. Watch me deal with you. Zuki feigned innocence. Oh my, I just sang a song, and you already want to kill me? The black dog roared and the formation switched to offensive mode. Seeing his plan succeed, Zuki smirked with delight. Here it comes. The pink-seared fox was worried. Why is this monkey so foolish? He's going to die in the formation. The blue-seared fox also scolded, this idiot. The spear in the black dog's hand created a cloud of black smoke above its head. It declared loudly, Monkey, I am the gatekeeper of the 10,000 demon tribe. This formation is vast, you cannot escape. With that, a bolt of black lightning struck down at Zuki. Countless other lightning bolts followed, but Zuki easily dodged them all. The 2 fox spirits quickly jumped to a higher position. The blue-seared fox said, The attack range of this formation is too wide. Even we are getting caught in it. The pink-seared fox turned and asked, Sister, this monkey isn't from the 10,000 demon tribe. Should we save him? Seeing Zuki struggling to dodge, the blue-seared fox raised her hand to form a seal. This monkey is so clueless. He doesn't know the power of the 10,000 demon tribes formation. Just then Zuki suddenly leapt high into the air. A blue flame gathered in his hand. He smirked. Hey, 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 you've been hitting me for so long. It should be my turn now, right? He then condensed the angry Buddha's fire lotus. The black dog roared in anger. This monkey is so annoying, jumping up and down. Stop for me. A giant lightning bolt struck down, but Zukyu had quickly landed on a high branch. In that instant his eyes and the two fox spirits met. Zuki's eyes were glued to the two women's ample bosoms. He exclaimed in shock, oh my. Are these fox women? They're huge. He then scratched his head, feigning politeness. Ah, two beautiful ladies. I am Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven from the heaven exploding faction. Currently single. May I ask for your names? At the same time the lightning bolt was redirected towards them. The pink-seared fox screamed in panic. Not good. The attack has been redirected here. Run! The blue-seared fox also shouted, Monkey, run! But Zuki remained calm with the angry Buddha's fire lotus in his hand, saying flatly, no rush. Wait for me to break this formation first. He then blew the angry Buddha's fire lotus away. The two fox spirits had grave expressions while the black dog was contemptuous. What is this nonsense? Daring to loiter before my eyes? A terrifying explosion echoed. Zukyu shouted, be careful, beautiful ladies. The force is too strong, I'm about to fall. In the moment of crisis, Zukyu shot forward like a lightning bolt, pushing the two fox spirits out of the danger zone. However, in the chaos, one of his hands braced against the cliff wall, while the other accidentally landed on the soft, round area on the pink-seared fox's chest. The three of them fell to the ground with a thud, Zukyu's hands still in place for a moment. He quickly sat up, feigning seriousness. Oh my, that was so dangerous. Luckily, I managed to shield you in time. The pink-seared fox trembled all over, both embarrassed and angry, and shouted, You stinky monkey, pervert. Zukyu replied nonchalantly. Logically speaking, I saved you. I'm your lifesaver. Why are you scolding me so unreasonably? Besides, your chest is no different from your back. Let's just pretend nothing happened. This sentence was like adding fuel to the fire. The pink-seared fox rushed forward in embarrassment. You stinky, shameless monkey. Zukyu held her head with his hand. Despite her shouting, stinky monkey, I'm going to kill you. Hey. Airport, he even teased further. Damn monkey, shut up. Hey, steam bun. Just then, the blue-seared fox sat up and intervened. That's enough, stop fighting. Little sister, don't cause trouble. Sun Wukong, who are you really? The pink-seared fox stuck out her tongue. Zukyu smiled and replied, I am Sun Wukong of the Heaven Exploding Faction. I came here this time just to learn more about the lightning tribulation sacrifice. I didn't want to offend you to beauties, please forgive me. The blue-seared fox asked with suspicion, so that's why you came to find the dragon-pattern tiger king? Zukyu nodded. Yes, but his attitude was too disgusting. The two fox spirits could only complain silently in their hearts. Disgusting attitude? Probably not as disgusting as you. The gate protection grand formation that the 10,000 demon tribe has inherited for so many years was destroyed by him, just like that. Should we say he's all brawn or that his strength is too overwhelming? Suddenly two booming sounds came. It's the nascent soul elders of the 10,000 demon tribe. Sister, let's go, the blue-seared fox said. The main gate has been destroyed. Of course, they have to come and see. I am Su Linger of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Monkey, if you want to see the lightning tribulation sacrifice, you are welcome to join our tribe. Zukyu's eyes narrowed in a smile. That's great. The 10,000 demon tribe is full of stinky men. The beautiful women of the Heavenly Demon Tribe are more my style. On a mountain inside a cave, Su Linger's voice echoed. The 10,000 demon tribe has their back mountain grand formation. Unless you are led by one of our tribe members or have a token or a map, you can absolutely not enter this mountain cave. Zukyu followed behind. Remarking, so many forks in the road. That's right, why did you two go to the gate of the 10,000 demon tribe? Su Linger replied, well, the pink-seared fox, whose name was now known to be Shao Qi, continued because a traitor appeared in our tribe. Someone gave our token to the 10,000 demon tribe. Zukyu immediately guessed. So you wanted to strike first and eliminate the Tiger King, right? Xiao Qi quickly explained. No. That's not it. In this lightning tribulation sacrifice, the one with the highest chance of becoming the demon emperor is my sister. So the Tiger King hired assassins to stop my sister from participating in the sacrifice. Zuki was still skeptical. Didn't the 10,000 demon tribe have nascent soul experts just now? Who else would they hire as assassins? Xiaoqi explained. The lightning tribulation sacrifice is a sacred ceremony. Each elder will take a heart demon oath not to interfere. Otherwise they will be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. You monkey, how do you not know these things? Are you even from the demon tribe? The more I look at your stinky face, the more suspicious you see. Zhu Q smirked. Hey, there's nothing I can do about it. I've been traveling the four seas since I was young, protecting world peace. I only recently returned to my homeland and almost forgot my ancestors. Zhao Qi just snorted. Su Linger spoke up. You two follow me. The exit is ahead. Just then, a sword suddenly shot straight at Su Linger. Zhu Q immediately rushed forward and knocked the sword away, shouting, "Be careful." Zhao Qi was terrified. That's someone from Heaven's Killers, Su Linger said coldly. So the Tiger King hired them, daring to attack us right at the entrance of our heavenly demon tribe. Aren't you a bit too confident? The leader of Heaven's Killers pointed his blade and sneered. If it weren't for this monkey saving you, you'd already be a corpse. To be able to break my soul minus severing blade. But you won't get a second chance. Once we, Heaven's Killers, strike. Zhu Q raised his hand to stop him. Wait. I knew you looked familiar. Turns out you're the organization that my Heaven Exploding faction beat to a pulp last time. The Heaven's Killer leader remembered, and his voice deepened. Heaven Exploding faction. Now die. His blade flew straight toward Zhu Q. But at the same time, Zhu Q had swung his staff and smashed another assassin who was trying to assassinate Su Linger from behind. Looking at the assassin with a mouthful of broken teeth, Su Linger was shocked. Since when was he behind me? So you're the one who broke our formation. Zhu Q sneered, only knowing how to sneak attack a little girl. Are you guys even men? Linger, Xiao Qi, get behind me. Watch me beat these so-minus called men. Su Linger said worriedly, monkey. The members of Heaven's Killers are all at the nascent soul perfection stage. Don't be rash. You're only at the golden core stage. You're no match for them. You should run. On the side. Zhu Q, while blocking an attack from a Heaven's Killer, smirked. I am the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong, the word run is not in my dictionary. Besides, I and the 9-tailed demon fox are a couple. Xiao Qi heard this and was puzzled. Couple? What's that? Zhu Q explained, it means a couple made in heaven. So don't tell me to run anymore, I will ensure your safety. The Heaven's Killer slashed down with a laugh. Delusional. Zhu Q blocked the blow, thinking to himself, not bad for a cultivation level close to the infant transformation stage, but compared to my max-minus level killing blade, you're still far behind. He then sent the guy flying. Just then, the system's voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully acting tough while simultaneously attacking to people. The reward is the foremost divine art. Zhu Q turned around in surprise. Xiao Qi was embarrassed. You damn monkey. You want me and my sister to share one husband? In your dreams, Su Linger also said shyly, a couple made in heaven? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Q just chuckled to himself. I originally wanted to act tough with Su Linger, but I didn't expect them to both be 9-tailed demon foxes. Heaven-D ultimate technique can instantly mimic the martial arts of others. After mastering it, it can mimic 80% of the power of the martial art. Zhu Q smiled with satisfaction. Wow, this is the perfect acting tough technique. I must learn it. Quick, learn it for me. Another Heaven's Killer threw a sword. This monkey's ferocity is not low. Let's see you try this move. Zhu Q watched intently as the sword flew straight towards him. The system's voice rang out, scanning Heaven-ear technique, soul-severing flying dagger. This is a mid-tier Heaven-ear technique derived from an ancient fragmented art. It is unleashed using spiritual soul force, consuming 10% of spiritual soul force with each use. The consumption is extremely high, Zhu Q smirked and said silently, mimic. Then he jumped up to dodge the attack and flew behind the Heaven's Killers. they exclaimed in shock so fast. 3 swords appeared in Zukyu's hand. He threw them and the 3 swords pierced through the heavens killers, leaving only their screams behind. As Zukyu landed, the system's voice rang out, killed for nascent soul cultivators, gained 800,000 experience points and for storage rings. Beauties, it's safe now. Su Lingger and Zhao Qi rushed over, but Zukyu suddenly felt dizzy and unsteady. Su Lingger asked worriedly, "Monkey, what's wrong?" Zukyu's face was pale as he thought. This move's attack power is strong, but it consumes too much spiritual soul force. Zhao Qi put her hands on her hips and said, "I knew you were overexerting yourself. You need to take care of your health." Su Lingger was also worried. "Monkey, are you all right? Although you defeated the heavens killers, you were also injured, right?" Zukyu was startled. He looked at Su Linger's ample bosom and blushed. Then he pretended to be unsteady and fell towards her. "Aya, I'm suddenly so dizzy, I'm about to faint." He then hugged Su Lingger, looking weak. "I feel better now. Thank you, Lingger." Then he rested his head on her mountains and revealed an expression of bliss greater than smoking happy leaves. Zhao Qi shouted, "Sister, that monkey is smiling, look, he's aiming for your chest." Su Lingger shouted in embarrassment, "Ah, you pervert." Zukyu quickly explained, misunderstanding. "I'm really injured." Zhao Qi also rushed over, shouting, still trying to play Rix. A loud thwack echoed, and a bump grew on Zukyu's head. A moment later, the group had walked out of the cave. Su Lingger said, "We're here. This is our heavenly demon tribe." Zukyu walked forward. The place was an extremely peaceful and beautiful scene. Below, children were hanging clothes to dry while adults were diligently farming. Zukyu also sighed in admiration. This is truly a beautiful paradise. Just then, a little girl with the goat-like horns ran over in a panic. "Great King, something's wrong." Something happened at the alchemy room. Su Lingger also turned and asked Zhao Yun, "What's wrong?" Zhao Yun replied, "Great King, you're back. Dolly is not good at alchemy. Zhao Yu feels he's not suited for being a pill boy, but our tribe has no one else skilled in alchemy." Just now, after failing to refine 2 consecutive batches of pills, Zhao Yu got angry. Now Zhao Yu has locked herself in her room and refuses to come out. The lightning tribulation sacrifice is in 2 days. What do we do? Su Lingger walked to a room and knocked. "Zhao Yu, are you in there? I know you want to refine the best pills for the lightning tribulation sacrifice, but I don't want this to put too much pressure on you. It's fine even without the pills. Can you come out and talk to us?" Zhao Yun said worriedly from the side, "Great King, we've already said all this to Zhao Yu, but she won't even answer us." Zukyu then walked over and said, "Miss Lingger, is this Miss Zhao Yu also a demon fox?" Su Lingger replied, "Zhao Yu's ancestors are from the Jade Rabbit clan. They are very talented in alchemy. But Zhao Yu is still young and a bit childish." Zukyu snapped his fingers, thinking Jade Rabbit clan, so she's called Zhao Yu. This name is simple to the point of being blunt. "Let me try to call her out." Zhao Qi said, "You stinky monkey. Don't talk nonsense." Zukyu said, "I know." He silently called the system. "Use the vice function reward bag." The system's voice rang out, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1-star chef title. You can cook 1-star dishes with 100% success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1-star musician title. You can perform 1-star songs with 100% success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1-star alchemist title. You can refine 1-star pills with 100% success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1-star refiner title. You can refine 1-star artifacts with 100% success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1-star talisman master title. You can create 1-star talismans with 100% success." Zukyu felt it and thought to himself, "This feels great. Let me try out the musician title." The system's voice rang out, "Consume 10 acting tough points to exchange for a Gukyu success." Su Linger's eyes widened in confusion. "Where did that instrument come from?" Zhao Qi said, "You stinky monkey. Shut up, your singing is terrible." But at that moment the melody of drifting was played by Zukyu. Zhao Qi's eyes widened. "But, the music is so beautiful." Su Lingger was also stunned. "Monkey you, Xiao Yun was also full of admiration. Such a clear sound. Zukyu then cleared his throat and began to sing, "Good little rabbit. Open the door, open it quickly. I want to come in." The three women were stunned, thinking, what kind of lyrics are these? Xiao Qi said, "Monkey, don't call Xiao Yu rabbit anymore." Xiao Yu then burst out of the door. Xiao Yu's face was extremely solemn. Zukyu, however, still had his eyes closed, lost in his song. "Won't open, won't open. I won't open, I won't open." She quickly waved at Zukyu and said, "Monkey, stop singing. Xiao Yu is out." Hearing the words "good little rabbit," Xiao Yu's eyebrows furrowed even more. She jumped up and charged at Zukyu. Xiao Qi quickly tried to calm her down. "Xiao Yu, don't bite him, we brought this monkey back." Zukyu then opened his eyes and looked. But Xiao Yu hugged him tightly, then made a pouting face. Zukyu looked at her and smiled. Xiao Yu's face was full of infatuation as she said, "Big brother monkey, you sing so well. Can you sing again for Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu misses her mommy so much." Zukyu patted the little girl's head and smiled. Zukyu then sat down and performed the song "Press the Remember" button, release the dream. In the evening, Xiao Qi led Zukyu to a house and said, "Stinky monkey, you'll stay here for now. Remember not to run around. The heavenly demon tribe has many rules." Zukyu replied, "Don't worry. I'm very obedient." Xiao Qi said, "Who would believe you, you stinky monkey? Not a single word you say is true. My sister told me, Xiao Yu has become close to you. You should stay and be her pill boy. Xiao Yu is the only alchemist in our tribe. The pills for my sister in the lightning tribulation sacrifice all depend on her. You help her out a lot. Don't cause trouble." Zukyu gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, I'm very obedient." Xiao Qi just snorted and left. Inside, Zukyu looked around and muttered, "This room is so cold. System, give me a set of furniture." The system's voice rang out, "Consume 10 acting tough points to exchange for a set of luxurious furniture." Zukyu then threw himself onto the bed, having returned to his original form, and sighed, "Now this is life. Helping Xiao Yu with alchemy." "System, didn't I have some kind of alchemist skill?" The system replied, "The host is a 1-star alchemist." Zukyu was happy. "Great. Help me figure out how to level up my alchemist skill. I also have to undergo might tribulation in 2 days. I'll take this opportunity to prepare myself well." The system's voice rang out through calculations. Both the soul-nurturing pill and the blood origin pill needed for the tribulation are level -2 pills. The host is currently a 1-star alchemist. It is recommended that the host purchase the 2-star skill book, 2-star alchemist skill book, for 1500 acting tough points. Zukyu heard this and jumped up. "Damn it, that's so expensive." The system explained, "The soul-nurturing pill can restore spiritual soul force, and the blood origin pill can restore blood and ki. Both are good pills for enduring the tribulation." Zukyu considered, "I can eat stinky tofu from my spiritual soul force, and my body can be healed by the system's recovery function. These 2 pills aren't very practical for me." The system continued, "There is another type of pill, the Supreme Purity Lightning Repelling Pill. After taking it, it enhances muscle toughness, reduces the damage caused by the tribulation, and even uses the power of lightning to temper the body. Each pill costs 200 acting tough points." Zukyu nodded vigorously. The system displayed the prescription for the Supreme Purity Lightning Repelling Pill is 1000 acting tough points. It is recommended to exchange. Zukyu calculated. The skill book plus the prescription is already 2500 acting tough points. This is tight. But my tribulation is on hard mode. I only have a spirit visage armor. I don't know if I can withstand it. As long as there are green mountains, I won't have to worry about firewood. I need to stay alive to act tough. I earned so many acting tough points at Celestial Fragrance Valley precisely for times like this. System, exchange them all for me." The next morning, Xiao Qi knocked on the door incessantly. "Monkey, monkey, stinky monkey, open the door. Everyone is waiting for you." Zukyu rubbed his eyes and said, What's wrong?" Xiao Qi burst through the door and shouted, "You damn monkey, get up." Zukyu quickly transformed into Sun Wukong and said, "What is it, Xiao Qi?" Xiao Qi looked inside and was stunned. Hey, where did you get so much furniture? Zuki said, what? Isn't it beautiful? Xiaoqi was also stunned and said, it's beautiful. But then she came to her senses and turned her face away. Beautiful where? You're just showing off. Zuki patted her head and said, silly girl. In a few days when I'm gone, all this furniture is yours. Xiaoqi turned her face away and said, NPH, who needs your stuff? But she peeked at it again. In the alchemy room, a middle-aged man was also saying, Great King, the remaining amount of medicinal ingredients is not much. An old man also said, right now, Xiao Yu and Dolly have already failed twice, and now you've casually picked a pill boy to refine pills? Sulinger smiled and said, I found this pill boy. His strength is not bad at all. There probably won't be any mistakes. Zuki then walked in and waved. Oh, is everyone talking about me? Sulinger turned around and said, Sun Wukong, why are you so late? Zuki pointed to himself and said, if you're not confident in Xiao Yu, you can let me refine the pills. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was overjoyed. Big brother monkey, you know how to refine pills too? Zhao Qi said, you damn monkey, don't cause trouble, alchemy is not a joke. Zuki said, it's precisely because it's not a joke that I have to step in. Zhao Yu also nodded. Okay then. Xiao Yu will let big brother refine. Sulinger also said, Sun Wukong, tomorrow we have to set off for the 10,000 Autumn's lightning pool. Don't mess around. Zuki patted his chest and said, mess around. If I fail, I'll vomit blood and die. Xiaoqi looked at Zuki with one eye and said, you're probably just looking for a legitimate reason to vomit blood. Zuki said with a confident face. Trust me. Sulinger was also stunned by Zuki's determined gaze. Then, she turned away shyly and said, in that case, I'll let you try once. Just once. The old man tried to stop her. Great King, this Sun Wukong. He can't control the fire. Sulinger stopped him and said, if I detect any unstable situation with the pill furnace, and I tell you to stop, you must stop immediately. Zuki smiled and gave an okay. He led Xiao Yu to the pill furnace and said, Xiao Yu, let big brother teach you the orthodox art of alchemy. Xiaoqi stood to the side with her hands on her hips and said, Xiao Yu, why are you so trusting of this monkey? Xiao Yu then said, the materials are all here. Zuki's eyes had now become serious and determined. Sulinger said, monkey's gaze has changed. Could he? But at that moment, Zuki turned to Xiao Yu and asked, that's right. Xiao Yu, what kind of pill are we refining? Hearing this, both Sulinger and Xiaoqi spat out their water on the spot. Xiaoqi thought with embarrassment, you don't even know what pill to refine. Are you just trying to be a joke, monkey? Xiao Yu still happily asked, big brother, have you refined soul-nurturing pills and blood origin pills before? Zuki burst out laughing. I used to refine pills for immortality. Just give me the prescription first. Xiao Yu then handed him a book. Zuki flipped through it and looked. He thought to himself, this is the pill prescription left behind by the Jade Rabbit clan until now. System, copy it all for me. And so, streams of knowledge poured into Zuki's mind. The system's voice also rang out, consumed one acting tough point. The prescription has been completely copied into the host's mind. The group looked at Zuki standing there, staring at the sky like a madman, and were at a loss for words. Xiaoqi said, you damn monkey, what are you doing? Zuki flipped through the book at lightning speed, then closed it and threw it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was puzzled. Big brother, you're done looking? Zuki said confidently. Your big brother here is done looking. Now watch me refine pills. The old man also said, this monkey is really here to cause trouble. He just glanced at the prescription. The middle-aged man also said, forget it. Let's be vigilant. Make sure he doesn't blow up the pill furnace. QQ then waved his hand to control the medicinal ingredients. The green lotus core flame erupted from his other hand. Such a strong green flame. Xiaoqi also said, this temperature is terrifying. Zuki was also using the green flame to burn the medicinal ingredients. The old man was also worried. With such a high temperature, even fine iron would evaporate in an instant. If you throw the spirit herbs in, won't they just turn to ash? But at that moment the middle-aged man said in shock, no, that's not right. Look, the spirit herbs are enveloped in the flame but are not damaged at all. The moisture inside is being separated. And the spirit herbs are starting to dissolve. Xiao Yu also said happily, Big brother. This is the method of separating the poison and revealing the essence, right? Q also smiled and said, smart. The pile of spirit herbs had now dissolved into a liquid state. Step 2. Place the essence of the pills into the pill furnace to fuse. Zukyu then covered the furnace with the lid. After that, he continued to control the flame, and the liquid in the pill furnace slowly fused together. Step 3. Dividing the pills. With a clap of Zukyu's hands, small pills were separated. Zukyu had now reached the 4th step, forming the pills. The flame was gradually withdrawn by Zukyu. Proceeding to the 5th step, opening the furnace and collecting the pills. White pills flew from the furnace into Zukyu's hand. Everyone was shocked. He had only used a portion of the spirit herbs and had already refined 10 soul-nurturing pills, and not a single failed pill. At this moment, a stream of brown liquid also enveloped the pills. Zukyu smiled and said, final step, enhance the texture. Seeing the pills turn brown, Xiao Yu was puzzled. Big brother, what's the final step for? Zukyu closed the box and explained, this is called chocolate minus flavored soul nurturing pill. It tastes very good. I'll let you try it next time. Miss Linger, this is for you. Su Linger took the box and said thank you Sun Wukong. You're really amazing. Zukyu also smiled. Your pill boy here is not bad, right? Su Linger replied, not just not bad. You could even be an alchemist. The system's voice rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained 240 acting tough points. Zukyu also said your equipment and spirit herbs here are quite complete. Let me refine another type of pill for you. It will be beneficial for your tribulation. Hearing this, Su Linger was stunned and thought, this monkey knows so much, so she turned to the old man and the middle-aged man and said, elders, please leave first. Xiaoqi was also puzzled. Stinky monkey, what other pill are you planning to refine? Zukyu put on a mysterious expression. You'll know when I'm done refining it. Zukyu went to the pill furnace and began refining. Bursts of lightning erupted from the furnace. Xiao Yu was shocked. It's a pill cloud phenomenon. Su Linger heard this and turned to ask Xiao Yu, what is that? Xiao Yu replied, when a phenomenon appears as the pill is coming out of the furnace, it means it's a top minus grade pill. Zukyu smirked and said, I wouldn't dare say it's top minus grade, but it's good stuff. For this tribulation you can say we are fully prepared. The Supreme Purity Lightning Repelling Pill. I've finished refining it. The 3 girls heard this and their jaws dropped. This is the Supreme Purity Lightning Repelling Pill. The system's voice rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained 240 acting tough points. Su Linger also pulled Zukyu away. Monkey, come with me. Zukyu was also surprised. Zukyu's cheeks flushed as he said, Miss Linger, an unmarried man and an unmarried woman. This isn't very appropriate. Su Linger also spoke up, Sun Wukong, we are leaving for the lightning pool now. Zukyu heard this and was puzzled. Why? Isn't the lightning tribulation sacrifice tomorrow? Su Linger replied. That you could refine the Supreme Purity Lightning Repelling Pill completely exceeded my expectations. I have to thank you. But there is a traitor in my tribe. If the news that you refine this pill gets out, it won't be long before the other demon tribes come to kill us. Zukyu also broke into a cold sweat. Is it that serious? Then let's go now. Su Linger replied. Let's just let Zhao Qi and the others know. Xiao Yu, I'm going to the lightning pool now with Sun Wukong. Absolutely do not let anyone know about what happened today. Wait for the lightning tribulation sacrifice to officially begin tomorrow. Everyone, go there with the tribe members. Zhao Yu and Xiao Qi looked at each other and said, we know. While the group was talking, a figure was hiding behind them, eavesdropping. At an ancient stone pool, Zukyu and Su Linger walked to the center. Su Linger took out a yellow stone and said, the teleportation formation can take us close to the lightning pool, saving a lot of time. Stand firm. The teleportation formation then emitted a column of blue light. In a distant place, the blue column of light appeared again. The dust settled. Su Linger said, we've arrived. Huh? What's wrong? Zukyu chuckled and said, nothing. I just feel a bit unaccustomed to suddenly being alone with an unmarried woman. Su Linger's cheeks flushed as she said, you're such a sweet talker. The lightning pool won't open until tomorrow morning. Let's find a safe place first. Night had fallen, and a campfire was blazing. Zukyu said, that's right. Miss Linger, I'll also be participating in the lightning tribulation sacrifice tomorrow. Su Linger was surprised. You want to participate too? But you're only at the golden perfection stage. You can only trigger the 49 heavenly lightning tribulation. Zukyu was surprised. Can't I participate in the lightning tribulation sacrifice with a 49 heavenly tribulation? Su Linger replied, everyone can participate. But it's always nascent soul perfection cultivators who participate. They can't trigger the 59 heavenly tribulations. If you go up, I'm afraid you'll be laughed at by others. Zukyu didn't care. It doesn't matter, I'm just participating. Su Linger smiled. I didn't realize you had such a calm temperament. Zukyu also turned and asked, but why is Miss Linger participating in the lightning tribulation sacrifice? Su Linger replied, well, how should I put this? Our demon tribe was originally separated from the human world, so we live in seclusion in the great mountains. But the Tiger King doesn't think so. His tribe believes that the demon tribe should unite its strength to fight against humans and gain more territory. But humans have strong national power and countless powerful cultivators. Waging war is a path to death. But the number of demon tribes who agree with the Tiger King is not small. Then even our heavenly demon tribe will have to follow his orders. The Tiger King's strength is not much different from mine. I can't let him become the Demon Emperor, so I must win the title of Demon Emperor. Zukyu also said, so that's how it is. Miss Linger, you must be under a lot of pressure. Su Linger also smiled brightly. The lightning tribulation sacrifice is very important to me and my tribe members. Sun Wukong, you've helped me so much. I don't know how to repay you. Zukyu also smiled. It's just a small effort. If Miss Linger really wants to repay me, then agree to 2 things for me. Su Linger also smiled. If I can do it, I will do my best. What do you want me to agree to? Zukyu thought for a moment. Then he smiled and replied, I'll tell you when I think of it. That's right, it's getting dark. Are you hungry? Why don't I go down on you? Su Linger also refused. Hey, you're too polite. I'm not hungry. But she then blushed and stammered, it's dark. Go down. You mean? Zukyu replied, I mean instant food. What were you thinking? Hearing this, Su Linger became even more embarrassed. The next day, at the entrance to the lightning pool, a yellow dog looked at Zukyu and Su Linger approaching and said, look, it's Su Linger of the heavenly demon tribe. A black ghost also said, I didn't expect her to bring a monkey with her. It seems she can't stand the loneliness anymore. Look at her appearance. She must be a slut. The yellow dog also laughed loudly. I'm just afraid that Skinny Monkey won't last long. Su Linger didn't care and said, don't mind them. The mouths of the 10,000 demon tribe are very foul. Zukyu grinned and said, it's fine, I'll deal with them later. Su Linger said, in this lightning pool formation, no one can attack, otherwise they will be instantly killed by the lightning pool. Let's go in. As Zukyu stepped in, the system announced, warning, the disguised puppet is about to expire. Zukyu was also puzzled. What's going on? The system continued to ring, detected that the host has entered the lightning tribulation grand formation. This formation will automatically detect non-demon races. At the same time, true core energy will also be eliminated. The system has automatically sealed the host's true core energy. If not detected by the lightning formation, you will be instantly killed. Zukyu thought to himself, oh no, doesn't that mean I'll become a cripple? The system replied, the host still has the killing blade, which increases strength by 30 times. Zukyu thought, what's the use of just being strong? He then turned to Su Linger and asked awkwardly, Miss Linger, you can't attack in here, right? Su Linger replied, that's right. Once you circulate the true core energy in your body, you will be instantly killed by the lightning pool. So, Zukyu smiled awkwardly. That's good. Suddenly a shout echoed. Ants from where? Get out of the way. If you don't move, be careful you don't get stepped on. Zukyu and Su Linger turned around to see a massive tiger. Su Linger also said, Dragon minus pattern Tiger King. The Tiger King snorted coldly. MTH. Su the Fox, this time's Demon Emperor will undoubtedly be me. I advise you to withdraw. A tiger with a rooster comb minus like mane also walked over and said, this rooster minus haired tiger has a wicked idea. Tiger brother, should we just deal with her here? Wouldn't that save a lot of time? The Tiger King feigned profundity, then shook his head in refusal. No brother, you can't attack in the lightning pool. I will defeat her in the lightning tribulation sacrifice and rightfully become the demon emperor of the demon tribe. Hearing this, the rooster minus-haired tiger grinned deviously. Great idea, Tiger brother. Watching their retreating backs, Su Linger said with contempt, what a pretentious fellow. In Zukyu's heart, a plan was forming. This Tiger King is too strong. Even with 30 times the strength, I'm afraid I can't beat him. The entire demon tribe had taken their seats waiting intently. Su Linger and Zukyu also chose a spot on a mountain peak, quietly observing. As soon as they were settled, Su Linger explained, the lightning tribulation sacrifice will officially begin after dark. Zhao Qi and the others will arrive a little later. Let's rest first. Zukyu took out a pill and smiled, offering it to her. Here, a lightning-repelling pill for you. Su Linger accepted it without ceremony and popped it into her mouth. Thanks. It will take me 5 hours to refine the supreme purity lightning-repelling pill. You should hurry up too. Zukyu nodded and replied, all right. Out of nowhere, two bull demons approached, their tone full of provocation. Oh, isn't this Su Linger of the heavenly demon tribe? That's right. Our bull demon tribe has also followed the Tiger King. There's no need to go on stage for this lightning tribulation sacrifice. I think you don't need to embarrass yourself any further. Su Linger had already entered a meditative state, beginning the process of refining the supreme purity lightning repelling pill, so she paid them no mind. Seeing this, Zukyu turned around and sneered. Ha! Just a couple of young punks dare to come here and cause trouble? The two bull demons burst out laughing contemptuously. Oh, I was wondering who was talking. Sickly monkey. Monkey, can your body handle the daily torment of a fox demon? Zukyu also grinned back, his tone mocking. What are you talking about, so foul minus mouth? I think your mother didn't teach you how to brush your teeth. Oh sorry, maybe it's because you eat too much shit that your mouth stinks so much. Hearing these harsh words, the bull demon's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted, you. Zukyu immediately cut him off. You what? Looking at you, I can't tell if you're a bull or a pig. It's a good thing your mother had the courage to raise you. The bull demon clenched his fists and growled. Zukyu continued to mock him. If I were you, I'd just die immediately. Take the chance to be reincarnated as a handsome and talented monkey. That would be more fun. The bull demon roared in fury and charged forward. You motherf. Without another word, a stream of purple lightning shot from Zukyu's hand, roasting the unlucky bull demon. A fragrant piece of roasted bull was served up. Zukyu crossed his arms and shook his head, feigning regret. Died instantly. Seeing as you work quite obedient to me, I feel very happy and relieved. The other bull rushed over in a panic, shaking its comrade. Tainayu. Why were you so foolish as to attack in the lightning pool? The bull demon glared at Zukyu with rage and roared. Ah, I must kill him. The system in Zukyu's head immediately rang with a notification, successfully acted tough. Gained 70 acting tough points. Zukyu said to himself, all right, it's time for me to start refining too. With that, he shoved a whole handful of supreme purity lightning repelling pills into his mouth and chewed them down. The speed of refining pills is reduced. Estimated time required 6 hours. Host has consumed too many pills. The refining process will enter a state of hibernation. Damn it. An overdose? Why is this scene so familiar? And then Zukyu fell into a comatose state, sleeping like the dead. Night fell. Su Linger had just finished refining. She let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, she saw Zukyu still fast asleep. From a distance, Xiao Yu and Zhao Yun ran over in a hurry. Xiao Yu said worriedly, Great King. Something's wrong, Xiao Qi. She's been captured by the Tiger King's men. Su Linger frowned in confusion. What happened? Xiao Yu quickly explained. The news of the Great King leaving the village early was somehow leaked. On our way to the lightning pool, we were ambushed by the Tiger King's men. Zhao Yun also continued in fear. They demanded that the Great King undergo the first tribulation when the lightning pool is in an unstable state. Hearing this, Su Linger was shocked. She immediately looked in a certain direction, where Zhao Qi was tied up next to the Tiger King. Su Linger's face instantly filled with worry. At the same time, in the sky, lightning began to roll and strike down. A super-sized lightning bolt struck the center of the lightning platform. Xiao Yu exclaimed worriedly, the lightning tribulation sacrifice has begun. Su Linger also immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct, Xiao Yu, you watch over Sun Wukong. He is refining pills and cannot move for the time being. With that, Su Linger leapt away. Below, the demon beasts began to chat immediately. A black ghost spoke up, the once minus and minus a minus 100 minus years lightning tribulation sacrifice has finally begun. A yellow dog also chimed in, I wonder who will win the title of Demon Emperor this time. Abor interjected, when it comes to strength, it has to be the 2 kings of the heavenly demon tribe and the 10,000 demon tribe. The rest are just cannon fodder. A green ghost grinned sinister lie. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be the first to go on the lightning platform. At that time the lightning pool isn't stable and you'll be hit by unexpected surges. Suddenly the yellow dog shouted in shock, look. Su Linger of the 10,000 demon tribe is going up first. Is she crazy? Why would she put herself in such a bad situation? Su Linger looked up at the sky and gently challenged, come on. At the same time, up above, Zukyu had slowly opened his eyes. The system's voice rang in his head again. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 9 supreme purity lightning repelling pills. The medicinal power has been successfully absorbed by the 5 elements spirit root, activating the secret chapter of the ancient 5 elements art. The body of the king of hell's prison. This is one of the secret chapters of the ancient 5 elements arts. It requires absorbing the essence of 8 types of spiritual energy: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice. By doing so, the physical body is tempered. When the 8 types of spiritual energy essence are perfected, one can achieve great success, eternal immortality, tear through the void and be reborn. Below, a giant column of lightning had struck straight at Su Linger. Taking the full force of the lightning, Su Linger's whole body trembled violently. Xiao Yu was worried. The Great King has already passed 5 lightning tribulations. She just needs to endure 1 more to successfully break through to the infant transformation stage. But the initial power of the lightning pool is too great. In the sky, a dense mass of lightning had gathered. A super-sized column of lightning struck down on Su Linger, causing her to scream incessantly. Xiao Qi was worried but couldn't speak. The Tiger King looked down, his tone flat. It ends here. Su Linger was still trying to endure, but the lightning in the lightning pool was becoming increasingly violent. A world-mind shaking explosion echoed, and Su Linger was sent flying. Xiao Yu screamed in panic, Great King. Zukyu, however, remained calm and observed the situation. Xiao Yu raised her hand to form a seal. Great King, I'm coming to help you. But Zukyu quickly moved in front of her to stop her. Xiao Yu, stop. You can't use truc or energy in the lightning pool. Trust your Great King, she'll be fine. Sure enough, Su Linger did a few flips in the air. Then, she landed lightly on the ground. Xiao Yu rushed over worriedly. Su Linger said, Xiao Yu, I'm fine. Below, everyone was stunned. What? The first person to undergo the lightning tribulation can do this? Su Linger of the heavenly demon tribe has successfully triggered 6 lightning tribulations and broken through to the infant transformation state. The Tiger King saw this and burst out laughing. Only 6 lightning tribulations and you're already out of strength. You can't even move the lightning pool anymore. Su Linger, you've lost this lightning tribulation sacrifice. With that, the Tiger King also jumped down into the lightning pool. The crowd below immediately cheered, Tiger King, Tiger King. Zukyu saw this and muttered, so arrogant. The Tiger King also roared, his muscles bulging. He threw his head back and roared, the position of the new demon emperor can only belong to me. A super-sized column of lightning also struck the Tiger King. The lightning dissipated, and the Tiger King was unscathed. Su Linger also had a grave expression and thought to herself, the Tiger King's strength is even greater than I imagined. With pleasure. Delicious lightning strikes. Bring on more. Zukyu then walked over and asked, Miss Linger, I heard that the initial power of the lightning tribulation is not suitable for undergoing the tribulation. Su Linger sighed and replied, the news of us arriving at the lightning pool early was leaked. The Tiger King had his men capture Xiao Qi. They used Xiao Qi to threaten me, demanding that I go up first. If it were a no lightning tribulation, I might have had enough strength left to move the 3 lightning pools. Zukyu heard this and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, so despicable, this Tiger King. If I don't peel a layer of your skin off. My surname is Insu. On the lightning pool, the Tiger King was constantly enduring waves of lightning strikes. The crowd below also exclaimed in shock. The Tiger King has already withstood the 6th lightning tribulation. His level is now on par with Sulinger. But it seems the Tiger King's skill is more refined. The Demon Emperor this time will surely belong to the Tiger King. The Tiger King then raised his hand to prepare for the next lightning tribulation. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yun stood to the side, worried. The Tiger King wants to trigger another lightning tribulation. If he succeeds, he will become the next Demon Emperor. But just then a cloud of black gas flew over. The Tiger King inhaled it and immediately started vomiting. He covered his mouth and shouted, "It stinks. What is this smell? Where did this foul gas come from? I feel so nauseous." Zhao Yun also exclaimed in surprise, "Great King, look. It's Sun Wukong." On the side, Zukyu was holding out a bowl of stinky tofu, smiling brightly. "Tiger King, you must be tired from your tribulation. I've prepared some stinky tofu for you. It's very good for replenishing your spiritual power." The Tiger King turned to the side and shouted, "Second brother, deal with that monkey." The Tiger King also looked up at the sky, worried. "Oh no," distracted by the smell, "the lightning clouds are starting to dissipate. Damn it, I have to trigger the lightning tribulation again from the beginning." The Black Ghost also shouted, "The lightning clouds are dissipating." The Tiger King seems unable to trigger the lightning strikes anymore. However, had a look of bliss on its face and said, "Why do you keep saying it stinks? I think it smells good." Zukyu, however, picked up a bowl of stinky tofu and winked. "Tiger King, don't waste your energy. Come over here and have a bite." But at that moment, another tiger rushed over and knocked the bowl out of Zukyu's hand. Sulinger also exclaimed. He attacked in the lightning pool. The other tiger also gathered its strength and kneed Zukyu, sending him flying straight into a wall. Sulinger and Zhao Qi both watched with worry. The Tiger King also spread his arms and laughed. "Dared to disturb my tribulation. Of course you have to die. Although it was only 6 lightning strikes, I can still move the lightning pool. I'm still stronger than Sulinger. The position of Demon Emperor is definitely mine." The other tiger also turned back and said, "Big brother is about to succeed." But at that moment Zukyu had flown down. Just as the other tiger turned around, Zukyu's fist had already smashed into its face, accompanied by an explosion of dust and smoke. Looking at the tiger lying on the ground like a dead dog, Zukyu clenched his fist and said flatly, "You ruined the stinky tofu I worked so hard to make." The Black Ghost and the Yellow Dog also exclaimed in shock. Why wasn't he punished for attacking in the lightning pool? No, look closely. They didn't use any truc or energy. They are purely using their physical bodies to fight. You mean to say, a skinny, sickly monkey took down the second minus in minus command of the 10,000 demon tribe with just brute force? Zukyu's eyes were full of contempt as he said, 30 times the power of the killing blade. Zukyu then turned to the Tiger King on the lightning pool and said, "Hey, Tiger King, if you don't like stinky tofu, I'll grill something else for you. You must be tired from your tribulation. How about some roasted tiger to replenish your strength?" Zukyu then held up a red skewer. The Tiger King saw this and was horrified. You actually brought second tigers." However, held up the skewer of meat and smiled brightly. "It's grilled. Want a bite?" This skewer was actually something Zukyu bought from the system store. A bull demon also shouted worriedly, "Oh no, the Tiger King's concentration is broken." But the lightning pool has already been triggered. Below the lightning pool, a bolt of lightning also struck the Tiger King. An explosion echoed and the Tiger King was knocked back. A voice rang out. The Tiger King only managed to move 1 lightning pool. His lightning tribulation is over. The Tiger King also said excitedly, "Victory is decided. Even if it's just 1 lightning pool, it's still stronger than Sulinger. The lightning tribulation sacrifice is over." Zukyu then walked over and smirked. "What's all the noise about? You say it's over and it's over. Sun Wukong of the Heavenly Demon Tribe is here to challenge the lightning tribulation sacrifice." Zukyu quickly ran off, then after a few flips to show off, Zukyu landed on the ground and smirked. Sun Wukong of the Heavenly Demon Tribe is preparing for his tribulation. The crowd below heard this and were all startled, looking at each other in confusion. Then they all opened their mouths and mocked Suikyu. A light as small as a grain of rice wants to compete with the brilliant light of the moon. Undergoing a heavenly tribulation is like picking up some shit. The system that announced this place will not be subject to the inspection of the lightning tribulation grand formation. Suikyu heard this and was overjoyed. Great, help me remove the seal. After the seal was removed, Suikyu's Adisphilgy checked himself. The familiar power is back. System, how much longer until my lightning tribulation begins? The system replied, the host is 4 hours away from the heavenly tribulation. Suikyu then said, that's too long. Is there any way to speed it up? The system replied, the host can try to act tough as usual. This can speed up the lightning tribulation, but it may also increase the difficulty. Suikyu also smiled, acting tough. I'm familiar with this. The Tiger King then walked over and helped the second tiger up. Second brother, are you alright? Second brother, that monkey really. The second tiger gritted his teeth and said, Tiger brother. He tricked you. He deliberately distracted you, causing your lightning tribulation to fail. It's all my fault. A mere monkey dared to sneak attack me. The Tiger King also comforted him. It's fine as long as you're okay, as long as you're here. Anything can be said. That monkey is starting his lightning tribulation. I can't interfere for now. When he comes down, that will be the time of his death. Then the 2 tigers looked at each other with affection. Xiaoyu then said, Great King. Big brother monkey suddenly ran up to the lightning pool. Su Linger also replied, once the tribulation begins, outsiders cannot interfere. We can only observe the changes. At this moment, Suikyu's voice also echoed, speaking of which, when I was born an auspicious cloud appeared in the sky. That cloud, after drifting to my house, transformed into the character handsome. After I grew up, all the women in the world went crazy for me. Everyone was captivated by me to the point of madness. I didn't even have a moment of freedom. So I desperately ran away, ran to a high mountain. I asked the heavens, why? Why do you treat me like this? I want to resist this fate. I don't want to rely on a face that does nothing else. That thing has overshadowed my talent in the meaning of my life. Because in reality, I'm not handsome at all. At this moment, a super-sized lightning bolt flashed across the sky, followed by a sentence, you liar. The crowd below exclaimed in shock. Damn it, is this also a tribulation? This is more like the heavens wanting to kill someone? So scary. What cruel thing did this monkey do? Su Linger also said worriedly, Sun Wukong is only at the golden core stage. How could he cause such a change in the heavens and earth? It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought him to the lightning tribulation sacrifice. The system's voice then rang out, successfully acted tough. Gained a total of 180 acting tough points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the lightning-provoking act achievement. Gaining 200 acting tough points. Due to the host acting tough during the tribulation, the difficulty has been increased to hell mode. The host must survive. Suikyu heard this and thought to himself, damn it, lightning-provoking act. Hell mode? This time I'm really done for. This difficulty is too exaggerated. Give me a magic resistance equipment. Banshee's Veil. 600 points. Screw it, just exchange it for me. Looking at the bolts of lightning in the sky, the yellow dog exclaimed in shock. This monkey is about to face a disaster. At that moment, an extremely powerful lightning bolt struck down at Suikyu. Suikyu, amidst the lightning tribulation, laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. I have the Banshee's Veil to block the lightning tribulation. What can you do to me? It seemed that the Heavenly Tao also hated such boasting. The Heavenly Tao now sent down 3 lightning bolts. Suikyu's eyes widened in shock. The lightning pool then erupted with a world-shaking explosion. The Tiger King also shouted 3 lightning tribulations striking down at the same time. This monkey will probably be turned to ash in an instant, daring to say such things to the heavens. He truly doesn't fear death. The lightning then dissipated. Suikyu stood still, enjoying it, while Su Linger worriedly called out, Sun Wukong. The system also announced the protective shield defect of the Banshee's Veil has ended. Cooldown time is 1 day. Detected the power of lightning. The secret chapter of the ancient 5 elements arts, the body of the King of Hell's prison, has been activated. Current lightning power absorption 1%. Zukyu smiled smugly. When the banshee's veil broke, I thought I was dead for sure. I almost forgot I still have the body of the king of hell's prison. This secret cultivation technique requires absorbing 8 types of spiritual energy. This lightning tribulation is a blessing delivered right to my door. The crowd below also exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, I'm not mistaken, am I? He's still not dead. Not only is he not dead, but he seems to be completely unharmed. Zukyu spun the staff in his hand and laughed loudly. Just 3 lightning tribulations and you want to shake me? You'd better send a few more, 9 heavens lightning tribulations, to even scratch my itch. The sky then changed color. And the crowd below was once again shocked. Look, the lightning tribulation. It's changed, purple lightning tribulation. How can this be? Zukyu said with a cocky attitude, you've hit me and you can't kill me, and you're so slow about it. To slow, I go up and down 100,000 times in a minute, and I'm still here waiting for you to prepare the lightning tribulation. The crowd below all knelt down and screamed, ancient purple heaven divine lightning, a type of lightning tribulation that shouldn't appear in this world. This isn't a lightning tribulation. This is a divine punishment. I'm afraid even the altar can't withstand this divine might. We'll all die together. Quick, kneel down and beg the heavens. Otherwise, the sacred land of our tribe will be destroyed. Yes, quick, pray, heavens, please spare us. This monkey is disrespectful, but we don't know him. Zukyu slammed his staff on the ground with contempt. Pray to the heavens? He then pointed his staff straight at the sky and shouted, I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, equal to the heavens. A series of purple lightning bolts struck the lightning pool. The crowd below screamed in fear. For lightning tribulations striking down at the same time. Zukyu then took a stance. 9 transformations of the soaring dragon, open, 8th transformation. The killing transformation and the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon combined. Plus the spirit visage in the banshee's veil. This is the peak of my Zukyu's strength. The absolute peak. Zukyu swung his staff straight at the lightning tribulation and roared. I want this sky to no longer cover my eyes. Zukyu shattered 1 lightning tribulation, and its lightning power was absorbed into his body. He then turned to another lightning tribulation and roared. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand my will. The crowd all stared in a daze at Zukyu. Zukyu continued to roar, I want those Buddhas to vanish into smoke. The final lightning bolt was also shattered by Zukyu. The lightning had now dissipated, and streams of lightning power began to be absorbed by Zukyu. The system's voice rang out, congratulations to the host for successfully acting tough. Reward 300 acting tough points. Detected the power of lightning. The lightning attribute of the body of the king of hell's prison has accumulated and absorbed 45%. Zukyu also looked up at the sky and held out his hand. Plus the 4 lightning tribulations, this great king has already passed 7 lightning tribulations. Are there still 2 more? Bring them out. The crowd below also exclaimed, what's going on? This monkey isn't dead yet? He luckily survived the 4 purple lightnings and still dares to be arrogant with the heavens. Great king, big brother monkey is fine. Look at the sky, the lightning clouds are starting to dissipate. The heavenly tribulation is about to end. He's so arrogant, yet the heavens are backing down? Zulinger's cheeks flashed as she looked at Zukyu. Xiao Yu said, the great king and the tiger king both got 6 lightning tribulations, but big brother monkey has resisted 7 lightning tribulations. Then the position of demon emperor, isn't it? Just then, Zukyu flew up and shouted, don't you run. It's the 9 heavens lightning tribulation, and you've only given 7. You want to run? No way, give me the other 2. The 2 tigers were also shocked and said, what kind of sacred being is this monkey? He's even chasing after the heavens demanding more tribulations. Why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? The tribulation cloud then shot out a bolt of lightning striking Zukyu. Zukyu absorbed the lightning power and smiled. That's more like it. Refreshing, seeing the tribulation cloud begin to dissipate. Zukyu condensed the angry Buddha's fire lotus and shouted angrily, damn you! Can't you give it all before you leave? Die for me. This time Sun Wukong of the Heaven Exploding faction will really burn the heavens. The angry Buddha's fire lotus flew straight into the tribulation cloud, followed by a blinding explosion. The system's voice announced successfully acted tough. Gained 60 acting tough points. Congratulations to the host for acting tough very well. Rewarded with 200 acting tough points. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the tribulation. In 1 hour, the golden core will transform into a nascent soul. Zukyu heard this and gritted his teeth. I still have to wait an hour. Why are you playing me like this? Zukyu then landed in the lightning pool. The system's voice rang out warning the host is approaching the lightning pool grand formation and will be detected as a human cultivator. Does the host wish to seal his cultivation? Zukyu then spread his arms. Seal my cultivation. My body of the King of Hell's prison is worried about not absorbing enough lightning power. Isn't this a delivery to my doorstep? If I absorb all 9 of these lightning pools, my body of the King of Hell's prison will surely reach perfection. Come on. Let me bathe in the lightning pool. All the lightning in the lightning pool struck Zukyu. A pig exclaimed. This monkey touched all 9 lightning pools at once. This time he'll be electrocuted to death. The system's voice also rang out detected a large amount of lightning power. The body of the King of Hell's prison is operating at an accelerated rate. Zukyu gritted his teeth and said, activate the healing function. The system replied detected that the spirit visage armor is effective. Activating the healing function at an accelerated rate. Zukyu's face then contorted as if he had bitten into a chili pepper. I feel like I can't control the primordial power anymore. Zukyu roared and let out a long shout. In the palm of his hand a circle of lightning condensed. Zukyu thought to himself, a large amount of lightning power is pouring into my body. I'm about to explode. I need to gather the lightning power in one place and form a ball. The system also announced detected a large amount of lightning power. The lightning attribute of the body of the King of Hell's prison has absorbed 65%. Detected a large amount of lightning power. The lightning attribute of the body of the King of Hell's prison has absorbed 85%. Detected a large amount of lightning power. The lightning attribute of the body of the King of Hell's prison has absorbed 99%. While controlling the circle of lightning, Zukyu thought, quick, continuously compress the lightning power outside my body. Compress, an explosion echoed where Zukyu was standing, creating a blinding light. The crowd below all had to cover their eyes. The system's voice also rang out congratulations to the host. The body of the King of Hell's prison has fully absorbed 100% of the lightning attribute. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the great technique of the body of the King of Hell's prison control lightning. Zukyu also felt it. With just a slight thought, all things containing the lightning attribute are under my control. Have I become the lightning god king, the man who controls lightning? The system's voice also rang out detected that the host has successfully comprehended a technique. The level is currently unknown. Please name the technique. Zukyu heard this and was surprised. Created my own technique? I never thought that casually unleashing some primordial power could create a technique. Or late-eyed Asengan, nothing new, have got it. Let's call it Monkey's Thunderballs. Hearing the name, even the system was at a loss for words. Then it rained. Name successfully set. The guys below were now shouting and pointing. Look at that monkey. He absorbed all the lightning power in the lightning pool. He monopolized all the lightning power of our tribe. This monkey is too selfish. What if the lightning pool can't recover? What will our tribe do in the future? Even if his lightning tribulation was stronger than the Tiger King's, he doesn't have the qualifications to be the Demon Emperor. Zhao Yu and Xiao Yun also shouted, whoever achieves the highest score in the lightning tribulation sacrifice is the new Demon Emperor. This is the rule set by our ancestors. Even if the lightning pool is drained, it will recover in 100 years. Don't make excuses. Su Linger also said flatly, the new Demon Emperor is naturally Sun Wukong. If anyone wants to break the rules of our ancestors, I don't mind cleaning up the sect. The pig could only let out a hateful sound. The lightning tribulation sacrifice is over. The lightning formation will no longer suppress Drukor energy. Su Linger has successfully broken through to the infant transformation stage, except for the Tiger King. No one here is her opponent. The yellow dog also said, but we are loyal to the Tiger King. How can we acknowledge that monkey as the Demon Emperor? Zukyu also landed on the ground and said, Miss Linger, no need to trouble you to teach them a lesson. If they don't acknowledge me as the new demon emperor, I'll beat them until they do. Hearing this, the Tiger King shouted, What do you mean? You monkey, you disturb my tribulation and sneak Midas attack my brother. A mere golden core cultivator dares to oppose me? I have broken through to the infant transformation stage. You can't defeat me just by playing with lightning a few times. The Tiger King also flew straight at Zukyu. Zukyu snorted and gathered a ball of lightning. Monkey, call me the great sage, or your majesty the demon emperor. Eat this lightning. Zukyu slammed the ball of lightning straight into the Tiger King's face. An explosion echoed in the sky. The Tiger King was sent flying 100 meters away. Zukyu flew in the sky of lightning and said, I have fought infant transformation experts before. With just my golden core body, I can crush them with one hand. When I level up to the nascent soul stage, I can enter and exit the imperial mausoleum of the Fire Nation as I please. Suddenly a voice echoed, Dragon minus pattern Tiger King, you have failed in the fight for the Demon and Emperor title. You can't even handle a small tribe. How can you follow me to attack the human world? The Tiger King also explained, Beast Lord, you listen to my explanation. Zukyu was also surprised and looked over. Ah, another one, what is this? A black lion with horns and wings also said, I am the king of beasts, the Beast Lord. A mere golden core cultivator has seized the position of demon emperor. Your demon tribe is too weak. You have no value to be used. My children, exterminate them all. Consider it an appetizer before we attack the human world. My children, eat them all. This guy was the Beast Lord at the second level of the infant transformation stage. The beasts heard the order and swooped down. The people below shouted at the Tiger King, who was sitting on the ground. Tiger King, what do you mean? You didn't say before that the beast tribe was involved. Now the beast army wants to eat us all. You go and fight them. We thought following you was a good thing, but we didn't expect you to be a running dog of the beast tribe. Zukyu also said flatly, the Tiger King captured Zhao Qi to pressure Su Linger into undergoing her tribulation, in order to seize the position of demon emperor and join the beast tribe. He brought disaster upon himself. The beast tribe wants to exterminate us all. Everyone, think carefully. Is this the demon emperor you want to follow? The people heard this and all gritted their teeth and thought. Zukyu continued, when I rightfully become the demon emperor, I will not abandon you. I will be responsible for the demon tribe. A small fry from the beast tribe thinks he can win just by numbers. Zukyu thought to himself with a slight thought, I can use the power of the body of the king of hell's prison to control the lightning. Lightning, tribulation, grand formation, repel all outsiders, work for me. Countless lightning bolts struck the 7 beasts. Seeing his soldiers being struck by lightning, the beast lord muttered, the lightning tribulation grand formation, inherited by the demon tribe for 10,000 years. The lightning tribulation sacrifice is over, why can he still activate it? The people below also pointed at the beast tribe and said, the beast tribe has stopped attacking. With the protection of the lightning tribulation grand formation, they can't break through. Su Linger had now jumped to Zhao Qi's side. The tiger guarding her also shouted, Su Linger of the heavenly demon tribe. What do you want? Su Linger gave the tiger a kick that sent him flying, then untied Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi, are you all right? Zhao Qi replied, Sister, I'm fine. But how do we deal with the beast tribe? Su Linger replied, for now, Sun Wukong has activated the lightning tribulation grand formation. They can't attack the lightning pool. We are still safe here. But the lightning tribulation grand formation is a passive formation. If only we could directly deal with the beast lord. All the beasts follow his orders, but his strength is at the second level of the infant transformation stage. Zukyu also smirked. Second level of the infant transformation stage. Wait until I expand the range of the lightning formation, and I'll electrocute all your descendants to death. But just then, the second tiger sneak Midas attacked Zukyu from behind. Zukyu also shouted, damn you, this unfilial nephew again, he thought to himself. Oh no, my control over the lightning tribulation grand formation has been interrupted. The Tiger King was also shocked. Second brother. You, the second tiger said loudly, Tiger brother, the demon tribe is finished. We can't possibly defeat the beast tribe. I've proactively destroyed the formation from the inside. The Beast Lord might spare us to brothers, right? The Beast Lord also said, he who understands the times is a wise man. The brothers of the dragon minus pattern tiger tribe can join my beast tribe. My children, continue the attack. Seeing the beast tribe flying down, the people below exclaimed in shock. The lightning tribulation grand formation has disappeared. Run, Su Linger while attacking the beast tribe reassured them. Don't panic, they are just beasts with low combat power. Everyone unite. Tribe members with nascent soul cultivation, stand with me at the front line. Zuki lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. What a joke. On the first day of my reign, you want to annihilate my entire tribe. The system's voice also rang out. Countdown finished. The host has successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. Zuki stood up and gathered a ball of lightning in his hand, roaring, You want to annihilate my entire tribe? Have you asked for the permission of my monkey's thunderballs? Zuki threw the ball of lightning at the second tiger, but the Tiger King jumped in and pushed the second tiger away. Second brother, get out of the way. And so the Tiger King took the full force of the lightning ball. The second tiger saw this and screamed, Tiger brother. The Tiger King turned and said, Second brother, don't be too sad, you must survive. The second tiger also screamed, Tiger brother. Zuki then walked out and said, Stop. Stop. What kind of BL Rama are you two trying to act out? I've already leveled up to the nascent soul stage. One monkey's thunderball is enough to send you both on your way. An explosion then echoed, and only the two screams of the Tiger brothers could be heard. The system's voice also rang out, Killed a nascent soul stage demon, gained 500,000 villain points in one storage ring. Killed an infant transformation stage demon, gained 1 million experience in one storage ring. Leveled up, cultivation reached the third level of the nascent soul stage. Zuki also said, Miss Linger, everyone, you've worked hard. From now on let me take over. QQ also thought to himself, Control the lightning tribulation grand formation's lightning power. Amplify the lightning tribulation grand formation's range. Then, with a single move, I'll send you all to the western heaven. The system's notifications rang out non-stop. Killed 3 golden core stage demonic beasts. Obtained 150,000 experience points in 3 golden cores. Killed 68 core formation stage demonic beasts. Obtained 600,000 experience points. Killed 129 foundation establishment stage demonic beasts. Obtained 1,030,000 experience points. The Beast Lord's eyes turned red as he roared, You damned monkey, you've angered me. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces with my own hands. Zuki gathered lightning in his hand and yelled back, Who the hell are you calling a damn monkey? Address this old man as the great sage, Sun Wukong. The Beast Lord flew up into the air. You monkey, I am at the second level of the infant transformation stage. You only have the strength of a third minus level nascent soul stage cultivator. Surely you know what that means. The Tiger King you were lucky enough to kill had only just passed his tribulation to enter the infant transformation stage. To a true infant transformation stage expert, he was nothing more than a weak child. Prepare to welcome your death. A sharp horn began to form on the Beast Lord's head. Zuki said nonchalantly, If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the chatter? Su Linger shouted worriedly, Sun Wukong. Be careful, that's his life minus bound magical artifact, the Beast Horn. The Beast Lord launched the horn downwards and roared, Death is at your door and you're still running your mouth. Zuki threw the ball of lightning. I choose you. Go, Thunder Ape. The ball of lightning flew straight towards the horn, but the Beast Lord simply sneered. The horn actually pierced through the ball of lightning and headed straight for Zuki. Zuki was shocked. It's completely unstoppable. The horn slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Xiaoqi cried out worriedly, Monkey. From within the dust cloud, Zuki's calm voice emerged. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing this, the Beast Lord let out a surprised "Duh?" Standing on the horn, Zuki thought to himself, as expected of a true infant transformation stage expert. His attack power is incredibly tyrannical. My lightning force couldn't stop his artifact. If he maintains this distance, I can only fight passively, and it will affect the other clans. I have to close the distance to find an opportunity. But just then the horn automatically pulled itself out of the ground and flew back to attack Zuki. Zukyu thought, this artifact is relentlessly hunting me down. There's really no way to escape it. Zukyu spun the staff in his hand and then slammed it hard against the horn. Eat this staff from your great sage. But another horn flew down from above. Zukyu quickly raised his staff to block it. The staff was immediately broken in two. Zukyu thought, in the end, this is just a counterfeit golden minus who trod. It can't block an attack from an infant transformation stage artifact. I'll have to rely on something I'm more comfortable with. Zukyu then summoned his greatsword. With a single slash, he cut the horn in two. Xiaoqi yelled anxiously, "Hey, monkey, why are you keep clashing artifacts with him? Just rush up and fight him directly." Zukyu shouted back, "I know that, but I can't get an opportunity to rush up." The Beast Lord had already summoned for more horns. Zukyu charged forward, thinking, damn it. Although I can use the 3000 lightning illusion to move quickly through the air, it's still no match for real wings. Besides, the 3000 lightning illusion is a technique meant for short bursts, not for prolonged use. Zukyu slashed through two horns, but the Beast Lord caught his blade. "Monkey, you've tried every trick in the book to break my formation. But you must know my physical body is 1,000 times stronger than yours." The Beast Lord then used his tail to whip Zukyu across the face, deforming it. The Beast Lord rushed forward and grabbed Zukyu. Zukyu grinned and said, "Sometimes I feel that having a slightly lower cultivation level is an advantage," revealing a fatal weakness. His words made the Beast Lord suspicious. It growled, "What do you mean? You think you can hurt me?" In response to that contempt, lightning began to gather in Zukyu's palm, radiating a destructive aura. He laughed loudly. "Not only can I hurt you, I can kill you." As he spoke, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking down towards the Beast Lord's head. Carrying the sphere of lightning, Zukyu shot forward like an arrow, roaring, "Die!" The Beast Lord howled with arrogance. "Useless monkey, your lightning can do nothing but tickle me." Zukyu gritted his teeth. "I know, that's why I never intended to fight you with the Thunder Ape. But as long as I can get close to you." At that very moment, the brilliant angry boot of Fire Lotus unexpectedly bloomed from his hand. It emitted a light so dazzling that one couldn't look at it directly. Feeling the terrifying power, the Beast Lord, for the first time, cried out in alarm, "Wait, why is the destructive power of this lotus flower so horrifying? Me, an infant transformation stage expert, is being beaten by a monkey." Just then, a world-minus shaking explosion erupted. Amidst the smoke and dust, the system's cold notification panel appeared. Killed an infant transformation stage demonic beast. 500,000 experience points in one storage ring. Level up. Current cultivation. Nascent soul stage, level 7. As this is the host's first time killing an infant transformation stage demonic beast, the reward is one large mysterious gift pouch. The scene left Su Linger and Zhao Qi dumbfounded. The second minus level infant transformation stage lord was killed by Sun Wukong? At that moment, Zukyu arrogantly leapt onto the Thunder Pond and declared, "I'll ask you all one more time. I, the great sage, Sun Wukong, have won first place in this Thunder Tribulation ceremony and will become the new Demon Emperor of the foreign clans. Does anyone have any objections?" He repeated himself. "I, the great sage, Sun Wukong, will take the position of the new Demon Emperor. Does anyone have any objections?" Faced with his overwhelming presence, the crowd knelt down and shouted in unison, "The new Demon Emperor, the great sage, Sun Wukong, we have no further objections. The new Demon Emperor has just ascended. Everyone has their strengths." Zukyu smiled and said, "There's no need to mention strengths. But I want to establish some rules here. First, let's make one point clear: no one is to defy the Demon Emperor's orders." The system chimed in. A halo of light appeared. "Consume 10 of act points to exchange for a pure gold royal crown." Zukyu continued, "As the mighty Demon Emperor of the foreign clans, to not even have an item of succession is just too plain. I declare that this crown will become the symbol of the Demon Emperor. Seeing the crown is the same as seeing the Demon Emperor." After establishing his absolute authority, an unexpected action took place. Zukyu gently leapt down beside Su Linger. Then he made an announcement that stunned everyone. "I declare that I, the great sage, Sun Wukong, abdicate the rights of the Demon Emperor. The new Demon Emperor will be Su Linger of the Sky Demon Tribe." Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Su Linger said in a fluster. You worked so hard to win back the position of Demon Emperor. I cannot wear this crown. Zukyu took Su Linger's hand and said, Don't bow your head, the crown will fall. Remember you promised to do things for me unconditionally? Becoming the new Demon Emperor in my place is the first one. Su Linger said hesitantly, but you were the winner of the Thunder Revelation ceremony, according to tradition. Zukyu smiled brightly and said, Rules are made by people. I am the Demon Emperor. If I say I'm transferring it to you, then it's transferred to you. I've wandered the world since I was young. Hearing this, Su Linger looked at Zukyu with a deeply moved expression. Then she said, In that case, I am the Demon Emperor now. If I pass the crown to you, you can't refuse either. Hearing that, Zukyu was left speechless on the spot. Su Linger covered her mouth and giggled. I'm just kidding. I will lead the people well. Oh, right. What's the second thing you want me to agree to? Zukyu thought to himself, the tribulation is complete. I should head back to the Fire Nation and take care of business. He said, Linger, little sister, with the Demon Emperor position in your hands, I can leave with peace of mind, though it's a pity with my personality I can't stay in one place for too long. Hearing this, Su Linger was stunned. What? Are you leaving the foreign clans? Zukyu flashed a smile and said, I came here this time to learn more about the Thunder Tribulation ceremony so. Regarding the second matter, last time I went down on you. When we meet again, you'll go down on me. Hearing this, Su Linger was startled. Then she shyly replied, Okay. Zukyu patted Xiao Qi's head. Xiao Qi said shyly, Stinky monkey, are you leaving? Zhao Yu also came over and said, Big brother monkey, why don't you stay a little longer? Xiao Qi put on an uncaring face and said, Enkiage, I won't miss you at all. Hurry up and go. Zhao Yu said, Big brother monkey, I'll miss you a lot. Zhao Yan also came over saying she would too. Zukyu smiled and said, I'll come back to visit everyone when I have time. The next day, in a dense forest in the Fire Nation, Zukyu muttered to himself as he walked, I remember the system gave me a mysterious gift pouch. Let's see what's inside. The last time I got a mysterious pouch was from killing the Yin Ghost Sect Master. My first time killing a nascent soul stage cultivator. It gave me the bone freezing cold flame, which was fundamental for my adventures in the cultivation world. Let's open this mysterious gift pouch. The system chimed in. Congratulations to the host for expanding the system store with new product. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of 300 Tang poems. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8 Wastelands Destruction Flame, ranked 8th on the Unique Flames chart. Zukyu was stunned. The 8 Wastelands Destruction Flame, the system replied. The 8 Wastelands Destruction Flame is the supreme unique flame of the Yan clan in battle through the heavens, passed down through generations and integrated into their soul imprint, making it indestructible, greatly increasing flight speed. 300 Tang poems is not a rare item but a widely circulated collection. You can remember the great works of the great poets. Zukyu said, That's useless. Quickly absorb the 8 Wastelands Destruction Flame into my body. A pair of wings sprouted from Zukyu's back. Zukyu leapt and soared high into the sky. He laughed with glee. My dream wings are finally mine. With these wings my travel speed will increase dramatically. No matter how vast this continent is, nothing can stop me from roaming the world. Fire Nation, here I come. On the outskirts of the Imperial City, the sound of bustling crowds could be heard. Hey, don't push. Everyone, line up. We are all scholars, don't be so crude. Madame Yi is hosting a banquet by the Great Ming Lake. All the scholars of the Imperial City want to attend. This time the Fire Emperor is seeking a prince consort for Princess Yan Yang. The only condition is to pass Madame Yu's literary examination. With such a huge opportunity to climb the social ladder, who wouldn't want it? At this moment Zukyu was flying towards the Imperial City. After flying for a day and a night, he had finally arrived. Grand pavilions and magnificent palaces stretched as far as the eye could see, a testament to the imperial family's grandeur that left one in awe. This is the Imperial City of the Fire Nation, the most familiar place in the depths of this body's memory and also a place of sorrow. Now, I have returned. I originally wanted to storm the Imperial Palace and beat that old Fire Emperor to a pulp, but he's a 7th- level infant transformation stage expert after all. In the Fire Nation, no one is his match. The enemy is in the open, and I am in the shadows. This is a great advantage. I must enter the Imperial City and gather some information about the recent situation. Also Princess Yan Yamo and Zijuan. I wonder if they've helped me get the map of the Imperial Mausoleum, or if they betrayed me. By the Great Ming Lake, people were eagerly trying to get in. Please don't line up. Everyone wants to get in. Those without a golden invitation can still line up here to answer the questions. If you succeed, you can join the banquet. At this moment, Zukyu walked up to a guy and asked, "Brother, what's all the excitement about here?" The guy turned and replied, "You must not be from around here. The Fire Emperor is looking for a new prince consort. You must pass both a literary and martial test to be eligible. The literary test is held at Madamie's place. It seems like scholars from all over the country have come to participate." Zukyu asked further, "Why?" "I remember the prince consort was a handsome young man named Zukyu. Why are they looking for a new one?" The guy replied, "There's something you don't know. A while ago the Fire Emperor issued a decree to the world. Unable to perform his husbandly duties with the princess, he passed away from his illness a year ago. Everyone wants to become the new prince consort, so they've all come here to compete." Hearing this, Zukyu thought to himself, "Damn it, that old emperor is truly vicious and shameless. It's one thing to say I'm dead, but to slander me with yang deficiency. This old man is furious. I'm going to participate in the selection for the new prince consort, and when the time comes, I'll slap you to death." Zukyu pointed to his face and asked, "Brother, one question." The guy replied, "Ah, you have an ordinary appearance. This is the first time I've seen you." Zukyu smiled and thought, "That's good. It seems Yin Yang didn't put out a wanted poster for me in the Imperial City." Zukyu pointed in a direction and shouted, "Look over there, a plane." The guy was startled and turned. "What?" The system announced, "Disguise puppet successfully used. Consumes 1 act point per hour. Successfully suppressed cultivation to the Foundation establishment state." The guy turned back and asked, "Brother, what plane were you talking about?" "Huh? Where'd that guy go?" Zukyu, now disguised, said, "What brother? I am Levi of the Heaven Exploding faction. How should I address you, my friend?" The guy scratched his face and replied, "I am Tang Liu Feng, a scholar from the East City Academy." "Brother Levi, are you also here to attend the banquet?" Zukyu replied, "I've just arrived in the Imperial City. Seeing the crowd, I came over to have a look. Brother Tang, would you mind taking me along to broaden my horizons?" Tang Liu Feng smiled and said, "No problem. I was also going to the banquet alone. Not easy to get along with." "Ah, Brother Levi, you're not a scholar from Mingsheng Academy, are you?" Zukyu smiled and said, No, I'm a scholar from the Tingshua-Peking University Academy." Hearing Tingshua, Tang Liu Feng was surprised. Zukyu started walking and said, "Let's not just stand here. We can talk after we get inside." Tang Liu Feng followed Brother Levi. "Wait, you've just arrived in the Imperial City? Do you have a golden invitation for Madamia?" Hearing that, Zukyu was surprised. "What? You need an invitation to get in? With a handsome face like mine, can I get a pass?" Tang Liu Feng laughed awkwardly. "This has been Madamia's rule for many years. If you don't have a golden invitation, you can participate in the QA over there. If you pass, you'll be eligible to join the banquet. It's just that for many years, no one has succeeded." Zukyu thought to himself, "No one has succeeded, sorry, but you're forcing my hand." So Zukyu pulled Tang Liu Feng along. "Brother Tang, let's go answer the questions." Tang Liu Feng quickly said, "Slow down, don't pull, my pants are about to fall off." Just then, a Mater Star came out and said, "Young masters, if you're here for the banquet, please line up." Zukyu said cheerfully, "Little sister, time is life. I don't want to risk my life in a queue. I'm here specifically to challenge the gate." The Mater Star smiled and said, "Have you decided to challenge the gate? If you fail, you won't be able to enter the banquet even with a golden invitation." Zukyu replied casually, "To be honest, I was born to tackle difficult problems and study knowledge. I came here specifically to face this challenge. As for the banquet, it doesn't matter if I go or not." Hearing this, the Mater Star was surprised and thought, to be willing to miss the banquet for the sake of knowledge. This is a true scholar. So she bowed and said, since you are so fond of learning, this servant is deeply impressed. Today's challenge questions were set by Madame Ya herself. You may answer the questions on your own. You have no more than 10 breaths for each question. At that moment, a gong sounded. A person announced, the QA challenge officially begins. The crowd outside started buzzing. Oh my, the gong from Madame Ya's private courtyard rang. Someone wants to challenge the gate. Let's go see, says young Master Mo from Mingsheng Academy failed a year ago. No one has succeeded. Young Master Mo is one of the 4 great talents of Mingsheng Academy. A year ago, he was just 2 breaths away from answering the 3rd question. What a pity. Could it be the head of Mingsheng Academy? Young Master Zhao this time? Very likely. After all, Princess Yan Yang might attend the banquet today. Someone said the 4 great talents of Mingsheng Academy have all gathered here. Let's go see. The Maître Start then walked over to Zukyu and said, Young Master, you may begin. The crowd saw him and started murmuring, huh? Why is it a young man in white robes? He looks unfamiliar, not like someone from our city. Look, he's with someone from the East City Academy. Could he be a scholar from there? He has the guts to challenge the gate. Truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The East City Academy dares to come and embarrass themselves? Hearing this, Tang Li Feng could only lower his head. Zukyu smiled and said, Brother Tang, don't mind them. In a moment, they'll all shut their mouths. Zukyu walked over and removed the cloth cover. The content on the board read, if it takes 1 person 1/4 of an hour to eat 1 bowl of rice, how long would it take for 8 people to eat 8 bowls of rice? Seeing such a question, the crowd grew serious. Such a profound question. Zukyu thought, isn't this just a trick question? The guys in the crowd began discussing. I know this one. 1 bowl is 1/4 of an hour, so 8 bowls is 8/4 of an hour. This is a test of our calculation skills. 'Tis simple. If I'd known, I would have gone up to challenge it. No, you're all wrong. This question is a trap. 8/4 of an hour is equal to 1 hour. The answer is 1 hour. The Maître Start spoke up, young master, time is almost up. Please write your answer quickly. Zukyu flicked his fan open and said, the answer is. The words 1/4 minus hour appeared on the board. The crowd below immediately mocked Zukyu. 1/4 minus hour? It's 1 hour? Not 1/4 minus hour, you idiot. I'm speechless. With that little IQ, he's confident enough to challenge the gate. People from East City Academy are truly pathetic. We told him the answer and he still got it wrong. Tang Li Feng said awkwardly, Brother Li, I think your answer is incorrect. Zukyu calmly said, little sister, please tell them the correct answer. The Maître Start smiled brightly and announced, congratulations, young master. The answer to this question is indeed 1/4 minus hour. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Zukyu smiled and said nonchalantly, truly when God sprinkled wisdom upon the earth, only you lot held up an umbrella. Let's begin the second question. Tang Li Feng exclaimed, I get it. 1/4 minus hour. 1 bowl of rice takes 1 person 1/4 minus hour. So 8 people eating 8 bowls at the same time also takes 1/4 minus hour. The crowd below took the opportunity to mock again. What does a guy from East City Academy like you understand? There must be some inside story. That's right, how can that be the answer? This kid must have bribed the examiner. Tang Liu Feng shouted, the answer is 1/4 minus hour because. Zukyu raised his hand to stop him. Brother Tang, let me handle the face minus slapping and flexing. With the IQ of you lot, you still dare to look down on the East City Academy? 1 person eating 1 bowl takes 1/4 minus hour. If 8 people eat 8 bowls together, isn't it still 1/4 minus hour? I think you're all just a bunch of gluttons who want to eat 8 bowls at once. Hearing this, the crowd was speechless. Then, they all thought in unison, it seems, he's right. The system chimed in, successful flex. Obtain 150 tough act points. Zukyu let out a MPH and flipped over the cloth for the second question. In a strict examination, the examiner found 2 students who submitted identical papers. After discovering this, the examiner did not believe they had cheated. Tang Liu Feng thought to himself, this must be because the chief examiner was bribed. A guy below also said, definitely bribed. Zukyu wrote down the answer because they both submitted blank papers. The Mater smiled and announced, "Congratulations, young master. The second answer is correct." Tang Yufeng let out a sigh of relief, thinking that was a close call, almost got my face slapped. Good thing I kept my mouth shut. Inside, an old man was reporting, "Manhwa. There's a young master outside who is challenging the gate and has already passed 2 questions. Moreover, he answers immediately upon seeing the question, without any hesitation." A woman in the room let out a "No. I came up with these questions just this year, and only Zillion knows the answers." Either this young master is truly a man of extraordinary talent and wisdom, or Zillion has secretly told him the answers. What do you all think? Did Zillion betray me? This woman was the Fire Emperor's younger sister, Manhwa. Hearing this, the crowd stammered, not knowing how to answer. The old man smiled and said, "By the way, that person also asked the talented scholars at the scene, 'Why am I so handsome and intelligent? In this world, I fear no one can stop me.'" Manhwa covered her mouth and giggled. "It seems he's a very interesting person. I shall go see him for myself." Seeing this, the old man thought, "Manhwa is going to meet this young man personally? This hasn't happened since the 4 great talents of Mingsheng Academy." Outside, Zukyu had already pulled off the cloth for the 3rd question. Under the condition that one can use magical arts, how can you turn ice into water at the fastest possible speed? The crowd below was bewildered. Ice to water, of course you use a fire art. But it requires the fastest speed. If the Fire Emperor used his dragon flame, it would naturally be the fastest, but that probably isn't the answer. Tang Yufeng also said last year one of the 4 great talents, young Master Mo, failed on this very 3rd question. There are too many factors to consider. This question definitely doesn't have a standard answer. Zukyu smiled and said, "You're using a riddle fit for a 3-year-soul to test people?" Zukyu just glanced at it, and the wooden board split in 2. The people below exclaimed, "This guy. You're supposed to write the answer on the board, but you broke it instead. Are you getting angry because you're too embarrassed to answer?" Tang Yufeng shouted, "No, you're wrong, look. The character for ice was broken, leaving only half of it the character for water. That's allowed?" The Mater smiled and said, "Congratulations, young master. The question minus answering round is complete." The crowd exclaimed, "He succeeded in the challenge. Even the 4 great talents couldn't do that." Madame Yu stepped forward and said, "Well said for a young man who claims to be born without a rival. This one has truly opened my eyes today. To be able to solve 3 of my questions in a row. Young man, your talent far surpasses others, yet I have never seen you in the Imperial City. Tell me, what is your background?" The cheeks of the men below flushed red. "Madame Yu has appeared. This has never happened before. My heavens, she's so beautiful." Zukyu stared at Madame Yu's bust and thought, so big. Then he cleared his throat a few times and said, "Madame asks for my background. It seems you want to hear my story." Madame Yu replied, "Indeed, this one wishes to hear your story." Zukyu said leisurely, "I'm sorry, but my life has no stories. There is only the word handsome that runs through it all." As Zukyu finished speaking, a loud clap of thunder echoed from the sky. Tang Yufeng was startled. "It scared me. I thought heaven was about to strike me down." Madame Yu burst into laughter. Hey. Your answer is truly unique, young master. I wonder how I should address you?" Zukyu replied, "I am Li Bai of the Heaven Exploding faction, the Bai from Taibai. I am a scholar from the Peking-Inshua University, and I am currently single." The crowd below was puzzled. Heaven Exploding faction? That name sounds familiar. Isn't this guy from the East City Academy? What's Peking-Inshua University? Madame Ya thought to herself, truly an interesting person. Then she smiled and said, "Young Master Li, since you've answered 3 questions, why don't you enter the next round? It's your turn to pose 3 questions. If no one can answer each question within 10 breaths, you win." Zukyu thought, "Finally my turn to ask the questions. Let's see how I play with you all." Zukyu then said, "First question. Everyone came to this banquet today. If you were to lose the golden invitation Madame Yao gave you, what should you do?" The crowd racked their brains. Lost the golden invitation? What a strange question. If you lose it, you just have to admit you're unlucky. Madame Ya is so kind. If you lose it, just ask her for another one. No, this question has a trick. The correct answer is to do what he didn't challenge the gate questions. Yes, that's the answer, no doubt about it. Kid, you lose. If the golden invitation is lost, the answer is to challenge the gate questions. Madame Ya thought to herself, why would young Master Li ask such a simple question? But the answers everyone is giving still feel a bit off. Zukyu said nonchalantly. You bunch of gluttons still thinking about challenging the gate questions. With an IQ like that, you're lucky to be alive. If you lose the invitation, can't you just pick it up? The crowd was stunned, thinking. So that's the answer? That actually makes sense. It leaves one speechless. Other scholars started criticizing you. You're a disgrace to cultured people, speaking so crudely. You're not worthy of being a scholar. Madame Ya smiled to herself, thinking, scholars value their honor as much as their lives. Why does this young man seem so different? Madame Ya stepped forward and said, this one believes young Master Li simply had a slip of the tongue. However, from now on, I hope not to hear such vulgar words again. So young Master Li, please be mindful and correct yourself. Zukyu cupped his fists and smiled. This is my mistake. But because no one could answer such a simple question, I got a little excited and accidentally spoke so crudely. It won't happen again. The crowd gritted their teeth, thinking, this guy really knows how to act. Madame Ya then said, returning to the matter at hand, young Master Li's previous question was indeed interesting. I declare the first question passed. Young Master Li, please pose your second question. For the second question, I will make it simpler. Auntie Wang's neighbor is neighbor Dan, so she introduces him to work for her son. Auntie Wang's son enthusiastically asks, you're Dan? Where are you from? After Dan answers, he gets beaten to a pulp by Auntie Wang's son. Tang Li Fang pondered, Dan was beaten to a pulp. Why? The other scholars buzzed. Her Dan was beaten after answering the question, so the problem must lie in his answer correct. Auntie Wang's son asked where Dan was from. Her Dan is Auntie Wang's neighbor, so he probably answered. At this point, everyone's expressions became serious. Only Zukyu maintained a refined demeanor. Tang Li Feng thought everyone figured out the answer in an instant, but because Madame Ya forbade vulgarity, and the 10 breaths are almost up, no one dares to answer. Madame Ya thought, such wisdom and talent. Truly a prodigy. Madame Ya then announced, no one has answered young Master Li's second question. I declare this question passed. Zukyu smiled and said, to fail to answer such simple questions consecutively, I don't know what to say. I'll have to lower the difficulty for the third question. Everyone, listen carefully this time. Our body has a part. For some, it's hard. For some, it's soft. It's a bit longer on adults, and a bit shorter on children. Some have a lot of hair, some have little. Tell me, what part of the body is this? Hearing this, everyone's faces turned betrayed. Tang Li Feng thought, Brother Li is so intense. The other scholars gritted their teeth, thinking, damn it, so vulgar. Utterly despicable. Unless someone is incredibly thick-minded, skinned and shameless, who would dare to answer that? Zukyu smirked and said, the 10 breaths are almost up. If you don't answer, the opportunity is gone. Can you answer or not? Why can't you answer such a simple question? It's a part of the body everyone uses regularly. Why can't you answer? One scholar couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Li Bai, regardless of whether you win or lose today, just based on this final question of yours, you are absolutely unworthy of being a scholar. To ask such a vulgar and disgusting question in front of Madame Ya, how dare you? Zukyu said nonchalantly, no point in talking so much. If no one answers, I win. That scholar pounded his chest and said, don't be so arrogant. You think we don't dare to say it, right? Fine. Today, I must say it. Zukyu grinned widely. Good, you say it. What's the answer? The scholar's face turned red as he roared. It's the little birdie. Zukyu put on a shocked expression and said, you pervert. How could you say such perverted things? That scholar and the others were dumbfounded. Then he pointed at Zukyu and yelled, clearly you were the one being perverted first. Why are you blaming me now? Zukyu waved his hand dismissively. Good heavens. Your thoughts are so impure. I don't know what you've twisted my question into. And of course you answered wrong. There's a part of our body that is hard for some and soft for others. A bit longer on adults, a bit shorter on children. Some have a lot of hair, some have a little. What could it be? Of course, it's our arm. What were you thinking? Here, brother Tang, look at your arm. Isn't there a lot of hair? Now look at mine, so fair and clean. Am I wrong? Tang Liu Feng thought to himself. When it comes to shamelessness and the ability to talk nonsense, in this life I only respect brother Li Bai. Congratulations to the host for a successful flex. Reward 200 tough act points. Madam Ya then said, Young Master Li, you have passed all 3 questions. From today onwards, you are an honored guest of mine. Please come in. Seeing Madam Ya smiling at him, Zukyu thought, this Madam Ya is always flirting, so seductive. Tang Li Feng turned to look and was surprised. Hey, isn't that young Master Mo one of the 4 great talents of Mingsheng Academy, also known by the title Poetry King? Wait, look, next to him is another of the 4 great talents from Mingsheng Academy, young Master Zhao. Young Master Mo, one of the 4 great talents of Mingsheng Academy, with the artistic name Poetry King. In the Imperial City, he is unrivaled. These 2 are truly worthy of their reputations. I can't believe Madam Ya invited both of them. Madam Ya turned to Zukyu and said, Young Master Li, the talent of these 2 is by no means inferior to yours. Zukyu sighed and said, I didn't expect Madame Ya to be this kind of person too. Madam Ya was puzzled. What do you mean? Zukyu continued, Madam, I hope you won't judge me with the world's conventional eyes. I am not someone who relies on his face to make a living. I know my talent has been overshadowed by this face. But one day I will make everyone see my true talent. Brother Tang, let's go ahead. Madam Ya watched Zukyu's retreating figure and said to herself, this young man is indeed quite interesting. As Zukyu stepped inside, a Maidstone came out to guide him. Young master, this way please. Zukyu exclaimed, this place of yours is quite nice. One look and you can tell it's a place for scholars, a perfect fit for me. The Maidstone said, every branch, every stone and grain of sand, he was personally arranged by Madam Ya. Many scholars and refined gentlemen who come here are often lost in deep thought. Young master must be feeling the same way now, right? Young master, please come in and take a seat. Zukyu stepped inside. The place was already quite crowded. Seeing Zukyu, the people began to whisper. Who is this? Have you seen him before? Perhaps he's new to the banquet this year. After sitting down, Tang Liu Feng said, Brother Li Bai, this is my first time at Madam Ya's banquet. I'm so nervous. Zukyu replied nonchalantly, just be cool. These so-minus called talents, here are just a bunch of bookworms. At that moment, a Maidstone's voice rang out, Young Master Mo, Young Master Zhao. This way please. The crowd looked towards the door in awe. What? The 2 great talents are here as well. Young Master Mo, Young Master Zhao, I've heard of your fame for a long time. To be able to gather here with you 2 great talents today is truly my honor. Previously, Young Master Mo released a collection of poems. I always carry it with me and often read it. I find it incredibly enlightening. Tang Liu Feng said with a look of disdain, although the 4 great talents are very famous outside. There's no need to flatter them so excessively. The scholar Surim Mo said nonchalantly. Thank you everyone. By the way, Madame, I heard there was a young Master Li Bai who challenged the gate questions. I wonder where he is. Another scholar said in surprise, what? Someone broke through the gate questions? There's such a talent? Tang Li Feng turned and whispered, Brother Li Bai, you must be careful. Young Master Mo failed the challenge a year ago and holds a grudge. He definitely wants to cause trouble for you. Could it be that young Master Mo knows him? The scholar Surim Mo replied, I don't, but many people have told me that he was just outside, playing tricks on others with some cheap gimmicks. I want to ask this Brother Li Bai, isn't he going too far? If you think you are truly talented, then I would like to ask for your guidance on the art of poetry. The other scholars were surprised. Young Master Mo wants to compete in poetry with Li Bai. But who on earth is this Li Bai? A scholar pointed at Zukyu and said, Thank you, young Master Mo, for speaking justice for us. Li Bai is him. Truly arrogant with no respect for anyone. The nerve. Young Master Mo wants to have a poetry duel with you. That's your honor. Yet you pretend to be deaf and dumb. Get up now. If you're scared, just say so. Young Master Mo won't make things difficult for you. Seeing this, Tang Liu Feng quickly backed away. Zukyu put down his wine cup and sighed. All my life I have longed for a worthy opponent but found none. I feel so empty and bored. However, not just any cat or dog can casually challenge me, otherwise, I'd be busy to death. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, thinking a cat or dog? Young Master Mo is one of the 4 great talents of Mingsheng Academy, an institution personally established by the Fire Emperor. Everyone there is an elite. Young Master Mo is destined for a high position in the imperial court. And now this Li Bai, whose name I've never even heard, dares to call young Master Mo a cat or dog? The height of arrogance. The scholar Surnam Mo's face had already darkened. The system chimed in. Successful flex. Obtain 100 tough act points. Madame Ya smiled to herself. Oh my, the air is thick with the smell of gunpowder. The scholar Surnam Mo burst out laughing. Ha ha, well said for someone who has no respect for anyone. He then walked over, sat down, poured himself a cup of wine, and recited a poem as he drank. Pride leads to loss. Humility brings benefit. A humble gentleman is as gentle as jade. Li Bai today. I, young Master Mo, gift this saying to you. I hope you find it useful. The crowd put on an appreciative expression and said, what a beautiful line. Young Master Mo is truly a great genius. A humble gentleman. As gentle as jade, this is the demeanor we scholars should have. Zuki thought, fine. I didn't react to you, yet you insisted on coming to my door. All right, isn't it just reciting poetry and flexing? The system chimed in, successfully used 300 Tang poems. The book has been successfully integrated into the host's sea of consciousness. Zuki let out a mph, stood up and said it would be rude not to reciprocate. Since young Master Mo has gifted me this line, I shall gift a poem in return. Hearing this, Tang Li Feng's jaw dropped as he thought, young Master Mo's title of Poetry King is no joke. Brother Li Bai must hold his ground. The scholar Surnam Xiao said nonchalantly, courting death. The crowd began to taunt, you've even angered the head of the 4 great talents. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Li Bai, oh Li Bai, you're done for. The scholar Surnam Mo still stared at Zuki with a grim face. Madame Ya's face flushed as she panted, such an intense battle of wits, my body. Zuki smiled and said, young Master Mo, I present you with a poem. 3 feet from the ground, water flows through all 4 seasons. No sheep or cattle come to graze, only Yun Shang is seen washing his head. The crowd coughed. Cough. What does that mean? Isn't this just a poem describing a common scene? Wait, isn't Yun Shang young Master Mo's name? The scholar Surnam Mo had also realized it. He gritted his teeth and roared. You shameless scoundrel, how dare you recite such a vulgar poem here? Tang Li Yufeng thought, 3 feet from the ground. What a strange ditch. At that point, Tang Li Yufeng spat out his water, thinking, This isn't a proper poem at all. The crowd couldn't stop laughing. Sorry, I can't hold it anymore, young Master Mo. I'm so sorry. It's just too funny. Zuki thought to himself, everyone has figured it out. 3 feet from the ground refers to an indescribable part of a woman's body. As for Yun Shang comes to wash his head, it's comparing Mo Yun Shang to a little pecker. This poem isn't from the Tang dynasty at all. Zuki said coolly, young Master Mo, I was clearly telling you to wash your head more often and pay attention to hygiene. How is that vulgar? The scholar Surnam Mo roared, still trying to argue. Madam Ya, I suggest we kick him out of the courtyard. Having this degenerate here is ruining everyone's mood. Zuki said nonchalantly, the so mine is called seeing a mountain, but it is not a mountain. Seeing water, but it is not water. As long as one's heart is pure, the poem is also pure. Young Master Mo, look, Madam Ya hasn't laughed at this poem, which proves how pure her heart is. You, on the other hand, a meaningful smile touched the corners of Madam Ya's lips. She couldn't help but praise him inwardly. This young man jests so smoothly. If one's heart isn't steady enough, they would have been swept away by him, making the scholar Surnam Mo grit his teeth in anger. Damn it, the surrounding crowd was a mix of blushing faces and awkward coughs, making the atmosphere a bit tense. Seeing the situation, Madame Ya gracefully stepped forward, her gentle voice breaking the silence. Well said. Seeing a mountain, but it is not a mountain. Seeing water, but it is not water. This statement from young Master Li has truly demonstrated his literary prowess. After careful consideration, let's treat the previous poem as a jest. Since everyone has gathered here, I hope today we can focus on the art of poetry and make friends through verse. What do you all think? Please, scholars, take your seats. The reasonable suggestion was quickly accepted by the crowd. Madam is right. We shouldn't be so aggressive. Today we will only discuss poetry. Once everyone was settled, the scholar surnamed Mo, though still resentful, had to speak with an air of magnanimity. Since Madam has spoken, I will not bother with that degenerate any longer. Today, let's make friends through poetry. I wonder if Madam could propose a theme so that everyone here can compose poems together. Another scholar immediately chimed in, excellent. Composing poems on the spot is young Master Mo's greatest strength. I heard that young Master Mo once composed a poem within 10 steps of the Fire Emperor. Could it be that today we can witness young Master Mo's extraordinary skill? Madame pondered for a moment, a glint in her eyes. In previous banquets everyone would present their own poems for appreciation. Young Master Mo is requesting a theme for composing poems, clearly wanting to regain his prestige from what just happened. She smiled, looking outside at the sky. Today is a fine spring day. Everyone, look at the plants, birds, and the sky outside. Perhaps the first spring rain of the year will fall today. Why don't we take spring rain as our theme? Zukyu's mind immediately raced. Spring rain? From the 300 Tang poems, I can pull out a dozen or so. Upon hearing the theme, the scholar surnamed Mo immediately stood up, his face full of confidence. Spring rain. Excellent. He walked out arrogantly, his demeanor prompting Madame to praise him. The theme was just announced, and young Master Mo can already compose a poem. Such talent truly befits the title of Poetry King. Without a hint of hesitation, the scholar surnamed Mo began to walk leisurely. He casually recited verses that flowed like a stream. Murmurs of admiration filled the room, as all eyes turned to young Master Mo in awe. Great poem! To compose a poem in 10 steps, and such a sharp and extraordinary one at that. The title of Poetry King is truly well deserved. Madame also nodded in approval. This poem by young Master Mo is indeed a classic masterpiece. But in her heart a strange feeling arose. It's clearly an overcast day, so why is my body getting so hot? In the midst of it all, Hugh couldn't help but burst into laughter. He scratched his head with an innocent look. Oh my apologies, my apologies. But internally he was screaming, this is what you call a masterpiece. Are you kidding me? The scholar surnamed Mo's sharp gaze immediately shot towards him. What? Is young Master Li looking down on my poem? Zukyu just shrugged and smiled casually. It's all right, nothing too amazing. The response was like adding fuel to the fire. The crowd immediately buzzed. Young Master Mo just composed a poem in 10 steps. Even if you could produce a poem now, it couldn't compare to his. Not to mention, your so-called poems are all nonsense. Zukyu glanced at them with half-closed eyes, his tone full of provocation. Sorry, young Master Mo, I'm not targeting you. I just wanted to say that composing a poem in 10 steps is nothing in my eyes. I can't compose one poem in 10 steps. I can only compose 10 poems in 10 steps. A hand slammed on the table in fury. 10 poems in 10 steps. How dare you speak such arrogant and false words? Are you trying to make a joke? You truly have no respect for anyone. You are absolutely unworthy of being a scholar. The scholar surnamed Xiao also dropped a cold comment, arrogant and conceited. In the end you'll just become a laughingstock. Faced with the criticism, Zukyu just smiled mysteriously. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not seeing through. Then he began to recite, a good rain knows its season, coming in the spring to bring life. With the wind it steals into the night. Silently it moists, beneath all things. The entire hall fell silent. Then a wave of astonishment spread. This is a 5-character poem. Moreover, the 4 lines are as perfect as a masterpiece. The artistic conception is far superior to young Master Mo's poem. Before everyone could recover, Zukyu's voice rang out again. 1,000 miles of orioles sing, green against red, by water villages and mountain ramparts the tavern flag flutters. The southern dynasties for 180 temples, how many towers are veiled in misty rain? The second wave of shock hit them. This is a 7-character regulated verse, and it's another timeless masterpiece. And so, Zukyu became like an unstoppable poetry machine. Poem after poem about the spring rain poured out. In spring sleep, one does not notice the dawn. Everywhere one hears the chirping of birds. Before the great Ming Lake, white egrets fly. Zuko slowly extended his hand to catch the raindrops, his voice becoming deep and low. This rain is born from the sky and dies on the ground. The process in between is a person's life. The rain we see today, we look not at the sky, not at the ground, and not at the rain, but at the life of this rain. His hand slowly clenched into a fist. He was silent for a moment, then whispered, "This is life and death." The raindrops fell one by one. Inside, everyone was dead silent, staring with wide eyes. Tang Liufeng looked up, his eyes full of reverence. "I never thought that from just a single rain, Brother Li could perceive the heavens and the earth within it, and speak such meaningful words." The scholars who had been criticizing him just moments ago were now buzzing. "It seems we misjudged Brother Li. Although he may seem a bit wild and unrestrained on the outside, that is his true nature. In reality, he is a true talent. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not seeing through. I didn't understand him before, but now I think I do." The scholar Surnam Mo's face was pale, his teeth grinding audibly. "Those 10 poems are all world-shaking masterpieces. I can't find a single flaw. This contest, I've lost miserably." As for Madame Ya, her breathing had become rapid, her cheeks flushed. "This is truly too stimulating." Only the scholar Surnam Chao remained nonchalant, but his eyes held a calculating glint. 10 poems in 10 steps. This absurd claim cannot be true. This person might have composed these poems beforehand and just happened to have the opportunity to use them today. Or, these poems were not written by him at all. Everyone, don't be fooled. This statement made a few people nod in agreement. 10 poems in 10 steps, this is just too absurd. Young Master Zhao is right. Given Li Bi's character, I find it hard to believe these poems were written by him. Tang Li Feng and a few others immediately retorted, "You can't say that. If those poems were written by someone else and are so classic, why have we never heard of them before?" Madame Ya let out a soft sigh, stood up and spoke, "Everyone, there's no need to argue. Today's just a small banquet. We are here to make friends through poetry, not to make enemies. Regardless of whether those poems were written by young Master Li or not, we don't need to investigate. Since this is a poetry gathering, let's just appreciate the verses. What do you all think?" A scholar awkwardly scratched his head. "Madame Ya's right. It was our mistake to be so abrupt." Madame Ya continued, "In that case, let the banquet continue. Is there anyone else here who would like to share their poetry for everyone to appreciate?" After her words, the hall fell silent again. Everyone just looked at each other. After Li Bi's 10 earth-shattering poems, who would dare to bring out their own poetry to be ridiculed? Regardless of whether Li Bi wrote those poems or not, their quality was unprecedented and likely unrepeatable. Madame Ya sighed inwardly. Everyone has been struck by Li Bi's poetry and lost their confidence. Thinking this, she changed the subject. "Since no one wishes to discuss poetry anymore, why don't we try some couplet-matching? To learn from each other and gain benefits is the purpose of our gathering." Tang Liufeng's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Couplet-matching, that's a great idea." Young Master Zhao's personality is quite aloof. "To be perfectly honest, my specialty isn't composing poetry but matching couplets." Tang Liufeng, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it all out upon hearing this. "Oh my God. Big brother, weren't you leaving? Why are you back? Can't you give us a chance to show off?" The scholar Surnam Xiao was also startled and turned around. Madame Ya was surprised. "Young Master Li, where did you go just now? I thought you had left without a word of farewell." Zuko nonchalantly replied, "Madame Ya, you're overthinking it. I just went for a walk outside to find the truth of life in the rain." Madame Ya couldn't help but laugh in admiration. "Young Master Li really has a refined taste." The rest of the crowd's faces soured. "Damn it, Madame Ya is the one woman in the imperial city that countless young scholars dream of, but out of respect for her status, no one dares to tarnish her in the slightest. Now, Madame Ya is openly showing her admiration for Li Bai, making others so jealous." Zuko casually flicked his finger, and a flame appeared, lighting a cigarette. He then exhaled a puff of white smoke. Tang Liufeng was curious. "Brother Li, what is that thing in your mouth?" Zuko lightly tapped Tang Liufeng's mouth. "In my mouth? Do you know how to talk?" This is called a cigarette, a puff of smoke, and my magic power becomes boundless, understand? The crowd below was buzzing again. What's all the commotion? This Levi is truly unpredictable. Zuki took a deep drag and then exhaled a stream of smoke in the shape of a heart which floated directly towards Madania. The smoke drifted past her face, causing Madame to blush shyly. His scholar coughed a few times as if he had tuberculosis, then spoke up. A huff, cuff. A few days ago, I came up with the first line of a couplet. Today, I'll cast a brick to attract jade. Everyone, listen carefully. Sky pairs with earth, rain pairs with wind. Continent pairs with sky, mountain flowers pair with sea trees. Red sun pairs with the blue firmament. After speaking, he was secretly pleased. Levi, if you have the guts, try to match this. This is a line I've pondered for half a year, extremely difficult. But before he could get cocky, the scholar Surnam Zhao's voice rang out, startling him. Green pairs with red, rain shower pairs with thunder god, smoke dart pairs with snow cave, moon palace pairs with celestial palace. The crowd was once again abuzz. Brilliant, brilliant, as expected of young Master Zhao. To think of the second line so quickly. The first line was not easy, yet young Master Zhao immediately provided a matching line. That's enough to show his skill. But Zuki's voice cut in. Spring pairs with stone, trunk pairs with branch, withered bamboo pairs with plucked silk, mountain pavilion pairs with water kiosk, parrot pairs with my bird. Tang Li Feng was astonished. I thought Brother Levi was already at the pinnacle of poetry. I never expected him to be so skilled at matching couplets, and with such finesse too. Madame's eyes were now filled with tenderness, reciting poetry, matching couplets, equally proficient. I have never met someone so talented. The scholar Surnam Zhao was also slightly surprised, then spoke up. Odd pairs with even, past pairs with present, great sea pairs with long river, gold plate pairs with jade chopsticks, precious bamboo pairs with silver mountain. Another scholar thought in amazement, young Master Zhao can still match it. It seems young Master Zhao is determined to compete with Levi. Zuki responded immediately. Red pairs with white, have pairs with have not, cuckoo pairs with hoopoe. Straw hat pairs with feather fan, celestial gap pairs with imperial capital. The scholar Surnam Zhao shot to his feet. Door pairs with household, wheat pairs with street, branch and leaf pair with root and stalk. Cockfighting pairs with whisking dust, phoenix hairpin pairs with rock headdress. Zuki was not to be outdone. Morning pairs with evening, water terrace pairs with mountain retreat. I speech pairs with snow lotus, leaking klepstia pairs with watchman's drum. At this point the crowd was stunned. Heavens, in such a short time. This Levi is not losing to young Master Zhao at all. In fact, for an ordinary scholar even matching one line would be a struggle, but these two can match couplets as soon as they open their mouths, one after another without any interruption. As for Madame, her legs were trembling, and she was panting as she thought, how can a talented scholar be so captivating to one's heart? The scholar Surnam Zhao began to lose his patience. Just matching these lines is too easy. I'll give a line, do you dare to match it? Zuki smiled, what's there not to dare? At the age of 3, I used couplets to challenge the heroes of Hishuo. At 5, I rampaged through the eastern wasteland with my couplets. After the age of 10, I was not bound by material things. The scholar Surnam Zhao said coldly, unintelligible gibberish. Zuki immediately replied, yet its name is wondrous. Another scholar was startled, they've already started matching? The scholar Zhao continued, one village to list 3 masters in total. The scholar Zhao growled, orioles and swallows, flowers and willows, red and green, a scene of spring's charmant harmony. Zuki, not showing any weakness, retorted. Rain and wind, flowers and grass, desolate and bleak, the years pass by. Morning and evening. The scholar Zhao lost his composure, 10 mouths, 1 heart, thinking of the nation, thinking of home, thinking of society. Zuki smirked. 8 woods from a forest, enjoying flowers, admiring the moon, often appreciating Kuya. The scholar Zhao gritted his teeth, damn it, watching the two face off. The crowd could only exclaim, brilliant, 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 such an intense clash. The first time in my life seeing it. Madame's face was filled with tenderness. This Levi, how could he? She thought to herself, the world calls me Madame, but very few know my name is Jikia. The line enjoying flowers, admiring the moon, often appreciating Kuya, Could young Master Li be intentionally saying that? The scholar Surnam Zhao stepped forward. I, of the upper class, am imposing and majestic, a body clad in tiger skin. Zuki replied, you, of the lower class, are despicable. Revealing half a turtle's head, the scholar Surnam Zhao roared, you insolent cur. Zuki immediately matched. I am bold, the scholar Zhao roared again, I was matching couplets with you, yet you dare to insult me. Zuki immediately matched, you were originally a pig, yet I cannot see you. The scholar Surnam Zhao completely lost his composure and roared, I'm not matching couplets with you right now. Zuki smiled and continued the match, right now. I am indeed reciting poetry with you. Has been provoked to this extent, Madame Yao burst out laughing. She thought, Li Bai has completely defeated young Master Zhao in the field of couplet minus matching. Young Master Zhao, it's clear he intentionally angered you. Mature and steady, Madame Yao smiled gracefully and stepped forward, offering a praise full of hidden meaning. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Unexpectedly, Zuki blurted out a shocking reply, the bigger the breasts, the better they are. The space seemed to freeze for a second. Everyone present was stunned, then their faces turned betrayed as their brains processed Zuki's words. The better they are. Tang Lifeng's jaw dropped. Big brother, how could you say something like that? Although it's true they're big, you shouldn't say it so directly. The scholar Surnam Zhao stepped forward and roared, how dare you speak such disrespectful words in front of Madame Ya? Are you looking to die? Zuki cupped his fists with a serious expression. Madame Ya, please do not blame me. I had no such intention. Madame Ya is magnanimous and tolerant. I hope Madame Ya doesn't find me too abrupt. Another scholar thought to himself, what? That worked? You managed to turn it around again? Such skill in talking nonsense. In the entire world, only Li Bai of the heaven-exploding faction possesses it. Zuki secretly let out a sigh of relief. Exchanging for the couplet encyclopedia from the system to match couplets with young Master Zhao was a bit too much. Almost got myself into trouble with that slip of the tongue. Madame Ya smiled. It's all right, but next time please don't be so abrupt in front of everyone. Zuki flashed a sly smile. Don't be like that in front of others next time? Does that mean when there's no one around, I can be that abrupt? The scholar Surnam Zhao cupped his hands. Madame Ya, today I've met a rare opponent. Why don't you set a topic? I and Li Bai will each create an upper line for a couplet. We'll see whose line gets matched by the other first, and that will decide the winner. How about it? Madame Ya was surprised to hear this. Zuki spoke up, young Master Zhao wants to determine a winner with me? Fine, what are the stakes for losing? The scholar Surnam Zhao laughed. If you lose, you will write the 7 characters, I, Li Bai, am not as good as Xiao Hao, and hang it on yourself while you walk through the imperial city. Do you dare? If I lose, I will also write the 7 characters I, Xiao, am not as good as Li Bai, and walk a lap around the imperial city. The crowd exclaimed, playing for such high stakes? If you lose, your reputation will be ruined. Zuki smiled. What's there not to dare? Xiao Hao then said. Madame Ya, Li Bai has agreed. Please set the topic. Madame Ya thought to herself. Young Master Zhao became the head of the 4 great talents of Mingsheng Academy, so he must be extraordinarily talented. Although Li Bai is very intelligent, whether he can defeat young Master Zhao. So she said, as you all know, the Fire Emperor is currently seeking a prince consort for the princess. Why don't you 2 talents each create an upper line of a couplet that expresses the prosperity of the Fire Nation compared to the other 4 nations? It would be a perfect offering to the Fire Emperor then. Tang Lifeng's eyes widened. Madame Ya has set such a difficult topic, but the simpler the topic, the harder it is to execute. Zhao Hao spoke up to describe the might of the Fire Nation, is it? He then stepped forward and confidently said, pointing to the mountains and rivers, the Fire Nation's landscape is diverse and beautiful. Another scholar looked at Zuki provocatively. Li Bai, where's your upper line? Zuki leisurely lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, my upper line is smoke locks the pond minus side willows. Hearing this, the other scholars were surprised. Smoke locks the pond minus side willows? Is it that simple? Did he just see the scenery outside the Great Ming Lake and recite it on the spot? The scholar Surnam Mo also said, it seems this Li Bai has run out of ideas. This line seems to have nothing to do with our Fire Nation. Xiao, however, thought to himself, smoke locks the pond minus side willows. Then, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, smoke locks the pond minus side willows. You truly are. Madame Yao was also surprised and thought he came up with such a marvelous couplet in such a short time. At this moment, the crowd exclaimed in unison, I get it. Oh my heavens. Brother Li's upper line is absolutely unprecedented and unrepeatable. Smoke lacks the pond minus side willows. This uses the 5 elements as radicals. The character for smoke has fire, lock has metal, pond has water, willow has wooden, pond has earth. A single character for smoke describes the Fire Nation as the leader of the 5 nations. The meaning of the sentence also praises our Fire Nation for suppressing the other 4 nations. This upper line is simply too brilliant. Tang Liufeng quickly took out a brush and paper to draw. Brother Li's couplet has given me endless inspiration for my art. This piece is called Li by Smoking in the Morning Mist, a painting of Li by smoking. Zhao Hao also gritted his teeth and wrote a line of characters. Zhao Hao is not as good as Li Bai of the Heaven Exploding faction. Zhu said nonchalantly, young Master Zhao, no need to be too disappointed. Among everyone here, you were still the first to figure out the meaning of that couplet. You're still pretty okay. Xiao Hao stuck the paper to his chest and said, Li Bai, I'll remember you. I will definitely repay today's debt. Then, Xiao Hao walked away with his head held high. The crowd watched him go and said, the esteemed head of the 4 great talents, defeated today with such an outcome. Hearing this, the crowd showed expressions of disappointment. Princess Yan Yang isn't coming. Then what's the fun anymore? We specifically came to this banquet mostly to admire Princess Yan Yang's beauty, hoping to get a closer look. But now, Zhu thought to himself, I was planning to see how Princess Yan Yang would react upon seeing me, and conveniently get the map of the Imperial Mausoleum. I didn't expect this girl to play sick and not show up. That's fine too. I've done enough flexing for today. After this prince consort selection is over in a few days. Madame Ya thought to herself, although I expected it, that most of the scholars came for the princess. My heart still feels a little sad. Perhaps it's because I've been in the public eye for too long and have lost my novelty. Princess Yan Yang has always been reclusive, rarely appearing in public, leaving a sense of mystery in people's hearts. Madame Ya then announced, everyone, I am also not feeling well. Today's banquet will end here. The crowd murmured, that's right, the 2 great talents have left. There's no point for us to stay either. Let's go. A scholar turned and said, Brother Li Bai, Brother Tang. Let's go for some tea. Tang Liufeng turned and said, Brother Li Bai, let's go together. Zhu replied, you go ahead, I don't have time. QQ thought to himself, what's the fun in a random guy like Tang Liufeng going for tea with a bunch of scholars? Madame Mi approached and said, young Master Li, please wait. Zhu turned around and smiled, is there something I can help you with, Madame? Madame Ya said, young Master Li, your talent has broadened my horizons. I wonder if you could stay for dinner tonight. I would like to appreciate more of your talent. Hearing this, Zhu's face flushed as he thought, oh my, tonight? So he said, thank you for your hospitality, madam. It just so happens that I'm not busy, so I will stay and discuss poetry and literature with you. In the evening, the 2 were sitting at a dining table. Zhu was puffing on a cigarette. Madame Ya turned and asked, young Master Li, I wonder what this is? Zhu replied, this is a cigarette. Would you like to try, madam? Madame Ya agreed, all right. I usually enjoy these strange and new things. Zhu took out a cigarette, lit it and handed it to Madame Ya. Madame Ya's face flushed red as she took the cigarette. Zhu said, slowly take a puff, let the smoke go directly into your lungs, then slowly exhale it. Seeing Madame Ya start to smoke, he grinned widely, thinking, first time smoking. She's definitely going to choke, but contrary to his expectations, Madame Ya inhaled and exhaled like a pro. He was shocked, thinking, what the hell? She learned it in one go, so talented? Madame Ya also said, young Master Li, this is truly a magical item. After taking a puff, although my mind feels a bit dizzy, it then makes one feel exhilarated. Could this be a spirit minus lifting object? After saying that, Madame Ya took another drag. Zhu replied, this is called a cigarette after a meal, living like a god in heaven. Since you enjoy smoking, madam, I will gift this pack of cigarettes to you, Madame Yu said. Thank you, young master. At this moment Zukyu brought a cup of wine to his lips. Madame Yu shyly said, Young Master Li, I wonder if you could compose a poem for me to enjoy? Zukyu smiled and replied, Of course I can. Zukyu put down the wine cup, stood up, and faced the moon above as he recited, Before my bed, a pool of bright moonlight, I wonder if it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to look at the bright moon and lower it, thinking of my old home. Madame Yu was surprised and asked, Young Master Li, are you homesick? Why do the words in this poem carry such a sentiment of longing for home? Zukyu replied, Madam, you are mistaken. This poem is actually about a girl named Ming Yu Bright Moon who is naked in front of the bed. Her skin is as fair as the frost on the ground. I raise my head to look at this naked maiden. Madame Yu was stunned for a moment, then she blushed and thought, such a beautiful poem, yet he explains it in such a way. Could young Master Li be hinting at me? After thinking, Madame Yu also said, Li, young Master Li. I'm not ready yet. Maybe we can talk about it later. Zukyu thought to himself, I've heard that Madame Yu, as the former emperor's eldest princess, was ordered by him to marry the fire god in the ancestral temple to protect the Fire Nation. Although it was just a ceremony, it represented the faith of the Fire Nation's people in the fire god. Therefore, Madame Yu must obey the former emperor's dying wish to remain unmarried for her entire life, preserving her chastity for the fire god. Otherwise, once she loses her chastity, it is said that the entire Fire Nation will lose the protection of the fire god. With the memories of the former prince consort, I naturally know these things. To preserve her chastity for an ethereal fire god for so many years, is she truly willing? Suzuki said, the days are long. Since Madame enjoys poetry and songs, there will be opportunities in the future. I will surely tell you then. Madame Yu revealed a blissful expression. Young Master Li is truly a gentleman. That night, after a hearty meal and drinks, Zukyu found an inn to sleep in, completely unaware that the reputation of Li from the heaven-exploding faction had spread throughout the imperial city overnight. At dawn, the system continuously announced, successful flex. The sound of a bustling crowd was deafening. Annoyed by the noise, Zukyu, without even getting dressed, went to open the window to see what was happening. The window opened to an incredibly crowded scene. Several young women with infatuated looks screamed, Look, Li Bai's out. Tang Li Feng was taking the opportunity to sell his wares. The Li Bai smoking painting, only 2 last pieces. By now they're gone. Zukyu was bewildered. What is happening? While the host was sleeping, a total of 8,753 artifact points were obtained. Zukyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Zukyu then laughed with delight. These tough act points are soaring so high, I could wake up laughing from a dream. Today is the martial test for the prince consort. I don't have time to play with you all. Zukyu then put on a set of disguised clothes and leapt away. At another location, soldiers were giving orders. The martial test for the prince consort. Line up here to register. No cutting in line, from a proper queue for me. Zukyu looked down and marveled. Wow, so many people. I didn't see this many during the literary test. It seems like any guy with all his limbs intact has come to join the fun. I've got an idea. Below, a soldier was directing, Don't rush. Register one by one. Zukyu tapped him on the shoulder and said, Big brother guard, let me tell you something. The line is too long, may I cut in? The guard immediately yelled, What? Are you kidding me? Get back in line, or I'll kill you right here. If you guys in line glared at Zukyu. Hey, we've been miserably queuing here for 2 days and 2 nights. If you want to cut in, get lost. Zukyu took out a cigarette and said, Big brother guard, look, is there a special path I could take? The guard exclaimed in surprise, This is a cigarette. Why do you have one? The guys in line also craned their necks. Did you hear that? He said, It's a cigarette. It's a new item that spread from Madame Yu's banquet yesterday. I heard it's a priceless treasure. The guard pulled Zukyu aside and said, I heard that after smoking this, one can feel exhilarated and descend to the heavens. Many generals have spent a fortune but still couldn't get one. The guard sighed. What help? Your Excellency has a cigarette. You must be an honored guest of Madame Yu. Please, come in. Zukyu tossed the cigarette to the guard. The crowd immediately gathered around and whispered, "Quick, smoke it, let me get a whiff. I want to bring some home to try. Quick, smoke it." That guy cut in line and no one is doing anything? Zukyu had already gone deep inside. He thought to himself, since I transmigrated, this is the first time I've entered the Imperial Palace. But the memories are so familiar with this place. That old emperor probably never expected that I'd be back, right? Just then a voice announced, "The Imperial Edict has arrived. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees the world has countless talented heroes. But only one who is proficient in both literature and martial arts can become the prince consort of our Fire Nation. A martial arts trial will be held here to recruit a prince consort. Please line up orderly and enter the arena. The formation will automatically select suitable opponents. But there are 3 mandatory rules, 3 wins in total. Each win requires changing weapons, and you must not harm your opponent's life. Only those who pass the martial arts trial will be qualified to enter the palace examination in the next round and see the venerable face of the Fire Emperor. I declare the martial arts trial officially begins. Zhang San first round. Short sword, Li Si first round broadsword." Watching the contestants fight, Zukyu said to himself with boredom, "There are barely any golden core stage experts here, all of them are as dull as dishwater." At that moment, a hand tapped Zukyu on the shoulder and a voice asked, "Your Excellency, may I ask if you have seen Li Bai of the Heaven Exploding faction?" Hearing this, Zukyu thought, "Who's looking for me? It's Tang Liu Feng. Why did this guy come to the martial test too? I'd rather not reveal my identity just yet." Zukyu then said, "I am Il Yang Chen of the Heaven Exploding faction. May I ask why you are looking for Brother Li Bai?" Tang Liu Feng was surprised. "You're also from the Heaven Exploding faction?" "No, I can't just tell you. Not unless you can prove you're from the Heaven Exploding faction." Hearing Madame Yi's name, Zukyu pulled up his hood. "This time take a clear look at who I am." Tang Liu Feng was stunned. "Huh? Brother Li Bai? Why are you disguised like this?" Zukyu put his arm around Tang Liu Feng's shoulder and said, "No time to explain. Quick, tell me what happened to Madame Yi." Tang Liu Feng nervously looked around and whispered, "Yesterday, the Fire Emperor personally went to see Madame Yi. Then, for some reason, he sealed off the entire Great Ming Lake private courtyard. A page boy of Madame Yi has emerged from the bottom of the lake and happened to meet me. She knew I was acquainted with you. Madame Yi wanted to pass a message to you." Zukyu asked, "What did Madame Yi say?" Tang Liu Feng's expression became serious as he replied, "Madame Yi said, 'Save me.'" Zukyu was shocked. "What?" Tang Liu Feng continued, "Brother Li, you must be careful. Madame Yi has likely developed feelings for you. The Fire Emperor discovered this and that's why he locked her up." Zukyu added, "Madame Yi is following the former emperor's dying wish to preserve her chastity for the Fire God. She must remain single for her entire life. Once she loses her chastity, the entire Fire Nation will lose the protection of the Fire God." Tang Liu Feng nodded. "Exactly. So, Brother Li Bai, you must not do anything foolish." Zukyu smiled and replied, "Calm down, how could I be so rash? I'll just play a 1-on-1 game with the Fire Emperor for now. Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve." Zukyu thought to himself, "Madame Yi is only imprisoned. The Fire Emperor will definitely not threaten her life. I don't need to storm in and save her." Hearing Zukyu talk about playing 1-on-1 with the Fire Emperor, Tang Liu Feng was puzzled. Zukyu continued, "Right now, the Fire Emperor must be eager to capture Li Bai of the Heaven Exploding faction, right? The crime of seducing Madame Yi is equivalent to opposing the entire Fire Nation. The Fire Emperor definitely wants to eliminate this future trouble." Tang Liu Feng said worriedly, "Brother Li Bai, why don't you leave the city for now to avoid the brunt of it? If the Fire Emperor finds out you're here, I'm afraid it will be hard to escape." Zukyu replied, "Leave? No. I have to settle both old and new debts with the Fire Emperor. I will give him a wonderful surprise." A guard called out, "Next participant, step up." Zukyu and another contestant went up. The guard announced, "Arena 38, Long Spear Li Fugo vs. Il Yang Chen, bare minus-handed." The other guy arrogantly pointed at Zukyu. "Ha ha ha, only no 1 or 2 weapons, so you have to save them for later. Sorry, you're unlucky to have met me in the first round. Prepare to die." Before he could finish his sentence, Zukyu had punched him, knocking his jaw askew. The guard announced, "Yil Yang Chen, first round. Victory." Inside the palace, a eunuch was reporting to your majesty. The martial test is halfway through. Most contestants are at the key refining or foundation establishment stage. The rules are restrictive, but there is one contestant named Yil Yang Chen who, relying on his foundation establishment stage in bare-handed combat, has won 3 consecutive matches. His aptitude is not bad. Bare-handed combat? The eunuch replied that Yil Yang Chen claims to be a local, and he is also a member of the Heaven Exploding faction. The Fire Emperor said Heaven Exploding faction. Again with the Heaven Exploding faction. This faction suddenly appeared in the capital. Why have I never heard of it before? Fire Emperor Infant Transformation Stage Level 6. The Fire Emperor turned and asked, Yan Yang, Zizhuan, do you know about this? Yan Yang shyly replied, I have never heard of it. She then sent a telepathic message to Zizhuan. Heaven Exploding faction Yil Yang Chen, it must be Zukyu in disguise. Zizhuan sent back. After so long, he's finally come to the Imperial City. We've taken Zukyu's poison pill. There's no way we can tell the Fire Emperor his true identity. The Fire Emperor stood up and said, interesting. A mysterious faction has suddenly appeared, and every member is a genius. Let's go out and have a look. Zizhuan said worriedly, Princess, what should we do? The princess replied, we have to face it eventually. He only wants the map of the Imperial Mausoleum. We just have to give it to him. Outside, Zukyu had just won his 3rd match. Tang Liufeng was astonished. Brother Li Bai, I never knew you were so formidable in a fight. Zukyu replied. It's nothing. At that moment, a loud announcement rang out, His Majesty, the Fire Emperor, has arrived. Hearing this, Zukyu was surprised. Tang Liufeng was also terrified. The Fire Emperor, why is he here? Don't you only get to see the Fire Emperor during the palace examination? Zukyu just smiled. Right on time. The guard shouted, quick, kneel. Long live the Fire Emperor, long live. At that moment, the Fire Emperor looked over to one side in surprise. Zizhuan also whispered to the princess, Princess, look over there. Facing the Fire Emperor was a figure who did not kneel. The Fire Emperor had just mumbled this imposing aura, where a sycophantic general hastily gathered spiritual energy in his palm and roared at the young man, insolent fool. You see His Majesty the Fire Emperor and do not kneel? Turn to dust, you disrespectful cur. Seeing the critical situation, Zizhuan hurriedly tried to stop him. General, stop, but it was too late. The brilliant attack shot straight towards Zukyu, where it was written all over. The princess's face, she exclaimed. The Imperial City's generals are all at the nascent soul stage. He can't possibly block this attack. Contrary to expectations, Zukyu simply raised his hand and neutralized the blow, to the general's astonishment. The Fire Emperor narrowed his eyes to investigate. A foundation establishment stage cultivator can block General Li's attack. Boy, who are you? Amidst the terrifying silence, the surrounding contestants began to whisper, What's going on? Why are the general and the contestant fighting? I don't know. Maybe we should back off first. Ignoring the chatter, Zukyu laughed arrogantly and tore off his outer robe with one hand. As he finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in his head. Disabling disguise puppet. Disabling cultivation seal. Instantly, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from Zukyu's body, leaving everyone stunned as they looked at him. The Fire Emperor couldn't help but speak nonchalantly, his eyes full of scrutiny. Nascent soul stage, level 7? With that familiar obnoxious face, Zukyu pointed directly at the old man and roared, Who am I? I am your grandfather, Zukyu. He declared himself the prince consort of old, the one everyone thought was dead. Recruiting a new prince consort, ridiculous. The real prince consort is right here. Standing beside them, Zizhuan couldn't help but worry, thinking, with so many eyes and ears here, Zukyu's words might damage His Majesty's reputation. The princess was also extremely confused, not understanding why things had turned out this way. His goal is the map of the Imperial Mausoleum. Why does he want a direct confrontation with Father-Emperor? The Fire Emperor's heart was also in turmoil. He couldn't let the secret be revealed. Zukyu, it's him. He's not dead. I can't let anyone believe his words. With that thought, he commanded with a majestic air, General Lee, this criminal is speaking nonsense. Take him down from me. The order was given and the soldiers immediately rushed towards Zukyu. The princess's heart turned cold watching this scene. She knew that as long as Zukyu was killed, no one would believe he was the prince consort. History can only be written by the victors. However, Zukyu just extended his hand and easily caught the general's fist. His tone full of mockery. Old Emperor, you're so considerate, even gifting me more experience points. At the same time the system chimed in again. Consume 1200 tough act points to exchange for Michael's Iron Soul Fist. Killing an enemy can grant glory. The power of this martial art can be increased through multiple tiers up to a maximum of 30. Without a moment's hesitation, Zukyu sent a fist flying straight into the general's face. Then he used his flames to incinerate two others. The crowd below scrambled in panic. Oh heavens! They're fighting! It's safer to watch from outside. Quick, run! The system continuously announced in Zukyu's mind. Killed an Ascent Soul Stage Expert. Current glory 15 tiers. Killed an Ascent Soul Stage Expert. Current glory 28 tiers. Suddenly, a powerful flame shot from the throne. Engulfed by the flame, Zukyu let out a low roar. A pair of magnificent fire wings unfurled, dispelling the Fire Emperor's flames. Witnessing this, the Fire Emperor was astonished. Zukyu hovered in the air, his voice full of challenge. Old Emperor, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're at the infant transformation stage. Now that you've met me, you will fall here today. The crowd below was in uproar again. He calls himself the Prince Consort. Isn't Prince Consort Zukyu already dead? The Fire Emperor has denied him. Before the Fire Emperor's horrified eyes, a devastating attack descended upon him. He gritted his teeth and roared, criminal, you cannot harm me, surrender, and I might consider granting you a whole corpse. Instantly Zukyu rushed forward with a flaming fist. But the fist was easily blocked by the Fire Emperor. He smirked, Zukyu, I don't know how you came back to life. But since you chose to come here, you must be seeking death. Then I'll just have to kill you one more time. As he finished speaking, the Fire Emperor gathered a ball of fire and shot it straight at Zukyu. But he vanished in a flash. The Fire Emperor hadn't even had time to react. Where did he go? When Zukyu appeared behind him and delivered a thunderous punt. As he coughed up blood, the Fire Emperor thought in terror, so fast. Seeing the spirit flame clinging to him, Zukyu thought with a smirk, the bone-freezing cold flame is ignited. Old Emperor, you're finished this time. But just then, the azure flame was strangely extinguished. The Fire Emperor let out a mph and wiped the blood from his mouth. Truly rare, a pity. As the sovereign of the Fire Nation, when it comes to manipulating flames, you are far from being my match. I was thinking just killing you like this would be rather boring. I have a few new toys these days, just right for a test run. Now, let me show you the might of my God minus might energy cannon. Seeing the familiar cannon, Zukyu was utterly shocked. What? This God minus might cannon is the one I gave to Sect Master Su. He immediately questioned, Old Emperor, where did you get the God minus might cannon? There is nothing I want that I cannot obtain. As for where I got it, I don't think I need to explain that to a deceiver of the world like you. Zukyu burst into arrogant laughter. When I was young, because I had a rare special spirit root that appears once in 1,000 years, I was recruited by the Fire Emperor to be the Prince Consort. When I cultivated to the Golden Core stage, he stole all my cultivation and my innate spirit root, and then he killed me. He just never expected that I didn't actually die. Now he's recruiting a new Prince Consort, surely to find another victim. Hearing these words, the Fire Emperor remained silent with a grim face. Tang Li Feng, standing below, asked in astonishment, Brother Li Bai, is everything you said true? The crowd once again buzzed with chatter. To be honest, I always found it strange that the Prince Consort died without any warning. That guy's origins are unknown, how can we believe his words? Seeing the situation turning against her father, the princess quickly spoke in his defense. Father minus Emperor is the revered sovereign of the Fire Nation. The Fire Emperor didn't want to argue anymore. He gave the order, God minus might cannon, fire. The cannon barrel immediately gathered a dazzling light. The princess thought with satisfaction, Father minus Emperor doesn't even need to answer him. I've seen the power of this God minus might cannon before. Zuki cannot defend against it. As the destructive beam of light flew towards him, Zuki nonchalantly took out a cigarette. The god minus my cannon. Hold Emperor, do you know? With that, he used the very beam from the god minus my cannon to light his cigarette. He leisurely took a drag and then exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you know who created this god minus my cannon? This insane act left everyone frozen on the spot. The Fire Emperor finally lost his composure. He unleashed his power and roared, "Brat, you've angered me, you've angered me, you have wasted too much of my time, go to hell." The Fire Emperor unleashed his dragon flame, but Zuki was unfazed. He gathered his spirit fire into a beautiful lotus and smirked. "Oh, looks like you've used some kind of ultimate move. In return, I'll gift you a skill I just learned. Try this. My 3- colored fire lotus. I choose you. Go, 3- colored fire lotus." Zuki threw the lotus, and the dragon flame had already arrived. The two collided, creating a world-shaking explosion. Seeing the Fire Emperor being protected by another stream of flame, Zuki clicked his tongue in regret. TSK, as expected of the Fire Nation's sovereign. Even the 3- colored fire lotus can't hurt him. The Fire Emperor raised his hand full of confidence. No matter how much the flame changes, it is still just a flame. Several fire dragons immediately chased after Zuki. As he dodged and weaved, he taunted old Emperor. "You shout your moves so loudly, but if you can't hit me, it's all just talk." Though he said that, he was also analyzing in his head, the old Emperor's advantage is his strong attack and defense, but his speed is not fast. I have my wings and the 3000 lightning illusion, he can't possibly catch me. So flame attacks don't work on you, right? Alright then. With that thought, Zuki faced the Fire Emperor and gathered lightning in his paw. Seeing this, the Fire Emperor conjured his flames. "Still dare to come at me? Dragon flame." Zuki gracefully dodged the fire dragons as if dodging an ex-girlfriend, leaving the Fire Emperor once again astonished. Such incredible speed, to be able to escape within the flames. Zuki raised the ball of lightning in his hand and yelled, "Old Emperor, at 30 times powered, Thunder Apes roar, just for you. Try this on for size." The Fire Emperor thought worriedly, why can his heavenly fire spirit root also use lightning power? Damn it, I can't dodge this. But just at that moment a woman appeared out of nowhere, her voice ringing out clearly. "Zuki, His Majesty has shown you kindness and favor. In front of the masses, why do you treat him like this?" Zuki was also startled by this sudden appearance. While he was distracted, the Fire Emperor seized the opportunity and landed a punch. "Brat, who are you looking at during a fight?" Taking the full force of the punch, Zuki spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Fire Emperor pressed his advantage. But Zuki had already used the 3000 lightning illusion, creating a large distance between them in an instant. The Fire Emperor watched him with regret. "Let you get away again. Those wings are truly captivating." Zuki thought to himself, that was to care less. If it weren't for the siren's skirt and the shockwave armor, that punch just now would have almost killed me. The previous demonic beast was also at the infant transformation stage, but the difference in strength is too great. Moreover, that woman. He looked toward the woman who had just appeared. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. It's as if I've known her for many years. No, not that. But as if we've been together for many years. Zuki suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now, this feeling. No wonder it's so familiar. You are Yan Yang, but why?" The woman spoke again, her tone full of affection. "To be able to see the prince consort again, this concubine is quite happy. Although I am following His Majesty's orders, we are, after all, husband and wife." Then, she performed a curtsy. "This humble concubine, Consort Huan, greets the prince consort." Hearing this, Zuki seemed to understand everything. He pointed at her and yelled, "You, Consort Huan, I get it, you old emperor, you damn pervert. You actually had your own concubine disguise herself as Yin Yang to be my wife. You're willing to be cuckolded just to not marry off your daughter. Are you even human?" The crowd below was buzzing again. "Who is that woman? The distance is too far, I can't hear what she's saying." "Cuck. Cuckolded, people in the city are this wild? Is what he's saying true?" The Fire Emperor finally spoke, his face full of disdain. "Ridiculous. Don't lump me in with those commoners. My harem has 3,000 women. They are merely my possessions. To be used by me is the meaning of their existence. I declare before all my people here, do not listen to the nonsense of that criminal. The prince consort of that year has passed away. Princess Yanyang is still pure and chaste. We will now proceed with the palace examination. Whoever can capture that criminal will be promoted to prince consort. Zukyu sneered. Nonsense? Old emperor, let me tell you what nonsense is. Why don't you ask your precious daughter if she was still as pure and chaste as you say after meeting me in the forest that day? Hearing this, the Fire Emperor turned to the princess in alarm. What? Yan Yang, is what he said true? The princess could only stammer, not knowing what to say. Zizhuan quickly tried to smooth things over. Your majesty, the situation was urgent then. The princess didn't want it to be like that. Hearing this, the Fire Emperor seemed to go mad. He roared in fury. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'll mince you into 1,000 pieces. With that, he unleashed his dragon flame towards Zukyu. The young man dodged and weaved, taunting. Oops. The old emperor is embarrassed and angry now. Your dragon flame is powerful, but unfortunately, it's too slow. The Fire Emperor became even more furious, unleashing a barrage of dragon flames. Seeing this, Zukyu's expression also grew serious. Damn it, so many. The old emperor's reserves are too deep. He then gathered a massive ball of lightning. Eat this thunder, apes roar of mine. Seeing all his dragon flames being destroyed, the Fire Emperor had to frown. Truly troublesome. Zukyu looked at the ball of lightning in his hand and calculated. I must maintain a distance from the old emperor, keep my speed advantage, and find an opportunity to finish him in one go. Consort Huan slithered out again, cooing, Prince Consort, don't fly around like that. It's so tiring. Why don't you come down and apologize to His Majesty? If you're lucky, His Majesty might spare your life. Zukyu thought, this wretched woman is so annoying. A hunting dog for the old emperor. Truly a dog's dog. With that thought, he hurled the lightning towards Consort Huan. Die! The Fire Emperor quickly raised his hand to block it. Brat, don't even think about harming my Consort Huan. Consort Huan cooed, Your Majesty protecting me like this. I am so moved. Seeing this cheesy romantic scene, Zukyu just wanted to puke. Odd. You adulterous couple still putting on a show? I have to admit, old emperor. Your strength is indeed formidable. Of all the enemies I, Zukyu, have met on this continent, you are the one who has given me the most trouble. However, do you want to know how I was able to cultivate to this level even after my heavenly fire spirit was stolen? As he spoke, he secretly gathered another ball of lightning behind his back. The Fire Emperor, hearing this, became curious. Zukyu picked his nose and said, Because my master is Dwayne. The crowd gasped in horror. What? Dwayne? That person. Zukyu seized this opportunity, raised the ball of lightning, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Old Emperor, didn't see that coming, did you? He threw the ball of lightning at the Fire Emperor. An eye for an eye with this old man. Eat another one of mine. The Fire Emperor, seeing this, roared, Damn it, dragon flame body protection. A torrent of flame immediately enveloped him. Consort Huan shrieked in terror. But a bolt of lightning struck her directly. A massive explosion erupted. As the lightning dissipated, to the Fire Emperor's astonishment, Consort Huan had been struck by lightning, charred black, and collapsed. The Fire Emperor roared, and waves of energy erupted from the imperial city with a rumble. The princess, seeing this, exclaimed, Father minus Emperor. The system also sounded a warning. Warning, warning, the enemy is gathering the Emperor's key. His strength will increase to the first level of the void refining stage. Combining the host's current cultivation and magical artifacts, this system recommends that the host flee immediately. Zukyu was also shocked. I didn't know he had this trick. How am I supposed to fight this? The system continued to announce. Scan in progress 34%. 47%. Zukyu didn't hesitate. He extended his hand and said nonchalantly, The map. Zizhuan handed over a storage ring. This is the map of the Fire Nation's Imperial Mausoleum that we promised you. We are still trying to find a way to get the one for the Water Nation. After getting it, Zukyu flew up, turned to the Fire Emperor, and taunted, Old Emperor, I've thought about it for a bit. I feel we shouldn't act so impulsively. It's time to stop seeking revenge. I've fought with you for so long today. As the ruler of a nation, you should maintain some dignity. I happen to need to go back and turn on my rice cooker. I'll be leaving first. See you next time. Bye. The Fire Emperor, hearing this, roared in fury. What? You get back here. Zuki reached into his shirt and said, "Oh right. Before I go, here's a little gift for you all. No need to thank me." He threw down a few black lumps. The crowd held their noses and cried out, it stinks. This pervert even drops feces before he leaves. No, that's not feces. I've seen this stuff in Celestial Fragrance Valley. It's stinky tofu. It's a treasure that can enhance spiritual power after eating. A guy quickly picked one up and put it in his mouth. Really? Let me try. Delicious. So delicious. And my soul power suddenly surged. Don't fight. This piece is mine. Get out of the way. This is mine. A lump of something also fell at the Fire Emperor's feet. He looked down and muttered, "Damn brat, he got away. But they said it supplements soul power. Is it true? My soul power has just reached a bottleneck. If I can break through." The Fire Emperor then picked up a piece and chewed on it. Then felt it. Oh? Why does it taste a bit bitter? And my soul power hasn't increased at all. A general looked over and said, "That aura. Your Majesty, I believe, according to demonic beast biology, that is the feces of a striped minus bone Eiger beast." The Fire Emperor realized he had just eaten crap. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Then he looked up to the sky and roared, "Xuque." Scene changed to Zukyu. He thought joyfully, "Aha. I messed with the Fire Emperor in the city and got over 2-0 tough act points. Killing so many nascent soul stage generals has also brought my cultivation to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. I am about to break through to the infant transformation stage." The map of the Imperial Mausoleum. The system chimed in. The system cannot accurately calculate the path. The host must upgrade the system to version 3.0. After a successful upgrade, you can automatically purchase to minus rating products to proceed with the breakthrough. Upgrading to System 3.0 requires 5,000 tough act points. Seeing the number 5,000, Dazuki's eyes widened. I've worked hard to accumulate about 10,000 tough act points, and now I have to spend more than half of it. But there's definitely no ordinary way into the Fire Nation's Imperial Mausoleum. I can't do it without 2 minus rating equipment. Besides, to revive little or OU sooner, entering the Imperial Mausoleum is a crucial step. What are 5,000 tough act points? Upgrade. The system chimed in. Upgrade successful. New products unlocked. Special memory inheritance. Zhang Qiling, also known as Mutoil Bottle, from the Grave Robbers Chronicles. The host can purchase his special memories. Professional 2 rating for 100 years. Master of the double minus finger. Technique, effortless. Price 2,000 tough act points. Special memory inheritance. Briyu Hong, also known as Second Master. From the Mystic 9. The host can purchase his memories of ancient mechanisms in some ancient tombs. Price 1,200 tough act points. Special memory inheritance. Hubei from Ghost blows out the light. The host can purchase his special memories proficient in the 16- character yin-yang feng shui manual. Easily finding ancient tombs everywhere. Price 2,000 tough act points. Memory inheritance? This is good stuff. Exchanging for memories is much more powerful than exchanging for equipment. I'll directly get the protagonist's memories. 2- rating techniques, and all the details will be crystal clear. The system chimed in, successfully inherited the special memories of Zhang Qiling. Consumed 2,000 tough act points, successfully exchanged for the special inheritance of Hubei. Consumed 2,000 tough act points. 2 sets of memories fused into Zukyu's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. In another place, an old man was talking to 2 young people. Nor will you be good at fighting others, but you can learn a technique from our ancestors. Many cultivators' tombs require our assistance to find the Feng Shui treasure land. When it comes to the art of Feng Shui treasure lands, only our Ban Shen sect dares to claim to be the best. However, there are some tombs that, even with better techniques and cultivation, are absolutely inaccessible. The young man and woman cupped their hands. Disciple wishes to receive master's guidance. The old man looked in a certain direction and continued. For example, the Fire Nation's Imperial Mausoleum right in front of us. I brought you two here today so you can witness this mysterious ancient tomb with your own eyes." Just then, Tsukyu jumped onto a nearby tree branch. He looked down and said to himself, "Finally found the Fire Nation's Imperial Mausoleum. The restrictive formation around here is very strange. It will suppress a person's cultivation. No matter what kind of magical arts you use, you can't break this formation. If you don't rely on cultivation and just use human strength to dig this tomb, it would take at least 7 days and 7 nights. Such a long time would definitely be discovered by the Imperial Guards. It's impossible to successfully rob the tomb. The person who could build this Imperial Mausoleum must be very powerful." At this moment, Tsukyu laughed and jumped down, startling the group, who turned around. "Who's there?" Tsukyu walked over and waved his hand. "I'm just a passing tourier. If you have nothing better to do, move aside." The male disciple was bewildered. "Tomb Raider, are you crazy? This is the Imperial Mausoleum of the Fire Nation. Who would dare to rob this tomb?" The old man also said, "Fellow Taoist, are you serious? Don't go in there. This formation suppresses cultivation. Even if you're at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, you'll be destroyed inside." Tsukyu ignored them and stepped in. As soon as he set foot inside, he felt his entire cultivation being sealed. Moreover, the ground cracked open. Countless ghostly figures swarmed up and grabbed Tsukyu's legs. He just let out a MKH. Zhangzai technique, go. Tsukyu raised his hand and formed a seal, his feet stepping in a pattern, stepping on the 8 trigrams to seek the dragon, dividing the gold to find the ACU point. The treacherous mountains unfold layer by layer, like a gate with 8 perilous locks. Without understanding the shape of yin, yang, and the 8 trigrams, one cannot escape. An ordinary person with their cultivation sealed would have shit their pants at this sight. A pity for them. Even with my cultivation sealed, I still have the inherited memories of tomb raiding." The old man exclaimed, "What a fine dragon mind is seeking incantation. The formations in this world are all based on yin, yang, and the 8 trigrams, but with countless variations. This person who can decipher it is truly a master." The male disciple asked, "Master, doesn't that mean he will successfully enter the tomb?" The old man replied, "No. What he broke was only the outer formation. After that, there's an even more difficult obstacle. That is the mountain itself. With cultivation sealed, it's impossible to dig through with just physical strength. Now that he's broken the outer formation, the guards will likely arrive soon." The male disciple was puzzled. This cultivation minus suppressing formation. The old man replied, "Within this formation, as soon as you circulate your true essence energy, it will be absorbed by the formation, which in turn strengthens it, unless your realm is higher than the creator of this Imperial Mausoleum. But that would require being at the void refining stage or even the integration stage. Look, he's going up." At this moment, Tsukyu was rummaging through the grass. This should be the spot. "System, do you have any good recommendations for mountain minus digging tools?" The system chimed in. "As the system has been upgraded to version 3.0, new products have been added. This item only requires 500 tough act points for a 1-8 usage right." Tsukyu's eyes widened. He spread his arms and shouted, "Come forth, my excavator." The group was astonished. "What is that thing? It looks very powerful." Tsukyu climbed into the cockpit. "It'll only take me 10 minutes to dig through this entire mountain. My excavators start." But just then, the excavator remained silent. Tsukyu turned to the system and said, "Hey system, how do you turn this thing up?" The system replied, "The host can purchase the Lan Xiang excavator technique. It only costs 100 tough act points." Tsukyu shouted, "Spending again. What a rip minus off." But he still had to buy it. A stream of light entered Tsukyu's forehead. He skillfully operated the excavator, digging into the ground with a rumble. "I am now the god of digging. Q. Charge." Seeing the machine dig a deep hole in just a short time, the old man was astonished. This thing can be operated without true essence energy, and its speed is so fast. The mountain is about to be dug through by him. Just then, the bucket hit something with a clang. Tsukyu looked and saw a layer of bricks and stones below. The old man also said, "That is the wall of the Imperial Mausoleum. This wall is incredibly sturdy. He probably won't be able to get through." Zukyu took out his life minus slaying sword. Can't get through? Ridiculous. Life minus slaying sword. A 30 minus times stronger life minus slaying sword. I'm entrusting it all to this excavator. The excavator's power will also be increased by 30 times. The bucket was raised high, then slammed down hard. A loud boom echoed. As the dust settled, a hole was revealed. The old man outside exclaimed, he broke through. Zukyu stepped down and peered into the hole. He turned around and said, you guys over there, you've been explaining for so long. Come down to the tomb with me. The old man replied, no need, no need. This old man was just taking his disciples out for a tour. We wouldn't dare to rob the imperial mausoleum. However, I would like to ask for the esteemed name of this fellow Taoist. Zukyu squinted and replied, I am Lan Qian, with the designation Zhang Qiling of the Heaven Exploding faction. And the nickname. The old man was puzzled. Heaven Exploding faction. The system chimed in, successful flex. Obtained 100 tough act points. Zukyu then jumped down into the hole. After a while, he landed on the ground. He raised his hands and felt it. The cultivation suppression is gone. It seems that formation was powerful, but its range was quite small, huh? Zukyu held the map and navigated his way through. Let's see, this map is a bit complicated. At that moment, a figure hid behind a rock, then slowly floated out. Zukyu was startled. Oh, it's so hot. This jade piece is the one that old man gave me. Why is it suddenly reacting? The soul floated around Zukyu and spoke in an eerie voice, why have you returned? Hearing this, Zukyu was startled. What was that sound? The soul continued, what more do you want? What more do you want from me? What do you want? Zukyu clenched his fist and shouted, good heavens, so annoying. What do you want? You think I'm a mind reader? Got you. Zukyu punched the soul, sending it crashing into the rock wall with a loud thud. It immediately said, I was wrong. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back after you left? Zukyu was puzzled. You're a spirit. How do you know me? The spirit replied. How could I mistake your aura? In all these hundreds of years, you are the only one who has entered here alive and left. But didn't you say you wouldn't come back after getting the luminous pearl? Zukyu looked at the jade piece and thought, so it's this jade that's emitting that old geezer's aura. That old geezer actually managed to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. You can't judge a book by its cover. Zukyu cleared his throat and said, Ahem, since you recognize me, then things will be easier. Old rules help me with a few things, and I won't hit you anymore. Hearing this, the soul immediately agreed. Zukyu thought to himself, this spirit's mind doesn't seem to be working too well. It's perfect. I can have him lead the way for me. Zukyu then asked, a spirit like you, how can you survive in the Imperial Mausoleum? Senior, I have lost all my memories from when I was alive. I don't even remember why I ended up here. There are a few other ancient souls in here, but they can't speak anymore. Zukyu asked further, you've been in this tomb for so many years, you must be very familiar with this place, right? The soul replied, although I have no memories of my life, my current memory is still very good. Is Senior looking for some treasure again? Zukyu smiled. Treasure. The emperors of all dynasties are buried here. There must be a lot of treasures. Hearing that, the soul became nervous. Emperors of all dynasties? Those emperors are all very cruel. It's better not to disturb them. Zukyu was puzzled. You mean the souls of those emperors are still in here? The soul replied, yes, but these souls have been here for many years. Some have even faded away. Zukyu shrugged. So what? Do I have to be afraid of them? Let's go. Arriving at a gate, the soul said, Senior, this is an extremely powerful restriction. It cannot be easily passed. Many souls have tried to pass through but have turned to dust. Senior, if you want to break this restriction, you must be careful. Zukyu thought to himself. Based on my inherited memories, I knew how to break this formation in an instant. But there are still some tricky parts. I wonder if there's another way. A smiling face appeared on the system interface, saying the system provides a substitute service to break this restriction. It will cost 50 tough act points. Zukyu pointed at the restriction and said, you damn system, you really take advantage of every opportunity. The tough act points don't matter, break it for me. The system chimed in, breaking successful. The door automatically blasted open. The soul was astonished. Senior, you're amazing. Zukyu pretended to chant a spell. Abracadabra alakazam. The system chimed in, successful flex. Obtained 50 tough act points. Zukyu then pushed the door open. Inside were countless coffins packed tightly together. The soul exclaimed, so many coffins. Good heavens, how many people were buried here? Perhaps my body is also buried here. Perhaps I don't even have a coffin. Zukyu said gently, no. What you're saying is not the point at all. The important thing is, system, do you recycle coffins? The system replied, these coffins are of high quality. They can be recycled into refining essence. Hearing this, Zukyu was overjoyed. Really? Recycle them all for me. I want to clean out this entire imperial mausoleum. All the coffins were completely recycled by the system, leaving only a few dried corpses on the ground. The system announced, refining essence accumulated 500 points. Zukyu walked over and pointed at the pile of dried corpses. System, do you collect dried corpses? The system replied. No, Zukyu pouted. NPH, stingy thing. Let's go on to the next burial chamber. The soul said, among those dried corpses, I wonder if my body is there. Consume 50 tough act points, restriction successfully broken. Successful retrieval. Refining essence accumulated 1200 points. Consumed 50 tough act points, restriction successfully broken. Successful retrieval. Refining essence accumulated 2300 points. Zukyu laughed like a fool in delight. The soul followed and asked, Senior, you've already plundered 5 burial chambers. Do you want to continue? Zukyu said casually, of course. We have to dig up the entire imperial mausoleum. The soul pointed at a giant Buddha statue and said, ahead is the burial chamber of the emperors of all dynasties. Zukyu raised his hand and began to calculate. This feng shui structure is the main tomb chamber of the imperial mausoleum. The power of this restriction is unlike the others. The system chimed in, it has been calculated that breaking this restriction will require 500 tough act points. Zukyu said, damn it. So expensive? Alright, there must be a lot of good stuff in the main tomb chamber. Break it for me. The system announced a reminder, host, during the breaking process, some of the souls within the restriction are unusually powerful. Please be prepared for battle to avoid being beaten up by the enemy. Zukyu grew serious. Those must be the souls of the emperors of all dynasties. The system chimed in, breaking successful. A hand pushed the door open, followed by a horde of emperor souls. The original soul said worriedly, Senior, those are the former emperors. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Zukyu took out a zither and said, MPH, ordinary magical arts are useless against souls. But if I just use a soul minus weakening art, soul power art, Zukyu began to play the zither. The enchanting sounds mesmerized the emperor souls. Zukyu shouted, the 8th set of the National Student Broadcast Calisthenics is calling. Zukyu played the zither furiously, as if a motor was attached to his hand. Send Midas Senior, my body. I can't control it anymore, Zukyu shouted. 1, 2, 3, 4, breathe in, breathe out. First, raise your hands to the sky. 2. Stretch your arms out to your shoulders. Third, hands parallel in front of you. The emperor souls contorted and followed along. Zukyu said, System, set it to autoplay for me. Zukyu approached the souls and counted 1, 2, 3, 4. Raise your hands higher for me, no slacking. One soul turned toward Zukyu. Baring its teeth, Zukyu tapped it on the head. What are you yelling about? Get the moves right. Next section, jumping exercise. The souls could only grit their teeth and tremble. Zukyu asked, System, can you retrieve those souls? The system replied, the former emperor's souls have to high cultivation level and cannot be retrieved. It is recommended that the host exchange for the soul minus locking pagoda to subdue the souls within. Perhaps one day, these souls will be useful. Zukyu smiled. He then used 1000 tough act points to exchange for the soul minus locking pagoda. Stop dancing, all of you, get in here. In an instant, all those souls were sucked into the soul minus locking pagoda. Zukyu held the soul minus locking pagoda in his hand and smiled. Done. Let's quickly go to the main tomb chamber and see what's there. The original soul had recovered and was rubbing its head. My head hurts. Where did all the emperor's souls go, Senior? Wait for me. Inside, Zukyu coughed violently. So much dust. Zukyu then looked up and marveled. Wow, This main tomb chamber is huge, the soul exclaimed. Senior, look, behind that pillar, there are so many treasure chests. Over there too. Zuki was stunned. So many treasures. Sigh, system, damn it, retrieve them all for me. Gold, silver, jewels, and the coffins were all collected by the system. The dried corpses fell to the ground. Zuki walked over and examined them. Huh? Are these dried corpses from those emperor souls? No matter how powerful an emperor was in life, after death, he's just a dried corpse in a coffin. How pathetic. So decayed. I wonder how long they've been in this tomb. A very strange power is radiating from this corpse. Is it that old emperor's key? Old emperor, so this is your trump card, huh? MKH for me to encounter these corpses. Then you shall all turn to dust. Sukyu then used his spirit fire to burn the dried corpses. From within the corpses, streams of red gas flew out. The emperor's key is completely exposed. This time, you won't be able to condense into the integration stage anymore. The streams of red gas in the tomb chamber rushed out. A rumbling sound came from where the excavator was parked. Immediately after, a super-sized, giant pillar of red light shot straight into the sky. A male disciple outside exclaimed, Master, what is this? The old man replied. This is the emperor's key of the imperial family, passed down for 10,000 years. That brat has broken into the main burial chamber of the imperial mausoleum. In the imperial palace, a Unicrayon, panting heavily. Your Majesty, it's a disaster. Someone has broken into the imperial mausoleum's burial chambers, breaking the restrictions. A thick fog is spreading out from the mausoleum, and none of the shadow guards dare to approach. The Fire Emperor stood up in shock. What did you say? He tried to channel his power, but nothing happened. The one who broke into the imperial mausoleum. Could it be Zukyu? This time I'm done for. The Emperor's key is the foundation for the Fire Nation's leadership among the Fire Nations. I can't let the other nations find out about this. The princess was also utterly shocked, thinking, Zukyu has caused the Emperor's key in the imperial mausoleum. The restrictions there are layered upon layer. I thought he would die inside. At that moment, a guard ran in to reporting to your Majesty. News has arrived that the Empress of the Water Nation is about to arrive in the Imperial City, and she also wants to hold the final assessment for Celestial Fragrance Valley here. This made the Fire Emperor grit his teeth. It had to be at this crucial moment. Nevertheless, he still gave the order, go and receive the Empress first. The Imperial Mausoleum has numerous restrictions, although I don't know how he got in. Getting out won't be so easy. Meanwhile, Zukyu had reached the deepest part of the Imperial Mausoleum. Looking at the scorching lava flow, Zukyu wondered, this lava flow is filled with a dangerous aura. System. Is the dragon vein here? The system immediately replied. Through inspection, the dragon vein has been suppressed and nurtured by an ancient method beneath the lava flow. One must collect the bloodline in the grief of the dragon vein's master. Only then can it be released. Hearing this, Zukyu couldn't help but ponder. Binding the dragon vein to the imperial bloodline. Truly heaven-defying. System, if I jump directly into the lava, can I find it? The system immediately issued a warning. The lava flow contains a massive amount of fire-element spiritual energy. Approaching it will result in being turned to ash in an instant. If you forcefully extract the dragon vein, it will wither and die in an instant from the loss of spiritual energy nourishment. Zukyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. A massive amount of fire-element spiritual energy in the lava flow? Zukyu's astonished face suddenly bloomed with indescribable joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he stripped off his clothes, performed an artistic 720-degree somersault, and plunged straight into the sea of fire. A loud splash echoed. He resurfaced and comfortably leaned against a rock, so refreshing. With the Asura's purgatory physique in hand, this lava flow is a benefit delivered right to my door. The system immediately announced, detected a large amount of fire-element essence. Asura's purgatory physique initiating. 3%. Zukyu joyfully swam in the sea of fire, demonstrating various strokes from freestyle and breaststroke to doggy paddle. I love to bathe and get a rosy complexion. Lol ah. The system continuously updated. Absorption progress 75%. Absorption progress 97%. Congratulations to the host, the fire attribute of the Asura's purgatory physique has reached completion. You have obtained the ability to master flames. As the host has cultivated the fire-element martial art, Angry Buddha Fire Lotus, mastering flames will greatly and rapidly increase the power of the martial art. Zukyu laughed with delight. The power of flames is completely in the palm of my hand. Old Emperor, this time, your dragon flame won't be able to hurt me anymore. Bloodline and grief of the imperial family. You just wait for me. I will take your dog life. Scene changed to Madame's boudoir, where moans and whimpers could be heard, calling out none other than the name Young Master Li. The soldiers guarding outside were all blushing, whispering among themselves, Madame is moaning every night. Could she have contracted some strange illness? Whether it's a strange illness or not, I don't know. But who can stand this sound? Suddenly, a rustling sound startled the group into high alert. One of them shouted loudly, "Who's there?" From a secret tunnel, Zukyu clumsily climbed out. Huff! This tunnel is so dusty. Hey! This is Madame's courtyard. That's Tinky Old Man's jade. Why did it lead me here? Two guards, seeing a stranger, rushed forward and shouted, "Bold thief! How dare you trespass into Madame's private courtyard? Seize him!" Just then the call for young Master Li echoed from within the room again, surprising Zukyu. What's that sound? Is that Madame's voice? He tiptoed closer to the door, peeked through the crack, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Inside, Madame was writhing on the bed, moaning incessantly. Seeing this, Zukyu's nose started bleeding profusely. He quickly exclaimed, "Maminus Madame." Hearing the familiar voice, Madame turned in surprise. "Ah, this voice. Young Master Li, is it really you?" Zukyu subconsciously touched his face, only then remembering, right, my face. So he didn't hesitate to jump through the window into the room, smiling as he said, "Madame, it is indeed me." Madame joyfully rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Ah, young Master Li, I thought I would never see you again." Looking at the firm pair of grapefruits pressed against him, Zukyu's face turned red, and his breathing became rapid. "Am I not here now?" Madame looked up, gazing at him with loving eyes. "Young Master Li." Zukyu planted a deep kiss on Madame's lips. "No, call me husband." He swept her up and gently placed her on the bed, initiating a night of passionate lovemaking. The space was quickly filled with moans and heavy breathing. Zukyu, in the guise of Li Bai, I said all night long, until both of them cried out in unison with a sound of satisfaction. Madame lay sprawled out, panting heavily. "Young Master Li," Zukyu, also resting, asked in confusion. "Yes." Only then did Madame bloom into a satisfied smile. "I am truly very happy, thank you." A tear of happiness raced a path down her cheek, which Zukyu gently caught with his hand. He thought to himself, Madame has preserved her chastity for the Fire Nation, protecting her pure body for her entire life. The torment Madame has endured no longer exists. Madame's tears are the grief of the imperial family. System: can the bloodline of the imperial family be obtained by using the forest? The system replied coldly, no. It is recommended that the host kill the Fire Emperor to obtain the imperial bloodline. Zukyu smirked. "Is that so? That suits my intentions." He then turned to Madame. "Madam, you should rest early. The imperial city will be full of storms tomorrow." The next morning, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. General Wang has given the order all guards of the garrison must disguise themselves as small merchants. The reason is that the Water Empress is arriving in the imperial city, and everyone must blend into the crowd to ensure her safety. Perched on a rooftop, Zukyu couldn't help but wonder. The Water Empress? Why is the big boss from the neighboring country coming over at this time, disguising as merchants? This will be fun. Inside a small room, two soldiers were bickering as they changed. "This uniform stinks. Who found this?" The general gave the order, "Just wear it." Suddenly, a hand from behind knocked them both out. Someone from outside called in, "Hey, are you not done changing in there yet?" A figure stepped out from inside. Coming. The other guy scowled. "So slow. Hurry up and report to the city gate." The one who just came out scratched his head. Sorry. These clothes are a bit small, a little tight to wear." In truth, this person was the disguised Zukyu. At this moment, a commander was assigning tasks. You two are in charge of selling fruits. Arrange to sell jewelry. You three sell noodles. You three sell pork. Assignments are done. Everyone enter disguise mode. Immediately, the fake market became bustling. Buy fruits, sweet and fragrant fruits. Eat noodles, big and round noodles. A general nodded in approval. Not bad. Maintain this state. QQ looked around and cleared his throat and shouted, selling pork. Fattened big pork here. The general spun around and yelled, you madman. Why are you shouting so loud? Zuki quickly apologized, sorry. Just then, the sound of galloping horses echoed from afar. A knight leading the procession shouted, the supreme, most benevolent Black Tortoise Emperor of the Water Nation has arrived. The people make way quickly. The general pointed at Zuki and warned, the Water Empress is here. You behave yourself and don't cause any trouble. Zuki smiled and replied, as you command. But then he secretly peeked out. Looking at the majestic procession of horses and people, he was curious. I wonder what the Water Empress looks like. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky on a flying sword. Zuki's eyes widened in amazement. What? The woman from the Tower of Souls and Spirits. Turns out she's the Water Empress. The person who had just landed was none other than the sovereign of the Water Nation, Zhang Hongyan. The leading general of the army cupped his hands and shouted, we respectfully welcome the Water Empress. Long live the Water Empress. 10,000 years. 10,000 times 10,000 years. Zhang Hongyan looked around and thought, the imperial city of the Fire Nation. Huh, the young man from the Tower of Souls and Spirits. I gave him the celestial jade pendant back then. Why do I feel his presence here? The streets are filled with ordinary merchants, nothing special. Other than that, they are all guards of the imperial city. And there's also that noisy pork shop. Pork shop? At this moment, Zuki was still enthusiastically hawking his wares. Delicious pork, don't miss it when you pass by. He didn't forget to steal a glance at the beautiful woman. Zhang Hongyan smiled faintly, a plan already forming in her mind. Those peeking eyes, found you. The leading knight spoke up, Your Majesty, the Fire Emperor is waiting in the palace. Let us go inside. Zhang Hongyan smiled and dismounted from her horse. Wait. The imperial city of the Fire Nation is so magnificent. It would be a pity not to buy a few things to take back. Excuse me, how much are these earrings? The seller, who was actually a disguised soldier, stammered nervously. 2 copper coins. Zhang Hongyan smiled brightly. Is that, sir? Here is the money. The knight was bewildered. Your Majesty, why are you suddenly going shopping? Zhang Hongyan then walked to a fruit stall. Is business good today? Give me some of these fruits. After that, she walked over to Zuki's pork stall. Oh, this piece of pork looks so fresh. How many pounds have you sold today? Zuki stared blankly, thinking, what is this woman doing? Seeing him still stammering, Zhang Hongyan asked again, I am asking you, how is your business today? Looking into Zhang Hongyan's deep eyes, Zuki thought, this woman. Why do I have a vague feeling that she already knows I'm in disguise? Suzuki, in the role of a dashing pork butcher, scratched his head and said with a laugh, my pork is of course top-minus quality pork, but I haven't sold a single pound today. Zhang Hongyan was surprised. Oh, why is that? Zuki replied with a grin, Your Majesty has graced our imperial city with your presence. Ordinary citizens are forbidden to walk around and are not allowed to go out. Therefore, no matter how good the pork is, no one comes to buy it. Hearing these words, Zuki's gaze turned serious. Zhang Hongyan understood immediately. She looked around and pondered. The citizens are under lockdown. Why are there still street vendors setting up stalls here? Who are they selling their goods to? These merchants are the Fire Emperor's insiders. This stinky brat is reminding me to be careful. Is that it? Zhang Hongyan also smiled. Then what are you doing here? Zuki smiled brightly. What does your Majesty mean by that? I'm here selling pork. Zhang Hongyan shook her head and pointed directly at him. No, what I want to ask is, what are you doing here? Zuki was stunned for a moment, then thought, this woman really knows I'm in disguise. She knew who I was from the start. Zuki then said, I've disguised myself to this extent, and you can still recognize me? Zhang Hongyan revealed a charming smile. Your eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. You can't hide them. Zuki also laughed loudly. I knew it. An outstanding man like me, no matter where I hide, He's like a firefly in the dark night, shining like the stars so dazzlingly bright. No matter where I hide, I will eventually be recognized by you, right, little miss? Hearing this, Zhang Hongyan burst into laughter. Haha, you are truly something else. The knight standing beside him was completely baffled. What's going on? Why is the empress laughing and talking with a pork butcher? A loud announcement echoed from the imperial palace. His Majesty, the Fire Emperor, has arrived. Seeing the Fire Emperor personally flying out, Zhang Hongyan was also surprised. Huh? Why has the Fire Emperor appeared in person? Zukyu, however, gritted his teeth and let out a cold NPH. He came at just the right time, saves me the trouble of finding him. Zhang Hongyan sensed the killing intent from Zukyu. She thought, killing intent? This guy wants to make a move on the Fire Emperor. With that thought, Zhang Hongyan spread her arms to block Zukyu's path. Although I don't know what conflict you have with the Fire Emperor, the military force here is formidable. You wait here for me. I will come back to find you. With that, she flew away on her sword. Zukyu was inwardly annoyed. This woman has ruined my plans again. Your arrival was perfect for luring the Fire Emperor out, giving me a chance to ambush him. Now I can only fight him head-on. Zhang Hongyan had already flown before the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor spoke up, Hongyan. Have you been well recently? Zhang Hongyan cupped her hands. Very well. How has the Fire Emperor been lately? The Fire Emperor sighed dejectedly. Hongyan already knows, why bother asking? The false rumors from a few days ago must have spread throughout the continent. It's my fault for being careless and letting that despicable villain take advantage. A pity I only managed to make him flee and couldn't capture him. Zhang Hongyan smiled. I can see that, Hongyan. She glanced around and thought, in the imperial city I can faintly sense a dangerous aura. It must be that the Fire Emperor has alerted the Guardian experts. The Fire Emperor extended his hand in invitation. Come, let's return to the palace and discuss further. Suddenly, the Fire Emperor sensed a grave danger. He immediately used his dragon flame to block a sword that was flying towards him. Under the scorching flame, the knife melted. Zhang Hongyan was stunned. Fire Emperor, this is... The Fire Emperor roared. Audacious traitor, how dare you sneak attack me? Who are you? From below, Zukyu smirked. Kitty, couldn't cut off your dog head, what a pity. With that, Zukyu ripped off his mask and roared, who am I? Don't waste your breath. Of course it's your grandfather Zukyu. Zhang Hongyan was equally surprised. Zukyu, isn't he that Huawukyu? This brat really knows how to joke. Huawukyu was also a fake identity. Even I was fooled. The Fire Emperor roared in fury, Imperial City soldiers capture this rebel for me. Countless soldiers immediately charged toward Zukyu. He quickly took a defensive stance. A massive explosion erupted, sending the soldiers flying. Zukyu released the soul of a former emperor and said, Old Emperor, how dare you be so disrespectful to your own father? As soon as the former emperor's soul appeared, it shouted, Stupid cow, you're the old bull. Stupid cow, eating it is awesome. Stupid cow, eating it is awesome. The soldiers were stunned. Former emperor? Is it really him? How is this possible? The Fire Emperor also exclaimed, Father minus Emperor. It's a void refining stage soul. Could it really be Father minus Emperor? He thought to himself, this brat broke into the Imperial Mausoleum. Could it be he entered the main tomb? The bodies of all the former emperors are buried in the main tomb. Could their souls also be in the hands of this brat? Along with some strange magical treasures? Is he using that toy to awaken my father? The Fire Emperor gritted his teeth and roared, You despicable brat, how dare you toy with the soul of the former emperor? Surrender your life. The Fire Emperor unleashed a blast of dragon flame. Zukyu just smiled. Old Emperor, you keep using the same move over and over again. I'm getting tired of watching it. With that, Zukyu clenched his fist and flames erupted. He stood his ground and got into a stance. Zukyu threw a straight punch forward. Get lost for me. Zukyu's fist collided directly with the dragon flame and dissipated it. The sky returned to silence. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. Just one punch could dispel His Majesty's dragon flame. What? He was clearly struggling with my dragon flame before. Zhang Hongyan analyzed herself. Although the Fire Emperor only used one move, Dragon Flame A represents the pinnacle of his cultivation, a skill that is simple yet profound. The pure release of flame power can reach a crushing realm. To be able to directly counter the Fire Emperor's Dragon Flame, there are not many in the 5 nations who can do that. To dissipate a dragon flame created from pure fire with a single punch, even I am not sure I could do it. This brat is clearly only at the nascent soul stage, yet he did it with such ease. How many more secrets is he hiding? At this moment, Zukyu spoke up. A protagonist falls off a cliff and enters a cave, obtaining a fortuitous encounter and a power boost. It's such a simple principle, yet you, old emperor, don't understand? I achieved enlightenment in the Imperial Mausoleum. Your flames can no longer harm me. Obediently come down and accept your death. I won't parade your corpse through the streets. The Fire Emperor gritted his teeth, his mind racing with calculations. This brat is too dangerous. I'll let Heaven's killers deal with him. He then said loudly from her emperor's ancestor, "What nonsense are you spouting? A wandering ghost from who knows where. Daring to impersonate my father." Zukyu took out the soul mine, suppressing pagoda, and grinned. "Still don't want to acknowledge your relative? Then I'll drag him out for you to take a good look." Just then a black shadow from Heaven's killers flew to Zukyu's side. Zhang Hongyan blurted out, "Ah, young." She quickly covered her mouth, thinking, "Oh no, I almost slipped up. Given my position, I can't warn him." The Heaven's killer's blade was right at Zukyu's neck, but he casually pinched it with 2 fingers. "Please, can't you see I'm trying to put on a show? Can you not interrupt me?" The Heaven's killer was terrified. "I can't pull it out. This guy is so strong." Zukyu pouted. "Heaven's killers, why is it you guys again? Are there no other assassins in this world?" The Heaven's killer replied, "When it comes to assassination, who can compare to Heaven's killers?" Zukyu punched him, knocking his jaw askew. "Oh, is that so? Then you can go to hell." The system chimed in. Killed a nascent soul stage cultivator, received 200,000 experience points. A few other Heaven's killers hiding nearby whispered, "This is a lone wolf. We are no match for him. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Let's retreat." Zhang Hongyan thought to herself, even elite assassins like Heaven's killers have retreated. This guy is truly unfathomably deep. The Fire Emperor's eyes widened. Even Heaven's killers are no match. If that's the case, then I can only... With that, the Fire Emperor flew away, not forgetting to shout as he left all soldiers and guards, "Hold him off for me. I am returning to the Imperial Palace to rest and regroup." Zhang Hongyan was surprised. The Fire Emperor. The soldiers were also stunned. This, General Wang. Even the Fire Emperor and Heaven's killers couldn't defeat him. If we charge, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Zukyu held out a chain binding the Fire Emperor and said gently, "Everyone, please calm down and be quiet for a moment. Look, this is the Fire Emperor's father. This time you believe I'm a good person, right?" General Wang replied, "Although it looks very much like the former emperor, no one knows if it's real. Why should we believe you?" Zukyu released 2 more souls. "Everyone look, this is the former emperor's father. This is the father's father. And also the father's 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 Fire Emperor. The entire Fire Emperor's family is in my hands. If you don't get out of the way now." General Wang exclaimed, "It really is the former emperor's." The system announced successful flex. Obtained 200 tough act points. Zukyu then flew off. Generals of the Imperial City might argue it is only that old emperor. After I deal with him, you can handle the imperial succession yourselves. A soldier asked, "General, are we really letting him go?" General Wang replied, "Follow his orders. This is no longer a world we can interfere in." Zukyu flew, shouting loudly, "Old Emperor, where are you running? I am Zukyu of the Heaven Exploding faction. Come over here and kowtow before your ancestors." "Old Emperor, don't run." The crowd below was buzzing. "Have you heard? Those souls were all brought out from the Imperial Mausoleum by Zhang Qiling of the Heaven Exploding faction. They are all the souls of former emperors. First there was the invincible poet Li Bai, then came the demonic ally strategic Zukyu. Moreover, during the trial at Celestial Fragrance Valley last time, there was also Hu Wukyu of the Heaven Exploding faction, who reached the 8th floor of the Tower of Souls and Spirits with only a core formation stage cultivation. Zhang Hongyan was also stunned, muttering, "Heaven, heaven exploding faction." She then smiled, having understood everything. "I get it. This guy really knows how to play." The entire heaven exploding faction basically doesn't exist. The heaven exploding faction that the people are talking about. If everyone else knew that Zukyu alone is the heaven exploding faction, it would probably cause a huge shock. In the Imperial Palace, the Fire Emperor paced back and forth, cursing non-stop. "Damn it. Damn it." The princess, seeing this, came out and asked, "Father minus Emperor, what happened?" The Fire Emperor replied, "That Dan Zukyu. No, the nation's fate is the nation's fate. He has destroyed the Emperor's key in the main tomb chamber. The nation's fate has been damaged. We must have the stronger protection of the fire god. A sacrifice is needed. As long as we offer Madamia's perfect body as a sacrifice to the fire god, we can instantly strengthen the Dragon Vein's power, protecting the Fire Nation's fate from declining. No matter what, we will not fail. Yang, send someone to bring Madame Ya to the Grand Emperor's mausoleum sacrificial altar. After I condense the Emperor's ki, Zuki will surely die." The princess hesitated, but, "Father minus Emperor." The Fire Emperor snapped, "Go now." The princess had no choice but to cup her hands. "I understand. I will do it now." The Fire Emperor laughed maniacally. "Good, good. That's my good daughter. As long as we sacrifice Mania, we will obtain the Emperor's key once more. Sacrifice now. Go sacrifice now." Outside, Zukyu had arrived before the palace. He shouted, "Old Emperor, get your ass out here for me. If you have the balls to find assassins, then have the balls to open the door." A few guards immediately rushed up. "Who dares to trespass into the Imperial Palace? Get down here for me." Zukyu looked down and sighed, "So annoying. Why are there so many guards? I don't want to kill you all. In that case, just obediently dance here. Come out my zither." The soldiers were stunned. What is he doing? Zukyu sat down and began to play the zither. The music starts, creating a chaotic and entrancing atmosphere. The guards became even more confused. Playing music? Zukyu's eyes turned serious. His hands danced across the strings and he sang loudly, "Where are your hands? Where are all your hands? See you in the next life. That's right, dance, dance. Dance, dance, tang, tang, tang." Seeing the souls dancing crazily, the soldiers were stunned. What's going on? The souls are the former emperors. My hands. Why won't they obey me? Zukyu continued to sing loudly, "You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart, letting me stay in this beautiful world of mortals. To stay is to stay. Hey, 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 hey," singing leisurely. "The dazzling ethnic style makes meal of the dust of the mortal world. To love the dust of the mortal world is to love the dust of the mortal world. Hey, hey." Zhang Hongyan had also arrived. She was puzzled. Zukyu flashed a smile and said, "System, manage the music for me." "Old Emperor, I'm here." Suddenly, Zukyu felt a powerful killing intent. Killing intent. Zhang Hongyan was also surprised. "This is." A figure leaning on a staff slowly walked over. Zhang Hongyan and Zukyu simultaneously glanced over. She thought to herself, "The Fire Emperor even invited this character here. It seems he intends to kill Zukyu. He once assassinated a 9th- level infant transformation stage expert overseas. No one has seen his sword, the leader of Heaven's killers, the God of Slaughter." The God of Slaughter moved like a phantom, landing on the roof. "So you are Zukyu." Zukyu smirked. "Yo, old man, you're pretty good at flexing, aren't you? I'll have to learn that way of walking later." The God of Slaughter laughed sinister lie. "I'm afraid there won't be a later." Zhang Hongyan flew over at this moment. "God of Slaughter, long time no see." Before she could finish, the God of Slaughter waved his hand to stop her. Aya, Water Empress, please do not speak. This old fellow cannot sell you this favor." Back then, this old fellow owed a favor to the former emperor of the Fire Nation. Therefore, this brat's life is mine for the taking. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyan was stunned. Eight cities? She thought to herself, isn't this a huge bargain? The zither had already fallen to the ground. Zukyu pointed at his own face, his expression one of disbelief. "What did you say? Only 8 cities for my life? That's too cheap." The soldiers lying on the ground were panting heavily. It finally stopped. If I danced any longer, I would have died of exhaustion. The god of slaughter burst out laughing. Rat, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? You don't know that the weight of 8 cities is much heavier than your life. Go to hell. A giant fist flew straight towards Zukyu. He just smiled. Zhang Hongyan was worried. God of slaughter. You, the god of slaughter said, Water Empress, this old man advises you not to interfere in this matter. We have known each other for a long time. I don't want to have to make a move on you. Zukyu took out his greatsword and smirked. Your level of flexing is quite impressive, old man. This line of dialogue is just a formality though. Zukyu swung his sword in a horizontal arc, and the spiritual energy fist vanished. He flashed a smile. A pity you ran into me. The old man was surprised. You brat. At this moment Zukyu had closed in on him. He brought his sword down with a roar. I see you have no professional ethics at all. The god of slaughter raised his staff to block, his hands trembling as he thought in terror so strong. Zukyu continued to swing his sword. What an assassin needs is a fatal blow. Yet you run right up to my face. Your level of professionalism could use some improvement. A powerful slash descended. The god of slaughter hastily jumped back. He teleported behind Zukyu, intending to stab him, but his sword was stopped by an invisible force. The god of slaughter was puzzled. Why can't my sword move? I was just a hair's breadth away from killing him. The sword vibrated violently, then flew straight up into the air. The god of slaughter shouted, My god of slaughter sword. Zukyu caught the sword. Warfare is based on deception. Your one sword of the god of slaughter officially belongs to me now. Zhang Hongyan thought to herself, what did this brat just do? The god of slaughter's sword. He has completely stolen control of it. That move just now. I clearly felt the power of a formation. The god of slaughter roared in fury, you damn brat. Give me back my sword. Zukyu looked at the sword and muttered, one sword of the god of slaughter. One sword to seize the soul. One sword to claim a life. Unstoppable. This move is very powerful, but your mastery of it is still lacking. System, dismantle all the treasures obtained from the Imperial Mausoleum, dismantle them into refining essence, and use it to strengthen this one sword of the god of slaughter to perfection for me. The god of slaughter had already charged forward, launching a palm strike. Hand over your life. Zukyu used a phantom-like movement technique, creating countless after images that surrounded the god of slaughter. The old man looked around and roared, damn it. Don't you dare copy my moves. The one sword of the god of slaughter is not something you can execute. Come out. Don't hide like that. Zukyu had already gripped the sword tightly. Seizing an opening in the god of slaughter's defense, he pierced straight through the old man's neck with a single thrust. Withdrawing the sword, Zukyu said nonchalantly, see, this is the true god of slaughter's sword. The god of slaughter collapsed to the ground, officially punched his ticket to the great beyond. Zukyu continued, the true one sword of the god of slaughter. One sword to seize the soul, what is damaged is the soul. One sword to claim a life, what is needed is a life. A technique you created yourself, yet you don't understand its essence. Truly a failure. Zhang Yan thought in astonishment. This guy comprehended that world-class technique in an instant. Even the god of slaughter was defeated by one of his moves. The soldiers hiding nearby exclaimed, that was a 9th level infant transformation stage expert, killed in one blow by Zukyu. The system's notifications rang out non-stop. Successful flex. Obtained 320 tough act points. Kill the high -level infant transformation stage expert. Reward 2,000,000 experience points. Level up, current realm nascent soul stage, level 9. Zukyu flashed a sleazy smile. Hehe, just an average day. Inside the palace, a soldier ran in, panicked. Your Majesty. It's not good. The god of slaughter from heaven's killers who came to help has been killed by Zukyu. According to the soldiers, the technique Zukyu used was the god of slaughter's ultimate move, the one sword of the god of slaughter. The Fire Emperor slammed his fist on the table. What? Even the god of slaughter was defeated by him? This Zukyu. What kind of medicine did he take? His strength has increased so terrifyingly. The soldier below continued to report, Your Majesty. The morale of the garrison has plummeted. They no longer have the strength to fight. Heaven's killers have all retreated. The god of slaughter is also dead. We have no more reinforcements. The Fire Emperor gritted his teeth. No need for reinforcements. Prepare the transportation gate and head to the sacrificial altar. Outside, Zhang Hongyan walked up to Zukyu. I never thought you could kill the god of slaughter of heaven's killers. But even if you enter the imperial palace now, you might not be able to catch the Fire Emperor. Hearing this, Zukyu asked, What do you mean? Zhang Hongyan replied, The imperial palace. The harem has a very powerful force. It's probably the Fire Emperor activating the transportation gate. The harem has a protective restriction. Zukyu asked, A sacrifice? What is he sacrificing? Zhang Hongyan replied. The tradition of the Fire Nation is to have a virgin preserve her chastity for the fire god, thereby gaining his protection. Directly sacrificing a virgin to the fire god will grant immense power in that instant. Zukyu muttered, A virgin. Inside, the group had already begun the ceremony. A eunuch cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the transportation gate will be open in a moment. The Fire Emperor ordered, Hurry up. If we miss the time for the sacrifice, all your heads will roll. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The eunuch fell to the ground in panic. What's happening? A giant excavator bucket appeared, along with Zukyu's voice. Old Emperor, where do you think you're running? A grown man, sneaking around like that, what kind of skill is that? Come out here and fight me 1-on-1. Zukyu grinned and drove the excavator inside. The Fire Emperor was startled. What is that monster? Hong Yan. What is the meaning of this? You're colluding with him. Do you intend to take my life? To declare war on the Fire Nation? Zhang Hongyan replied, Fire Emperor, you misunderstand. Hong Yan will not interfere in the grievances between you two. The Fire Emperor gritted his teeth. Then that's good. Zhang Hongyan continued, however. Zukyu once participated in the Celestial Fragrance Valley Triland, obtained an elite disciple's entry token. He can be considered a disciple of my Celestial Fragrance Valley. As fellow disciples from the same sect, I must protect him from harm. Don't you agree? The Fire Emperor was furious. What did you say? Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, good. Zhang Hongyan, even you treat me like this. You all just wait. This is the imperial family's forbidden ground. You can't just barge in here. Ha ha. After I complete the sacrifice, I will come back and kill you all. Zukyu used the excavator to smash into the wall. Breaking all these walls should be enough to break the restriction. But with just this one excavator, the destructive efficiency isn't high. Huh? At this moment, several figures of cultivators appeared on the rooftop. Zukyu was surprised. Since when did so many people appear on the rooftop? Zhang Hongyan replied, You chasing the Fire Emperor and causing trouble in the Imperial Palace has already created a huge commotion. These cultivators are all here for the show. Zukyu thought, for the show. These cultivators probably have no feelings for the Fire Nation. It doesn't matter to them if the Fire Emperor is killed. In that case, come out, my excavators. A whole army of excavators appeared on the ground. Zukyu stood on an excavator and said, Brothers on the rooftop, just sitting there is no fun. There are exactly 10 excavators here. Want to give it a try? The great Jiang Qiling of the Heaven Exploding faction once used this excavator to smash the Imperial Mausoleum and took half of it. No true essence energy required. Come on over and try it. The guys on the rooftop considered it. I've heard of that excavator before. The Imperial Mausoleum was destroyed because of this thing. It's incredibly powerful, and does it require true essence energy? Is it really as powerful as the rumors say? Why don't we go try it? The Fire Emperor roared, No. Whoever sits in that excavator will have their entire 9 generations executed. Zukyu said, Why is this old emperor so violent? Everyone, don't be afraid. Hurry over. At this point, Zukyu's face turned sinister and extremely vicious. If you don't come over, I'll drag out 18 generations of your ancestors to dance. The crowd swallowed nervously, thinking, so embarrassing. We have to offend one side. But in comparison, Zukyu is still scarier. So the crowd started shouting, Whatever. As long as we get to use this excavator for a thrill, it's worth it. Brothers, let's go. The team of excavators then went to work. The eunuch was frantic. Your Majesty, the restriction is showing cracks. The Fire Emperor gritted his teeth. Buy time and activate the transportation formation. The restriction won't break immediately. Everyone, hurry up for me. Zukyu turned to John Hong Yan and pointed. Little miss, press that button, activate that lever, and push it forward. Yes, a Zhang Hu man, seeing this, was shocked. That guy is so bold, he dares to order the Empress around. She must be a superman, this level infant transformation stage expert who can destroy heaven and earth with a flick of her finger. Zhang Hong Yan stepped on the gas, and the excavator shot forward like a bat out of hell towards the wall. The bucket extended and the wall was smashed down. Zhang Hong Yan smiled brightly. This thing has a lot of power. Since we can't use magical arts for now, this restriction is indeed useful. Zukyu clenched his fist. That's right, put more force into it, knock down that wall. Zhang Hong Yan operated it swiftly, digging non-stop. She laughed with joy. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Zukyu also climbed onto the roof of the cabin. He shouted, everyone put more effort into it. We absolutely cannot let that old emperor escape. After this excavation job is done, I will issue certificates to all of you. It will be easy to find jobs in the future. Watching the excavators digging at the wall, Zukyu thought, at this rate, we won't be able to dig through this restriction in a short time. System, is there any way to stop the transportation formation? The system chimed in, the host can purchase the void lot to imprison this area. The transportation formation will lose its effect. Price 10,000 tough act points. Considering the host does not have 10,000 tough act points, this option cannot be purchased. Zukyu gave it the middle finger. Is there a difference between what you just said and saying nothing? Can you be a little more reliable? The system replied, if the host wishes to kill the Fire Emperor, there is no need to stop the transportation formation. After the Fire Emperor teleports away, the host can use spirit stones to activate the formation and pursue him. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Truly, even a genius has his moments of carelessness. It's my fault for being too smart. The system was speechless. At that moment, a bolt of lightning unexpectedly struck the operating formation, signaling the start of a spectacular escape, and reported with an urgent expression, reporting to your majesty. The transportation formation is activated. We can move now. Hearing this, the Fire Emperor smiled triumphantly and announced loudly, well done. All my ministers, follow me to the Imperial Mausoleum to perform the celestial sacrifice and summon the god. But before the gate to freedom could open, a wall collapsed. Zukyu, with an overwhelming aura, charged in, roaring, Old Emperor, don't even think about running. The panicked tyrant pointed at the eunuch and gave a cruel order, after I leave, you will destroy the formation. Your entire clan will be executed. The eunuch trembled with fear, stammering his obedience. Yes. Yes, your majesty. Without a moment's hesitation, the Fire Emperor stepped into the formation and vanished in a dazzling light. Zhang Hongyan sighed with regret. Sigh, we were a step too late. The Fire Emperor got away. Meanwhile, the eunuch was still fumbling, trying to figure out how to destroy the formation as ordered. Destroy the formation. How am I supposed to do that? Suddenly, a figure silently appeared behind him, scaring the old man so much he almost wet his pants. Zukyu gently tapped him on the shoulder, his tone full of mockery. Little old man, what are you doing? The Fire Emperor has run away. Do you still want to serve him? Don't you want your life anymore? The eunuch jumped hastily, stood up, cupped his hands, and tried to bluff his way out. That, Your Excellency, please use it. I have other matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. With that, the old man took off running as if a ghost was chasing him, catching the attention of the people on the excavators. Look, there's a eunuch escaping over there. After him, don't let him get away. Witnessing the scene of a fleet of excavators majestically chasing a eunuch, Zukyu couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of life. A Foundation establishment stage cultivator driving an excavator to chase a fleeing nascent soul stage expert. Zhang Hongyan approached at this moment, her face full of worry. What do we do now? Zukyu calmly replied. He let the Fire Emperor get away. He's probably already at the sacrificial site. We just need to follow. The young man then took out spirit stones to activate the formation. Meanwhile, at the sacrificial site, the Fire Emperor angrily slammed his hand on a rock, roaring in fury. Damn it, where is Yan Yang? Why hasn't she brought Madame Ye yet? The time is almost here. A general trembled and cupped his hands. Reporting to your majesty, the princess left a long time ago, but for some reason, she has not yet arrived. The Fire Emperor gritted his teeth, his killing intent overflowing. Useless. Not a single one of them is reliable. If the eunuch doesn't destroy the transportation gate, won't Zuki be able to follow? Just then, a clear voice called out, Father minus Emperor. It turned out the princess had arrived. The Fire Emperor quickly turned around. Yan Yang, you're finally here. Why did only the two of you return? Where is Madame Yi? The princess hastily explained, Father minus Emperor, please let me explain. But before she could finish, a torrent of water from nowhere swept her away. The princess realized in terror a water prison. This is Zukyu's familiar. Taunting voice echoed from the sky, Old Emperor, you don't need to waste your energy. The moment you chose to sacrifice Madame Yi, you had already lost. Do you know why Yan Yang didn't bring Madame Yi? Let me tell you. Sacrificing a virgin to gain immense power? A pity, Madame Yi is no longer a virgin. This thunderous news left the Fire Emperor stunned. You, what did you say? Zukyu casually let out a breath and continued to twist the knife. I heard that Madame Yi greatly admires Li Bai of the Heaven Exploding faction. The two have already consummated their union. Your sacrificial plot has failed. Your daughter is also in my hands. If you don't surrender now, the princess, trapped in the water prison, also confirmed in pain. Father minus Emperor. He's not wrong, Madame Yi's chastity mark has vanished. His plan in ruins. The Fire Emperor would madden looked up to the sky, roaring, useless trash. Can't even do something so simple. Summon the fire god statue. He intended to use his own daughter as a substitute sacrifice, causing the princess to look over in fear. Zukyu just held up his middle finger in contempt, not even saving his own daughter. Old Emperor, you truly have no humanity, Zhang Hongyan asked with a puzzled expression. Brat, Madame Yi is the one who preserves her chastity for the fire god, right? Why is she no longer chaste now? This question startled Zukyu. He laughed awkwardly and nervously. I heard it was a brother from my Heaven Exploding faction named Li Bai who managed to seduce Madame Yi. After a few encounters, things just happened naturally. That brat Li Bai, he's got skills. Seeing Zukyu's cold sweat, Zhang Hongyan just let out a meaningful "oh, so that's how it is." Zukyu decided not to argue anymore. The young man gathered lightning in his palm. If you want to believe, you have to believe in yourself. Fire God, try this on for size. A dark cloud full of lightning gathered over the statue. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck down, shearing off one of the fire god statue's arms, shocking even the Fire Emperor. The stone arm fell to the ground, panicking the crowd. Oh heavens, he broke the fire god statue. Will we be in danger watching here? The Fire Emperor roared in fury. Brat you. The system immediately chimed in Zukyu's head. Successful flex. Obtained 390 tough act points. Congratulations to the host for an incredibly clever flexin for offending the fire god. Special reward 500 tough act points. Zukyu, hearing this, wondered what are the consequences of offending the fire god. The system replied, the difficulty of future tribulations will be increased. Zukyu didn't seem to care and continued to gather more lightning in his hand. TSK, that's all. If I'm going to do it, I'll do it all the way. Fire god, let this old man give you a little makeover. Another bolt of lightning struck down. The statue's remaining arm also broke off and fell to the ground. Seeing the fire god statue with both arms gone, the crowd was terrified. The fire god's arms are broken. To onlookers who were enjoying the show, also tucked tail and ran. Zhang Hongyan still didn't understand. Brat, why did you break her arms? Zukyu smiled mysteriously. You wouldn't understand this. A statue is only precious if its arms are missing. If it's complete, it's not interesting at all. Now that both arms are gone, this is the beauty of imperfection. Zhang Hongyan thought to herself, the beauty of imperfection. She took a closer look, and indeed, the statue did have a strange beauty after losing its arms. Meanwhile, the Fire Emperor was trembling with rage. He pointed at Zukyu and roared, Heaven Exploding faction, you stole from the Imperial Mausoleum. You destroyed my Emperor's key. You defiled Madame Yi's chastity mark. You destroyed the protection of the Fire Nation's fire god. And now you've even broken both arms of the fire god statue. Heaven exploding faction. You forced me to do this. In this life and the next I will definitely annihilate your heaven exploding faction. Jukyu just casually picked his ear. Ooh, so scary. The Fire Emperor had lost all patience. He stepped forward and spread his arms. Without Madame Ya, you think I can't perform the sacrifice? The soldiers standing nearby began to grow suspicious. Your Majesty, my hand. The bodies of the soldiers suddenly began to melt like ice cream under the summer sun. Screams of terror echoed continuously. Your Majesty, stop. The eyes of the fire god statue suddenly glowed crimson. The Fire Emperor exhaled a puff of black smoke. He could feel the power surging within him. This is power. The power is rushing in. But it's still not enough. I need more. He laughed maniacally and shot into the sky, leaving a bewildered Zuki behind. What's going on? What's happening? Zhang Hongyan quickly turned to explain. The Fire Emperor. He is sacrificing the guards beside him. Zukyu realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. He wants to sacrifice the entire population of the Fire Nation to the Fire God. We have to chase after him. There's another way. This old emperor has turned to hacking. After him, in the middle of the air, the Fire Emperor stood, his arms spread wide. The people below, seeing this, all knelt down in unison, their eyes filled with faith. Great Fire God, we offer up our lives. Specks of golden light rose from the people and entered the Fire Emperor's body. Seeing this horrifying scene, Zuki roared, "Hey, what are you all doing? The Fire Emperor wants to sacrifice you." But the crowd had been brainwashed. They just muttered unconsciously, "Sacrifice, sacrifice for the Fire Emperor." Zhang Hongyan said worriedly, "If this continues, the entire population of the Imperial City will be sacrificed. The Fire Emperor will gain unparalleled power." Zukyu didn't hesitate and took out a God minus might cannon. "You despicable old emperor, eat this God minus might energy cannon of mine." A destructive beam of light shot straight at the Fire Emperor. But strangely, the Fire Emperor was completely unharmed. He even sneered contemptuously, which surprised Zukyu. Zhang Hongyan looked up and quickly explained, "The guards who were sacrificed at the Imperial Mausoleum have given the Fire Emperor incredibly strong defense. The people are sacrificing themselves willingly because of the power of faith they have for the Fire Emperor." Zukyu didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Zhang Hongyan patiently continued. "The Fire Emperor, as the sovereign of a nation, is revered by the people. This power is the power of faith. He is using this power to brainwash the people, making them sacrifice themselves willingly. As the ruler of a nation, I cannot stop it. If the sacrifice is completed, the Fire Emperor will gain the aid of an immensely powerful divine force. But after the divine force disappears, he will also die from his body exploding. Therefore, you should go into hiding with me for a while." Zukyu resolutely pointed down below. "Hide? How can I hide? Look at those controlled people. They are about to be sacrificed by the Fire Emperor. If we don't go and save them, who else can?" Zhang Hongyan's eyes were filled with sadness. "But we have no way to stop the power of faith. From ancient times, the common people have always been enslaved by the imperial family. This kind of power has been deeply ingrained in their souls." Hearing the word souls being enslaved, Zukyu suddenly had an idea. He thought to himself, "This explanation, for someone like me who excelled in history since childhood, is too easy to understand. Isn't this just feudalistic thinking? The common people are enslaved by the feudal system." The young man smiled confidently. "I have a way, little miss. You just stay here quietly and watch me flex. Watch how this king of flexing saves the Fire Nation and brings a bright new sky to the common people." Zhang Hongyan was skeptical. "This brat, does he really have a way?" Zukyu took out his zither. "System, prepare that song for me." The system chimed in. "That song requires a 5-star musician to perform. To save the common people, what's a mere 10,000 tough act points? Upgrade." The system began to calculate. The host's heroic words are deeply moving. However, the host's tough act points are insufficient. 5,810 points. Not enough to upgrade. Zukyu's face fell. "Big bro, I've already set the stage this far and you're not letting me upgrade? This is so awkward. Can you be a little flexible? Think of a way for me to go into debt." The system was silent for a moment, then announced, "In light of the host's efforts to save the myriad people of the Fire Nation, the system has decided to grant the host a loan of 5,000 tough act points. Zuki was ecstatic, filled with gratitude. System, you do have a human side after all. Quick upgrade. The young man shot straight into the sky. The system chimed in again. Consume 10,000 tough act points. Successfully upgraded to 5-star musician. Zuki spread his arms wide and shouted, begin the performance. All eyes were on him. The heroic notes began to play. Zuki gritted his teeth, then began to sing with all his might. Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves. Let our flesh and blood build our new great wall. The melody and lyrics were like a lightning bolt striking the minds of the dazed people, gradually awakening them. The slaves have broken free from my control. No, the power was almost in my grasp. And now it's slipping away. No, shut up for me, no singing. The people were still dazed. What happened? It was that song that woke us up. I don't know why, but my whole body is filled with strength. Gradually, they realized the truth. The flames of hatred ignited. They all shouted in unison that old emperor wanted us to sell our lives for his power. Kill the Fire Emperor. Liberate the Fire Nation. That's right. Kill the Fire Emperor. Liberate the Fire Emperor. Hearing the thunderous shouts of the people, the Fire Emperor gritted his teeth. Damn it. Their sense of liberation is awakening. I can no longer control them to sacrifice to the Fire God. Zuki smiled triumphantly. This is the supreme song representing liberation. It is inviolable. It embodies a great national spirit representing resilience and the inability to be subdued. Your cheap brainwashing tricks are no match. Shut your mouth for me. Zhang Hongyin shouted. Stop. Don't even think about harming a disciple of my celestial fragrance valley. From her a massive torrent of water appeared, blocking the Fire Emperor's dragon flame. It coiled around the flame, tightening its grip. After a struggle, a massive explosion erupted. Zuki had to marvel, damn. This woman has a lot of water. Even the Fire Emperor's flame, aided by divine power, couldn't withstand it. Little miss, I'll help you. Zhang Hongyan quickly stopped him. No. You continue to play. There are still many citizens in the Imperial City who haven't awakened. Zuki hesitated, but the old emperor has divine power helping him. Zhang Hongyan just smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'm no ordinary woman. With that, she also flew up. The Fire Emperor gathered his power and roared, you bitch. Aren't you afraid of starting a war between our two nations? Zhang Hongyan slashed at the Fire Emperor. What you've done is a disgrace to the sovereign of a nation. I can no longer sit by and do nothing. The Fire Emperor was knocked back. Zuki watched and thought to himself, to be able to contend with the old emperor who has divine aid, this little miss is quite something. System, set the music to autoplay and make it cover the entire city. The system immediately announced, management successful. Zuki began to sing loudly again, the old world is shattered to pieces, the slaves arise, arise. Do not say that we have nothing, we shall be the masters of the world. The people below, hearing this, rubbed their heads and cried out, Mom. What happened? This song, my head is a bit dizzy. What happened? Above, the Fire Emperor was still struggling to fend off Zhang Hongyan's attacks. A sharp shard of ice slashed across his arm. Fire Emperor, the people are awakening. The power of faith cannot save you. Surrender? Accepting defeat might just save your life. The Fire Emperor laughed coldly and maniacally. What a joke. I, the esteemed sovereign of the Fire Nation, how could I possibly fail? A super Midas-sized giant flame attacked towards Zhang Hongyan. Zuki rushed forward, cleaving the flame in two. He smirked, Old Emperor, in the beginning, you are the one who said the big fish eats the small fish. You are the one who made a move on me first. You should have thought of this day. This opportunity, I have waited a full year for it, what I have lost. I will definitely take back, every last bit, the Fire Emperor lamented. I never thought my lifelong fame would end here. Brat, you should not have appeared before me. Zuki replied coolly, is that so? If you have to blame someone, blame the fact that no one taught you that killing someone comes with a price. The Fire Emperor shook his head repeatedly. No, what I mean is. At this point, he suddenly transformed into a flaming monster, letting out a world-mighty shaking roar. You should not have come before me now, little vermin, go to hell with me. Zhang Hongyan quickly spat out a stream of water. shouting, "Brat, be careful." The water immediately enveloped the Fire Emperor, but he easily broke through it, laughing loudly. "This is the flame that burns the soul. No one can extinguish it." Zukyu took out his god of slaughter sword and said nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so?" The Fire Emperor crazily charged forward, grabbing Zukyu and roaring, "Got you! Die!" But a sharp sword had already pierced through his forehead. Zukyu, with his Phantom Minus-like footwork, had moved behind the Fire Emperor, his tone full of mockery. "Killed you. When the soul dissipates, isn't the fire also extinguished? Sending you on your way with the one sword of the god of slaughter is giving you more than enough face." The young man pulled out his sword. A drop of imperial blood flew from the blade. The system immediately announced, "Obtained imperial bloodline." The Fire Emperor fell powerless from the sky. His body crashed to the ground, creating a large fire. The princess could only sob and roar, "Father." The populace was stunned. The Fire Emperor is really dead. It was Zukyu who did it. I heard the Fire Emperor once stole all of his cultivation. No wonder he wanted to kill the Fire Emperor. That Fire Emperor was truly scum. Killed an infant transformation stage expert. Obtained 2 million experience points. Level up. Current realm nascent soul stage, level 9. Successful flex. Obtained a large amount of tough act points, 8,654 points. Zukyu landed next to Zhang Hongyan. She turned and asked, "Brat, if this continues, the imperial palace will be burned to the ground." Zukyu silently watched the flames for a moment, then calmly replied, "Just let it be. As long as it doesn't affect the common people. It's fine." At this moment the princess, trembling with rage, screamed, "Zukyu, when heaven creates a calamity, one can still live. When one creates a calamity for oneself, one cannot live. Zukyu, you have won this battle. If it weren't for me, there would be no prince consort selection. My G family no longer owes you anything." At this point, the princess leapt into the sea of fire. Zizhuan cried out in alarm, "Princess!" But GW Anking had already been engulfed by the ferocious flame. Zukyu just closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Everything related to that other Zukyu has come to an end. From now on it will be the story of me, Zukyu." Zhang Hongyan turned and asked, "Brat, you've taken your revenge. What do you plan to do next? Do you want to return to Celestial Fragrance Valley with me?" Zukyu replied with a heroic air, "A man's ambition lies in the four corners of the world. This time was just me lending a hand to the small fire nation. The world outside is still waiting for me to save it." Zhang Hongyan continued to invite him, "With your aptitude, if you return to Celestial Fragrance Valley with me, you will surely break through to the infant transformation stage within a few years." Zukyu smiled and refused, then put on a shameless face and said, "A man like me will not stay in one place for long, no matter where I am. Celestial Fragrance Valley is not for me." He thought to himself, "Next, I have to go and dig up the dragon vein of the Fire Nation. Plus, you are the Empress of the Water Nation. One day I will have to go and dig up the Water Nation's dragon vein. At that time there will be a conflict between us." Zukyu cupped his hands and smiled. "However, everyone who cultivates out here must speak of fate. This farewell is for now, but we will meet again one day." Zhang Hongyan also smiled. "Fate? You're not wrong. We will meet again if we are fated. I hope that when we meet again, you will have changed your mind and will join Celestial Fragrance Valley." Zukyu then flew away. "Well, we'll talk about it then. Farewell, my little miss." Zhang Hongyan also watched him go and smiled. "Brat, we will meet again if we are fated, in another place." Madame Ya was sitting by the window in a daze. "We are both fallen people at the ends of the earth. Why should we have known each other before we met, young Master Li? Where are you now?" Suddenly, a piece of paper flew onto the table. Madame Ya walked over. "Young Master Li, is that you?" "This is, though we are separated by the sea, we are as close as neighbors. It's young Master Li." Outside, a loud voice also shouted, "By order of the Heaven Exploding faction, whoever dares to disrespect Madame Ya, the 108 heroes of the Heaven Exploding faction will not spare them. I guarantee your fate will be worse than the Fire Emperor's." Madame Ya thought to herself, "This is young Master Li protecting me. I will preserve my body like jade for my entire life and wait for you to return." At this moment Zukyu had already arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum. "System, the bloodline and the tears are all here. Bring out the dragon vein. A golden dragon statue emerged. The system also announced detected primordial fire spirit grass. Do you want to spend 500 tough act points to pick it? Zuki sighed to himself, hey, I just went into debt, and now you're forcing me to spend again? There's no other way. Quick, pick it for me. The system announced picking successful. The ground began to shake. The dragon statue crumbled to pieces. Zuki was surprised. Why did the lava pool suddenly dry up? The system said detected ancient runes at the bottom. Do you want to proceed with restoration? Zuki was puzzled. Ancient runes? What are they for? The system replied this is an ancient transportation formation rune. Its function is similar to a normal transportation formation, but it doesn't require spirit stones or an altar. It can be activated at any time and travel through the void. Zuki's jaw dropped as he thought, a transportation formation that can quickly travel between nations. I'll be able to get the remaining dragon veins quickly. Zuki became impatient. Don't say any more, quick, restore it for me. The system chimed in, consumed 1,000 tough act points. Restoration successful. Zuki clenched his fist. The business in the Fire Nation is done. It's time to head to the next nation. The system also chimed in, activating transportation formation. Zuki gritted his teeth. The tearing force is too strong. I'm about to be ripped apart. A bright light appeared. The system announced arrived at the destination. Before Zuki could get his bearings, a car sped towards him, accompanied by a terrified scream. Wha? Get out of the way. Zuki was startled. The woman in the car was even more panicked. Quick, get out of the way. The car slammed into Zuki. The woman got out, clutching her hair. Why did you suddenly run into the middle of the road? Ah, my treasure. The woman pointed at her smoking car and roared, you broke my treasure. It's all your fault for making me forget to stop the spirit treasure divine chariot's rune. Zuki looked at the car and scrutinized it. Isn't this a car from Earth? This piece of junk runs on runes? The girl shouted. What do you mean, piece of junk? This is a divine chariot from the spirit treasure pavilion. You're going to compensate me. Hearing the word compensate, Zuki was surprised. He then lay down on the ground and started wailing. Oh my God. My parents, he hit someone. A female driver hit someone. I'm dying. Is there no justice in this world? The girl yelled, You're slandering me. It was clearly you who ran into me. The surrounding people started gossiping. Look, there's an accident over there. Did that treasure chariot hit someone? If you don't know how to drive a treasure chariot, you should go slower. Exactly. The girl opened her mouth wide to argue nonsense. I am a disciple of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. More than half of the divine chariots in the Metal Nation are made by the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Zuki snickered. This broken car is called a treasure chariot. The girl said, You weirdo. You look down on my treasure chariot? Zuki smiled and said, I think this should be called a treasure donkey. Let me show you the high-sin divine chariot of the Heaven Exploding faction. The crowd outside was puzzled. Heaven Exploding faction, that name sounds familiar. The girl let out a MPH. As if someone like you would have a treasure chariot. Zuki shouted, Come out, Ferrari. The system chimed in, consumed 500 tough act points. Obtained the right to use a Ferrari for 1 day. A red convertible Ferrari appeared. Zuki got in and sat down, saying, It doesn't need spirit stones, just cheap oil. Plus, with nimble hands and feet, you can drive it. This is what you call a treasure chariot, understand? The crowd outside looked on with envy. So dazzling on the outside. Compared to this treasure chariot, the Spirit Treasure Pavilions is just a shabby gourd. The girl was also shocked. You said it doesn't need spirit stones. No one has ever been able to drive a divine chariot like this. The system chimed in, Congratulations to the host for a great flex in front of the public. Obtained 500 tough act points. Zuki said. Don't be a disbeliever, quick. Get in. This old diver will let you experience some real driving skills. The girl thought to herself, Master Minus Uncle told me to hurry to the Imperial Mausoleum to gather, but my treasure chariot was broken by him. Then I'll see what skills he really has. So she also got into the car. Who's afraid of who? I don't believe this broken car of yours can run faster than my treasure chariot. Zuki reminded her, Buckle up. The girl was puzzled. Seatbelt? Zuki said, Put that strap into the hole. The girl did as she was told and then turned to ask, so troublesome, "What now?" Zukyu smiled. Then, Zukyu released the brake and stepped on the gas. The car shot forward, like a bat of hell. The car sped along, and the girl started screaming. "Wait! Ah!" Current speed 145 km/h. Zukyu floored the gas pedal. The speed shot up to 185 km/h. The girl screamed non-stop. "I'm gonna die. Slow down. Turn, turn, slow down. Quick, slow down." Zukyu turned the steering wheel, hit the brakes, and then slammed the gas again, executing a Phantom Menace-like drift. Zukyu laughed with delight. This is what you call speed and excitement. As for the girl, she had already fainted from fear. Zukyu stopped the car by a tree and got out, asking, "Feeling better?" The girl, after taking a few deep breaths, said with excitement, "Much better. I apologize for looking down on your divine chariot before. This thing is truly amazing. May I ask for the esteemed name of this young hero?" Zukyu introduced himself. "I am Takumi Fujiwara of the Heaven Exploding faction, also known as the God of Mount Akina, with the nickname Old Driver." Young Hero Fujiwara, what a rare surname. Young Hero Fujiwara, I have something to say. But I'm not sure if I should. Zukyu smiled. "Go ahead, my friend." The girl said, "I was supposed to go to the Imperial Mausoleum to participate in the Sword Seed trial, but my divine chariot is broken now. So I was wondering if young Hero Fujiwara could give me a ride to the Imperial Mausoleum." Zukyu thought to himself, the Metal Nation's Imperial Mausoleum. I happen to need to go there. So he asked, "What is that Sword Seed trial?" The girl replied, "Young Hero Fujiwara doesn't know. The Sword Seed trial held once every 100 years in the Metal Nation. If a cultivator has a talent for sword intent, they can enter the Sword Seed, obtain a Sword Seed, and use it to temper their soul, making their soul power stronger." Zukyu was surprised. The Sword Seed is in the Imperial Mausoleum. He thought to himself, this Sword Seed trial will probably have other sects participating. What a great opportunity to earn tough act points. The girl said, "My mastermind uncle went through a lot of trouble to get me the last spot. If I'm not on time, I'll have to give it to someone else." Zukyu asked, "Little miss, how do I get to the Imperial Mausoleum?" The girl pointed in a direction. "Go that way, then this way, then that way, and you're there." Zukyu flashed a shameless smile. "So that's how it is. I remember now. Little miss, you should get out of the car. I have something to tell you." The girl got out and asked, "What is it?" But Zukyu climbed into the driver's seat, leaving the girl completely baffled as to what was happening. Zukyu stepped on the gas and drove off, waving his hand. "I suddenly remembered I have something urgent to do. I'll be leaving first." The girl shouted, "Hey you, what are you doing? Ah, you want to steal my spot in the Sword Seed trial? Come back here, you liar." At the Imperial Mausoleum of the Metal Nation, the steward's voice rang out. "All cultivators participating in the Sword Seed trial, gather quickly. The trial is about to begin. If you guys standing below turn to look behind them." "Hey, listen. What's that sound?" A car at breakneck speed was hurtling towards the crowd. An old man shouted, "Please slow down. There are many treasure chariots here. Don't crash and damage someone else's." Zukyu turned the wheel and executed a neat drift into a small empty spot. Zukyu then got out of the car wearing a pair of black sunglasses and asked, "Excuse me, is the Sword Seed trial here?" The crowd exclaimed, "Who is this guy? I've never seen him before." That treasure chariot. Is it a new model? It's so beautiful." "Wow, his control over the treasure chariot is so skilled." The system chimed in, "Successful flex. Obtained 300 tough act points." Zukyu took off his sunglasses. "You flatter me." That old man came out and said, "Who are you? State your name." Remembering the girl introducing herself as a disciple of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Zukyu cupped his hands. "I am Takumi Fujiwara of the Heaven Exploding faction, a friend of the little junior sister from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. She had something to attend to and couldn't make it, so she specifically asked me to participate in the trial in her place." The old man was surprised. "Spirit Treasure Pavilion?" Another old man standing nearby said, "Senior brother, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion does indeed have one person who hasn't shown up yet. The old man with the top knot nodded. All right then, let him in. Zhu Q smiled and said thank you. He thought to himself, infiltrating was too easy. The old man with the top knot stood before the cave entrance and said, inside the cave are the last 8 ancient swords. Obtaining an ancient sword will grant you the qualification to enter the sword sea. First challenger, C2 Shang. A guy stepped forward. He manifested a yellow aura that enveloped his body. A crackling sound echoed from within the cave. The crowd outside marveled. The ancient swords are starting to resonate. Zuki thought to himself, only by obtaining an ancient sword can I enter the sword seed. With my soul powers, summoning all several dozen swords wouldn't be a problem. The guy let out a roar. A sword flew out from the cave. The guy reached out and grabbed it. The steward's voice announced, the prodigy Sita Shang of the Sea to family has successfully gained the recognition of the sword spirit and obtained an ancient sword. The guys below were discussing, as expected of the one second only to the son of the sword god, the sword cultivator Yi Chang Fang. Obtaining an ancient sword is to be expected. Zuki thought, son of the sword god, Yi Chang Fang, then name. During the martial arts tournament for the prince consort, I think I kicked him away. The guy who had just gotten the ancient sword walked down, glanced at Zuki, let out a cold NTH, and walked away. Zuki thought, what are you acting all high and mighty for, you brat? Are you jealous of my Ferrari? Just wait, I'll show you. The steward's voice continued to ring out. Second challenger failed. Obtained an ancient sword. Zuki became anxious. Hey, if you take them all, you have to leave some for me. System, is there any way to break this restriction? The system replied, it only costs 1,000 tough act points. Zuki waved his hand. Forget it, too expensive. I'll have to do it myself. On the other side, the number of failures kept being announced. Finally, only one challenger remains. If he cannot obtain an ancient sword, there will still be 6 swords left. We will select 6 people from here to compete. A guy smiled and said, I knew there were many who wouldn't meet the standard. It's my turn to take the stage and show off. Zuki stood before the cave entrance and shouted, what kind of race is this? You bunch of small fry want to get on stage? Watch me take all the remaining ancient swords. Zuki stretched his hand forward, but nothing happened. The guys below were getting impatient. Are you going to make it or not? Hurry up and get down. That's right, don't waste any more time. Let me go up. Zuki looked at his hand in frustration, then put his hand into the cave entrance again. His face darkened as he said, what's going on? These damned ancient swords are not reacting to me at all. Please step down. The sword spirits have not approved of you. Standing there any longer will be useless. Zuki turned and said, wait, give me a few more minutes. He then whispered, system, bring that thing out for me. A super minus powerful magnet appeared. He held up the magnet and shouted, sword spirits, are you? Try my no, try my magnet. Instantly several ancient swords shot out. The guys below were shocked. What? The remaining 6 ancient swords were all taken by him. Zuki shouted, 6 ancient swords are not enough to satisfy me. The old man with the top knot was startled. All the swords below flew straight up to Zuki. The crowd shouted, ah, my ancient sword. Wait, come back, my magical artifact, my life minus bound flying sword. Looking at the pile of swords hovering in the air, Zuki smirked. Ha, welcome. The system chimed in. All magical artifacts had been collected into the storage space. The people below were on the verge of tears, screaming, ah, that's my life's work. I beg you, give it back to me. The other scholars were also in an uproar. He got the spirit's ord's approval, but on what grounds did he steal my sword? My magical artifact was an iron rod, and it was also taken. What are spirit swords? The guy with the bandaged head gritted his teeth in anger. One scholar said, young hero, Kakami, we obtained the ancient swords ourselves. Could you please return them to us? Zuki said, everyone. Please calm down. My soul power is too immense, suppressing all living beings, causing all the spirit's swords and magical artifacts to come to me. Everyone, line up. The guy with the bandaged head roared, nonsense. I was accepted by the sword spirit. Why did the ancient sword end up in your hands? You must have played some trick with ulterior motives. Zuki walked down and said, why are you making such a fuss? Didn't I say I'd return them to you later? Here, your iron rod. That guy took the needle and was stunned. Wait. Mine was an iron staff. Why are you giving me an iron needle? Zukyu smiled and said, this is indeed your magical artifact. If you don't believe me, try to control it. That guy tried to control the needle and was surprised. It's true, it seems easier to control now. Zukyu thought to himself. In reality, a large amount of refining essence was absorbed, leaving only a small needle. That storage item has a refining function. If a magical artifact is left inside for 49 days, it will be upgraded by 1 tier. If your magical artifacts happen to have entered my refining space, why don't I help you all refine them? The crowd looked at each other with suspicion. Zukyu smiled and said, it's free. Hearing this, the scholars smiled brightly. I misunderstood the young hero just now. I'm so ashamed. Young hero Takumi is truly generous. Thank you. Thank you. After 49 days, where can we find you? Right? Come find me there to get your artifacts back. The crowd shouted, all right. Zukyu whispered, system, dismantle all the retrieved magical artifacts for me. Dismantling successful. Obtain 2,000 points of refining essence. The guy with the bandaged head walked out and roared, stop. Zukyu was surprised and turned his head. The guy with the bandaged head continued, where do you think you're going? Give us back the ancient swords. The guy in the brown robe also said, young hero Takumi, the ancient swords are just for the qualification to enter the sword seed. There's no need to refine them. Could you please return them to us? Zukyu took out an ancient sword and handed it to the guy in the brown robe. Oh, I remember you were also accepted by the sword spirit. Here, I'll return it to you. The guy in the brown robe took the sword and said, thank you. Zukyu and the guy in the brown robe were about to leave. It's getting late. Let's head to the sword seed together. The guy with the bandaged head charged forward. Without another word, the guy with the bandaged head rushed in front, pointing his sword directly at Zukyu, and growled, don't be ungrateful. Hand over the ancient sword. Faced with the threat, Zukyu calmly pushed the sword away and replied coolly, the ancient sword chose me itself. Are you trying to steal it? His words were like adding fuel to the fire, making the guy with the bandaged head grit his teeth in anger. Putting on an act. I don't know what kind of trick you used to steal my ancient sword. Let me tell you, when you were showing off with that treasure chariot, I already had my eyes on you. Unfazed, Zukyu also drew his sword and said nonchalantly, is that so? If you want it so badly, then come and get it. With that, the guy with the bandaged head crazily attacked, each move vicious and aimed at Zukyu. The sudden scene surprised the surrounding crowd, who started buzzing. That sword is many years old, it's practically useless. Amidst the whispers, the two swords clashed, sparks flying and then recoiled. The guy with the bandaged head immediately thrust forward, roaring, die, but surprisingly, upon impact his sword broke in two. Seizing the opportunity, Zukyu raised his ancient sword high and delivered a world-shaking slash. The powerful attack scared the guy with the bandaged head so much his face turned as pale as a ghost. Fortunately, Zukyu stopped in time, not striking him down. The guy with the bandaged head was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he said, Nascent Soul Stage, Level 9. Who on earth are you? The crowd below was also stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, what? Nascent Soul Stage, Level 9. I couldn't tell his cultivation was so profound. Even the old man with the top knot couldn't help but be surprised to be able to defeat the prodigy of the sea to family with just an ancient sword. The system in Zukyu's head also chimed in with a notification, successful flex. Obtained 320 tough act points. Zukyu smirked and lectured. Brat, there's always a mountain higher than another mountain. Today, I'll spare your life. He then turned to the crowd, cupped his hands, and said, you all flatter me. I must go and explore the sword seed now. As for that Sita fellow, you can obediently wait here. At this moment, the guy with the bandaged head turned to an old man who also had a wide forehead and respectfully called out, Master minus uncle. The master minus uncle with the bandaged forehead spoke up, this young friend Takumi. C2 Shang was indeed too rash. If young friend returns the ancient sword, our C2 family will surely repay you well. Zukyu just glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, TSK, isn't it just an ancient sword? Is it that simple? The old man with the bandaged forehead was overjoyed. Oh? Young hero Takumi, does this mean you agree? Zukyu pointed to a cave on the corridor. See that cave on the corridor? There's a sword spirit inside. Go ask that sword spirit for an ancient sword. As long as it agrees, you can have as many as you want. Being mocked, the old man flew into a rage, gathering power in his palm and roaring, "How dare you mock me? I'll kill you." But just then Zukyu had vanished into the barrier. He smiled and called out, "You all can slowly go and get your ancient swords. But by the time you get them, there will be nothing left in the sword seed." The old man screamed in fury, "You shameless brat, if you have the guts, come out. You're dead for sure." Zukyu casually stuck his head out. "What's up? I'm out again." The old man launched a palm strike. "Brat die," but Zukyu, quick as a flash, ducked back into the barrier. The blow slammed into the barrier, causing the old man to spit out a mouthful of blood. Tashang rushed over and asked, "Master minus uncle, are you all right?" The old man clutched his chest. Furious, "Damn it. I carelessly attacked the restriction and got injured. Takumi Fujiwara, I'll remember him." Inside, Zukyu looked around and thought, so this is the sword seed. It's indeed a good feng shui land. According to that little miss, one has to find their own fortune in the sword seed. So mysterious. Isn't this just him raiding? Suddenly, he touched something soft, slimy, and sticky, which made him jump back in fright. What is this gooey, disgusting thing? What is it? The system chimed in, detected an unknown creature. Currently in a state of semi-hibernation, semi-sealed. Do you want to spend 5,000 tough act points to exchange for the water of purification to awaken it? Zukyu was surprised. An unknown creature. What is it? What kind of strange thing is this? To spend 5,000 of my tough act points to wake it up? Are you kidding me? While it's sealed? I'll just quickly kill it for some experience points. With that thought, Zukyu took out his dagger and stabbed at the lump of flesh with all his might. However, the lump of flesh was completely unharmed. Zukyu was surprised. So tough. I can't break it. The lump of flesh then trembled and screamed non-stop, "Ouch, ouch, it hurts. It hurts. Who is harming this divine lord? If you have the guts, come in here." Zukyu thought to himself. Damn, a few random pokes and it woke up. So he spoke up, "I am the lord of the celestial realm with the title Emperor of Fresh Little Meat. What the hell are you to be making such a racket here and disturbing me?" The voice rang out again. "MKH. A snot-minus-nose brat from who knows where dares to impersonate the lord of the celestial realm in front of this lord. Truly audacious. The nerve. Wait, what's that in your hand? Don't hide it. You are just poking my tongue with it." Zukyu replied, "Your tongue. What can you see? Don't lie." The tongue said angrily, "Is there anything this lord cannot see? You just poked me, you're dead. This lord was accidentally sealed here. It only took me 500 years to lick through the stone wall seal. In another 2,000 years, I will definitely be able to get out. At that time, I will come for you for revenge first." Zukyu asked doubtfully, "Lick through? A blabbermouth like you truly has no shame. Let me tell you, in 2,000 years, I will have already ascended to the celestial realm and become an immortal. What will you use to get revenge on me?" The creature let out a cold NPH. "You brat have angered this divine lord. Even if you become an immortal in 2,000 years, this divine lord can kill you with a single punch." Back then, the number of immortals who died at the hands of this divine lord was at least over 10,000. Zukyu was speechless after hearing that. He turned and walked away. All right. You can keep bragging. This immortal emperor has business to attend to. You continue licking. Bye. The voice quickly called out, Hey. Young man, don't go. You woke this divine lord up. How can you just leave like that? Young man, you came to this place. Are you looking for the sword spirit? This divine lord knows where it is." Zukyu asked, "You know where the sword spirit is?" The creature replied, "This sword seed was created by that villain back then to seal the sword spirit. This divine lord was accidentally tricked by him." Zukyu was puzzled. "The sword spirit is what?" The creature replied, "It's in this sword seed." Zukyu was speechless after hearing that. He furiously punched the tongue repeatedly. "You dare to mess with me, your mother? Who doesn't know it's in this sword seed?" The tongue also spoke up, "Aya, young man, we can discuss this." Ouch. Wait. Young man, this divine lord was just joking with you. Don't get so excited. You want to know where the sword spirit is? Let's make a fair deal. How about it? The sword spirit is a divine object left over from ancient times. In this sword seed, only I can awaken it. Zuki said nonchalantly, only you can awaken it. I happen to have something called the water of purification. I wonder if that's enough to make a deal with you. Hearing this, the tongue became anxious. Young hero. You have the water of purification. This divine lord has a remnant soul of the spirits, or that can find the main body of the sword spirit. You use the water of purification to release me, and I will give you the remnant soul. Zukyu said excitedly, no problem. You quickly hand over the remnant soul to me. Once I obtain the sword spirit, I will immediately save you. The tongue said, that won't do. What if you run away after obtaining the sword spirit? What then? Zukyu smiled and said, people from my heaven exploding faction always keep their word. You can go outside and ask around. The tongue said, all right, you release this divine lord, and I will go and ask around immediately. Zukyu nodded, no problem at all. You give me the remnant soul, and I will release you immediately. The tongue also said, a promise is a promise. You release me, and I will immediately give it to you. Zukyu's face darkened as he thought, damn it, this time I've met my match. This guy won't fall for my tricks. No other way, I'll have to get rough. System, exchange for that thing for me. The system chimed in, consumed 5,000 tough act points exchange for the water of purification. Zukyu clenched the vial and gritted his teeth. Oh my god, this is killing me. He held up the vial and said, brother, we are all decent people, let's not play games. See what this is? The tongue also exclaimed, oh my god, you really have the water of purification. This is impossible. Zukyu said unhappily, what do you mean? You haggled with me all day, yet you didn't believe I had it. The tongue replied, well, this divine lord just hasn't talked to anyone for a long time, so I was just messing with you. Young man, it seems this divine lord has underestimated you. Zukyu furiously punched the tongue repeatedly. Damn it, wasting my def act points. Die for me. The tongue screamed, ouch, 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 ouch. Zukyu then turned to leave. I've decided not to waste my breath on you anymore. Just stay there, and wait. The tongue called after him, young man, wait. I'm sorry, this divine lord was wrong. Take this remnant soul. Zukyu took the remnant soul and smiled. That's more like it. Hey this. The remnant soul in his hand then merged into Zukyu's body. His entire body began to glow. He examined his body. This tiny remnant soul of the sword spirit turns out to be such terrifying sword intent. Oh my god, if I had the complete sword spirit, wouldn't I be able to kill immortals? The tongue also spoke up, young man, with this wisp of soul, you can sense the sword spirit. Zukyu replied, all right, I'll go take a look. The tongue called after him, wait, you brat, come back. Damn it, did you forget something? Zukyu smiled and turned away. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise. In 2,000 years, I will definitely come to save you. You must wait for me. The tongue cursed non-stop, damn it, you shameless brat, the nerve. This divine lord trusted you so much, yet you dare to leave. 2,000 years? I could have licked my way out by then. What do I need you to save me for, brat? Come back here, damn it, you're really leaving? Without this divine lord's protection, the sword spirit will definitely kill you. Damn it, this shameless brat is really not easy to deal with. I was even planning to snatch back the remnant soul after getting out. In another place, the sound of people chasing each other echoed. Stop, don't run. Linguan, leave that sword behind and we'll spare your life. A man in green robes shouted, you guys are bullying me too much. I clearly obtained a sword. Another man said, the sword was claimed by the son of the sword god, Yi Changfeng. How dare you take it away? The man in green gritted his teeth. My spirit treasure pavilion may be weak, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of you. The man holding the sickle smirked coldly. I think you're tired of living. Suddenly, a man with golden hair pointed at Zukyu, who was glowing like a light bulb, and said, big brother. Look over there. The spiritual energy in all four directions has completely turned into the shape of a sword. Could that be it? It's the sword spirit. No one in the sword seed trial has ever seen the sword spirit. The man in green also said, it was clearly a treasure I obtained, yet they tried to steal it. Lord Sword Spirit, please uphold justice for me. Zuki thought to himself, my whole body is glowing, so they mistook me for the sword spirit. The other guy quickly explained it. It was all a misunderstanding. It was Yi Changfeng who ordered us to do it. We were forced. Zuki thought, since I've started this, I might as well go all the way. It's a good opportunity to flex a bit. So he said, you insects. This sword spirit has been slumbering here for over 10,000 years. And today you have disturbed me. The two guys scratched their heads and said, yes, Lord Sword Spirit's teachings are absolutely right. Zukyu continued, for a mere 5-star measure sword you resort to robbery, which disappoints this sword spirit. Second, it's rare to find someone with such aptitude. I'm cultivating a supreme sword art and need to retrieve all the treasure swords in this sword seed. I have a beloved disciple named Takumi Fujiwara. When you meet him, you are to hand over everything you have obtained in the sword seed. A few hours later some voices were heard. Second senior brother, look at this. Could this be a 6-star treasure sword? This, we're rich. After fumbling around in this sword seed for 2 days and 2 nights, we finally have a harvest. A 6-star treasure sword. This is a 6-star treasure sword. Quick, take it out of the sword seed before the Yi Changfeng finds out. At this moment, Zukyu jumped out from nowhere and said, hey, what are you guys sneaking around for? Well, a 6-star treasure sword. You guys are so lucky. Ordinary people in the sword seed don't have such luck. The guys were startled and shouted, who are you? Zukyu struck a sparkling pose like the stars and introduced himself. If you sincerely ask the question, then I will mercifully tell you. Takumi Fujiwara has come to this place to retrieve a high-level sword spirit for his master, the sword spirit. The guys behind him also chimed in, offer up your treasure sword selflessly. Lord Sword Spirit will reward you with a supreme martial art. The other guys were puzzled. What do you mean? Offer up the treasure sword. We found this. Passerby A also said, they're telling the truth. I also met Lord Sword Spirit. Passerby B also said, me too. That was the real sword spirit. Zukyu continued, countless treasure swords are scattered throughout the sword seed. Those are the things that my master, the sword spirit, left behind back then. My master now needs to cultivate a supreme martial art and has specifically ordered his disciple to come here tirelessly to retrieve the treasure sword. The other guy hugged his sword tightly and said, MPH, I don't believe it. You guys are ganging up to trick me out of my 6-star treasure sword. The crowd also rushed forward and gave the guy a beating. Audacious thief. How dare you not believe young hero Takumi's words? If young hero Takumi can't retrieve all the treasure swords, how can we get the cultivation technique? Everyone, let's go, beat him to death. Damn it, eat my son minus slaying kick. Try this, immoral plucking grapes move. Monkey steals the peach. Plucking the bud in search of spring. Zukyu bent down to pick up the sword and said to himself, this time my flexing is about to earn me enough for the water of purification. Suddenly, at this moment, Si Tashang also rushed over and snatched the sword. Seeing it was Si Tashang, Zukyu was surprised. Si Tashang laughed triumphantly. A 6-star treasure sword. This is a supreme divine weapon. Takumi Fujiwara, thank you for delivering it right to my doorstep. The crowd, seeing this, also rushed forward. You, leave the sword for young hero Takumi. But Si Tashang just swung his sword horizontally, cutting the two in half. Si Tashang let out a cold MPH. Overestimating yourselves. The sword art of my Sita family, combined with a 6-star treasure sword, is like having divine assistance. Zukyu was puzzled. You don't have an ancient sword, how did you get in here? Si Tashang charged forward and slashed, roaring, none of your business. You've offended my Sita family and you still want to run? I came in here to get revenge on you. Zukyu took out his sword and blocked. The one who doesn't know his own limits is you. You loser, want to get beaten again? Si Tashang popped a pill into his mouth and chewed. Relying on my own cultivation, I am no match for you. But I'm no match for you. After taking this secret medicine, I can raise my realm to the peak of the infant transformation stage. Although the duration is short and the side effects are great, it's more than enough to kill you. After speaking, he immediately charged and attacked Zukyu. You can't even imagine it, can you? This is the power of the infant transformation stage. Although you have a 9th- level Mason Soul stage cultivation, compared to the infant transformation stage, it's a world of difference. He thrust his sword fiercely at Zukyu, but Zukyu raised his own blade to block. Die, die, regret facing the sea to family in hell. But Zukyu had already punched sea to Shang, knocking his jaw askew. You talk too much, and you keep jumping around. Do all villains like to announce their moves to their opponents? The infant transformation stage is good. Killing you will give more experience points. Eat this thunder ape's roar of mine. Zukyu then gathered a ball of lightning in his hand. Just then a man walked out of the cave and said, Listen up, you inside. I am Yi Chang Feng, son of the sword god. I heard there's a 6-start Resher sword here. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. At this moment, Zukyu threw the ball of lightning, but Tu Shang jumped aside to dodge. The ball of lightning flew straight towards the man, Yi Chang Feng. An explosion rang out. Both Tu Shang and Zukyu were surprised. The system also chimed in, killed an nascent soul stage expert, obtained 200,000 experience points and 1 storage ring. Zukyu also said the person just now was Yi Chang Feng. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. Tu Shang rushed over and roared, How dare you look away during a fight? You have an opening. At this moment the system chimed in, Warning, warning, an extremely dangerous enemy is rapidly approaching. It is recommended that the host flee immediately. Tu Shang had already closed in. Zukyu slapped him, sending teeth and lips flying. Get out of the way. Don't block my path. The system chimed in, killed an infant transformation stage expert, obtained 1,000 experience points and a storage ring. Zukyu looked into the distance, exclaiming in shock, That is, an immense sword intent is radiating from that person. The sword spirit muttered, Rem, Nant, Soul. Hearing this, Zukyu was also surprised. The sword spirit thrust its sword forward and roared, Ramantsoul. Zukyu also exclaimed, Oh my god. This thing's combat power is too strong. I gotta run. The sword spirits created an explosion. As the dust settled,